Chapter 1. The Sound of the Bell. As night deepened, the bustling city gradually succumbed to silence. Tea that moment. In a villa on the outskirts of Tianfeng City, a group of young individuals were exuberantly shedding sweat amidst the revelry of lights and spirits. Lost in a world of intoxication, they indulged in their hedonistic pursuits, oblivious to the approaching peril. Suddenly, a jarring phone call jolted me awake from my slumber. Groggy, I reached for my phone and answered the call. An urgent voice crackled through. "Xiao Chun, stop sleeping. There's a case. Hurry to Shenghao Garden." Before I could utter a word, the line went dead. This left me speechless. Every time old Lu called, he would hang up immediately after delivering his message, never affording me a chance to respond. I am Chun Tian, a graduate of the Tianfeng City Police Academy. Today marks the 10th day of my internship at the Shijiao Police Station in Tianfeng City. I never anticipated encountering such a situation. Without further contemplation, I hastily leaped from my bed, donned my attire, equipped myself, and rode my beloved bicycle towards Shenghao Garden. Shenghao Garden is a renowned villa district, home to many affluent residents, with security measures that are notoriously stringent. It is said that non-residents cannot even approach the gates, and the internal security personnel are predominantly young individuals, seemingly trained for such duties. After a ride of approximately 10 minutes, I finally arrived at Shenghao Garden. The air was rife with the wailing of police sirens, and the building where the incident occurred was cordoned off. From a distance, I spotted old Lu, who was managing the crowd, and he waved me over. Upon reaching him, I stood by his side and whispered, "Lugo, what happened inside? It's not even dawn yet, and I've been summoned." Old Lu glanced around cautiously and lowered his voice. "A murder has occurred, and the circumstances are rather bizarre." He shifted his gaze towards the house, prompting me to peer inside. What I beheld truly startled me. In the living room knelt two individuals, though kneeling was misleading as they were actually suspended. Their hands were bound behind their backs, and ropes were tightly constricting their necks, threaded through the living room chandelier. A man and a woman faced each other, the man clad in a tailored suit, strikingly handsome, and the woman adorned in a crimson gown, her makeup flamboyant, clearly meticulously arranged. The expressions on their faces were grotesquely contorted, eyes wide open, as if they had encountered something horrifying in their final moments. Given that our police station is relatively close to this district, we were the first responders to the emergency call, arriving swiftly at the scene, while the criminal investigation team had yet to arrive. That I exchanged a few words with old Lu and attempted to get a closer look. Seeing my reckless curiosity, old Lu scolded me, reminding me to maintain my equipment to avoid compromising any evidence. I was aware of these protocols, having studied them daily in the academy, yet this was my first encounter with such a scene, and I felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward. While I conversed with old Lu, two more police cars arrived, disembarking a multitude of officers. They came equipped with various investigative tools, commencing their work at the crime scene, leaving old Lu and me to maintain order at the periphery. I couldn't help but steal glances inside, enviously observing the detectives bustling about. During my studies, I had aspired to become a detective, yearning to utilize my knowledge and skills to solve significant cases and apprehend criminals, ensuring a peaceful existence for the citizens. Upon graduation, I found myself assigned to a local precinct, thus commencing my routine as a beat officer. In these past few days of my internship, I had merely dealt with petty disputes among local residents. This was a far cry from my aspirations, and, as I pondered, the two lifeless bodies were carried out of the living room. 5 young individuals, visibly shaken, were escorted out by my colleagues, clearly traumatized by the events they had witnessed. Soon, two members of the criminal investigation team approached us as a novice intern. I did not recognize them and refrained from initiating conversation, while old Lu greeted them with a smile, saying, "Captain Zhang." The burly, older man nodded, his expression unyielding as he inquired, "Are there others present at the scene?" "Aside from the deceased, there are 5 individuals who are somewhat deranged with fright. They're the young people we just brought out." "I haven't seen anyone else," old Lu replied nonchalantly. Captain Zhang acknowledged with a terse, "Thank you for your efforts," before turning back towards the house. Noticing my slightly pale complexion, old Lu quietly advised, "In truth, Captain Zhang is quite amiable and well-respected in our district, having solved numerous complex cases. He merely prefers to maintain a serious demeanor." I nodded, harboring a newfound admiration for old Lu, who seemed to discern my thoughts without my verbal expression. After approximately an hour, old Lu informed me that we could leave, as the case was now under the jurisdiction of the criminal investigation team. That on the return journey, I pondered why the killer had meticulously arranged the bodies after committing the act. It appeared as though they had been made up, kneeling face to face, reminiscent of an ancient wedding ceremony. The more I contemplated, the more I perceived the perpetrator as deranged, with a troubled psyche, indulging in such grotesque displays post-murder. Upon returning to the police station, I remained absorbed in thoughts of the case. So engrossed was I that old Lou called my name several times before I finally snapped back to reality when he gave me a gentle nudge. "You rascal, what were you thinking? I've called for you numerous times with no response," old Lou remarked. A hint of irritation in his gaze. I scratched my head sheepishly. Nothing much, just pondering the peculiar arrangement of the two bodies. Upon hearing this, old Liu's expression turned grave. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and fixed his gaze upon me, saying, "Xiao Chun, how many days have you been interning?" "The 10th day," I replied promptly. I did not grasp the significance of old Liu's inquiry, merely noting his somber demeanor. After several contemplative puffs, he flicked the ash and calmly stated, "Do you aspire to become a detective?" I nodded earnestly, my eyes reflecting conviction. "You're still young, work diligently, and opportunities will arise. However, regardless of your ambitions, it is paramount to fulfill your duties with dedication and diligence." Having said this, old Lou discarded the remnants of his cigarette into the ashtray, glanced at me, and turned to leave. I understood old Liu's message: serving the people and performing one's responsibilities diligently is of utmost importance. That night, as I lay in bed, closing my eyes, the haunting visages of the kneeling figures flooded my mind. Tossing and turning until the witching hour, the city's clock tolled, yet sleep eluded me. I contemplated that it was time to leave work behind and pursue my passions, feeling justified in doing so. Thus, I began to sift through records, searching for any previous cases that bore resemblance to today's events. However, mere minutes had passed when my phone suddenly rang once more. Chapter 2. The mysterious call. To be frank, the ringtone of my mobile phone startled me considerably, especially since it was already the dead of night, and I was engrossed in studying past heinous cases. I picked up my phone and saw that it was an unknown caller, which surprised me. Since I began my internship at the police station, I had changed my phone number, and it had barely been a few days. How could I be receiving a call from a stranger at such an hour? Upon answering, there was an unsettling silence on the other end, as if the caller were deliberately toying with me. Impatiently, I asked, "Who is this? If you don't speak, I'm hanging up." After about 10 seconds, a chilling scream pierced through the silence. A woman's voice, sharp and anguished, as if she were enduring some form of torment. Sensing that something was amiss, I quickly activated my phone's recording feature and pressed further. "Who are you?" In response, there erupted a cacophony of maniacal laughter. And before I could utter another word, the call was abruptly terminated. I realized that this situation might not be as trivial as a mere prank. Hastily, I dialed Lao Lu, recounting the eerie details of the call. Sensing my distress, Lao Lu reassured me, "It's probably just a prank call, don't let it bother you." Before I could respond, he inquired, "Have you had any disputes with anyone in the last few days?" I reflected carefully and concluded that there had been no such incidents. I had only been interning for 10 days and had dealt with 3 disputes, always accompanied by colleagues. My role had been minimal, merely to mediate verbally and intervene during heated arguments. I hardly could have offended anyone. Moreover, I was a police officer. Was I to fear the intimidation of those with ulterior motives? Resolutely, I replied, "Lao Lu, I haven't offended anyone, and even if I had, I wouldn't be afraid." With a sigh, Lao Lu advised me to get some rest, as there was much to do the following day. After hanging up, an unsettling feeling gnawed at me, prompting me to call my colleague, Chao Yuan, who was still on duty, asking him to investigate the number that had just called me. After a while, Chao Yuan informed me that he could find no information. The phone's IP address indicated it was from abroad. This was a familiar tactic employed by many criminals. Reluctantly, I set the incident aside, for a single peculiar call could hardly signify anything substantial, and as Lao Lu suggested, it was likely just a nuisance call. Dismissing the matter from my mind, I resumed perusing the intricate case files. The following day at the police station, I noticed a somber atmosphere, with colleagues engaged in hushed discussions. As I approached my desk, Chao Yuan hurried over and whispered, "Brother, you're late. You haven't heard? There's been a murder at Shenghao Garden." I stared at him in astonishment. "What happened?" He replied slowly, "The victim is a woman, found kneeling on the ground, just like in the previous case, except this time, she was decapitated. It's terrifying." Hearing this, my heart raced, and I muttered, "A headless body kneeling?" Chao Yuan widened his eyes and nodded. I was taken aback. A residential complex renowned for its security had experienced consecutive murders. The audacity of the perpetrator was staggering, an affront not only to the police but to society at large. Contemplating the gravity of the situation, I thought, 3 lives had been lost from 2 cases. The city authorities would surely take notice. Observing my furrowed brow in silence, Chao Yuan added, "It's peculiar, don't you think? Everyone knows that the villa complex is under constant surveillance. It's nearly impossible for anyone to sneak in without being noticed. Besides, there are officers from the criminal investigation team monitoring the area due to the previous case. How could another incident occur? Chao Yuan's voice trailed off, his expression betraying his fear. I nudged him. What are you thinking? He muttered. I've heard that the complex was built on a site of unmarked graves, and 2 developers died during construction. I can't fathom why people would want to live there. It's as if they're courting misfortune. I found his musings intolerable. Such superstitions were archaic. If there were indeed malevolent forces at play, it was merely a manifestation of human frailty. We were resolute officers. We couldn't allow ourselves to be swayed by unfounded fears. Shoving him aside, I couldn't bear his absurdity any longer. Chao Yuan had been with the force for over a month before me, and perhaps out of shared experience, he had shown me kindness since my first day. Having spent considerable time together, I had come to realize that he possessed a timid disposition, often wanting company even for the simplest of tasks at night. I truly could not comprehend how someone so timid could choose a career in law enforcement. After a while, our captain convened a meeting, announcing that the criminal investigation team had opened a case and issued a notice for assistance. I perused the details of the notice. Zhou Xiang, male, 28 years old. Height 1.78 meters. To my surprise, I discovered that Zhou Xiang was the boyfriend of the woman involved in the first murder case. Following her tragic fate, he had vanished without a trace. I found myself admiring the swift investigative prowess of Captain Zhang and his team. They had already identified a suspect. Strangely, Zhou Xiang was merely a chauffeur for a company executive, and on the day of the incident, he failed to report to work. The company had searched for him all day, but he was unreachable. He had seemingly evaporated into thin air. The morning of his disappearance coincided with the night his girlfriend was murdered, and since he returned home the previous evening, his neighbors had not seen him since. Given the timing of these events, it was difficult not to harbor suspicions against him. I mused that his status as a primary suspect likely stemmed not only from the overlap of timelines, but also from evidence that suggested motive and corroborating testimonies. An hour had passed since the meeting, and I remained lost in thought, staring blankly at the notice when Lao Lu suddenly clapped me on the back, startling me. What are you daydreaming about? Snap out of it. Come with me, he said sternly, striding out of the room. I hurriedly followed, apprehensive that he was displeased with my distraction. We walked to Gongxin Village, the largest, older residential area in our jurisdiction, home to many residents and severely dilapidated buildings that had stood for over 30 years. This neighborhood frequently experienced the most disturbances. Most residents here were familiar with Lao Lu, who had spent 7 or 8 years in the area, resolving numerous disputes. As we approached, people began greeting him from afar, affectionately calling him Officer Lu. I had anticipated a routine patrol alongside Lao Lu, but little did I know that an unforeseen event awaited us on the horizon. Chapter 3. Steel New Village. Lao Lu guided me through Steel New Village, and by the end of our walk, my legs ached. Yet I remained perplexed about his true intentions. Along the way, I witnessed the profound respect and affection the residents held for him. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could it be that Lao Lu intended to convey that no matter the endeavor, diligence and wholehearted effort would illuminate one's path? As I trailed behind him, deep in contemplation, a commotion erupted in the community. I faintly heard cries of a dead person. A dead person. Alarmed by the shouts, Lao Lu and I hurried toward the chaotic scene. Upon arrival, I was horrified to discover a severed head beside a trash bin. It was unmistakably that of a woman, her long hair cascading around her, yet her expression was grotesque. Her pupils were dilated, her mouth slightly ajar, and her face contorted in a manner that suggested she had endured unimaginable torment before her demise. The sight churned my stomach violently, inducing waves of nausea. This encounter was far more terrifying than the 2 corpses I had previously seen kneeling at the villa. Lao Lu urged me to call the team while he shouted at the gathering crowd to maintain their distance. Shortly thereafter, Chao Yuan and his team arrived, cordoning off the area with a long line of tape. My stomach settled somewhat. But then I recalled what Chao Yuan had mentioned that morning regarding the female corpse discovered in Shenghao Garden. I pondered, could this head belong to that very woman? Noticing my pale complexion, Chao Yuan approached and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" I shook my head, grasping his sleeve. "You mentioned this morning that there was another murder at Shenghao Garden, involving a headless female corpse, right?" Upon hearing my words, he appeared to comprehend, his face reflecting shock. "Are you implying that this head belongs to that woman?" That was merely my suspicion, and at that moment, I lacked concrete evidence. Without waiting for his response, I moved closer to the trash bin to inform Lao Lu of my thoughts, only to see him step aside to make a phone call. In a mere 10 minutes, the criminal investigation team arrived. Dressed in shoe covers and gloves, they commenced their meticulous examination of the scene. I observed the team working with clear division of labor. Some documented the scene, others scoured the trash bin and its surroundings, while others conducted interviews within the community. The forensic experts carefully examined the head, collecting samples. Despite the number of investigators present, their methodical and rigorous approach left a profound impression on me. Lao Lu and I assisted the team in preserving the scene and maintaining order, with everyone diligently fulfilling their respective roles. Approximately half an hour later, the investigators began to depart, leaving me and Chao Yuan to guard the area. As day turned to night, sporadic investigators returned to search for clues before hastily leaving again. By 10 o'clock, the entire community had fallen silent. Chao Yuan, who had been complaining about his misfortune, lamented that he was the only one left at the scene. Despite being a tech expert proficient with computers, I found his complaints increasingly irksome. Suddenly, I clapped him on the shoulder from behind, nearly startling him out of his wits. As midnight approached, I noticed Captain Zhang from the criminal investigation team arrive alone at the crime scene, meticulously resuming his investigation. I found myself admiring his dedication. It was no wonder he appeared older than his years, given the toll such relentless work must take on one's health. Lost in thought, Captain Zhang approached me and whispered, "You were the one who discovered the connection between these two cases this morning?" I nodded, replying yes. His penetrating gaze made me uncomfortable, reminiscent of a seasoned investigator scrutinizing a suspect. "What are your thoughts on these cases?" His succinct inquiry left me momentarily bewildered. Why was he asking for my opinion? Suppressing my nerves, I replied as calmly as I could, "The perpetrator of these incidents is likely the same individual. After committing the crimes, this person does not exhibit the typical anxiety or fear expected of a criminal. Instead, they meticulously arrange the scenes and the bodies, viewing their actions not as murder but as the creation of an artwork, admiring their own handiwork." After sharing my perspective, I glanced back at him. Captain Zhang gestured for me to continue. I explained that the commonality among the victims, who were both found kneeling, suggested they had committed unforgivable transgressions in the eyes of the murderer. Thus, the perpetrator was enacting a form of punishment while simultaneously indulging in their own unrealistic fantasies. This led me to surmise that the assailant might possess a split personality, or in a more severe scenario, suffer from schizophrenia. Captain Zhang listened intently, but remained silent, casting me a knowing glance before turning to leave. After walking several paces, he paused and said, "No wonder Lao Lu mentioned you are a promising talent. You certainly have an interesting perspective." Hearing his words brought me immense relief. After investing so much effort, I finally had the opportunity to articulate my thoughts. It became clear to me why he had approached to inquire about my views. Lao Lu had shared insights about me. Since the first incident, I had devoted my spare time to monitoring the case and researching similar incidents, relaying my theories to Lao Lu. I felt gratitude towards him. He understood my aspiration to become a criminal investigator and had shared numerous complex cases from the past, advocating for my ideas regardless of the outcome. Ultimately, my future would depend on my continued efforts. In the midst of my conversation with Captain Zhang, I had overlooked Chao Yuan, who was now staring at me. He erupted into applause, grinning. "Brother, you're truly remarkable. You know all this." I replied modestly, "Oh, come on, I just spent some time on this during the night." Thus, we exchanged compliments and engaged in conversation until the early hours of the morning. As dawn approached, two colleagues arrived to relieve us, allowing Chao Yuan and me to finally return home for some much-needed rest. Upon reaching my residence, I took a shower and lay down, utterly exhausted, drifting into a deep slumber almost instantly. Chapter 4: The establishment of the Special Task Force. After a slumber that extended into the afternoon, I awoke, hastily groomed myself, and without pausing for a meal, rushed to the precinct. Chao Yuan had already arrived. Upon seeing me, he regarded me with disdain and remarked that I, being so young, could not endure a night without rest. I immediately countered, asserting that it was not I who struggled, for I had been awake for some time, diligently sifting through clues, something a mere tech-savvy individual like him could hardly comprehend. During our idle conversation, Director Wang entered and addressed everyone, stating, "Please be informed that a meeting will commence in the conference room in 10 minutes. I took my notebook and pen and proceeded to the conference room, where soon it was filled to capacity. After a brief interval, save for those on duty outside, nearly all were present, holding a folder. Director Wang approached the head seat and regarded us with a serious demeanor. He conveyed that, due to a series of recent heinous crimes in our jurisdiction, the Municipal Bureau was taking this matter very seriously and had established a special task force tasked with resolving the cases swiftly to prevent societal panic. He then announced 2 personnel transfers. Upon hearing the first directive from Director Wang, I understood the gravity of the situation, as these homicides had already begun to circulate online, with numerous onlookers sharing their opinions. If the perpetrators were not apprehended promptly, the negative publicity would proliferate, potentially inciting public fear, a scenario that could not be tolerated by our superiors. However, when Director Wang read out the names on the transfer orders, I was utterly taken aback. One of the names mentioned was mine, an eventuality I had never anticipated, especially since I had only recently begun my internship. I initially believed my recent actions and my conversation with team leader Zhang the previous night had led to my selection, but I would later come to realize that the reality was far more intricate than I had envisioned. Equally astonished was Chao Yuan, who, to my surprise, had also been assigned to the special task force. It seemed I had consistently underestimated Chao Yuan. He had often claimed to be an IT specialist, a declaration I had dismissed. Yet now, it appeared he must possess some extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could someone so timid and averse to fieldwork find himself in such a critical role? Regardless, I put aside my doubts. I was finally poised to pursue the endeavors I had longed for, and my heart brimmed with excitement. After the announcement, Director Wang offered us both a plethora of encouraging words, urging us to excel in our new roles and bring honor to the team. He also advised us to return home to gather our belongings. Briefly, Chao Yuan and I exchanged farewells with our colleagues before hastily departing. Before leaving, I sought out old Liu, intending to express my gratitude, but before I could utter a word, he patted me on the back, urging me to do my best. And then he exited with a smile. Upon returning to my residence, I opened the folder and saved all the materials I had gathered over the past few days, knowing they would be invaluable in the future. The following morning, Chao Yuan and I arrived at the west suburban branch of Tianfeng City to report for duty. I had presumed we would be among the earliest arrivals, yet to my surprise, the office was already bustling with numerous personnel. After approximately 20 minutes, Team Leader Zhang convened a meeting, revealing that he would be leading the special task force. Our team comprised 8 members, Team Leader Zhang Feng, and members Li Xin, Shen Tian, Chao Yuan, Yang Su, Wang Lei, Yuan Jiajia, and Shoda. After we each introduced ourselves briefly, we commenced a discussion on the case at hand. Team Leader Zhang gestured for Li Xin, seated beside me, to present a summary of the investigation. She stepped forward and calmly announced that the head discovered 2 days prior had been identified as belonging to the headless corpse found at Shenghao Garden. The first case involved the male victim Li Qiangbang and the female victim Wang Xiao, who appeared to share a platonic relationship, each having their respective partners. On the night of the incident, the victim Li Qiangbang had invited friends to his villa for a party. According to his friends, there were 7 individuals in total, 4 men and 3 women, who indulged in revelry until past 1 in the morning, at which point, intoxicated, they could recall little of the subsequent events. We then proceeded to interrogate several attendees whose accounts were consistent, aside from the 2 victims. The remaining 5 claimed not to have witnessed anything, attributing their lack of memory to their inebriation. Regarding the deceased woman, Wang Xiao, it was noted that she had maintained a close relationship with Li Qiangbang. Intrigued, I inquired, close in what sense? To what extent? Li Xian cast me a glance, responding, if they did not each have partners, one would assume they were a couple based on their public demeanor. Ah, so they were playing with ambiguity, I remarked casually. Instantly, all eyes turned toward me, as if I had become the most radiant star in that moment. Team Leader Zhang waved for Li Xin to continue. Following the coroner's examination, it was determined that the man had died from poisoning, while the woman succumbed to mechanical asphyxiation. The characteristics of the ligature marks on her neck indicated she had been strangled with a rope. Chao Yuan gasped, my goodness. 2 distinct methods of murder in a single case? The others pondered silently. Li Xin, undeterred by our reactions, continued. The estimated time of death was between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning on July 6th. Our examination yielded only a rope used to strangle the victim, and no other substantial evidence could be collected. It appeared as though the scene had been tampered with by the perpetrator. The villa's front door was securely locked, and there were no signs of forced entry. Zhou De, appearing contemplative, inquired, who reported the crime. Among the 5 individuals present, a woman named Yuan Xin stated that upon awakening, she was nearly paralyzed by terror at the scene before her and, in her panic, dialed the emergency number. Li Xin confirmed this. Observing our deep reflections, Team Leader Zhang spoke calmly. Based on the evidence we currently possess, it is highly likely that the assailant was acquainted with someone inside. He entered through the main door while everyone else was engrossed in merriment, blending into the crowd to commit the crime. However, after questioning the remaining 5 individuals, we found no indication that anyone else had entered that night. Yang Su expressed his doubts. Could it be that one among them is lying, or that the perpetrator is among this group? That is a possibility, yet thus far, we lack evidence to substantiate that claim. Team Leader Zhang replied, casting a measured glance at Yang Su. His words echoed my own thoughts. Such a scenario was indeed plausible. As for the second case, the cause of death remains undetermined until the coroner conducts an autopsy. The similarities between the 2 cases are striking. Aside from the victim being found kneeling, there were no signs of forced entry or any additional traces left by the murderer at the scene. With the case summaries concluded, Team Leader Zhang assigned tasks to the team. Wang Lei and Yuan Jiejia were to meticulously investigate the crime scene, while Li Xian and Yang Su would interview the victim's relatives. The remaining 2 members were to pursue information regarding the male victim's girlfriend. Our 8-member team formed pairs, each assigned specific duties. Xiao Yuan and I were paired together, tasked primarily with reviewing all surveillance footage surrounding Shenghao Garden to identify any suspicious individuals present at the time of the incident. Our first stop was the traffic police station, where we requested the surveillance videos from the vicinity of the residential area. To our surprise, we spotted an individual displaying peculiar behavior on the footage. The villa complex has only 2 main entrances, operating on a pedestrian vehicle separation model. The south gate accommodates vehicles, while the north gate is exclusively for pedestrians, with the 2 involved villas situated in close proximity to the north gate. In the footage, we observed a man dressed in black loitering near the north gate for approximately 6 or 7 minutes, after which he hurriedly departed, leaving us with lingering questions about his intentions. The video is rather unclear, especially since it was recorded at night. We made a copy to bring back to the office, and now we await the expertise of the computer was beside me, hoping he can enhance the footage to reveal the appearance of the individual in the video as clearly as possible. Chapter 5. Return to the scene. Upon arriving at the precinct, we promptly reported the matter to team leader Zhang, who urged us to swiftly locate the individual in question. Xiao Yuan, despite his usual carefree demeanor, transformed into a diligent workaholic the moment he sat before the computer. Within an hour, he had meticulously processed the footage, revealing a vague outline of the suspect, though the individual's full visage remained unclear. Through an analysis of height, build, and facial features, we deduced that the suspicious individual was none other than the victim Wang's boyfriend, Zhou Xiang. Around midnight, while Zhou Xiang's girlfriend was reveling in a villa, he was seen loitering at the entrance of the residential complex, having failed to report to work that day. Upon further contemplation, Zhou Xiang's involvement seemed highly plausible. He possessed both the motive and the opportunity, given that his girlfriend was entangled in an ambiguous relationship with a wealthy scion. Most of their acquaintances were aware of this, making it improbable that he was oblivious. Moreover, on the day of the incident, Zhou Xiang had vanished, likely preparing the tools for the crime. In the dead of night, he reappeared at the entrance of Shenghao Garden. Although surveillance footage confirmed he did not enter, he lingered for a moment before departing. His subsequent whereabouts remained a mystery, despite the stringent security measures in place at Shenghao Garden and its well-managed environment. One could not entirely dismiss the possibility that the perpetrator had infiltrated the complex through other means, given the sprawling nature of the villa area surrounded by scenic landscapes. What perplexed me was the absence of any evidence within the villa. No fingerprints, tools, or fabric fibers were left behind. The victim Li Qiangbong had succumbed to poisoning, lacking the opportunity to resist, whereas Wang Xiao had been strangled, undoubtedly fighting for her life and making noise. How could it be that none of the 5 individuals present claimed to have heard anything? This was utterly baffling. Noticing my furrowed brow and my immobilized state, Xiao Yuan patted my shoulder and asked, "What's on your mind?" His touch jolted me back to reality, and I cleared my throat. "Do you not find this case rather peculiar?" "What aspect do you mean?" he inquired. The internal surveillance of the complex captured nothing, and the villa yielded no useful clues. 2 victims, 2 distinct causes of death, and post-mortem, the killer meticulously arranged their bodies to face one another. I have previously mentioned that the villa's location is questionable, built atop a mass grave. Thus, unusual occurrences are to be expected. His response ignited a surge of irritation within me. I was earnestly discussing the case while he rambled on about irrelevant matters. With a deep sigh, I resolved to set aside my frustrations and instead, during our evening meeting, I would share these concerns with the other members of the task force, hoping to glean some valuable insights. After a while, team leader Zhang and Li Xian returned. I was prepared to brief him on the day's developments, but Zhang requested that I wait until everyone had assembled to consolidate all the clues. About an hour later, my colleagues returned one after another, and Zhang prompted us to relay our findings. I was the first to speak, presenting the information I had gathered and articulating my deductions. Upon hearing me, Zhang smiled and commended my progress, which brought me a sense of satisfaction. It was gratifying to receive praise from someone known for his aloof demeanor. Before I could revel in my moment of pride, Li Xian revealed a piece of information. The security manager of Shenghao Garden was acquainted with the victim Wang Xiao. They were high school classmates and had been desk mates with a close relationship. While this revelation seemed innocuous, I felt an unsettling undercurrent and casually inquired, "Did the security manager harbor feelings for her?" My question momentarily stunned those present. Li Xian chuckled and remarked, "I was just about to mention that. During their school days, the security manager penned a love letter to her, which Wang Xiao's parents intercepted. This incident escalated to the school administration, leading both parties to transfer schools, and they lost contact thereafter. Whether she reciprocated his feelings remains unknown." Meanwhile, 2 other teams were engaged in locating Zhou Xiang with little success. while another was interviewing the victim's relatives and friends, yielding no fruitful leads. After considering our reports, Zhang concluded that Zhou Xiang was the prime suspect, and locating him was of utmost urgency. Additionally, the security manager needed to be approached again for further questioning. I gazed at the evidence board, where lines connected the two victims, Wang Xiao and Li Qiangbang, along with the suspect Zhou Xiang and the 5 individuals present at the scene. Now, the security manager had been added to the list of persons of interest, and all evidence pointed towards Zhou Xiang, who remained elusive. Once my colleagues departed, I sat alone, contemplating the clues we had amassed. Suddenly, Zhang approached me from behind, suggesting we revisit the crime scene. I was taken aback, as I had long desired to return, but our differing duties had prevented it thus far. We arrived at the villa, which was marked with numerous indicators. I followed Zhang closely, meticulously examining the premises for any overlooked details. I recalled reading in a book about the Locard's exchange principle, which posits that any criminal inevitably leaves behind traces at the crime scene while taking something away. The key to uncovering evidence lies in returning to the scene of the crime. There is no such thing as a perfect crime. Every criminal act leaves behind some trace, yet we had yet to uncover it. We methodically searched every potential entry and exit point in the house, a process that consumed over 2 hours. Just as we were preparing to leave, we noticed a flower pot positioned near the side door of the villa, with several petals having fallen away. Hastily approaching the flower pot, I examined it closely and discovered not only a few petals, but also a strand of hair, an unexpected find and the most significant discovery of our visit. We quickly collected this evidence to return to the team for analysis. On the journey back, I scrutinized the hair. It was not particularly long, and its curled nature suggested it belonged to a woman, though this was merely conjecture without substantiation. Upon arriving at the precinct, Zhang instructed me to deliver the physical evidence to the forensic department. Just as I was about to leave, I spotted Chao Yuan rushing towards us, breathlessly informing Zhang. Zhou Xiang has been located, but he is already deceased. Chapter 6. The corpse by the shore. Upon hearing the news, we promptly made our way to the crime scene. The body was discovered by fishermen on the shores of a placid lake in the early morning. The forensic expert, examining the corpse's temperature, livor mortis, and rigor mortis, initially estimated that the individual had been deceased for approximately 2 days. The cause of death would be confirmed only after an autopsy. The untimely demise of Zhou Xiang disrupted our previous plans, rendering the case even more enigmatic. All prior clues and progress had been severed, and we found ourselves needing to start anew. Upon returning to the station, Captain Zhang convened an urgent meeting, affirming that our previous investigative direction had been sound. It was highly probable that the perpetrator feared Zhou Xiang would divulge crucial information if apprehended, thus resorting to murder to silence him. Furthermore, even if Zhou had not directly participated in this case, he was undoubtedly linked to it in significant ways. Captain Zhang advised us to return home and rest, as we had been working tirelessly for over 10 hours. Without proper rest, our physical well-being would soon deteriorate, and with the current lead having run dry, there was little more we could investigate. We awaited several pending examination reports before we could re-establish our primary investigative focus. As I journeyed home, I pondered the fleeting nature of the clues we had finally obtained. If only we could have located Zhou Xiang, we might have uncovered more valuable information, yet now he was gone. It seemed evident that the true culprit was someone else. But how had they come to know our situation? Since the first murder, 3 more had occurred in succession, as if we were being led by the nose, with the murderer systematically eliminating all evidence that could implicate him. Upon returning home, I resolved to clear my mind and rest, knowing that upon awakening, I would need to continue my work. The next day at the station, Captain Zhang informed us that the results of the hair analysis had come in. It was indeed a strand of female hair. Li Xian promptly inquired, could it belong to one of the 2 women at the villa? Captain Zhang shook his head. It is unlikely to be theirs. It may very well belong to the assailant. Was the victim, Li Qiangbang, married? A thought crossed my mind, and I asked casually. He has been married for 5 or 6 years. His wife is quite beautiful, Li Xian replied. My inquiry had sparked their curiosity. Could this hair belong to his wife? Moreover, I had always wondered why Li Qiangbang's wife hadn't attended the party at the villa. After all, it was held in their own home, and logically, she should have participated. After listening to our discussion, Captain Zhang decided we should approach the investigation from 3 angles. Li Xian and I would visit the security manager's home, while Wang Lei and Yuan Jejia would canvass the area near Zhou Xiang's place of death. Captain Zhang would accompany Zhou De to the home of the victim, Li Qiangbang, while Chao Yuan and Yang Su remained at the station to oversee operations. I had intended to drive, but Li Xian insisted on taking the wheel with unwavering determination. I felt uneasy, fastening my seatbelt immediately. It is often said that female drivers can be reckless, and as I sat in the passenger seat, my heart raced with trepidation. Li Xian was known for her stubborn demeanor, reserved nature, and frequent frowning. I truly preferred not to undertake this task with her. The ride was largely silent, and after approximately half an hour, we arrived at the residential complex where the security manager resided. A large stone at the entrance bore the name Sein Shuiyuan Community. I couldn't help but wonder about the security manager's monthly income. How could he afford to live in such an upscale community? It was rumored that those residing here had assets exceeding 10 million. We soon entered the security manager's home, where both he and his wife were present. The house was spacious, approximately 200 square meters, and lavishly decorated. Li Xian briefly explained our situation, then engaged him in conversation while I excused myself to use the restroom. In the bathroom, I noticed a few stray hairs on the vanity and fingerprints on the cosmetics. I collected this evidence discreetly. As I exited, I nearly collided with his wife, who unexpectedly stood at the restroom door. I managed to maintain my composure, smiling at her before heading back to the living room. After discussing matters for over 40 minutes, Li Xian and I prepared to leave. From our conversation, it became clear that the security manager likely shared a rather unusual connection with the victim, Wang Xiao. When asked if he had been in contact with her since, the security manager's gaze faltered, his body tensed, and after a prolonged pause of 6 or 7 seconds, he slowly replied that he had not. Upon hearing his response, his wife's expression darkened noticeably. Such a reaction was not entirely unexpected. After all, a woman would naturally feel discomfort upon learning that her husband had ties to a former love. However, her subsequent words raised my suspicions about their relationship. I sipped my tea and smilingly asked his wife, "Are you aware if the girl your husband liked in high school frequently appears before him now?" "How would I know about that little vixen?" she retorted without hesitation. Li Xian and I exchanged glances, sensing that this woman was quite aware of the situation. Otherwise, she would not have made such a revealing comment. Realizing she had misspoken, she hastily clarified, "Those residing in Shenghao Garden are all affluent individuals, primarily young heirs. That woman often visits there, so it's not surprising I referred to her as a little vixen." I had underestimated this woman. Her ability to navigate the conversation so adeptly was impressive. On the way back, I inquired about Li Xian's thoughts. Instead of answering directly, she asked whether I had collected fingerprints and DNA samples. I nodded. She smiled and said, "Very good. I didn't expect an intern to be so astute." Her comment irked me, and I frowned, retorting, "Don't underestimate interns. Though I may lack practical experience, my theoretical knowledge is on par with yours." She merely chuckled, choosing not to pursue the matter further, instead driving with increased fervor. We soon returned to the station, and once we stepped out of the car, I couldn't help but feel nauseous. This was my first experience with motion sickness, and I suspected her aggressive driving was intentional, a form of retaliation for my earlier remark. Upon arriving at the station, I submitted the evidence I had collected to the forensic department before returning to the board where the case relationships were mapped out. It was reasonable to speculate that if the assailant was an insider or connected to Shenghao Garden, they could easily evade the surveillance systems and might even blend in, given their familiarity with the community's layout. The peculiar demeanor of the security manager and his wife left me unsettled, and the responses from the party attendees raised further questions. Strikingly, only a single strand of female hair was left at the crime scene, indicating that the murderer possessed considerable counter-investigative skills. As I contemplated these developments, my colleagues began to return. Zhou De, who had accompanied Captain Zhang, came back chuckling, remarking, "Li Qiangbang's wife is truly stunning. With such a beautiful wife at home, I can't fathom why he chose to go out instead." Hearing this, Li Xian scoffed. "Were you out there to investigate or to gawk at beautiful women?" "Of course, to investigate and to admire." Zhou De scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Chapter 7. A narrow escape upon seeing Captain Zhang return. Li Xian hurried into the captain's office. I had always been curious about the relationship between Li Xian and Captain Zhang. Why did she, usually so aloof, exhibit such deference in his presence? Sensing my confusion, Chao Yuan approached from behind and patted my shoulder. "Brother, you might not know, but Li Xian is Captain Zhang's most prized disciple, having assisted him in cracking numerous major cases." It was no wonder, then, that this usually stern woman softened in front of Captain Zhang, who was indeed her mentor. I mused quietly to myself. Just as we were engaged in idle chatter, Captain Zhang emerged from the office, visibly irritated at the sight of us congregating. "Are you all completely idle? Do you have nothing better to do? Several cases have yielded no viable leads. You should be out investigating." I insisted that Chao Yuan accompany me to examine the 2 buildings where the incidents had occurred. When new clues elude us, we must return to the original scene to search for them. Although he was primarily a technical expert, I valued his sharp mind and quick reflexes. He often had creative insights. I hoped that bringing him along would yield additional discoveries. Upon entering the location of the first murder, Chao Yuan remarked, "This house is enormous. How can 1 or 2 people possibly inhabit such a vast space? Aren't they afraid at night?" I kicked him lightly. "What are you thinking? I brought you here to investigate, not to marvel. He then noted the large chandelier's height from the ground. How could the murderer have tied the other end of the rope up there? Who told you the rope was tied up there? It actually passed through the chandelier, with each end secured to a person, I replied, exasperated. Chow Yuan looked at me with newfound understanding. I truly admired his perceptiveness. Yet, his comment reminded me that even threading a rope through a chandelier would not be an easy task for a frail woman. After scrutinizing the scene for a while without any fruitful leads, I planned to move on to the second murder site. Just as we were about to exit, I noticed a figure lurking behind a large tree about 100 meters ahead. Upon spotting us, he hastily retreated into the woods, quickening his pace. Chow Yuan shouted for him to stop, but he bolted away, vanishing into the underbrush. I had not clearly seen his face, but he appeared to be a slender man, roughly 7 meters tall, possibly bearded. I asked Chow Yuan if he had seen him, but he had not. We hurried to the security office to review the surveillance footage, only to discover that the individual seemed familiar with the area, as the cameras had not captured him. We described the man's approximate physique to the security guard, who claimed he had never seen anyone matching that description. With no other options, Chow Yuan and I returned to the spot where the man had disappeared to continue our search. The lush greenery and rock formations provided ample cover, and there was also a sizable artificial pond in the vicinity, where several people were fishing. We approached them to inquire if they had seen a hat-wearing man, but all three denied having seen anyone. Just as we were about to leave, we noticed a little girl playing on a large rock, her mother nearby. I approached the child, smiling. Did you see a strange uncle wearing a hat? The girl glanced at her mother and shook her head. The mother stepped forward and quietly said, I did see someone hurriedly pass by just now, pointing in a specific direction. Following her gesture, I realized it led to the northern gate of the community. As we prepared to head there, I was struck by the woman's height and build. She bore a resemblance to the suspicious figure, albeit in different clothing and without facial hair. I chuckled to myself, thinking I had become so engrossed in this case that everyone now seemed like a suspect. As we were about to continue our investigation, Captain Zhang called, instructing us to return for a meeting, stating that there had been a significant breakthrough. Upon our return to the station, everyone had already gathered, and Captain Zhang briefed us on the latest developments. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter in the woods had not left. The little girl, puzzled, asked her mother, Mom, why did you tell me to lie? The woman, maintaining a calm demeanor, gently stroked her daughter's hair and replied, because we don't know them, and we don't understand their intentions. We mustn't tell them the truth, okay, sweetheart? The girl nodded her watery eyes and resumed playing, watching her daughter so blissfully engaged. The woman's lips curled into an unusual smile. Turning away, her expression grew cold as she retrieved the coat she had worn earlier and walked in the opposite direction of the villa. Captain Zhang informed us that investigators had obtained a set of videos. At a nearby small night market, someone had captured footage of a suspicious individual on their phone. The video revealed a man dressed in a gray coat, wearing a hat and mask, concealing his identity completely. He attempted to scale the wall into the community. The footage was recorded around 1 a.m, when the streets were nearly deserted. Although the night market had a few patrons, they were at a distance and unlikely to notice anything unusual. The person filming was a vendor who had intended to capture food footage for online promotion, hoping to turn their modest shop into a popular spot. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently filmed the wall climber. Given that Shenghao Garden is an upscale residential area, the vendor found it peculiar that someone would dare to trespass for theft, fearing they might be caught by security. Only upon hearing of a murder the next day did he realize the situation was likely more complex. Fearing retaliation, he hesitated to report the video until police inquiries prompted him to present it. After Chow Yuan processed the footage, we could discern the man's general physique, tall, around 1.8 meters, with a well-proportioned build, likely male, but further details remained obscured. Nonetheless, this information reignited our hope. Captain Zhang swiftly led us back to Shenghao Garden, retracing the intruder's path to search for any new clues. Chapter 8. Reporting the case. Has the issue been resolved? There are no traces left, right? The scene was handled, and no evidence was left behind. Today, those two individuals returned to the scene, and judging by their appearance upon leaving, they must have found nothing. Who allowed you to observe them up close? What if you revealed yourself? In a dilapidated room, two slender, beautiful women were engaged in hushed conversation. One of the women, dressed in a flimsy garment, toyed with her long nails and sneered, "Those fellows won't uncover anything for a while. I stood right in front of them today, and they didn't notice a thing. We must remain vigilant. Once the matter blows over, I will transfer the remaining funds to you. For now, I can only give you $1 million. During this time, stay put and don't wander about. Don't be like that fool. If you expose yourself, you know the consequences." With that, the woman in black stormed out. We returned to Shenghao Garden, locating the spot where the individual scaled the wall in the video. The forensic team meticulously searched the vicinity for any useful clues. entering the community from that point. One is flanked by dense woods, devoid of surveillance equipment. It must be said that this person possesses an intimate understanding of Shenghao Garden, following a route that evades monitoring. We proceeded towards the villa where the incident occurred. The path was lined with trees and artificial hills, making it difficult to be detected at night. Team leader Zhang lit a cigarette and sat on a stone amidst the woods, lost in thought. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, I noticed the gravity of his expression deepening. Once the call ended, he summoned us and calmly informed us. The hair sample that Xiao Chun and I discovered that day has been linked to the second victim of the case. What? This revelation took me by surprise. Initially, I had suspected the wives of the security manager and Li Qiangbong to be the most likely culprits, yet I never anticipated this outcome. Observing the silence that enveloped the group as they pondered these developments, I quietly inquired, Team leader Zhang, did the second victim, Zheng Yu, have any prior acquaintance with Li Qiangbong and the others? Zhang's face broke into a rare smile as he patted my shoulder. You've made progress. It's impressive that you thought of that. He continued, the 3 cases have been consolidated for investigation. Zheng Yu, the victim of the second case, was Li Qiangbong's former partner. For reasons unknown, she was later abandoned by him. It is said that after their breakup, Zheng Yu persistently sought explanations from Li Qiangbong for his abandonment, causing him considerable distress, to the point of reporting her to the authorities on one occasion. I mused to myself, Li Qiangbong is indeed a debauched scoundrel. He is married with a beautiful wife, yet still flirts around. Truly, he is a disgraceful individual. Li Qiangbong deserves his fate, exclaimed Li Xian, her indignation startling us all. I had merely contemplated this in silence, unaware that she would express such sentiments so openly. The atmosphere turned awkward, and we fell silent. After a lengthy search of the scene, we returned to the station. Upon arrival, team leader Zhang gathered us, and, based on the clues we had gathered, asked me to present the case details. I noticed an unfamiliar face among the seated attendees. Team leader Zhang introduced him as a leader from the municipal bureau, here to inquire about the progress of these heinous cases. His introduction only heightened my nervousness. I composed myself and stepped forward, addressing the clue wall. The first case occurred in a villa at Shenghao Garden, involving 2 victims, male Li Qiangbong, who died from poisoning, and female Wang Xiao, who succumbed to mechanical asphyxiation, having been strangled to death. On the night of the incident, 7 individuals were reveling in the villa. They claimed to have been inebriated past 1 in the morning, with no recollection of the subsequent events. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. when the murder transpired. Based on nearby surveillance footage, we preliminarily identified a suspect, Zhou Xiang, but before we could locate him, he was already deceased. Later, upon returning to the crime scene, Zhang and I found several flower petals and a strand of hair that, upon examination, matched the second victim, Zheng Yu. The second case took place in Shenghao Garden, very close to the site of the first incident. The victim, Zheng Yu, died from mechanical asphyxiation. Our findings indicate she was first strangled with a rope before being further manipulated by the assailant. Currently, her head has been recovered from a trash bin in an old community. The third case occurred on the southern bank of the river. The cause of death awaits autopsy results for confirmation. From the evidence at hand, it is evident that the 4 victims across these 3 cases share significant connections. Wang Xiao was Li Qiangbong's romantic interest. Zheng Yu was his former partner, and Zhou Xiang was Wang Zhao's boyfriend. After the first case, while searching for clues, Zhou Xiang emerged as a person of interest. The security manager and his spouse also had ties to these victims. During our investigation, we uncovered that a suspicious individual had scaled the wall into Shenghao Garden on the night of the first incident, coinciding closely with the time of the victims' deaths. We have substantial reason to suspect this person is deeply implicated. Upon concluding my report, team leader Zhang added, our investigative direction is now clear. The 3 cases will undergo combined investigation, with our primary objective being to locate this wall-scaling individual. We already possess relevant evidence, and this person may serve as a crucial breakthrough. We kindly request more time from the leadership. The leader nodded in response to our report, smiling as he remarked, well done, your hard work is appreciated. The task is daunting, and I hope each of you will continue striving to solve these cases swiftly, restoring peace and truth to the community. With that, he departed in his vehicle. In the conference room, only our task force of 8 remained. After meticulously reviewing the details, a new thought struck me. The second and third victims had both left clues concerning the first case before their untimely deaths. It felt as though an unseen puppet master was orchestrating events, seemingly aware of our progress. Every potential breakthrough was swiftly obstructed. How coincidental could this be? Furthermore, our investigation processes were confidential, known only to our tight-knit team. How, then, could the perpetrator have foreknowledge of our inquiries? My colleagues began to ponder my observations. For reality indeed aligned with my thoughts. Team leader Zhang chuckled. Don't overthink it. Such occurrences are commonplace. Those involved are clearly connected to the case. And even an ordinary person could discern these relationships, let alone a cunning criminal. They would certainly anticipate potential evidence that could implicate them and take steps to eliminate it. For the perpetrator, the absence of evidence equates to safety. Throughout our investigation, we must remain bold in our suspicions and cautious in our validations. Ultimately, it is the evidence that will bring the perpetrator to justice. After concluding, Team Leader Zhang directed us to split into teams and continue our search for clues. As we departed, I sensed we were one step closer to uncovering the truth. Chapter 9. New clues. On this occasion, I ventured out with Zhou De. Zhou De is perceived by others in the team as an honest man. However, I hold a differing opinion. It is evident that those selected for the special task force possess some exceptional qualities. I suggested revisiting the scene of the headless corpse, as I was eager to see if the suspicious figure from that day would reappear. As soon as I uttered these words, Zhou De promptly declined, stating he intended to check around the level lake instead. Since he was the one driving, I had no choice but to comply. During our usual meetings, he rarely expressed his thoughts, yet when it came to executing tasks, he exhibited an entirely different demeanor. Before long, we arrived at the shores of Level Lake. I made my way directly to the spot where Zhou Xiang's body had been discovered, while Zhou De stood at the water's edge, scanning the area. I was puzzled by what he was observing. An onlooker might easily mistake him for someone admiring the scenery. After thoroughly examining the site, I found no new discoveries. Just then, Zhou De called out to me, "Xiao Chun, let us head to the nearby convenience store for some drinks." I looked at him, astonished. "Brother, Captain Zhang sent us out to investigate, not to indulge in leisurely sightseeing." Zhou De, in good spirits, replied, "This is part of the investigation as well. One need not remain at the scene at all times. You'll understand this once you've been in this line of work for a while." I found myself somewhat taken aback. We had come to the scene only to look around, and now he wished to buy drinks. Was he truly enjoying himself? Yet, soon I realized my youth had misled me. I was still far from the seasoned veterans in this field. Reluctantly, I followed him, acknowledging that he had more experience in this profession. When we arrived at the convenience store, Zhou De purchased 2 bottles of mineral water and a pack of cigarettes. Engaging in friendly conversation with the shopkeeper, he smiled and asked, "What time do you open each day, and when do you close?" The shopkeeper, recognizing his purchase and responding amicably, replied, "Typically, we open at 5 in the morning and close at midnight, though it can vary if there are many customers. We may stay open a bit longer." Nodding, Zhou De offered the shopkeeper a cigarette, and the two began to smoke together, instantly enhancing their rapport. I overheard Zhou De asking, "Your convenience store is ideally located, not far from the lake. I imagine you have quite a number of visitors, which must yield a decent profit." The shopkeeper acknowledged this, stating that while business had been good, recent days had seen a significant drop in customers. He glanced around and quietly added, "A corpse washed up in the lake a few days ago. Now no one dares to come here for recreation. It's truly unfortunate to encounter such an incident." Zhou De then inquired, "I noticed you have surveillance cameras installed. May we view the footage?" With a sigh, the shopkeeper grew wary, his eyes darting about. "Who are you? Why do you want to see the footage?" Before Zhou De could respond, I produced my identification. Upon seeing it, the shopkeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he softly stated, "I'll show you the footage right away." Zhou De shot me a glare, and I was left puzzled by his reaction. Without revealing our identities, the shopkeeper would not have shown us the footage. Thus, we followed the shopkeeper to the monitoring area, where we viewed the footage and made a copy. The video revealed that on the night of July 12th, shortly after midnight, a figure emerged from the trunk of a car carrying a large box, which he subsequently dragged to the shore and discarded into the lake. Due to the late hour, visibility was poor, and the individual was bundled up, making identification difficult. We could only discern the last 2 digits of the license plate, 37, and that the vehicle was a Buick. This discovery was undeniably significant, yet I was perplexed. At the previous crime scene, the perpetrator had meticulously erased all traces. How could such a glaring oversight have occurred this time? Was it truly a case of even the most meticulous plans can go awry? On the return journey, Zhou De chastised me for revealing my identification so early, as he had other inquiries he had not yet pursued. Once the shopkeeper learned of our identities, he would become guarded, and many details might not be freely shared. I reflected on his words and recognized my impulsiveness. Conversing with a shopkeeper is vastly different from engaging with a police officer, and the tone of conversation would naturally differ. Upon returning to the precinct, I handed the surveillance footage to Chao Yuan, requesting that he enhance the clarity. He had gained considerable renown within the team for resolving various technical challenges, attracting requests for assistance from other units. After examining the hard drive, Chao Yuan swiftly got to work. Remarkably, within 20 minutes, the footage was significantly clearer, allowing us to discern the suspect's height and build, which was crucial for our investigation. Subsequently, we approached the traffic police to retrieve surveillance footage from around Level Lake, spending 3 hours locating the vehicle and owner information. The owner was identified as Shui Daong, a 30-year-old Han man who typically drove unlicensed cabs and occasionally assisted with cargo transport. By afternoon, Shui Daong was brought into the interrogation room by his colleagues. Not only had the surveillance captured him, but we also discovered bloodstains in his vehicle. Captain Zhang instructed Yang Su and Xiao Yuan to conduct the questioning. Upon entering the room, Yang Su sternly asked, "Name?" "Shui Daong." "Age?" 30. "Do you know why you have been brought here?" Yang Su fixed him with an intense gaze, enunciating each word carefully. Shui Daong appeared nervous, rubbing his hands together as he shook his head. "Officer, I don't know. I was just sleeping at home. How could this possibly concern you? I advise you to come clean about your actions. If you cooperate, you may receive leniency," Yang Su replied, his tone noticeably elevated. Yet, this had little effect. Shui Daong maintained his innocence, refusing to say anything further. The initial round of questioning concluded, and Captain Zhang decided to let him stew for a few hours to reflect. Approximately 2 hours later, Zhang instructed me and Li Xin to enter. Although it was my first time conducting an interrogation, I had often observed such scenes in books and on television. Upon entering, I found Li Xin seated, taking notes, while I was unexpectedly designated as the primary interrogator. This left me momentarily stunned. What was the meaning of this arrangement? I took a sip of water and calmly addressed him. "You are Shui Daong, correct?" "Yes, officer." "Do not be overly anxious. This is merely a routine inquiry. Just answer truthfully." Upon hearing this, Shui Daong seemed considerably less resistant than before. Li Xian and Zhou De, who stood outside the interrogation room, were puzzled by my approach. I then slowly inquired, "What were you doing between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning on July 12th? His face paled upon hearing the time, and after a pause, he replied, "I should have been sleeping." "Sleeping? You must be mistaken. Would you like me to help jog your memory?" "At around 2 o'clock on July 12th, you drove to an abandoned factory, lingered for approximately half an hour, then proceeded to the shores of Level Lake, where you dragged a box from your trunk and discarded it into the water. Am I correct?" Upon hearing my account, Shui Daong's face turned ashen, and he frantically protested. "That wasn't me. The person you're describing isn't me. I was at home sleeping. I never went out." As he spoke, beads of perspiration began to trickle down his forehead. Chapter 10. A battle of wits. I let out a cold laugh and said, "Sleeping at home? Do you truly believe that yourself?" I held several images in my hand, intending for you to assist me in identifying the individuals depicted. I presented 3 stills extracted from surveillance footage, showcasing him inside a vehicle. I continued to inquire, "Is this person in the car you?" Among the 3 images, one was particularly clear. With the evidence in hand, there was no way he could deny it. I observed Shui Daong's face flush crimson, beads of sweat forming as his wide eyes fixated on the photographs before him. "The evidence has been presented," I stated. "Now, why not elucidate the situation yourself? Voluntarily sharing the truth will only benefit you." Suddenly, Shui Daong shouted, "I did not kill anyone. I am not the one who did it." His frantic response undoubtedly indicated his involvement in the case. Even if he did not wield the weapon, he was an accomplice. Noticing his panic, I chose not to press further. Given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to let him stew in his own anxiety. Typically, it would not be long before he began to divulge information, especially with his nerves frayed to the limit. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Captain Zhang patted me on the back and remarked with a smile, "Well done." He then turned and left, while my colleagues gave me approving thumbs-ups. Internally, I was still fraught with tension. After all, this was my first interrogation. That evening, we had a modest meal at the station. I brought a boxed lunch into the interrogation room, offering it to him, suggesting he eat before we continued. After finishing his meal, Shui Daong asked for a cigarette. I told him to wait a moment, stepped out to inform the captain, and handed him one. He took a deep drag and began to speak slowly. "I am merely a delivery man, often doing odd jobs to earn a little extra. That day, I parked my car on the street and dozed off inside. I had waited all day without receiving a single order. Around 8 o'clock that evening, I received a call from a stranger who provided me with an address and instructed me to transport a box and dispose of it in the lake. He mentioned that there was 100,000 yuan placed on top of the box, with the sole request that I not open it and simply follow his instructions. Initially, I felt someone was playing a trick on me, especially since I hadn't seen a single cent. The thought of going to such a desolate place at midnight frightened me. Yet, reflecting on my situation as a destitute individual with only a pack of cigarettes and a mere few dozen yuan to my name, I found little to fear beyond my financial plight. 100,000 yuan was an amount I could hardly dream of earning in years. I hadn't made a single sale in days, so I thought it worth a shot. At worst, I would have made a fruitless trip. Thus, I set off as instructed, arriving at the provided location shortly after 2 in the morning. Beforehand, I had checked the map. It led me to an abandoned factory. Upon arrival, I located the box and was elated to find the 100,000 yuan inside. It felt as though fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon me. Following his instructions, I dragged the box to the water's edge and threw it in. At first, I had inquired about the contents of the box, but the caller insisted I refrain from asking questions and simply do my job. However, while moving the box, I detected an odd odor emanating from within. Yet, considering the amount of money at stake, I dismissed my concerns and discarded it. Having listened to his account, I approached him and coldly remarked, "Shui Daong, you are far from honest. Are you concealing something?" He shook his head fervently, exclaiming, "No, I have shared everything I needed to." "Is that truly so?" "Absolutely certain." I replied sternly. "I merely asked if the person in the car was you. Why did you suddenly claim you did not kill anyone? You asserted you never opened the box, so how could you be aware that it contained a corpse?" This time, he fell silent, lowering his gaze as if lost in thought. Beside us, Li Xian calmly interjected, "Shui Daong, we discovered bloodstains in your car's trunk and have retrieved all footage of your journey. Your attempts to conceal the truth are futile." After a pause of approximately 10 minutes, Shui Daong sighed and confessed, "This matter truly does not involve me." While dragging the box, I noticed blood on the ground and, out of curiosity, opened a small corner of the box. What I saw nearly terrified me. Li Xian asked, "What did you see?" "A face, pale and devoid of color," Shui Daong stammered. I gazed at him and continued, "Was the person in the box still alive?" He shook his head and quietly said, "I was so frightened at that moment." After a while, I finally gathered my wits, crawled to the box, and checked beneath the person's nose for breath. There was none. I pressed my hand against their heart and felt no heartbeat, confirming they were deceased. "Why did you not choose to report this immediately?" I pressed, with a quivering voice. Shui Daong lamented, "I intended to call the police. I even dialed the number. Just as it was about to connect, I hung up. Upon reflection, I realized that reporting it would lead to my own arrest. There was no way to explain myself. All evidence would point to me, and I could not clear my name even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Besides, I have a family to support. A household of 6 depends on my income. I cannot afford to get into trouble." Outside the interrogation room, Zhouda and others retrieved his phone records, confirming that he had indeed dialed the emergency number at 3 o'clock in the morning on July 12th. Upon hearing his words, I sighed. "Do you realize that had you reported the incident initially, your situation would be entirely different now? Let me enlighten you. Aiding another in disposing of a body and assisting a suspect in destroying evidence constitutes the crime of aiding in the destruction of evidence, punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment or detention. If the circumstances are severe, the sentence may extend from 3 to 7 years. Upon hearing this, Shui Daong cried out in desperation, "Officer, I was merely confused in the moment. I did not kill anyone. I have a family to support. If I am caught, what will happen to them? Please help me. In this predicament, no one can assist you but yourself. Reflect deeply and consider whether there is anything you have yet to disclose." With that, I turned and exited the interrogation room, my thoughts lingering on the notion that everyone must bear the consequences of their actions and transgressions. Had I known it would come to this, would I have acted differently? Chapter 11. Designer Handbags. The following morning, Captain Zhang convened a meeting. During the session, he inquired, "Xiao Chun, did you notice a particular detail in Shui Daong's statements during the interrogation yesterday?" I glanced at Li Xian, who was also looking at me, and as I pondered, I could not recall the specific detail Captain Zhang was referring to. I quickly responded, "Captain Zhang, which aspect are you referring to?" Captain Zhang surveyed the room and calmly stated, "Did none of you pay attention?" It was Chao Yuan who tentatively suggested, "Is it about why Shui Daong opened the box?" Captain Zhang nodded appreciatively. Upon hearing Chao Yuan's remark, the realization dawned upon me, and I softly remarked, "He mentioned that while moving the box, he noticed bloodstains on the ground, and out of curiosity, he opened the box." Captain Zhang lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and slowly articulated, "At around 3 in the morning, in the dead of night, while dragging the box, would he have been able to see bloodstains if they were leaking? Moreover, during our on-site investigation, we found no bloodstains along the bank. Could it be that he is lying?" Li Xian whispered thoughtfully. Zhouda, with a keen gaze fixed on the clue wall, asserted, "He is certainly lying. When a person is anxious and terrified, their mind is in a tense state, instinctively focusing on how to escape the terrifying environment. How could they possibly notice bloodstains on the ground?" After listening to our discussion, Captain Zhang stated, "Based on the clues we currently possess, we know that Shui Daong moved a large box from an abandoned factory to his vehicle, drove to the shores of the horizontal lake, and ultimately discarded the box into the lake. As for his claim of opening the box due to seeing bloodstains during the move, this remains unverified, for there were no bloodstains at the scene. There are 2 possibilities. Either he lied, or he might have cleaned up the scene. Regardless of which it is, it indicates that Shui Daong has many unresolved issues." I pondered for a moment and queried, "Could it be that the rising tide at Horizontal Lake washed away the bloodstains?" As I understand, the tide typically rises from midnight to noon, and Shui Daong disposed of the box during the early hours. Zhouda interjected, "While the tide does rise, The distance from where the box was moved from his vehicle to the bank is approximately 60 meters. During high tide, the water level would only advance 30 meters towards the shore at most. There were also warning signs along the bank. And there remains a distance of about 30 meters where the box was dragged. There is no way no bloodstains could have been left. After a thorough discussion, Captain Zhang instructed Li Xian and me to visit Shui Dayong's residence, while Zhou De and Yang Su were tasked with going to the shores of Horizontal Lake to see if the box mentioned by Shui Dayong had been recovered and to meticulously search the area for any additional clues. As Li Xian and I drove, we navigated through winding routes and, after much effort, finally located his residence. The neighborhood was even more dilapidated than our steel new village, filled with numerous three-story self-built houses. It was quite expansive with many alleys. As we searched and inquired with residents, it took us half an hour to arrive at Shui Dayong's home. By now, it was nearly noon. We knocked on the door, and a woman in her 30s emerged. Eyeing us warily, "Who are you?" Li Xian produced her identification and gently replied, "We are police officers seeking information regarding your husband, Shui Dayong." The woman's gaze was complex as she scrutinized us, then responded in a subdued tone, "Come in." We entered, and it appeared that she was alone in the house. Her children and parents were not present. I took out my recording device, and Li Xian began her inquiry. "Do you have 6 family members in total?" I was momentarily taken aback by this question. Was it necessary to verify such a detail due to Shui Dayong's numerous lies? I thought to myself, even if Shui Dayong was deceitful, he wouldn't be foolish enough to fabricate something so trivial. The woman softly replied, "Yes. There are 6 of us, my parents-in-law and 2 children." Li Xian continued, "Don't you live with the 2 elders? Why haven't we seen them?" The woman sighed. "They lived with us until 6 months ago when my mother-in-law was diagnosed with cancer. She is currently receiving treatment in the hospital and during the day. My father-in-law takes care of her, while we switch shifts at night since we still need to take the children to school." Upon hearing this, I felt a tinge of curiosity and glanced at her. "I am merely conducting a routine inquiry. If anything I say makes you uncomfortable, please do not take offense." She nodded in acknowledgement. I then asked, "Are you a full-time homemaker?" "Yes," she replied. "Cancer treatment is not inexpensive. Does your family rely solely on your husband's income from driving?" The moment I posed this question, I noticed tears shimmering in her eyes as she choked out. "Ever since my mother-in-law fell ill, our lives have plummeted. We've spent about 500,000 to 600,000 in the past 6 months. We've sold everything of value, even mortgaged this house, yet we still cannot afford the treatment. My husband only sleeps 3 hours a day, the rest of the time he is out driving to earn money. Who would have thought he would encounter such a situation?" As she spoke, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Li Xian handed her a tissue and comforted her, saying, "Try not to worry too much. Things will eventually improve. Moreover, your children are quite outstanding. I've heard they excel academically and are frequently praised by their teachers, which is a glimmer of hope." I was taken aback, observing Li Xian. How did she know about Shui Dayong's children performing well in school? It seemed that everyone was diligently searching for clues and not overlooking any potential leads. Upon hearing Li Xian mention her child, the woman ceased her tears, and her expression brightened considerably. After conversing for a while longer, Li Xian and I prepared to leave. As we reached the door, I suddenly noticed a woman's handbag hanging at the side entrance of her house. At first glance, a handbag seemed inconsequential, but it was an Hermes bag. I recalled seeing that brand online. It must cost at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, which starkly contradicted their current circumstances. The woman seemed to catch my gaze fixated on her bag and hastily remarked, "The children will be getting out of school soon. I need to pick them up. If you have no further questions." She glanced at Li Xian and me. I smiled and replied, "Then we won't disturb you any longer. This will be all for today." We turned to leave. On our way back, Li Xian occasionally scrutinized me. However, I was absorbed in contemplating the case and paid her no mind. Upon arriving at the police station, as I was about to head towards our team, she pulled me aside and quietly asked, "What did you notice when we were leaving?" "A handbag." I responded with a smile. She looked puzzled. "What is so special about a handbag? Which household doesn't have one?" I was exasperated with her. She must have noticed it earlier but failed to recognize its significance. Have you ever seen someone on the brink of financial collapse carrying a handbag worth several tens of thousands of yuan? Her expression turned to one of shock. "Are you saying that bag is worth tens of thousands?" I happened to have seen that brand online, and its price was over 60,000 yuan. With that, I walked towards the team, leaving her standing there in a daze. Chapter 12. The Cunning Fox. 2 days passed, and that morning, we were engaged in a discussion regarding the case. Yang Su entered, informing us that the bloodstain analysis from the trunk of Shui Dayong's vehicle had been completed. It belonged to Zhou Xiang. Moreover, the trunk had been retrieved, matching the one in the surveillance footage. It was now confirmed that the trunk Shui Dayong had transported in the early hours of July 12th contained Zhou Xiang's body. Captain Zhang instructed us to interrogate Shui Dayong once more. Over the past 2 days, we had visited the hospital where his mother was receiving treatment. In the eyes of his parents, Shui Daong was a devoted and filial son, oblivious to his misdeeds. Once again, it was Li Xian and I who entered the interrogation room. Shui Daong appeared more haggard than in previous days. I regarded him calmly and asked, Shui Daong, have you given any thought to the situation these past few days? Is there anything you wish to express? His complexion was pale as he murmured, I have told you everything I know. Are you certain you have disclosed all the details? I gazed at this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat simple-minded individual, reflecting on the complexity of the human heart. Even at this stage, he continued to lie, devoid of any telltale signs of deceit. This indicated that Shui Daong was far more intricate than we had initially presumed. Sensing my scrutiny, he sighed, Officer, I truly have nothing more to say. I scoffed. You are indeed one who only weeps upon seeing the coffin. Tell me, you claimed that you opened the trunk upon seeing the bloodstains. The shore was pitch black that night. If you intended to discreetly dispose of the matter, why would you turn on the lights? How did you notice the bloodstains? After a prolonged pause, Shui Daong stammered, I saw it by the moonlight. By the moonlight? Yes. Having anticipated such a response, I had already checked the weather conditions for that day, which reported overcast skies. I stated sternly, Shui Daong, if you are to fabricate a story, at least ensure that the facts align. It was a cloudy night, shrouded in darkness. Where was this moonlight you speak of? At this, he fell silent again, his hands fidgeting restlessly. Without allowing him to speak, I pressed on. Did you not claim to have received 100,000 from that mysterious individual? Why on July 12th? Did your bank account show a balance of 700,000, and you also paid 30,000 in medical expenses at the hospital? At this juncture, Shui Daong appeared to crack under pressure, shouting, I don't know. I didn't take that money. Someone is framing me. Li Xian, unable to contain herself, interjected. Framing you? The bank surveillance footage has captured you depositing that money yourself, and you are the one who paid your mother's medical bills. What more do you have to say? Just then, Captain Zhang entered the interrogation room, catching both Li Xian and me off guard. Observing the expression on his face, it was clear that new developments had arisen. Captain Zhang approached Shui Daong, tossing the coroner's autopsy report in front of him, and sternly stated, Shui Daong, are you aware that the individual in the trunk was still alive when you disposed of it? What? Impossible. I distinctly checked for his breathing and heartbeat. He was unresponsive. Shui Daong's eyes fixated on the report, his lips trembling uncontrollably. This revelation astonished both Li Xian and me. How could this be? Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. Had Shui Daong been lying from the start? Had Zhou Xiang been murdered by him? And was he deliberately framing the narrative to mitigate his guilt? While Li Xian and I pondered this, Captain Zhang continued, are you still unwilling to speak the truth? Shui Daong sat there, dazed and speechless. Ignoring him, Captain Zhang continued, someone offered you $1 million, provided you eliminate Zhou Xiang. And that was precisely when your financial situation became dire. 6 months ago, your mother was diagnosed with cancer, and the costs of treatment were exorbitant. You had already spent over 500,000 without any improvement, having exhausted all avenues with friends and relatives, yet still lacking funds. Just when you were at your wit's end, that mysterious individual contacted you, offering $1 million in exchange for Zhou Xiang's complete disappearance. He instructed you on how to respond should you be discovered, ensuring that your charges would be minimized, at most, a few years in prison before your release. At that moment, with your family and financial troubles resolved, you perceived this as an opportunity to take a calculated risk. Upon hearing Captain Zhang's account, Shui Daong did not deny it. Instead, he raised his head and laughed maniacally. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he shouted, even if what you say is true, so what? Do you have evidence? Mere words carry no weight. It was then that I comprehended the authenticity of Shui Daong's current demeanor. Evidence. If there were no evidence, would I be here discussing this with you? We located Zhou Xiang's residence prior to his disappearance and discovered your fingerprints there, confirming it as the primary crime scene. Moreover, we retrieved surveillance footage from that location, capturing you entering Zhou Xiang's room and leaving with the trunk, which took approximately an hour. Captain Zhang pulled out his phone, showing Shui Daong the surveillance video, and asked solemnly, do you recognize this place? Shui Daong gazed at the footage, rendered mute. Disregarding his silence, Captain Zhang pressed on. Your silence matters little. The evidence chain is now complete, and you will face the full extent of the law. At that moment, Shui Daong let out a self-mocking laugh. Muttering to himself, I never intended for it to come to this. If it weren't for my desperate situation, I am just a cargo driver. How could I possibly engage in such deeds? Speak now. This is your final opportunity. Captain Zhang remained unyielding. Shui Daong spoke in a low voice. The situation is as you described. When I found myself cornered, that individual contacted me, offering a substantial sum to resolve my pressing issues, but required me to assist him with a task. He outlined the risks involved and urged me to consider my choices before getting back to him. I initially refused, But as my mother's condition worsened and the medical expenses escalated, I found myself with no alternative but to reach out to him. Is that so? Shui Daong, even now you persist in your deception. You truly are incorrigible. Li Xian shot him a cold glare. As I sat there observing Captain Zhang and Li Xian, I sensed they must have uncovered something significant, or they would not speak so firmly. I realized my own youth had clouded my judgment. I had hoped to elicit some truth from him, but it appeared that without their presence, I would have only heard more of his fabrications. Chapter 13. The Jim Li Xian presented me with a printed document, opening it to reveal the bold title loan agreement. As I continued reading, I discovered that Shui Daong had borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates, and not through a legitimate company. Shui Daong, did you truly resort to such measures because your mother is battling cancer? Li Xian's inquiry left him momentarily speechless. Confusion etched on his face. What do you mean by that? Just moments ago, Captain Zhang had recounted a fabricated tale, and now he was twisting it to mislead us. The truth was evident. He was in desperate need of money, but the primary purpose was likely not to fund his mother's treatment, rather to indulge in his own extravagance. We had scrutinized his bank statements, revealing that over the past 6 months, he had lavished more than 600,000 on a streamer. Despite his early departures and late returns, he spent the majority of his days lounging in his car, admiring women. Li Xian's growing indignation was palpable. The ideal husband in the eyes of his wife and the dutiful son in the eyes of his parents turned out to be someone utterly different. With clarity, I understood that this man, who appeared to toil endlessly for his family, was instead squandering hard-earned money to satiate his vanity. When funds ran low, he resorted to high-interest loans. Yet, one question lingered in my mind. How could such a person justify spending over 60,000 on a designer bag for his wife? Under ordinary circumstances, this would be inconceivable. If he did not purchase the bag, then who might have gifted it to her? With this thought, I decided to probe further. I closed the case file on the table and calmly inquired, Shui Daong, when we visited your home the other day, we noticed you had purchased a designer bag worth over 60,000 for your wife. This indicates that you do indeed care for her. What? A bag worth over 60,000? Impossible. I have never bought her anything that expensive, he retorted, his initial silence shattered by incredulity. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, no way. You must be lying. My wife would never spend that much on anything. His reaction suggested that he was indeed speaking the truth. His astonishment at the mention of the bag, coupled with his immediate denial, revealed his genuine emotions. From a psychological perspective, subconscious reactions often reflect one's true thoughts, which cannot be feigned. Li Xian, unaware of my reasoning, tugged at my sleeve beneath the table. Just as I was about to continue my questioning, Captain Zhang turned to us with a glance that signaled the end of today's proceedings. We fell silent as two colleagues escorted Shui Daong away. Once outside the interrogation room, Li Xian grasped my arm. Shin Tian, what did that remark of yours mean? After all this time working together, do you still feel the need to conceal things from me? I smiled at her, pondering. This assertive woman was unexpectedly tenacious. Had it not been for our time in the interrogation room, I would never have guessed she had uncovered so many clues without mentioning them. My silence prompted a shift in her demeanor. Her expression hardened as she demanded, I'm asking you a question. What are you daydreaming about? Realizing she might be overthinking, I shrugged and replied, that was just a spontaneous thought. Consider this. If that man truly loved his wife, buying her an extravagant gift would be understandable. Do you think Shui Daong fits that profile? He has been sneaking around behind his wife's and parents' backs, engaging in all sorts of questionable activities. Upon hearing my words, Li Xian relaxed her grip. As I moved toward the exit, I turned without looking back and remarked, Li, the enchanting beauty. Would you care to accompany me to a certain place? Upon hearing my invitation, she snorted and swiftly moved to the driver's seat of her car, leaving me momentarily taken aback. Truly, she was not someone to be underestimated. Upon arriving near Shui Daong's home, Li Xian looked at me with curiosity. You said you would explain once we arrived. Why are we here? In the interrogation room today, I sensed that Shui Daong was concealing something significant. Whatever it was, it must hold considerable importance to him. The moment we reached his residence, I noted that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. His wife, while not excessively made up, wore and used items that were anything but ordinary. Li Xian retorted, what's wrong with a woman treating herself well? She works hard for her family. It is only natural she dresses well. Moreover, Shui Daong's secrecy may stem from fear of retaliation from that mysterious individual. Seeing her indignant expression, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. You make a valid point. I merely wish to confirm my suspicions. How do you plan to do that? She asked, intrigued. Patience, just watch, I replied. As we conversed, Shui Daong's wife emerged, her attire suggesting she was meeting someone important. We followed her for about 20 minutes until she halted at the entrance of a gym. Scanning her surroundings before entering, Li Xian furrowed her brow, murmuring, With her mother-in-law in the hospital and her husband imprisoned, what is this woman thinking? How can she find time for the gym? I observed the direction she had vanished, scoffing, dressed so exquisitely. It's unlikely she came here merely to work out. Lee Exine shot me a sideways glance. What do you mean by that? I chose not to answer, walking into the gym. Inside, the establishment was bustling, but I did not spot the woman. Lee Exine joined me, and I gestured for her to keep watch at the entrance while I searched the premises. After thoroughly investigating the gym without success, I returned to the front desk and whispered to Lee Exine, "I've checked everywhere. She's not here." "That's impossible." We saw her enter. "She couldn't have slipped past me," she insisted, perplexed. Just then, we noticed a handsome man escorting Shui Daong and Appo's wife toward the exit. We quickly concealed ourselves, watching as they exited together. Exchanging glances, we followed them outside, only to see them get into a Mercedes. As I had suspected, this woman was not as simple as she appeared. Watching the car pull away, I murmured, "We must act quickly." Without delay, Lee Exine and I hailed a taxi to pursue them. Chapter 14. An interesting pair as we traveled along the road. I noticed that Lee Exine still wore a look of astonishment on her face. I gently patted her shoulder and whispered, "I've forgotten that woman's name." "Lu Ximing." She replied casually. Upon hearing this name, I chuckled and remarked, "She truly lives up to her name. Her husband exists in reality, while she dwells in dreams." What kind of woman would be interested in Shui Daong? It seems this fellow is quite something. After about half an hour, the luxurious car came to a halt in front of a 4-star hotel. They alighted, and I observed the handsome man holding Lu Ximing's hand. Both of them laughing and chatting like a couple in the throes of romance as they entered the hotel. Lee Exine sighed, looking at me, and softly inquired, "What do we do now?" "Of course, we wait for them to come out. I suspect it won't be long," I replied with a smile. Lee Exine, not grasping my intention, regarded my mischievous grin with suspicion and suddenly seemed to realize something. She snorted coldly, "What are you talking about? You're truly shameless." I was taken aback by her words, feeling bewildered. Unable to restrain myself, I asked, "What are you thinking? Look at the time. School is about to end. Doesn't she need to pick up her child?" Upon hearing my words, Lee Exine's expression changed abruptly. She glanced at the time awkwardly and murmured, "There's still an hour until school lets out. They'll need about half an hour to return." "Which means they only have half an hour. Are these two out of their minds? You cannot judge a couple in the throes of passion by common standards." "What do you mean by that? Have you never been in love?" "Chen Tian, I'm discussing serious matters. Don't divert me with trivialities." People in love tend to act on impulse, their minds dulled by emotions. They seldom think things through. Lee Exine stared at me, her eyes darting about, her expression one of sudden understanding. I felt a chill run down my spine and turned my head to cough softly. About 20 minutes later, they emerged from the hotel. "So soon? I didn't expect that." I looked at Lee Exine, who was also gazing at me, and we both burst into laughter. I noticed Lu Ximing nestled in the man's embrace, far more intimate than when they had entered the hotel. They got into the car and drove off in the direction they had come from, quickly vanishing from sight. We did not follow them. Instead, we entered the hotel and requested the front desk to retrieve the room records of the pair we had just seen, along with a copy of the hotel's surveillance footage. On our way back to the team, Lee Exine gazed at me with a complex expression. "Chen Tian, what do you think Shui Daong and Lu Ximing are thinking? With an ailing elder above and 2 school-going children below, how can they act without considering the consequences?" I sighed. Who knows? They are indeed irresponsible, a disgrace to humanity. But that is not the crux of the matter. I have a bold hypothesis. Lee Exine, curious, pressed. "What is it? Speak up, you're driving me crazy." I ignored her urgency and said slowly, "Did you notice that Mercedes? What about it? That car is quite new, as if it was purchased not long ago. This detail requires further verification. But even if it is new, what of it? We've only monitored Shui Daong's bank account. We haven't checked Lu Ximing's." At this, Lee Exine began to understand. She turned slightly, speaking softly. "Are you suggesting that the car might have been purchased with Lu Ximing's money?" I nodded and added, "Strictly speaking, it should be said that Lu Ximing purchased it for that man. This could also imply that Shui Daong received not just 1 million. That mysterious figure must have provided more. To be cautious, Shui Daong divided the money into several portions, depositing some into his wife's account. Doesn't this also suggest that Lu Ximing is aware of Shui Daong's actions, perhaps even involved, likely the mastermind behind it all?" Lee Exine's eyes widened, as if she had uncovered something significant. I chuckled softly, calmly articulating, "Indeed, that is my theory. However, all these speculations require meticulous verification. We need evidence to substantiate them." Upon returning to the team, Lee Exine and I split our tasks. She would investigate Lu Ximing's bank account information and the accounts of those closely associated with Shui Daong for any unusual fund transfers, while I would focus on the man closely linked to Lu Ximing and the Mercedes. I approached the traffic police department to retrieve information about the car. The owner, Zheng Jian, is a 29-year-old Han man. Upon viewing the photograph, I confirmed he was indeed the individual who drove the Mercedes today, and the vehicle had been purchased less than a week ago. Through inquiries among colleagues, I learned that Zheng Jian is a fitness trainer, earning a base salary of around 5,000 yuan a month, contingent on performance based on membership sign-ups. Colleagues mentioned that Zheng Jian had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with one of his female trainees, who was quite extravagant, gifting him many items such as luxury watches and designer clothes, and she had also paid a substantial sum for membership. Additionally, she had a peculiar request. Whenever she came in, Zheng Jian was to train her alone to please her. Zheng Jian even gifted her a rather expensive item, reportedly costing several tens of thousands. The more information I uncovered, the more I perceived Xue Dayong as a true victim, unaware that his wife was spending vast sums to provide for another man, all while he attempted to conceal her actions. I couldn't help but wonder how he would react upon learning the truth. As night fell, Li Exine hurriedly entered, clutching a thick stack of documents. Upon reaching the office area, she walked straight to my desk, placed the files down, and, panting, fixed her gaze on me, silent for a moment. Seeing her like this, I could not help but inquire, "What did you find? Speak up." At my prompting, she broke into a smile, lightly scoffing, "As you predicted." In addition to substantial funds flowing into Liu Ximing's account, 3 individuals closely related to Xue Dayong also experienced unusual fund deposits recently. It's no wonder that Xue Dayong still refuses to speak the truth. He seems to believe he'll have the chance to enjoy himself after he's released. I opened the documents on my desk, reviewing the records of fund transfers. Roughly estimating, the total approached 2 million yuan. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That mysterious individual is indeed formidable. As we contemplated the situation, Chao Yuan approached us, his expression serious. There's a new development. I've reprocessed the surveillance footage. Upon careful examination, I discovered that on the night of July 12th, there was another person seated behind Xue Dayong's car. Chapter 15. An overnight interrogation. The news from Chao Yuan was absolutely shocking. Until now, we had all assumed that Xue Dayong had acted alone that night. We never imagined there was another person in the car, who remained completely hidden from view. We urged Chao Yuan to replay the surveillance video, and everyone focused intently on the scenes he described. Under Chao Yuan's guidance, we soon discerned a figure seated in the back seat of the vehicle. Honestly, if the angle of the car had not been slightly skewed, we might not have captured this individual at all. The video revealed that the person was slender and donned in blue clothing, but further details remained obscured. At that moment, Captain Zhang emerged from the office. Noticing us engrossed in the video, he inquired, "What is going on? Any new findings?" Captain Zhang, during the video analysis, I discovered that on the night of July 12th, there was indeed another person in Xue Dayong's car. Chao Yuan responded, rising to speak. "What? Tell me. What did you uncover?" Upon hearing this, Captain Zhang hastily approached to scrutinize the footage. I noticed that the others shifted their gazes toward me and Li Exine. I understood their implication and quickly stated, "We found that Xue Dayong's wife, Liu Ximing, is involved, and it appears that Xue Dayong received over 1 million from a mysterious figure." After speaking, I gestured for Li Exine to present the evidence we had gathered to Captain Zhang. After reviewing the documents, Captain Zhang instructed us to bring Liu Ximing and Zheng Jian in for questioning. About an hour later, both Liu Ximing and Zheng Jian were brought back, each escorted to separate interrogation rooms. We prepared for an intensive overnight interrogation, as we had the most leads concerning them both. This time, it was Li Exine who would lead the questioning, while I took notes, as we were most familiar with her circumstances. Upon entering the interrogation room, I gazed at the elegant and poised woman before me, marveling inwardly at the stark contrast between her appearance and her true nature. Based on her outward attributes, it was unfathomable that she could engage in such deeds. Li Exine glanced at her, then slowly took a seat, softly asking, "What is your name?" "Liu Ximing." "Do you know why we summoned you here at such a late hour?" "Officer, have you misunderstood something? Or have you listened to someone speak ill of me?" "Oh, if you had done nothing wrong, you wouldn't fear others' gossip. I am merely a full-time homemaker, caring for my children and my ailing mother-in-law. How could you wrongfully accuse me?" As she spoke, tears began to flow, and she exhibited profound distress. Li Exine and I exchanged glances, sensing that this woman was just as skilled at theatrics as her husband. Unbeknownst to her, the person with whom she was secretly meeting was also in our custody, which was why she vehemently denied any allegations against her. Li Exine could no longer tolerate this duplicitous woman and coldly scoffed, "Stop acting. The first time we visited your home, you portrayed yourself as heartbroken, yet here you are again, putting on the same charade." Upon hearing this, Liu Ximing seemed to grasp something, and her sobs gradually subsided. I then asked, "Do you know Zheng Jian?" Upon hearing that name, Liu Ximing furrowed her brow and appeared startled. After several seconds, she muttered, I don't know him. Don't know him? Then why does he claim to know you, and that your relationship is more than ordinary? He.S. lying. I don't know anyone named Zheng Jian. How could someone like me, who stays at home, know a stranger? Oh, is that so? He is no stranger. He is a fitness trainer. And you are one of his students. Now, are you still going to play the fool? After a pause of about 2 minutes, Lu Ximing quietly admitted, I remember now. The trainer who taught me fitness was named Zheng Jian. He simply instructs me on how to exercise, and I am not very familiar with him. I set my pen down and said solemnly, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Do you understand the consequences of deceiving us or providing false testimony? I can also inform you that Zheng Jian has been brought back, and he is currently being interrogated. Upon hearing this, she became anxious, her face flushed. Her eyes cast downward. It was evident that Lu Ximing was deeply conflicted. On one hand, she feared what Zheng Jian might reveal, while on the other, she likely still trusted him, having invested herself in him. Noticing that this woman was still struggling internally, I decided to stoke the fire further. Pushing her to the brink of losing control, I retrieved the video captured at the hotel earlier that day and approached her, whispering, Ms. Lu, what were you and Zheng Jian doing at the hotel this afternoon? Don't tell me he was teaching you fitness. Upon seeing the footage of Zheng Jian embracing her, laughing and chatting, her demeanor shifted dramatically. She shouted, that is not me. You're framing me. I've never been there. Framing you? The surveillance clearly shows the times you entered and exited and which room you visited. You cannot wriggle out of this. You may choose to remain silent until Zheng Jian clarifies the situation, but by then, your words will carry little weight. I stated, emphasizing each word. The groundwork had been laid. Now, I would leave her to contemplate, for the long night ahead afforded us ample time. We exited the interrogation room, leaving her to reflect. Outside the room, Li Xian and I stood behind the one-way glass, observing Lu Ximing's actions and demeanor. This woman was far more complex than we had anticipated. After a prolonged wait, she exhibited no signs of distress. As time passed, she seemed to grow increasingly calm. This was unexpected. However, upon reflection, if she could be easily exposed by a mere exchange of words, how could she have orchestrated such a scheme? Li Xian asked a colleague to keep an eye on things for a moment and led me into the workspace. Upon entering, we found several cups of milk tea prepared on the table. Seeing the milk tea, warmth spread through my heart, and I smiled, saying, who treated us to this? How delightful. Chao Yuan casually remarked. Who else could it be but our esteemed Captain Zhang? As we chatted and sipped our drinks, Captain Zhang walked in, glanced at us, and softly said, thank you for your hard work tonight. Let us aim to resolve this with the two of them. Tomorrow, everyone gets a day off to rest at home. In unison, we responded yes. Just then, Zhou De entered, beaming as he announced, Zheng Jian has confessed everything. This was excellent news. We had anticipated that Zheng Jian would crack under pressure, but we hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. Sharing a knowing smile with Li Xian, I couldn't help but whisper, this fellow truly possesses an extraordinary efficiency in his work. Chapter 16. The unfathomable human heart. Captain Zhang lit a cigarette, inhaled a couple of puffs, and turned to Zhou, inquiring, what did Zheng Jian say? He mentioned that this entire affair was orchestrated by Lu Xindring. She received this intelligence from Shui Daong and came to seek him out, claiming it was a remarkable opportunity, one that could secure Shui Daong's incarceration while also yielding a substantial sum of money. They could then boldly be together. Moreover, as long as Shui Daong remained silent, they would be unharmed. Zhou was not particularly fond of milk tea, so he brewed himself a cup of tea, savoring it thoughtfully. Captain Zhang furrowed his brow and continued. The autopsy results of Zhou Xiang revealed that he drowned, yet prior to his demise, he had suffered sharp instrument stab wounds. The nature of the injuries indicates a sharp cutting wound on the upper edge, while the lower edge, devoid of a blade, displayed minor abrasions. This leads us to deduce that the weapon was akin to a single-edged knife, yet it has yet to be discovered. After speaking, Captain Zhang glanced at us, and we all comprehended his implication. We hoped this interrogation would unveil the whereabouts of the weapon from the mouths of the two suspects. Approximately 2 hours later, Li Xian and I re-entered the interrogation room, ready to delve directly into the subject matter and observe her reactions. Upon seeing us, Lu Xindring exhibited a semblance of anticipation, hastily asking, Officer, when can I be released? Li Xian raised an eyebrow, responding, I'm afraid you won't be leaving anytime soon. I haven't done anything. Why won't you let me go? Lu Xindring protested. Lu Xindring, I advise you to be forthcoming. Zheng Jian next door has already spilled everything. Impossible. You must be trying to intimidate me. You're just saying that on purpose. I approached Lu Xindring, holding the interrogation records from earlier, adorned with Zheng Jian's signature, and presented it to her. Do you see this? Now, tell me, how did you conspire with him? Upon viewing Zheng Jian's signature, Lu Xindring's demeanor visibly deteriorated. indicative of a significant psychological blow leading to a state of nervous exhaustion. Perhaps she had always believed Zheng Jian would never betray her, given her kindness and sacrifices for him. After a prolonged silence, she finally began to speak, her voice hollow. When my husband first mentioned this matter, I was terrified. After all, it concerned a life. At that time, life was difficult for us, with a sick family member draining our finances. After careful deliberation, we considered taking the risk. My husband was oblivious to my gym visits. I knew this was wrong, but Zheng Jian was so exceptional. From the very first moment I passed the gym and saw him, I was entranced. And so, we naturally became involved. Being with him brought immense joy, and he was always attentive and caring. When I returned to the gym, I confided in Zheng Jian. Initially, he was fearful. I shared my thoughts with him, believing we could execute this flawlessly, securing money, escaping Shuedaong, and being together. He agreed without hesitation. The subsequent events are known to you all. Though this aligned with my suspicions, hearing it from her lips still left me astounded. Who could have imagined that this seemingly gentle woman had orchestrated such a scheme? I looked at her and intoned, "And what of the knife that injured Zhou Xiang? It's beneath the floor mat in the back seat of the car. You likely didn't anticipate that after stabbing Zhou Xiang, he appeared lifeless, yet he later revived?" Lu Xindrim nodded. After stabbing Zhou Xiang, Shuedaong saw him lying motionless, bleeding profusely, which must have incited panic within him. He checked for breath, discovering none, thus concluding Zhou Xiang was dead. In reality, Zhou Xiang had merely lost excessive blood, entering a state of apparent death, where heartbeat and respiration became exceedingly faint, often undetectable without instruments, particularly not by an anxious Shuedaong in that moment. She absorbed my words without much surprise, as if everything were detached from her. Li Xian produced a photograph, revealing a figure in the back seat of the car, and inquired solemnly, "You were in the car that night, weren't you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xindrim visibly flinched, pausing for a minute before offering a wry smile. "Yes." "Why did you follow?" Li Xian pressed further. Lu Xindrim hesitated, only managing a foolish grin. I interjected, sighing, because she knew where the surveillance cameras were along the shores of the lake, where disposing of the body would be captured, ensuring her husband's conviction, thus allowing her plan to unfold flawlessly. At this moment, Lu Xindrim laughed even louder. Li Xian shot me a glance, her expression rich with complexity. Yet she refrained from questioning me further. I disregarded her, moving closer to Lu Xindrim, asking, "One last question. Have you seen the mysterious benefactor who provided you with the funds?" Lu Xindrim shook her head, gazing at me in confusion. I only heard from Shuedaong that the individual was of similar height, but had a more proportionate physique. Beyond that, I know nothing. Thus, we exited the interrogation room and returned to the office area. Progress had been made in Zhou Xiang's case. Although the mastermind remained elusive, all accomplices had been apprehended. The clues gathered promised further revelations. As I settled at my desk, preparing to sip my tea, Li Xian approached, pulling me aside gently. She whispered, "I have two questions I can't quite grasp. First, why did Lu Xindrim refuse to speak the truth until she saw Zheng Jian's testimony? Second, how did you know she was following Shuedao?" I chuckled softly, looking up at her. Sensing her extensive work experience contrasted sharply with her naivety in matters of the heart. Clearing my throat, I replied quietly, "It's all about love." After pausing for effect, "What do you mean? Please clarify." I assented evident. Initially, she was reluctant to speak because she believed Zheng Jian was sincere. Therefore, out of love, she would reveal nothing. The ideal was beautiful, yet reality was harsh. Upon discovering Zheng Jian had betrayed her, she must have realized that all the prior enchantments were mere illusions. For a heartbroken woman, many things become inconsequential. Thus, she was willing to divulge everything. The second question is even simpler. If you were in her position, how would you ensure this plan was foolproof? Naturally, you would meticulously plan and personally oversee it for added security. In truth, I had contemplated this for quite some time. The individual in the back seat had never exited the vehicle, nor did it seem she aided Shuedaong in any manner. So what purpose did her presence serve? Eventually, I deduced that she lacked confidence in Shuedaong. If he deviated from her plan, all her efforts would have been in vain. Additionally, I traced Lu Xindrim's movements that day, discovering she lingered along the lakeshore for an extended period, particularly near the crime scene. She had long since plotted to ensure Shuedaong's conviction, allowing herself to be with Zheng Jian without restraint. Li Xian listened intently, her eyes wide with realization, and remarked, "I never expected you to have invested so much effort in this aspect." With that, she turned and left, denying me the opportunity for rebuttal. What lingers in my mind is that all of this appears to be inconsequential. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this woman, Lu Xindrim, exhibits an extraordinary ruthlessness, reminiscent of the real-life incarnation of Pan something. What a statement. De Lang ought to take his medicine. Chapter 17. The corpse in the park the following day, all the members of our team were given a day off. To be honest, I found the prospect of a holiday less intriguing than work. As a solitary individual, returning to an empty house each day left me at a loss for how to occupy my time. Perhaps it was due to my youth. But when I arrived home in the early hours, sleep eluded me. After a soothing hot shower, I lay quietly on my bed, forcing myself to rest for a moment. Hello, Chin Tian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Who are you? How do you know my name? In the darkness, I spotted a figure standing several dozen meters away, facing me with a sinister grin. That laughter felt oddly familiar, as if I had encountered it before. I hurried towards the figure, eager to uncover their identity. Yet, no matter how fast I ran, I remained about 30 meters behind, and the laughter grew ever more maniacal. Suddenly, the figure halted and coldly remarked, I know you, I understand you thoroughly, but you seem to be unaware of me. The amusing part of life has only just begun. Before I could respond, everything around me plunged into darkness, and I jolted awake, realizing it had all been a dream. I found myself drenched in sweat, and as I reflected on the dream, the laughter echoed in my mind. But the source remained elusive, causing a throbbing headache. I dismissed the thoughts and glanced at the time. It was 9 a.m. A sense of dread washed over me. I was late. I hastily got up, quickly groomed myself, donned my uniform, and prepared to head to the station. As I reached the door, I sensed something was amiss. It seemed the entire team had the day off. There was no point in going in. I must have been in a daze. Since I couldn't return to sleep, I changed into casual attire to take a stroll in the park, to breathe in the fresh air and relish the beauty of nature. As I opened the door, I was startled to find Li Exine standing there, seemingly poised to knock. She too was taken aback by my sudden movement and promptly said, I was looking for you. I have something important to discuss, but you didn't answer your calls, so I had no choice but to come here. With a smile, I replied, let's south walk to the park and talk. She nodded in agreement. I refrained from inviting her inside because my room was in utter disarray, with no place to sit. I preferred to keep my disorganized life a secret from my colleagues. Through our conversation, I learned she had just arrived and had intended to wait for me downstairs. After calling me 5 or 6 times without a response, she decided to come upstairs to knock on my door. We reached a pavilion in the park and settled by the water. Li Exine turned to me and softly asked, when you were at the Shijiao police station, did you receive a mysterious phone call? Her words took a moment to register, and after pondering for a while, I responded, are you referring to that enigmatic call late at night? Yes. Did you not hear a woman scream and a man laughing? Indeed. It struck me as odd since I had just changed my phone number and only a few people knew it. Moreover, it was quite late. Do you remember the voices? I have a recording. With that, I swiftly retrieved my phone and played the recording. Upon hearing the woman scream, Li Exine gasped, murmuring, how could this be? Noticing her reaction, I pressed, what is going on? Please, tell me. Seeing my urgency, Li Exine calmly replied, the woman's scream you heard that night is. Before she could finish, we were suddenly interrupted by frantic shouts from the park. Without a moment to waste, we sprang to our feet and rushed towards the chaos. From a distance, we could see a crowd gathered near the restroom. Upon arrival, we discovered a person kneeling on the toilet, a rope twisted around her neck, drawing tight, while blood dripped continuously from her mouth. The victim's attire suggested she worked at a nearby nightclub. She wore a purple tank top and an exceedingly short skirt. Her slender legs adorned with black stockings, and her makeup was heavily applied. The girl who had initially stumbled upon this scene was so shocked that she could barely speak. I quickly called Captain Zhang, and after about 10 minutes, he arrived with other colleagues. The coroner examined the body closely, whispering, rigor mortis has set in. Livor mortis has merged into large patches. Lips are beginning to shrivel and crack. Using constrictors and dilators, the pupils still react. Time of death, approximately 56 hours ago. Preliminary conclusions suggest death by asphyxiation, likely due to strangulation with the rope. A definitive cause will be determined post-autopsy. After hearing the coroner's assessment, Captain Zhang began assigning tasks. This case bore similarities to the previous villa incident. Only the location had shifted from a residential area to a park. Zhouda, Yangsu, check the nearby surveillance cameras. Wang Lei, Yuan Jiejia, interview the local residents. Chao Yuan, take this young lady to take a statement. Extract DNA for identification purposes and expedite the process to confirm the victim's identity. As they prepared to leave, they noticed Li Exine and me standing together. Chao Yuan curiously inquired, what is going on between you two? How come you're here early? Upon hearing this, my colleagues turned their heads towards us. Li Exine's face flushed crimson, and I felt it necessary to clarify the situation to prevent any misunderstandings. Stepping forward to Captain Zhang, I explained, Captain, here is the situation. Li Exine came to find me this morning to discuss an issue, and we agreed to meet here. We had exchanged many words before we heard the screams and witnessed this scene. Li Exine nodded in agreement. I had said all there was to say. whether they believed it was beyond my control. Chow Yuan and the others exchanged amused glances, their expressions suggestive of an understanding without words. Captain Zhang merely glanced at us without further comment. The others proceeded with their tasks while Li Xian and I accompanied Captain Zhang to conduct a scene investigation. Upon meticulous examination, we discovered several scratch marks on the restroom door. Additionally, we found a small, bloodied nail fragment near the toilet, an undeniably significant discovery. The scratches likely resulted from the victim's desperate struggle. After some time, the body was transported back to the station, and our day off was officially revoked. Once at the station, I intended to ask Li Xian about the conversation she had yet to finish, especially in light of the circumstances. I was also curious as to how she had come to know about this incident. I recalled mentioning it to old Lu and having Chow Yuan look into it. Given his energetic nature, it was likely he had spread the word. However, upon arriving at the station, I found Li Xian was nowhere to be seen, leading me to assume she had been assigned a task by Captain Zhang. The office was eerily quiet, with only me remaining. After a considerable wait, Chow Yuan emerged from the interrogation room. I anxiously said, "I leave this to you. I'm heading out to follow leads." Without waiting for his response, I dashed out. Chapter 18. The Man in Black. After leaving the team, I hastened directly to the park where the incident occurred. It was not far from my residence, and I had passed by there at 4 in the morning the previous night. Reflecting on that moment, I recalled the park was quite dimly lit, with only a few lights installed at the corners, while the public restroom remained illuminated. I vaguely remembered seeing someone enter the restroom, specifically the women's side on the right. The door of the stall where the incident transpired was ajar, and a rope hung down vertically from above. How could she have missed it? According to the coroner's report, the time of the woman's demise was estimated to be around 3 in the morning. The murderer would have needed some time to stage the scene after strangling her. I sighed inwardly, realizing that the person I might have seen last night could very well be the perpetrator, which explained his calm demeanor as he entered. Upon arriving at the park, I was surprised to find Li Xian there, engaged in conversation with a woman. They appeared to be enjoying their discussion. I quickened my pace towards them, and upon noticing me, Li Xian paused momentarily before standing and smiling, asking, "What brings you here?" I replied, "I had some free time at the station, so I thought I would check out the crime scene. By the way, have you made any discoveries?" Li Xian bid farewell to the woman, and we moved closer to the restroom area. She calmly stated, "Indeed, I have found a suspicious individual." Intrigued, I inquired, "Oh, who is it?" She continued, "Your residence is quite close to this park, so you must pass through here often, whether by bike or public transport, correct?" "Yes, I generally do," I affirmed. "Do you happen to know that there is a vagrant who frequents this park daily? He arrives early in the morning and leaves quite late." "Are you referring to that big fool?" I asked, and Li Xian appeared puzzled by the nickname. "Big fool?" she echoed. I explained, "That is how people in the park refer to him. He does nothing but lie on the benches, basking in the sun and napping, and he often whistles at passing young women." After hearing this, Li Xian nodded thoughtfully, her brow furrowed as she murmured, "How curious that he hasn't been seen today." Her remark instantly piqued my interest. I pondered, why indeed had he not appeared? It had become an integral part of his routine to linger in the park. While I was lost in thought, Li Xian asked, "Do you know where he lives?" "Follow me," I replied, leading her to a dilapidated neighborhood nearby. Although I was unaware of his exact address, I did know the complex where he resided. Upon reaching the complex, we approached the property management office. When the manager learned we were police officers, he offered to escort us to find him. During our walk, Li Xian posed a question, "What is the real name of that big fool? How many people are in his household?" The manager chuckled and responded, "His name is Su Hai, and he lives alone. Usually, it is his sister who brings him food." As we continued our conversation, we soon arrived at Su Hai's door. The manager knocked a few times, but no one responded, and a foul odor emanated from within. Sensing something was amiss, I exchanged glances with Li Xian and, without further hesitation, kicked the door open. The sight that met us stunned us both. Su Hai lay motionless on the floor, blood splattered throughout the room, and items were strewn about chaotically. I crouched beside him and checked for signs of life. He was evidently deceased. The property manager, terrified, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Li Xian quickly called our team for assistance. Soon, Zhang and the forensic team arrived, meticulously examining the scene. After a while, the coroner approached us and informed Zhang, "The deceased exhibits mottled livor mortis, with rigor mortis mostly present. Considering the body temperature, the preliminary estimate of the time of death is around 34 hours ago." Upon hearing this, Zhang remarked, "The incident at the park occurred around 3 in the morning. While this death appears to have taken place around 5, the proximity and timing of both cases suggest a connection." Since we had been investigating at the park, we had yet to report our findings to Zhang, leaving him unaware of Su Hai's daily habits. I leaned closer to Zhang and quietly said, "Captain Zhang, Li Xian and I have something to report." "Go ahead," he replied. "The deceased is named Su Hai, nicknamed Big Fool. His sister regularly brings him supplies. And he spends his days in the park, arriving in the morning and returning late. Oh, this is a crucial lead. How did you come by this information? Zhang inquired. I glanced at Li Xian and explained, it was not my discovery. Li Xian learned of this suspicious individual through her conversation with a woman walking in the park. Moreover, we found it peculiar that Su Hai was absent today, prompting us to investigate, only to stumble upon this scene. Zhang nodded in appreciation, saying, you two have done well. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I exclaimed, at 4 in the morning, while passing the park after work. I noticed someone entering the women's restroom without any apparent alarm. When the body was discovered, the restroom door was open, and a rope was hanging. I glanced at them, noticing Zhou's expression sharpen with concern. Are you suggesting that person could be the murderer? He asked. I nodded, under normal circumstances. Who else would witness such a scene and remain silent? As we contemplated this, Zhang inquired, did you get a clear look at his appearance? At that moment, my mind was hazy. I could not recall his features distinctly, only that he wore a black coat and a hood, standing approximately 175 meters tall with a well-proportioned physique. That was all I could remember. Li Xian murmured, if that is the case. Su Hai might have seen something in the park and was subsequently silenced. After a thorough discussion, Li Xian and I decided to check the surveillance footage in the neighborhood. The old complex had only one camera at the entrance. In the footage, we observed Su Hai exiting the complex at 3:10 and returning at 4:20, precisely the time frame of the woman's murder. We continued to watch, and shortly thereafter, a figure in a black hooded coat entered the complex. Strangely, there was no footage of him leaving. The absence of an exit from the main gate suggested he may not have left at all, or perhaps he scaled the low walls typical of older complexes. We collected the footage and, while walking back, Li Xian voiced her concern. How did that man in black know where Su Hai lived? From the time he entered the complex to Su Hai's death, it was only a matter of minutes. He must be acquainted with Su Hai. I pondered this and concluded, indeed. In such a large complex, one would need prior knowledge of Su Hai's residence to find it. This man in black may reside nearby or be quite familiar with the area. Chapter 19. The fate at Jinshinjiwen Bar upon arriving at the precinct. I handed the surveillance footage to Chao Yuan, requesting his assistance in enhancing the video clarity and meticulously reviewing it for any overlooked details. Meanwhile, Li Xian and I decided to explore nearby nightclubs in hopes of gathering information about the female victim, whose identity had been confirmed as Shangwan Xian. After examining the map, I noted 3 bars in close proximity to the park. We visited the first 2 bars, but they both claimed to have never encountered her, leading me to believe I had miscalculated. However, upon entering the 3rd establishment, a breakthrough occurred. I produced a photograph of the victim and presented it to the security guard at the entrance with a cordial inquiry. Have you seen this person? Initially, we refrained from displaying our credentials, prompting the guard to regard us with suspicion and respond impatiently. Who are you? What do you want with Sister Xian? At this, Li Xian and I exchanged knowing smiles, relieved that our efforts were not in vain. I revealed my badge, and the guard's demeanor shifted significantly. He lowered his voice and asked, Officers, how may I assist you? Li Xian interjected with a pointed question. What role does Sister Xian play in your establishment? The guard replied, she is one of our star performers. However, I am not privy to her personal affairs. I am merely a security officer. For any inquiries, you may wish to speak with our manager. The guard appeared increasingly anxious, gesturing for us to leave. I chose not to press further and proceeded inside. Upon entry, it became evident that Jinshinjuan Bar exuded a distinct ambience, markedly elevated in style compared to the previous venues. 2 elegantly dressed women were performing on stage, one singing while the other played the piano, while patrons quietly enjoyed their drinks and conversed, enveloped in a pleasant atmosphere that momentarily entranced me. Just then, Li Xian tapped me on the shoulder, snapping me back to reality. What are you doing? Are you enjoying yourself? I chuckled awkwardly and replied, not at all, just reflecting on the music, as we made our way to the bar and requested the manager's presence. After a brief wait, a man of average stature approached us with a warm smile, inquiring, Officers, what brings you here? I am the manager. Without wasting time, I presented the photograph. Upon seeing it, the man's expression faltered momentarily, and he responded, albeit nervously, yes, I recognize her. She is one of our main acts. What has happened to her? Li Xian interjected sharply, let us not digress. What time did she finish her shift last night? Did she have any unpleasant encounters during her time here? After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I believe not. She mentioned feeling unwell and left around 2 o'clock. Surely you have surveillance footage? Let us view it. Apologies, officers, but our cameras are currently malfunctioning. We are awaiting repairs, he stammered. How fortuitous. I noticed the surveillance indicator was lit when I entered earlier, suggesting that the system is operational. Are you attempting to divert us from the truth? No, it's perfectly fine. I will take you to the footage now. We followed him to the back, arriving swiftly at the surveillance room. It became clear why he was reluctant to share the footage. The recordings revealed a violent altercation occurring just past 1 o'clock, with two individuals engaged in a fierce brawl. While a woman attempted to intervene, this woman was the victim, Shang Wanxian. After reviewing the footage, Li Xian turned to the bar manager, her voice icy. It appears you have no choice but to accompany us now. Thus, we escorted the bar manager back to the precinct, seizing the footage in the process. Once in the interrogation room, we allowed him a moment to gather himself before stepping out for refreshments, as we had been remiss in taking a proper meal all day. I remarked to Li Xian that dinner should be substantial for our well-being and proceeded to the convenience store downstairs, purchasing 2 cups of instant noodles for sausages and 2 marinated eggs. Upon my return, Li Xian, noticing the hefty bag I carried, approached eagerly, only to be left speechless when she discovered its contents. Is this what you consider a lavish dinner? She asked incredulously. Indeed. Is it not substantial? 2 cups of noodles and 2 sausages, I replied with a calm demeanor. With a resigned shake of her head and a deep sigh, she lamented, had I known you were buying this, I would rather have fetched some bread myself. Does this offer more nutrition than bread? I found her perplexity amusing, whispering, I typically subsist on instant noodles. Today I've added 2 sausages and an egg. Is that not plentiful? Thank you, she retorted, taking the noodles and walking away in bemusement. Chao Yuan and Zhou, seated nearby, exchanged glances and gave me a thumbs up in approval. After our modest meal, we re-entered the interrogation room, having allowed the manager ample time to stew in his thoughts. I observed him seated across from me, appearing amiable, yet clearly a fabricator of falsehoods. Li Xian calmly inquired, name? Qian Xiaojing. Why did you lie at the bar? Officers. Which incident are you referring to? I do not recall lying. Were you not the one who claimed that nothing occurred at the bar last night? I spoke the truth out of concern for how a brawl might affect our business reputation. I pressed further. You stated that Shang Wanxian left around 2 o'clock, yet she actually departed closer to 3. The bar was quite lively. I was preoccupied and may have misremembered the time. Surely, that is not my fault. Li Xian's patience waned as she noted his feigned innocence and incessant deceit. Just as she was about to lose her temper, I restrained her. Qian Xiaojing, witnessing our exchange, smirked with an air of indifference. I interjected with a bemused tone, Qian Xiaojing, why is it that you weave a web of lies whenever the name Shang Wanxian arises? Officer, that accusation is unfounded. I only speak of what I know. Is that so? Where were you at 3:05 last night? At the bar. I suggest you contemplate your answer carefully, I cautioned. We have procured the surveillance footage and have already reviewed it. The video clearly depicted Shang Wanxian leaving the bar at 3 o'clock, followed closely by Qian Xiaojing, who, notably, did not engage her in conversation, instead trailing behind as though to remain unnoticed. At this juncture, Qian Xiaojing's composure visibly faltered, his hands clenched tightly, his gaze darting restlessly. After a moment's silence, he stammered. I felt fatigued and simply went home to sleep. Who can corroborate that? How can anyone prove such a thing? The footage demonstrated that shortly after Shang Wanxian departed, you followed her, yet you did not approach or speak to her, instead maintaining a distance as if to conceal your pursuit. What was your intention? I did not follow her. I must inform you that Shang Wanxian is deceased. What? That cannot be true. Qian Xiaojing gasped in shock, his demeanor unraveling as he began to lash out at the restraints binding him. Our interrogation for the day concluded here. Nevertheless, we have also acquired valuable information, namely that the relationship between Qian Xiaojing and Shang Wanxian is certainly extraordinary. Chapter 20. Complicated relationships due to insufficient evidence. We had no choice but to release Qian Xiaojing the following day. It was an unavoidable circumstance. During the subsequent interrogations, Qian remained utterly silent and appeared utterly lost. 2 days later, we received information from the forensic team regarding the bloodstains found under the victim's fingernails. The results revealed that the blood did not belong to Shang Wanxian. Through DNA comparison, we identified the individual as Liang Xing, standing at 1.76 meters tall and weighing 135 pounds. His physical attributes matched those of a suspect perfectly. This lead was of utmost importance, prompting Captain Zhang to instruct Zhou and me to swiftly locate him, as he might be the perpetrator. Following the trail, we arrived at his residence, only to find it deserted, with signs of having been recently tidied up. We then reached out to his relatives and friends, all of whom claimed they had lost contact with Liang Xing and were unaware of his whereabouts. How could a living person vanish so inexplicably? Our primary objective now was to exhaust every possible means to find Liang Xing. During our investigation, we discovered that he was Shang Wanxian's ex-boyfriend. After their breakup, he had continued to harass her, even threatening that if she insisted on ending their relationship, he would go to any lengths to make her suffer, ultimately resorting to threats of death. He had even posted a chilling remark on social media, stating that if he could not have her, he would ruin her. 5 days later, after meticulous investigation, We finally tracked down Liang Xing. In the interrogation room, we confronted this brazen man with his striking yellow hair, an earring adorning his left ear, and dressed entirely in denim, a far cry from a respectable individual. Captain Zhang personally conducted the interrogation. He lit a cigarette and began to smoke, which visibly agitated Liang, who anxiously requested, "Officer, could I have one too?" Captain Zhang glanced at him and calmly replied, "If you cooperate, it may not be impossible. However, the opportunity is not present at this moment." "Absolutely, I will cooperate. Just give me a cigarette," Liang exclaimed urgently. "Now, tell me, where were you between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. on August 20th? Let me think. I believe I was at a bar." "Which bar?" "The Jinshinjuan bar. Besides drinking, what else did you do that night?" "Nothing much. After drinking, I went home." "You're lying. Were you not involved in a fight at the bar that night?" At this, Liang cautiously glanced at Captain Zhang. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "That scoundrel deserved a beating. Did he call the police on me? Enough with the nonsense. What was the reason for the fight?" "He was pursuing my girlfriend." "Your girlfriend? You have no girlfriend. She is your ex-girlfriend." "You're talking nonsense. Xian'er is indeed my girlfriend." Mentioning Shang Wanxian visibly stirred Liang's emotions, making him more agitated. Captain Zhang sternly stated, "Then explain why your girlfriend did not protect you during the fight, but instead shielded that other man?" Because she was angry with me for not spending time with her." "After the fight, where did you go around 3 a.m.? "Of course, I went home. I was injured and had consumed a lot of alcohol. I took a taxi home to sleep." Captain Zhang glanced at us outside the door, signaling us to check the taxi records. "Why have you been avoiding us these past few days?" "Who has been avoiding you?" "I was just scared of that guy seeking revenge and stayed at a friend's house." "I had no idea you were looking for me." "You have been threatening to kill her. How do you explain that?" "Those were just angry words. I love her so much. How could I possibly harm her?" "Such words cannot be taken lightly. I realize my mistake. I won't say such things again." Captain Zhang remained silent, took a drag from his cigarette, and offered the remainder to Liang. Liang took several deep puffs, exhaling deeply, appearing quite content. In the afternoon, we obtained the taxi records from that night. He had boarded at 3:05 a.m. and alighted at 3:50 a.m., over several dozen kilometers away from the park. Regardless of the method, it was impossible for him to return in such a short time. This provided him with a solid alibi for the time of Shang Wanxian's incident. Seeing the results, Li Xian pondered aloud. If he was not present, why was his blood found under Shang Wanxian's fingernails? Everyone shared this doubt. Two leads provided two contradictory outcomes. It was indeed perplexing. While reflecting on the entire case, I suddenly grasped the reason behind it. I quickly accessed the bar's surveillance footage, meticulously reviewing it, particularly the segment of the fight, which I replayed multiple times. Eventually, I discerned something significant that validated my theory. My actions left everyone in a state of astonishment. Observing their bewildered expressions, I gently stated, "I believe I understand why his blood was found under Shang Wanxian's fingernails." I pointed out that, while only two men were fighting in the video, Shang Wanxian was also involved. Initially, she was trying to pull them apart, but then she began assisting the other man against Liang Xing. This moment was fleeting, lasting only a few seconds, particularly when she reached for Liang's neck. The camera barely captured it. If not for a careful review, this detail would have gone unnoticed. Thus, it became clear why Liang was not at the scene, yet had blood under the victim's fingernails. Captain Zhang, after hearing my explanation, smiled and said, "Your observation is astute. That is indeed the reason. However, if Liang is excluded, who is the actual murderer?" We had initially believed that finding Liang would bring us closer to solving the case, yet this unexpected outcome left us at a standstill. I suddenly inquired, "Who was the individual Liang fought with that night?" "Shang Wanxian's current boyfriend," Yang Su replied. Curiosity piqued. I wondered why he did not leave with his girlfriend after the fight. He lingered for approximately 20 minutes after Shang Wanxian departed before slowly exiting the bar. Li Xian, considering my words, asked, "Does have an alibi for the time of the incident?" Zhou Dao approached his seat, retrieved a folder, and handed it to us, whispering. He was intoxicated and injured from the fight, so he called a friend to pick him up. Their vehicle was captured on video surveillance. This situation had indeed grown complicated. Both the most likely suspects had alibis. I glanced at Qiao Yuan and asked, "What is the relationship between the bar manager and Shang Wanxian? Have you clarified it?" On the surface, it appears to be a boss-subordinate relationship, but insiders are whispering that the two have secretly visited hotels several times. Qiao Yuan's expression was somewhat peculiar as he relayed this information. Upon hearing his words, I could not help but exclaim, Shang Wanxian possesses quite a talent, managing to manipulate those around her so deftly. Yet, what does it matter in the end? A life lost renders all schemes futile. No matter the calculations made, they will all dissipate into the ether. Chapter 21. Imitation crime. Just as we found ourselves at a loss, Team Leader Zhang convened a meeting for us all. During the session, the case was revisited, revealing that out of 3 suspects, 2 had been exonerated due to alibis, leaving only the bar manager, Qian Xiaojiang, as the remaining suspect. Although he admitted to following her that night, his motives for the crime remained unclear. Moreover, we had not uncovered any incriminating evidence against him. This conundrum weighed heavily on our minds. Yuan Zhejia raised a pertinent question during the meeting. She remarked that this case bore striking similarities to the Shenghao Garden Villa incident, both in method and in the arrangement of the victim's body. Could it be the work of the same perpetrator? In response to her observation, I immediately countered, asserting that it was unlikely, while both victims had succumbed to strangulation and were subsequently suspended by their necks. The clues left at this crime scene were far more abundant than those in the Shenghao Garden case, where the perpetrator had meticulously cleansed the scene, leaving almost no useful evidence behind. If it were indeed the same assailant engaging in a series of crimes, one would expect their methodology and execution to become increasingly refined. However, in this park case, there were footprints on the ground, scratch marks on the restroom door, and the community's entrance surveillance captured his image in its entirety. Such a blunder would be inconceivable for an experienced criminal. Zhou picked up on my point, stating that based on the clues collected thus far, it was unlikely that the same individual was involved. Nevertheless, he must have been aware of the villa case and possibly well informed about it. Otherwise, the parallels in the crime's methodology and the arrangement of the body would not be so pronounced. After listening to our analysis, Yuan Zhejia smiled at us and remarked quietly, "Qin Tian, I never imagined you would progress so swiftly, nearly catching up to Zhou." Once the meeting concluded, I prepared to revisit the community where Su Hai resided. The entrance surveillance had recorded the suspect entering the premises, yet there had been no further sighting of him. Since he had entered, he could not have vanished without a trace, regardless of how he left, or if he had not departed at all. There would surely be remnants of the figure clad in black. As I exited the precinct, I spotted Li Xian in the driver's seat, waving at me. I approached and inquired, "What are you up to?" Li Xian chuckled, softly replying, "Get in the car. Aren't we heading to Su Hai's community?" Her words startled me. How did she know my destination? I quickly pressed, "How did you know I was going there?" "You were just murmuring in the office about why the entrance surveillance failed to capture the figure in black. We all heard you." Li Xian gazed at me incredulously, gesturing towards the passenger seat. "Are you getting in or not? If you don't, I want to wait for you." Without a moment's hesitation, I hurried into the car. Her eccentricity made me genuinely concerned she might drive off without me. During our journey, I noticed that Li Xian seemed to smile more than before. Her once cold demeanor now softened. This was a welcome change. I certainly did not wish for a partner who resembled an ice block. Lost in thought, I suddenly found myself chuckling, prompting Li Xian to look at me quizzically. "What are you thinking about? Why do you look so peculiar?" I cleared my throat. "Nothing. Just recalling a movie I saw some time ago." "What movie?" she asked. "An action film. Was it good? What is the title? I'd like to watch it too." The title eluded me at the moment. It was a foreign film, not particularly engaging. I promised to share it once it came to mind. I glanced at her before shifting my gaze to the window and murmured, "You can't see it. Otherwise, you might just kill me." As we conversed, we soon arrived at Su Hai's community, following the route the figure in black had taken. I stood at the entrance, scrutinizing the paths from the gate to Su Hai's residence. I discerned 2 potential routes. One traversed the center of the community and curved towards his home, while the other, slightly longer, wound around the back of a building, offering greater concealment from prying eyes. Noticing my prolonged stillness, Li Xian, puzzled, asked, "What are you staring at? You look like a statue." I grasped her hand and quietly posed, "If you were the murderer and had 2 routes to reach Su Hai's home, which would you choose?" "Which 2? She queried. "The first route is straight ahead, the shortest, but it goes directly through the community center. The other requires a detour to the back of the building, taking longer but offering better concealment." After considering my analysis, Li Xian did not respond immediately. She scrutinized both paths and eventually said, "I would probably choose the first route." Her answer puzzled me. Taking the main road could lead to detection. "What is your reasoning?" It was already past 4 in the morning, with dawn approaching. "Since I am familiar with this area, I would logically opt for the quickest route." "Are you not concerned about being seen?" "Typically, at that hour, most people are asleep, so the likelihood of being spotted is minimal." Li Xian continued. "Besides, even if someone did see him, the figure in black was fully clad, and the community was quite dark. Who could identify him? The primary advantage of the main road is its ease. If he were to encounter someone, it wouldn't raise any suspicion. However, if he chose the back route and were seen, it would pose significant problems." Upon reflecting on her reasoning, I found it quite insightful. We decided to split up, each taking a different path. The path I chose was overgrown with weeds, becoming increasingly difficult to navigate as I progressed. I worried that I might inadvertently step into a drain. This led me to conclude that the likelihood of the figure in black taking this route was slim. It was challenging even during daylight. let alone in the dead of night. Though the distance was not great, it took me considerable time to traverse. By the time I reached Suhai's building, Lee Xian had already arrived. She looked at me, smiling. Well, how was it? Difficult to walk? I nodded, replying, you probably wouldn't have taken that route. It's far too arduous and time-consuming. We then ascended to Suhai's apartment, where remnants of blood still marred the floor. As we walked, Lee Xian remarked. The forensic expert stated that he died from blunt force trauma to the back of the head, leading to severe cranial damage. Blunt force? Then what accounts for the extensive blood spattered on the walls? I inquired, stepping into the side room and noticing a large stain on the wall. This puzzled me. If he had been struck with a blunt object, it would explain blood spatter in the living room. But what about the side room? Lee Xian pondered this dilemma as well. I suggested, did the forensic expert describe the weapon at all? Something akin to a hammer. Though Suhai was nicknamed Big Fool, he was not truly foolish. His intelligence was merely slightly below average, and he managed well in social interactions and living alone. Otherwise, his sister wouldn't visit every few days to bring him supplies. As I examined the marks on the floor and walls, I murmured, when he was attacked, he must have fought back fiercely, which likely explains the blood spatter. Lee Xian nodded, closely inspecting the distribution of the bloodstains on the wall. Have any traces of other individuals been discovered at the scene? Not at this moment, but if we search meticulously, we should uncover new clues. And so, Lee Xian and I commenced a thorough re-examination of the premises. Chapter 22. Re-entering the palace after our meticulous investigation, I found nothing conclusive. But Lee Xian made a new discovery. In the corner of the bed, she spotted a small piece of blood-stained fabric. It remains uncertain whether it belongs to the perpetrator. We must take it back to the team for analysis. Fortunately, this trip was not in vain. Upon arrival at the station, Xiao Yuan informed us of new developments regarding the surveillance footage from Suhai community. The video revealed a suspicious individual exiting the community at 9:20 a.m. No wonder we did not notice anything unusual during our initial inspection. The figure in the footage wore glasses, carried a shabby bag, and donned casual attire, blending seamlessly into the crowd, making it difficult to discern any anomalies. However, upon closer examination, it became apparent that this individual deliberately avoided the cameras and glanced around as if searching for something. The footage was not crystal clear, but we could ascertain the silhouette, allowing us to deduce the person's height, weight, and approximate appearance. After cross-referencing this information, we finally identified the individual in the database. Astonishingly, it turned out to be the owner of the Jinshinjuan bar, which caught us off guard. This man had concealed his involvement. Had it not been for the surveillance footage, he would have certainly denied ever being there. Now, with this evidence, it would be interesting to see how he would wriggle out of this. Zhou De went to the Jinshinjuan bar to bring him in. An hour later, I found myself face-to-face with bar owner Qian Xiaojiang. As I entered the interrogation room, he eagerly exclaimed, "Officer, you can't treat people this way." I smirked. "What do you mean by that? You have no evidence linking me to the case, yet you keep bringing me here. Isn't it because you have no evidence against me?" He retorted, "Where were you at 9:10 a.m. on August 20th? Of course, I was sleeping at home. You've already questioned me about that. The surveillance footage from Xingfinjuan community captured you. Are you still going to lie?" At this, Qian Xiaojiang's expression shifted uncomfortably, and his legs began to tremble involuntarily. From a psychological standpoint, leg movement during moments of tension signifies a desire to escape, an instinctual response to avoid confrontation. His behavior undoubtedly suggested a connection to the incident. Lee Xian pressed on. "Tell me, did you kill him?" Qian Xiaojing shouted. "I did not kill anyone. It has nothing to do with me." "Nothing to do with you? Then explain why you went to Xingfinjuan that day, and why disguise yourself, if you had nothing to hide?" After a moment, he nervously replied, "That night, I saw Guan Yuan storming out, and I was concerned for her safety, so I followed her. But I didn't want her to see me, so I kept my distance. When she entered the public restroom in the park, I hid behind a large rock. Suddenly, a man in black emerged from the woods and swiftly entered the restroom. I heard a sharp scream. I intended to go in and check, but hesitated at the door, paralyzed by fear, and ultimately didn't brave it. I retreated to the rock, and after about 20 minutes, the man in black exited. I was terrified, holding my breath as he glanced around, and then I saw that big fool singing in the pavilion. The man in black sprinted towards him. After he left, I cautiously peeked into the restroom, and the sight horrified me. I scrambled out and found both the big fool and the man in black gone. I hurried home to change my clothes, assuming the man in black was pursuing the big fool, as I knew the location of his residence. When morning came, I thought I might check the community, hoping to find something. While Qian Xiaojiang's explanation was somewhat plausible, numerous questions lingered. Lee Xian inquired, "You said you followed her to protect her, but why didn't you dare to go in?" He self-deprecatingly chuckled. "At that moment, I was just scared. I am a coward, unworthy of liking her." Lee Xian ignored his lament and coldly asked, "Why didn't you call the police?" My mind went blank. I was too nervous to think clearly. Then why didn't you report it after calming down? And why didn't you mention this during our previous interrogations? After going home, I reflected and thought it best to avoid complications. Moreover, I own a bar, and you know how we feel about dealing with the police. Listening to him, I realized Qian Xiaojiang was more complex than he appeared. If he was indeed the perpetrator, then his entire narrative was a well-crafted performance. Yet, if he were innocent, his account could potentially align with the truth. However, while reviewing the surveillance footage from Xingfenjuan community, we only saw Qian Xiaojiang exiting but not entering. I quickly asked, "How did you gain entry into Xingfenjuan?" Taken aback, Qian Xiaojiang replied with a wry smile, "For safety. I took a taxi and asked the driver to drop me off inside the community." Li Xian and I exchanged glances, realizing the cleverness of Qian Xiaojiang. It explained why we hadn't seen him entering the footage. I stepped out to request assistance from my colleagues to trace the taxi's information. Upon my return, Li Xian inquired, "Did you notice anything during your extended stay in the community?" Qian Xiaojiang furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Initially, I was just wandering about, not spotting any suspicious individuals until I approached the building where the big fool resided, where I saw a peculiar figure." "What kind of figure?" "It appeared to be a woman." "What do you mean by appeared to be a woman?" "Stop being vague and clarify." "This individual was clearly a man in disguise." "How could you tell?" "It's simple. We often host role-playing events at our bar, so I can easily identify those disguised as the opposite gender. Moreover, he had an Adam's apple." "Did you catch a glimpse of his height, weight, or facial features?" "He was slightly taller than me, around 1.78 meters, in decent shape, wearing a mask and had double eyelids. Beyond that, I cannot say." His words sparked a realization. We had considered various escape methods for the perpetrator, including disguise, but never anticipated a cross-dressing exit. No wonder we struggled to identify him in the footage. "Since you knew where the big fool lived, did you visit his home?" "I didn't dare. I was afraid of running into him." "All right, that will be all for today. We will investigate the matters you mentioned." "Officer, can I leave now?" "Not yet. You previously lied to us, and you will remain here for a few more days." After concluding the interrogation, Li Xian and I exited, prioritizing the leads provided by Qian Xiaojiang in our pursuit of the suspicious individual. Chapter 23. Unraveling the threads upon our arrival at Qiao Yuan's place. We requested him to retrieve the surveillance footage from Xingfenjuan community. We scrutinized the video closely, and with newfound leads, our examination progressed swiftly. Soon enough, we spotted an individual disguised as a woman. He was seen hurrying through the community's main entrance, a handbag slung over his shoulder. Qiao Yuan zoomed in on the footage, and as I observed the figure, an unsettling sense of familiarity washed over me. Zhoudar exclaimed, "Isn't that Tang Wenjian, the current boyfriend of Shangwan Xian?" His observation struck a chord, as I too recognized the resemblance. I pulled up a photo of Tang Wenjian for comparison, and indeed, it was him. We then compared his physique with that of the man in black, and they appeared strikingly similar. I turned to Zhoda and calmly inquired, "I recall you mentioning he had an alibi for the time of the incident?" Zhoda nodded, responding, "We investigated him. That night, he had a friend pick him up, and they left together, as confirmed by traffic surveillance." Qiao Yuan interjected, perplexed. "That raises a question. How can he have an alibi and yet be present at the scene during that time frame? This implies something significant. A person cannot exist in two places simultaneously. If that were the case, there are only two possibilities. Either the timing is incorrect, or the individual is not who we believe him to be." At that moment, Zhang Tim entered, slowly addressing us. I contemplated his words and quietly remarked, "The timing cannot be mistaken. The issue lies with the individual." Li Xian, slightly confused, probed, "What do you mean by that?" I refrained from answering her directly and instructed Qiao Yuan to retrieve all surveillance footage featuring Tang Wenjian from that evening, and we began to meticulously review the recordings. As we delved deeper into the footage, it became apparent that there were suspicious elements. The videos revealed the time Tang Wenjian entered the vehicle, and we could see the car in motion. However, certain segments were obscured by blind spots in the surveillance system. Notably, there was no footage of Tang Wenjian within the vehicle during its journey, indicating he might have disembarked en route, potentially allowing him ample time to reach the crime scene. Li Xian gazed at me, questioning, if he is indeed the perpetrator, what could his motive be? On the night of the incident, Shangwan Xian was assisting him, suggesting their relationship was quite harmonious. I promptly countered, if their relationship was as strong as you claim, why did they not leave together after the altercation? Why did Tang Wenjian linger alone in the bar for over 10 minutes, without concern for his girlfriend's safety? My words rendered her momentarily speechless, reflecting the very doubt I had harbored. Zhang Tim suggested we further investigate the Jian Xinjuan bar to uncover what transpired between Tang Wenjian and Shangwan Xian after their confrontation that evening. Li Xian and I arrived at Jian Xinjuan bar, inquiring with the staff about the events of that night. Through our conversation, we learned that Tang Wenjian's private room contained 4 individuals that evening: himself, Shang Wanxian, and a couple. Initially, they all seemed to enjoy themselves, frequently summoning the staff for drinks. Approximately an hour later, Shang Wanxian's ex-boyfriend, Liang Xing, barged in, dragging her out, which led to a fierce confrontation between him and Tang Wenjian. Their fight was intense, resulting in injuries on both sides, until the bar's security intervened. Afterward, Tang Wenjian returned to the private room with Shang Wanxian, but it appeared that a heated argument ensued within. The staff at the entrance witnessed Shang Wanxian storming out in anger, leaving the bar. Armed with this information, we hastened to locate the other couple from the private room, who would undoubtedly possess valuable insights. After a couple of hours, we tracked them down to their residential complex. Upon knocking on their door, a stunning woman appeared, clad in a nightgown. She regarded Li Xin and me with impatience, asking, "Who are you?" I produced my credentials, responding with a smile. "We are police officers here to gather information." Upon hearing this, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Police? I haven't done anything wrong. What do you want with me?" Just as I was about to speak, Li Xin pulled me aside and calmly stated, "We seek to discuss matters concerning Tang Wenjian and Shang Wanxian. Would you prefer to speak here or at the station?" The woman's expression shifted, and she replied with a forced smile, "No need for that. Let's talk here." She gestured for us to enter her living room. Ignoring her, Li Xin walked straight in. Once inside, the woman poured us tea and seated herself beside us. Li Xin produced a recording device and, with a stoic demeanor, queried, "Between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. on August 20th, where were you?" The woman replied, "I believe I was at Jianshinjuan Bar." "How many people were there?" Li Xin pressed. "There were 4 of us, my boyfriend, Tang Wenjian, and Shang Wanxian," she replied. Upon hearing her refer to them in such familiar terms, I sensed their relationships were more than casual. Li Xin continued, "Now, please recount what transpired that night at the bar." The woman contemplated for a moment before saying, "That night, Tang Wenjian invited us for drinks. Initially, we were having a great time, but then Shang Wanxian's ex-boyfriend showed up, which led to a fight between Tang Wenjian and him. After that, we lost interest and left." Her account aligned closely with what we had learned from the bar staff, though she had not clarified the events following the fight. Li Xin sipped her tea and queried, "After the altercation, you all returned to the room. What happened next?" The woman responded, "Tang Wenjian and Shang Wanxian began arguing." "What was the cause of their dispute?" Li Xin inquired. It seemed to stem from Shang Wanxian still being in contact with her ex-boyfriend. Tang Wenjian found out and became furious. Their argument escalated, and he struck her, she recounted. At this, I quickly asked, during the argument, did they exchange any harsh words? The woman hesitated for a moment before stating, Tang Wenjian accused her of being promiscuous, claiming that everything she had, her food, clothing, and possessions, were all bought with his money, and that she had the audacity to flirt with other men. Hearing this, Shang Wanxian retorted vehemently, asserting that she had no contact with her ex and that she earned her own money. She expressed her regret for having chosen such a terrible partner. As I absorbed her words, it became increasingly apparent that Tang Wenjian possessed a motive for his actions. After a brief exchange with the woman, we took our leave. On our return journey, Li Xian remained silent, her demeanor peculiar, as if someone owed her something. As we neared the precinct, I could no longer endure the tense atmosphere and inquired, "What's wrong?" She shot me a fierce glare, replying, "The next time you encounter a beautiful woman, could you please maintain your composure? You looked utterly ridiculous." Her words elicited a chuckle from me, and I softly retorted, "The appreciation of beauty is a universal trait. Everyone has the right to admire exquisite things." Once we exited the vehicle, she disregarded my comment, clutching her files, and stormed off in a huff. Chapter 24. An unexpected turn of events. Li Xian and I recounted the information we had gathered today to everyone. Based on the clues we had obtained thus far, it appeared that Tang Wenjian had both the opportunity and the motive to commit the crime. What we needed next was to uncover more evidence to strengthen the chain of evidence at each juncture. Just as we were discussing the case, an important update arrived from the forensic team. The small piece of bloodied fabric that Li Xian had found had been tested. It was determined that the blood belonged to two individuals, one being the victim, Su Hai, and the other, through DNA comparison, was identified as Tang Wenjian. This finding was pivotal. After reporting to team leader Zhang, we prepared to head to Tang Wenjian's residence to bring him in for questioning. Upon our arrival at Tang Wenjian's doorstep, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped us. The door bore two large red characters that read, "Damn it." As I approached, I caught a whiff of what seemed to be the metallic scent of blood. I quickly informed my colleagues. The words on the door appear to be written in blood. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan knocked on the door several times, but there was no response from within. Li Xian, noticing the silence, furrowed her brow and coldly declared. Everyone stepped back. Before either Chao Yuan or I could react, she seized Chao Yuan and hurled him aside, raising her leg and forcefully kicking the door open with a resounding bang. We were taken aback by her boldness, thinking to ourselves that she was indeed formidable. As the door swung open, the sight before us left us utterly stunned. Tang Wenjian was kneeling on the coffee table in the living room. His hands bound behind his back, his neck constricted by a rope that was tied to the chandelier above. Blood dripped from his mouth. And beside him lay a large note that bore the words confession letter. A small basin of red liquid rested nearby. While the walls of the living room were scrawled with the words "I'm sorry, I was wrong," all in crimson. At this moment, I could not ascertain whether the writing was indeed in blood. If it were, the perpetrator exhibited a complete lack of humanity. The curtains were drawn, casting a dim light that reflected a deep crimson hue throughout the room, rendering the entire scene eerily macabre. Li Xian surveyed the gruesome tableau and spoke solemnly. The killer of Tang Wenjian is exceedingly audacious. Even if he is guilty, it is the law's duty to impose judgment, not this merciless criminal. I am determined to apprehend this individual and see him face the full extent of legal retribution. I nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, we shall ensure he does not evade justice. Chao Yuan remained silent, swiftly contacting our team, and shortly thereafter, team leader Zhang and the others arrived. Upon entering, my colleagues were similarly taken aback by the horrific scene. Yuan Jiejia, upon seeing Tang Wenjian's body, gasped, "This is yet another murder reminiscent of the villa case." The modus operandi bore similarities, albeit with additional chilling details. The killer had become increasingly vicious. However, this was merely conjecture, as we lacked concrete evidence to substantiate it. After conducting a preliminary examination, the coroner concluded that the time of death was approximately 12 to 13 hours prior, while the cause of death would require further autopsy analysis. The body bore multiple non-fatal wounds, with deep ligature marks around the neck. Given the current evidence, it appeared that the perpetrator harbored an intense animosity toward Tang Wenjian. Such cruelty suggested a deep-seated vendetta. Aside from discovering a cigarette, but at the crime scene, the forensic team found no additional leads. This case had emerged abruptly, disrupting our previous plans. We were on the verge of questioning Tang Wenjian after gathering relevant evidence. After concluding the on-site investigation, we returned to the precinct. The death of Tang Wenjian only complicated the case further. I glanced at the confession letter, which detailed how he had conspired to murder Shangwan Xian and Su Hai. The narrative was remarkably thorough, with extensive depictions of the timeline and the instruments used in the crime. It was difficult to believe that someone other than the perpetrator could have written such a detailed account unless Tang Wenjian had been coerced into penning it under duress. At that moment, Yang Su entered, having discovered a hammer in an abandoned storage room at Xingfeng Garden. Forensic analysis confirmed that the fingerprints on the hammer belonged to Tang Wenjian, while the blood on it was identified as Su Hai's. This was the murder weapon used to kill Su Hai. Subsequently, team leader Zhang instructed Wang Lei to bring in Lu Zijuan, the friend who had come to pick up Tang Wenjian that day, for interrogation. Li Xian and I entered the interrogation room, questioning him. Between 3 and 4 a.m. on August 20th, did Tang Wenjian exit the vehicle at any point? He replied that he had wanted to take a solitary walk, asking to be dropped off at a stone step along Fanhua Road. Then what happened next? I inquired. After he got out, I drove away. The surveillance cameras along the route should have captured my departure. Following this lead, we requested footage from 2 monitored sections of that road. In one segment, we spotted Tang Wenjian seated in the front passenger seat of a taxi. After 2 hours of searching, we located the taxi driver, who informed us that Tang Wenjian's destination was near a park, where he disembarked in an area without surveillance. This indicated that Tang Wenjian had meticulously planned to evade monitored areas. With this new evidence, the chain of proof began to solidify. I meticulously pieced together the timeline. From 2 to 3 a.m. on August 20th, Tang Wenjian and his girlfriend, Shangwan Xian, had quarreled over relationship issues, leading Shangwan Xian to storm off in anger. During their heated exchange, they had resorted to physical confrontation, igniting Tang Wenjian's resolve to devise a plan against her. After contemplating a means to establish an alibi, he arranged for a friend to pick him up. The bar's entrance was under surveillance, capturing their departure. Riding in his friend's vehicle, they traveled to an unmonitored area where he alighted, subsequently returning to the route Shangwan Xian would take home, near the park. Seizing the opportunity while she was in the restroom, he murdered Shangwan Xian. However, upon exiting, he inadvertently spotted Su Hai singing in the park, fearing that his earlier crime had been witnessed, prompting him to eliminate Su Hai as well. He followed Su Hai back to Xingfeng Garden, where he killed him with the hammer. Finally, he disguised himself as a woman and blended into the crowd, exiting through the community gate. Each step of his plan was intricately crafted. Had it not been for the bar owner's unexpected discovery, his ruse might have gone unnoticed. After hearing my analysis, Li Xian and Chao Yuan fell into contemplation. After a moment, Li Xian voiced her concern. Could the killer of Tang Wenjian be aware of his actions? Reflecting on her words, I replied solemnly, it is possible that he is one of the masterminds. as certain elements of the plan appear too complex for a single individual to execute alone. Chao Yuan and Li Xian stared at me wide-eyed, with Chao Yuan unable to restrain his curiosity, asking, "What aspects do you refer to?" Rather than respond immediately, I shifted my gaze toward a photograph pinned on the evidence wall. Chapter 25. The disappearing friend Li Xian followed my gaze and spotted the freshly posted photograph. She softly inquired, "Are you suggesting that there is something amiss with this Lu Zijuan?" I redirected my gaze back to her, turning slightly. His responses today were questionable. In the end, I merely asked him what happened next. Typically, a rational person would respond with, "I drove away, and beyond that, I have no knowledge." However, if you reflect carefully, how did he phrase it? Li Xian's expression sharpened. He mentioned that after Tang Wenjian exited the vehicle, he departed, asserting that the surveillance cameras along the route should have captured him. As she spoke, a contemplative murmur escaped her lips. Why did Lu Zijuan feel the need to emphasize his absence? Observing the gravity etched on both our faces, Chao Yuan interjected with a grin. "Are you overthinking this?" His statement might simply stem from a concern that if he failed to clarify, we might harbor suspicions about him. Thus, he felt compelled to elaborate, and his assertions were indeed grounded. I queried, "Have you reviewed the surveillance footage from all the segments he drove through?" "I did scrutinize it thoroughly," he replied. "From the moment he commenced driving until he had been on the road for 40 minutes, the majority of the footage captured him. Yet, during the time frame he claimed to have parked, there was a gap of approximately 6 or 7 minutes devoid of any sighting of his vehicle. Overall, the surveillance provides him with a substantial alibi." Upon hearing this, I sensed that Chao Yuan had genuinely invested effort into this inquiry. I lightly patted him on the back and continued, "That was merely one point. I have 2 additional queries. Firstly, what was Tang Wenjian wearing when he left the bar?" Chao Yuan casually remarked. He seemed to be in casual attire. I regarded him and stated, upon arriving at the park, he donned a black hooded jacket, which was also captured on the surveillance at Xingfinjuan. Chao Yuan's understanding deepened, and he murmured, "In such a short span, especially at 3 in the morning. Where could he have acquired that jacket?" The second point of suspicion arose. Where did Tang Wenjian obtain the disguise he used to enter Xingfinjuan? Su Hai resided alone, and his wardrobe contained no women's clothing. This notion struck me later. Without someone orchestrating this, the entire process would not have unfolded so smoothly. Initially, I held no suspicion towards Lu Zijuan. It was only after conversing with him that I sensed an insincerity behind his smile, prompting my caution, especially given his earlier statement. Tang Wenjian's initial contact during the crime was indeed Lu Zijuan, alongside that taxi driver, and it was Tang who had proactively contacted Lu to pick him up, which opened the door to numerous possibilities. In truth, I had yet to finish my thought. Aside from those 2 pieces of clothing, the rope used by the assailant in the park could not have been carried casually. It too must have been provided to him. We had already conducted a thorough investigation of the taxi driver. He had no criminal record and bore no acquaintance with either Tang Wenjian or Lu Zijuan, merely having picked him up by chance. Thus, the most suspicious figure remained Tang Wenjian's friend, Lu Zijuan. After concluding our discussion, we prepared to split up. Chao Yuan would delve into Lu Zijuan's background, while Li Xian and I would investigate his social connections. Our first stop was his workplace. But fortune did not favor us. He had taken a leave of absence that day. Through conversations with his colleagues, we discovered that Lu Zijuan was quite intelligent and possessed a humorous demeanor, earning him considerable popularity, particularly among the female employees. Yet, the fact that such a person had no girlfriend perplexed me. A chubby colleague, noticing my bewilderment, quickly whispered an explanation. "It's not that he can't find a girlfriend. In fact, many girls pursue him, but he hasn't accepted any of them." Intrigued, I probed further. Could it be that he has someone he favors? What else could explain his behavior? The chubby colleague shook his head. He has never mentioned such a thing. Li Xian interjected. "Has he been alone all these years?" He affirmed. "As far as I've gathered over the 5 or 6 years he's been with us, he has lived alone." After spending some time at the office, Li Xian and I departed, but not before inquiring about Lu Zijuan's residence from the chubby colleague. We drove towards his home, and en route, Li Xian expressed her confusion. "What do you think his mindset is? He flirts with the young women at work, yet when they take it seriously, he seems disinterested." I chuckled, replying, "He probably fits the mold of the bad boy in everyone's eyes." Li Xian nodded in agreement, a smile on her face. "Indeed, it's nice to finally find common ground in our opinions." But I quickly added, "Though my view differs from the crowd's." Before I could elaborate, she abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the car to halt suddenly. With a furious glare, she shot back, "Chin Tian, are you intentionally trying to provoke me?" To be honest, her reaction startled me. My head buzzed momentarily, and after a brief pause, I retorted, "It was merely a comment. Is it really that serious? You nearly caused an accident. I still have a life to live, and I cannot afford to perish alongside you." Her fierce glare bore into me. as if she contemplated my demise, and I considered switching places with her to drive, as I genuinely felt a tinge of fear regarding her unpredictable mood. Before I could voice that thought, she pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward, leaving me feeling nauseous from the back and forth. On the way, I refrained from speaking further, prioritizing my safety. In truth, she had misconstrued my intent. Liu Zijuan's refusal of the girl's affections, when viewed from another angle, was commendable. If he were to engage with one and then abandon another, it would only lead to heartache. Moreover, their interactions at work were merely playful banter, which was not inherently wrong and was certainly preferable to the chaos of fleeting romances. Therefore, from this perspective, he could hardly be labeled a rogue, merely someone extroverted. As we continued our journey, the atmosphere grew somber. After approximately half an hour, we finally reached our destination. We approached the residential complex where Liu Zijuan resided. The neighborhood appeared quite pleasant, with his building positioned centrally, unobstructed on all sides, a veritable crown jewel of the complex. This alone suggested that he held high standards for his living conditions. Arriving at his door, Li Xian clenched her fist and knocked, but no response came. The door appeared new, a sturdy security model. Left with no option, we sought the property management to assist us in contacting him. However, when the management called, all they encountered was a series of beeps, indicating no one was answering. Returning to the door, I dialed Liu Zijuan's number, and soon enough, the sound of his phone ringing echoed from within the apartment. Li Xian glanced at me, her voice low. His phone is inside. Does that mean he hasn't answered because something is wrong? I replied, it's hard to say. We must enter to ascertain the situation. Through the property management, we had learned that Liu Zijuan was renting the apartment, and we had contacted the landlord to come and unlock the door. After about 10 minutes, the landlord arrived. Visibly tense upon seeing our identification, he quietly asked, Officer, is something wrong with him? I calmly responded, please unlock the door. We merely wish to gather some information. The door opened to reveal an empty apartment, save for his phone, which remained behind. This struck me as peculiar. In today's world, who could possibly leave without their phone? Under what circumstances would someone venture out without it? I suppressed a sigh. Could it be that something truly has gone awry? As I pondered deeply, Li Xian in the room urgently exclaimed, come in quickly, there are bloodstains on the floor. Chapter 26. Upon hearing her voice, I hastily entered the room. Li Xian gestured towards a spot beneath the bedside, and following her, I noticed a dried red stain on the floor, approximately the size of a fingernail. She glanced at me and softly inquired, should we call a forensic expert to examine this? Or perhaps we should first inform team leader Zhang and see what he suggests. I stared at the crimson mark on the ground, still perplexed about how Li Xian could ascertain that it was blood. After a moment of contemplation, I curiously asked, how did you deduce that the stain on the floor is blood? Li Xian scoffed lightly, you're not as perceptive as I thought. With the naked eye, the stain appears dark red, resembling blood quite closely, but that alone proves nothing. Observing her self-satisfied expression, I was at a loss for words. This girl could change her demeanor faster than one could turn a page. Just moments ago in the car, she had seemed furious, and now she appeared entirely unfazed. While I pondered this, I inadvertently noticed a small flashlight in her hand, which I had never seen her use before. Suddenly, it dawned on me. I chuckled. No wonder you are such an experienced female detective. You carry a UV flashlight with you. Before she could respond, I swiftly snatched the flashlight from her grasp. She merely shot me a disapproving glance, but said nothing. I switched on the flashlight and directed it at the red stain on the floor, and indeed, a new revelation emerged. Typically, blood exhibits a brownish fluorescence under UV light. Just then, we heard a distinct click as the living room door appeared to be opened by someone. I quickly stepped outside and saw Liu Zijuan entering. He paused upon seeing me and then coldly remarked, "What are you doing in my room?" Li Xian calmly replied, "We came to gather information from you. We tried calling your phone, but there was no answer, and we noticed it ringing continuously inside the house. Concerned for your safety, we asked the homeowner to let us in." Liu Zijuan approached the sofa and picked up his phone, expressing his dissatisfaction. What danger could I possibly be in? I moved closer to him and spoke in a low voice. "You arrived just in time. It saves us the trouble of searching for you. Now tell us, why did you kill Tang Wenjian?" At my question, he appeared momentarily stunned, his eyes darting around as he struggled to respond. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to utter, "Officer, you must be mistaken. I did not kill him." I seated myself on the sofa, locking eyes with him. "You are aware of the events of the evening of August 20th. Tang Wenjian called you, shared his thoughts, and you agreed to assist him, subsequently conspiring together for the park incident. Am I not correct?" Upon hearing this, Liu Zijuan's expression shifted, becoming somewhat uneasy, and he displayed a hint of tension. Unlike his previous arrogance, his right hand involuntarily bent, clearly reacting to my words. Initially, I had intended to test his response, not expecting him to exhibit such anxiety. This reaction unmistakably indicated his connection to the incidents in question. After a brief pause, he seemed to regain his composure and smiled. Officer, do you have any evidence to back this up? If not, please refrain from making baseless accusations. Without evidence, would we have come to see you? I pressed on. Now tell me, what did you have in your car the night you picked up Tang Wenjian? He replied with a wry smile. I had nothing. I simply picked him up from the bar and dropped him off by the roadside before leaving. Seeing that he had regained his composure, I surmised it would be challenging to extract further information from him at this point. Whatever I asked, he would undoubtedly have prepared a response. Li Xian pointed to the bloodstain left on the floor and inquired, what is this all about? Lu Zijuan stepped into the room, glanced around, and replied, I accidentally cut my hand while peeling fruit last night and forgot to clean up. Li Xian continued to question, don't you usually carry your phone when you leave? I was in a hurry and forgot it, he answered. Make sure to keep your phone with you so we can reach you, preventing us from wasting time searching for you, she admonished. Understood, he replied. In the coming days, do not leave the city. We may need to contact you at any time. Sure, I will cooperate fully, he affirmed. Afterward, Li Xian and I made our way outside. As we reached the staircase, we heard a loud slam of the door. I chuckled. It seems this fellow has quite the disdain for us. Li Xian ignored my comment and stepped into the elevator. As it descended, she casually asked, what made you accuse him of killing Tang Wenjian? I merely wanted to gauge his reaction. I didn't anticipate such a significant response. I nonchalantly replied. While conversing, I suddenly grasped Li Xian's arm, startling her. She fixed her large eyes on me, nervously murmuring, what are you doing? I remained silent, merely retrieving the flashlight from my pocket and handing it to her. She accepted it, furrowing her brow and huffing, please don't startle me like that next time. I nodded, smiling as I said, as your junior, I would appreciate it if you could share more about investigative methods and techniques. You can't keep everything to yourself. Who said I was your senior? What nonsense is this? Of course you are. Team leader Zhang has taught me so much. I've come to regard him as a mentor. He is my mentor, and you have been taught by him longer than I have. So aren't you my senior? You have quite the thick skin. You consider Zhang your mentor? It matters little whom you consider a mentor. The key is whether the person in question agrees. And I suspect Zhang would likely not. Why not? Because team leader Zhang dislikes overly lively personalities. I glanced at Li Xian, somewhat speechless. What? That is a reason? The work itself is rather dull. If I'm stuck in that atmosphere all day, I might as well turn into a gourd. Upon hearing this, she burst into laughter, and our spirits lifted considerably as we continued chatting and laughing on our way to the station. Upon arrival, I noticed Zhao Yuan still engrossed in reviewing videos. I quietly approached him from behind and suddenly clapped him on the back, causing him to jump and tumble to the ground, which elicited laughter from our colleagues. He got up, rubbing his thigh, and looked at me, saying, what was that for? How did you walk without making a sound? I chuckled back. It's not me walking quietly, you were just too focused. What are you watching this video for again? As soon as the topic of the video arose, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He lowered his voice and said, I find it somewhat strange, yet I can't pinpoint what exactly feels off. So I thought I'd watch it a few more times. I inquired further, by the way, how is the investigation into Lu Zijuan's background coming along? He compiled the gathered information into a document and printed it out. Upon reviewing the content, I discovered some unusual details. Lu Zijuan had called Shang Wanxian over a dozen times in the past month, with an average call duration exceeding 5 minutes. The longest being an hour. This revelation astonished me. I could not fathom why he would maintain such frequent contact with Shang Wanxian. Sensing my confusion, Zhao Yuan remarked, I was equally bewildered upon seeing this information. With so many calls, doesn't he worry about her boyfriend finding out? I fell silent, reflecting on their relationship. If this were the case, then Lu Zijuan, upon learning of Tang Wenjian's intent to harm her, would not only refrain from assisting him, but might actively seek to thwart him. So, who could be aiding Tang Wenjian? However, during my conversation with LV Zijuan today, his somewhat unnatural reactions indicated that he was indeed connected to these matters. What could this mean? I let out a deep sigh and chose not to dwell on it any further. I decided to return home for a restful sleep. Feeling a heaviness in my head after a long day of busyness, in need of some relaxation for my body. Chapter 27 Key Figures in the morning. Captain Zhang convened a meeting, encouraging us to share the clues we had gathered thus far. I was the first to speak. Initially, we believed that Tang Wenjian's murder could not have been executed solely by him, given the numerous elements involved. Based on surveillance footage and call records, we speculated that Lu Zijuan was likely involved in both the Park case and the Xingfinjiwen homicide. Yesterday, when Li Xian and I visited Lu Zijuan's residence, we discovered something troubling. When we broached the subject of Tang Wenjian's death, his reaction was pronounced and decidedly unnatural. Then I mentioned the Park case, and it was evident that he became visibly anxious. At that moment, we sensed that Lu Zijuan must have known something or was connected to these incidents. However, upon returning to the team, Chao Yuan shared some information that left me feeling perplexed. Captain Zhang glanced at Chao Yuan and inquired, "What have you discovered?" Chao Yuan promptly replied, "While reviewing Lu Zijuan's call records, I found that he maintained frequent contact with Shang Wanxian, totaling 15 calls in a month, with an average duration exceeding 5 minutes, and on one occasion, they conversed for nearly an hour." Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhejia curiously asked, "Why would Shang Wanxian be in such frequent contact with Lu Zijuan? Typically, a woman would devote time to converse with someone she is quite intimate with. In essence, if someone holds little significance to you, you wouldn't willingly squander time chatting with them." With a maximum of 31 days in a month and 15 conversations, they were in contact approximately every 2 days, and their discussions were notably lengthy. Given that Shang Wanxian is a prominent figure at Jinshinjuan Bar, working from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m., she spends most of the day sleeping. Under such a tight schedule, her willingness to invest this much time in conversation with him speaks volumes. If we claim there is nothing amiss between them, I doubt anyone would believe it. Moreover, Shang Wanxian has a boyfriend, which means she should also allocate time for nurturing that relationship. Reflecting on this, I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Shang Wanxian indeed leads a busy life. Zhou Da and the others looked at me, understanding the implications of my words, and exchanged awkward smiles. After listening to our analysis, Captain Zhang pondered for a moment before articulating, "Thus, it appears that Lu Zijuan harbors genuine feelings for Shang Wanxian. If he had foreknowledge of Tang Wenjian's intentions towards her, it would be implausible for him to remain indifferent. He would likely intervene." This suggested that Lu Zijuan would not assist Tang Wenjian in harming her. Furthermore, consider how he might react upon learning that the woman he cares for was murdered by a friend. As we absorbed the captain's words, we fell into contemplation. Just then, the forensic expert delivered an autopsy report. Captain Zhang opened the document, and, after a brief examination, his expression grew increasingly grave. Beside him, Li Xian inquired, "What is it?" Captain Zhang handed the report to Li Xian and then addressed us. "The autopsy results reveal that Tang Wenjian endured excruciating torment prior to his demise. He suffered 13 stab wounds and 3 blunt force traumas, with his blood volume reduced to 2/3 of what is normal. However, the cause of death was mechanical asphyxiation." Zhou Da expressed his surprise. What kind of enmity could the perpetrator have against Tang Wenjian, inflicting over a dozen stab wounds while deliberately avoiding vital areas, only to then bludgeon him and ultimately resort to strangulation? After a moment's thought, I solemnly remarked, "The perpetrator first stabbed him, then bludgeoned him. This might not solely stem from a desire for revenge. Did you forget the red writing on the door and walls?" At this point, I observed their reactions, and Yuan Zhejia exclaimed, "Are you implying that the substance used to write those words was derived from him?" I nodded. "It is highly probable, but we must await the forensic analysis results. If my hypothesis is accurate, creating such text on the walls would require a substantial amount of material. This also explains why there was a basin nearby, containing only a small amount of red liquid. Examining the basin's interior, it was evident that the liquid's surface level had dropped after some had been used. Typically, the total blood volume in a human body constitutes approximately 7 to 8 of body weight. Given Tang Wenjian's weight of 62.5 kilograms, his blood volume would be estimated at around 4,375 to 5,000 milliliters. Therefore, losing 2/3 of that volume amounts to approximately 333 milliliters. Considering that a standard bottle of mineral water is roughly 500 milliliters, the amount of blood lost would equate to the volume of about 67 bottles. This indicates that the basin likely contained a mixture of substances beyond blood. Otherwise, such a volume would be implausible. Captain Zhang instructed Wang Lei to visit the forensic department to check if the analysis results were available. I glanced at Chao Yuan and suddenly recalled something. Whispering, "You mentioned yesterday that the surveillance footage seemed peculiar. Did you uncover any new findings after reviewing it thoroughly?" Chao Yuan's eyes widened in realization. "I almost forgot about that." He then addressed everyone. "Yesterday, while examining the surveillance video of Lu Zijuan driving, I noticed something unusual." All eyes turned to Chao Yuan, making him somewhat bashful. He waved his hands. "Please don't stare at me like that. It's quite awkward." Captain Zhang glared at him. "Enough chatter, get to the point." Chao Yuan continued, "There are only 3 routes from Jinshinjuan Bar to Wentian Road. Regardless of which route you take, 10 minutes is sufficient to arrive. Yet, Lu Zijuan took 30 minutes that night to reach his destination." Zhou Da countered, "Could it be that he was driving slowly, and Tang Wenjian got out of the car along the way? That would consume time." Chao Yuan quickly responded, "I calculated based on a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, which is quite slow. Generally, even novice drivers do not drive that slowly. At that hour, the roads were mostly clear, so he should have been able to drive faster than that." I reviewed several instances of Lu Zijuan on the surveillance footage. His speed was no less than 50 kilometers per hour. As for the time lost during the stop, I accounted for that. Upon hearing their discussion, Captain Zhang immediately inquired, was he captured on surveillance during those 20 minutes? Chao Yuan nodded earnestly. Yes, the footage shows him taking a lengthy detour without ever exiting the vehicle. Were there any gaps in the surveillance that coincided with the time he and his vehicle disappeared? Chao Yuan confirmed. Yes, the longest period of disappearance lasted about 5 minutes. Captain Zhang regarded us calmly, stating, considering this, it appears that Lu Zijuan indeed has significant issues. Tang Wenjian had already exited the vehicle. Why would he linger nearby? Wasting so much time? What was his intention? I pondered deeply about what hidden truths remained concealed. Suddenly, an epiphany struck me, and I hastily inquired, Chao Yuan. During Lu Zijuan's drive, did he pass any routes that were the closest to Shang Wanxian's home? Upon hearing my question, Li Xian and Zhou De gazed at me in astonishment. Chao Yuan immediately rushed to the computer and reopened the surveillance footage. We gathered around him, focused intently. And after approximately half an hour, we finally identified the intersection of the two routes, which lay not far from the park. This particular stretch was conveniently located within a surveillance blind spot, coinciding with the 5 minutes during which he was unaccounted for. I marveled. Has Lu Zijuan lost his senses? His audacity is astounding, daring to meet Shang Wanxian at such a time, potentially encountering his close friend Tang Wenjian. However, upon reflection, I realize I may have overthought the situation. At that time, Lu Zijuan was unaware that Tang Wenjian had returned to seek out Shang Wanxian, which emboldened him to act as he did. One cannot deny that this fellow possesses a stroke of luck. Had Tang Wenjian truly witnessed him in the company of Shang Wanxian, it is conceivable that that night in the park would not have unfolded as a mere tragic incident. Chapter 28. The Truth. Wang Lei returned from the forensic examination bearing two crucial pieces of information. The analysis of the bloodstains found on the wall in Tang Wenjian's home revealed that they were his own blood, mixed with a portion of pig's blood. Moreover, a cigarette but discovered at his residence bore the fingerprints of L. Zijuan. This finding was highly significant and corroborated some of our earlier speculations that the liquid in the basin contained a mix of animal blood. The fingerprints on the cigarette but indicated that L. Zijuan had visited Tang Wenjian's home prior to his demise. Captain Zhang instructed Chao Yuan to review all surveillance footage from the residential complex where Tang Wenjian lived, particularly during the time frame of the incident, to ascertain whether there were any images of L. Zijuan entering or leaving the premises. After a brief interval, Chao Yuan informed us that, on the night Tang Wenjian was murdered, the corridor surveillance had captured a suspicious individual, whose profile, upon meticulous comparison, turned out to be L. Zijuan. It appeared that this person was unaware of the newly installed cameras in the corridor, which had only been set up that very morning by the property management. With these leads, Captain Zhang ordered us to bring L. Zijuan in for questioning immediately. I hastily attempted to contact him multiple times, only to discover that his phone was switched off. Thus, Li Xian and I resolved to revisit L. Zijuan's residence. Armed with the route from our initial visit, we arrived at his home in no time. Upon reaching his door, I knocked, and after a few seconds, it swung open to reveal L. Zijuan in his pajamas, looking as though he had just awakened. Irritated, he remarked, "What do you want again? When will this end?" Li Xian coldly retorted, "Enough with the chatter. Get dressed and come with us." Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly smiled and said, "Give me a moment to change." 30 minutes later, we brought him back to the precinct. In the interrogation room, he appeared anxious, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead before we had even begun the questioning. From his demeanor, he was not as composed as one would expect from a perpetrator of such a heinous crime. However, it was also possible that he was merely feigning weakness, a common tactic employed by many criminals. I gazed intently at him and asked, "Where were you between 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. on the night of August 25th? After a moment of contemplation, L. Zijuan nervously replied, "I was at home, sleeping." "Sleeping? Who can vouch for that?" "Officer, how can I prove that? I live alone." "Did you remain indoors the entire night?" "Yes, I was exhausted and slept until dawn." Observing his facade, I realized he believed we lacked evidence, emboldening him to fabricate his alibi. Ignoring his protestations, I pressed on. "We found a cigarette, but at the crime scene bearing your fingerprints. How do you explain that?" L. Zijuan hesitated for nearly a minute before responding. "That night, I was indeed at home. It's not unusual for my cigarette, but to be found at Tang Wenjian's place. I often dine there." I anticipated his denial. If we hadn't captured him on surveillance, he likely would have spoken nary a truth. "You're still evading. The surveillance footage clearly shows you at the scene that night." "Impossible. How can you be so certain?" He immediately realized his mistake, falling silent and casting me a hostile glare, devoid of the previous anxiety. It appeared his earlier nervousness had been a ruse, as he was far more cunning than I had initially perceived. Li Xian, with a serious tone, remarked, "You are familiar with that complex. Which led you to believe you could evade the cameras?" After a moment, L. Zijuan suddenly smirked. "Don't think you can intimidate me. I know the area well, but I didn't go there that night. I produced 2 photographs that depicted him captured on the surveillance footage, stepping closer to present them before his eyes. Calmly, I continued, you may not be aware, but the management installed new cameras in the corridor that very morning, discreetly positioned. His expression shifted to one of disbelief as he looked up at me. I maintained my gaze, stating, the footage shows you entered through the side door at 9 p.m. and left at 1 a.m. Having lingered at his residence for 4 hours, precisely the time frame during which Tang Wenjian met his end. Now, why did you kill him? Zijuan's countenance darkened, his features contorting with rage. At that moment, Li Xian coldly interjected, was it because of Shang Wanxian? Don't forget she is not your girlfriend. Upon hearing Shang Wanxian's name, Zijuan's emotions erupted uncontrollably as he screamed, shut your mouth. Don't mention Xian you have no right to speak of her. I retorted sharply, mind your tone. We are discussing you. Shang Wanxian is Tang Wenjian's girlfriend. How could you, as his best friend, commit such a despicable act? Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with derision. That scoundrel Tang Wenjian doesn't deserve to be Xian boyfriend. He is merely a man with a bit of money. Xian only used him, while she and I genuinely care for each other. I pressed further, so, why did you kill him? Isn't it obvious? He deserved to die. That night, he called upon me only to exploit me. Halfway through, he deceived me into letting him out, intending to harm the woman I love most. Don't you think he deserved his fate? That night, you secretly met Shang Wanxian. Didn't you? I did visit her because I was worried. When she saw me, she collapsed into my arms, weeping. We shared our innermost thoughts, and at that moment, I contemplated how to rid the world of that scoundrel. As he spoke, Zijuan's face contorted in anguish, his eyes bloodshot. Tang Wenjian was your friend. Why resort to such cruelty in ending his life? Cruelty? I believe it was a mercy. I didn't merely stab him a few times. I used his blood to write some words of apology. Zijuan recounted numerous details, leading us to the murder weapon, a fruit knife, and a wooden stick. Through him, we learned that after Shang Wanxian's death, he began to suspect Tang Wenjian, yet at that time, he lacked evidence. He had intentionally invited Tang Wenjian over for drinks. And after a few too many, Tang inadvertently revealed his involvement in Shang Wanxian's murder through LS insinuations. The following day, upon awakening, Tang realized he had let slip a secret and implored Zijuan to keep it quiet. Zijuan agreed but insisted that Tang divulge all the details to him. Thus, Zijuan not only discovered that Tang Wenjian had killed Shang Wanxian, but also that he was responsible for Su Hai's death. Driven by a desire for vengeance for his beloved, Zijuan began plotting how to ensure Tang Wenjian suffered a painful demise. After enacting his revenge, he had no intention of living on, leading him to neglect his job in the ensuing days, lost in a haze of despair, yearning to join her in the afterlife. The truth of the matter has finally come to light, yet the events that transpired are profoundly heart-wrenching. Among those affected is Su Hai, who, completely unaware, has been inadvertently ensnared in this turmoil. In this world, there exists no flawless crime. To remain unnoticed, one must refrain from wrongdoing. The perpetrators will inevitably face the stringent consequences of the law. As Lu Zijuan departed from the team, he was enveloped in laughter, genuinely joyful. For him, the life he had previously endured was rife with suffering, and perhaps embracing a different path signifies a form of liberation. Chapter 29. The Insider. After learning about the series of cases, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Li Xian noticed my contemplative silence and gently waved her hand in front of my eyes, softly inquiring, what is troubling you? Turning my gaze towards her, I replied, the doubts we've harbored seem to lack a rational explanation. Li Xian pondered for a moment before articulating, are you suggesting that Tang Wenjian could not have executed the entire process alone? I offered a wry smile. Not only that, but the methods employed by Tang Wenjian and Zijuan bear a striking resemblance to the first villa case. Could it be that the 2 murders at Shenghao Garden were so impactful that they were inspired by what they saw online? That seems plausible, Li Xian mused, sipping her milk tea. In the park case, Tang Wenjian's methods resembled imitation, as he left behind numerous traces. However, considering Tang Wenjian's demise, Zijuan's techniques appear to have evolved significantly beyond those displayed in the previous villa case. This could not have been conceived solely by him. I regarded Li Xian and calmly inquired, by the way, when we questioned Zijuan about his choice to murder Tang Wenjian in such a manner, what did he say? Li Xian set her milk tea down, deep in thought before replying. He mentioned it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but his expression suggested otherwise. I whispered, let us go. It seems we need to have another conversation with him. We soon arrived at the detention center where he was held. After briefing the staff on our situation, we waited approximately 5 minutes before we were once again face-to-face with Zijuan. He greeted us without a hint of surprise, calmly stating, I knew you would come looking for me. This caught both Li Xian and me off guard. I promptly asked, since you anticipated our visit. I presume you are aware of the reason behind it? You want to know how I arranged the crime scene so uniquely? Go ahead, who instructed you? This cannot have been a spur-of-the-moment idea. Why should I disclose that? Given my current predicament, does it truly matter whether I speak or not? His response clarified why. During the interrogation, no matter how persistently Li Xian questioned him, he remained reticent. To him, everything seemed inconsequential, rendering further discussion unnecessary. I looked at him intently and said, "It makes a significant difference, for when Shang Wanxian was killed, it was by Tang Wenjian's hand in a similar manner. Now, you have executed Tang Wenjian in the same fashion. You are an astute individual. Reflect on this. If no one assisted Tang Wenjian from the shadows, could he have accomplished all this on his own? From another perspective, the person behind this is also one of the masterminds behind Shang Wanxian's murder. Only by capturing him can we ensure true peace for the woman you cherished." At this, L. Zijuan's expression darkened, suggesting profound sorrow. After several minutes of silence, he finally spoke. "The day before I killed Tang Wenjian, I received a text message. What did it say? It was from an unknown sender, detailing methods of torment, and the most critical method was the one I employed against Tang Wenjian. We didn't find such a message on either your or Tang Wenjian's phones, because the last line of the message warned me to destroy it immediately after reading, lest it disrupt my life." Li Xian and I exchanged glances, realizing that this could indeed explain our long-standing confusions. There was indeed a hidden figure aiding them. While he did not need to participate directly, his suggestions could guide events along a predetermined path. Such a person is utterly detestable and terrifying, acting as both an observer and a manipulator. We fell silent. As we prepared to leave, L. Zijuan made a request, hoping we would place a bouquet at Shang Wanxian's grave, with a card inscribed with their names. Hearing this, I reflected inwardly. L. Zijuan is indeed a man of deep affection, albeit misguided in his choices. We drove to the telecommunications company. As mobile messages are generally backed up by the service provider, even if deleted, they can typically be recovered within a certain time frame. Upon arrival, we presented our identification and explained the situation to the staff. After about 20 minutes, their technicians assisted us in retrieving the deleted message from L. Zijuan. The message contained 3 detailed methods of making life unbearable. Each was described in great detail, particularly the redemptive method, which mirrored L. Zijuan's approach to killing Tang Wenjian. Unfortunately, the message was sent from abroad, making it impossible to trace the sender. We employed the same method to examine Tang Wenjian's phone, but found no unusual messages, leaving us perplexed as to why this was the case. On our return to the station, Li Xian voiced her confusion. Could it be that our previous assumptions were incorrect? Perhaps no one assisted Tang Wenjian. He simply replicated what he saw online in the murder of Shang Wanxian? I doubt it, I replied. If that were the case, how did he procure the clothing and tools in such a short time? The shops would not have been open at that hour. Moreover, during our inquiries, none of the nearby merchants reported seeing him. As I pondered this, I stated, "It's impossible. There must be more to this than we currently understand." The surveillance did not capture him, and no nearby merchants saw him. Within moments of exiting the taxi, he possessed a complete set of clothing and tools. I ruminated on this throughout the journey, unable to decipher the true nature of events. Upon our return to the station, I shared the day's developments with my colleagues. After listening, Captain Zhang remarked gravely, "It appears this hidden figure has been subtly orchestrating these events. He merely needs to intervene at opportune moments for everything to proceed smoothly. If the circumstances do not present themselves, he may even create them. We possess only a vague understanding of him, while he likely knows us well. Our tasks ahead remain daunting. We must remain vigilant. The net of justice is vast and unyielding. We shall undoubtedly bring this individual to justice." After Captain Zhang spoke, Li Xian emphasized the unresolved issues, eager to hear the team's thoughts. Before she could finish, Zhou De interjected, regarding the park case and Xingfenjuan community. "It is indeed implausible that Tang Wenjian could have acted alone." Yuan Jieja glanced at him, puzzled. Yet we found no evidence in the surveillance inquiries, or his phone indicating another person's involvement. As we contemplated these matters, Chao Yuan furrowed his brow and solemnly suggested, "There is another possibility. The individual assisting him may have already orchestrated the subsequent events, including Tang Wenjian's death. Thus, it's plausible he personally aided Tang Wenjian, knowing that a dead man cannot speak." Chao Yuan's assertion stunned us all. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed feasible. Why was there no message? Because he had no need for one. He could convey his instructions directly to Tang Wenjian. Moreover, he need not worry about Tang Wenjian revealing anything, as he had long since devised a plan to eliminate him. If this were the case, this hidden mastermind is not only ruthless but also possesses an extraordinary audacity. Even the best-laid plans are susceptible to unforeseen changes, which could expose vulnerabilities. Seeing the furrowed brows of everyone, Captain Zhang chuckled and said, There is ample time ahead, no need to rush. We must proceed step by step based on the clues we have. He added, make arrangements. Tonight, dinner is on me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jiejia smiled brightly and replied, well then, as a true foodie, I shall not hold back this evening. The initially tense and oppressive atmosphere suddenly lightened considerably. Chapter 30. A renewed turmoil. The dining establishment we chose for the evening was named Yuan Mountain Villa, a selection made by Yuan Jiejia. Its primary allure lay in its diverse array of local delicacies, all offered at remarkably reasonable prices. Rumor has it that the flavors are quite exquisite, and it enjoys considerable renown in our area. We set forth around 7 in the evening, for after all, it was a treat courtesy of team leader Zhang. One must indulge a bit more on such occasions. Typically, during our afternoon shifts, Yuan Jiejia and Chao Yuan would snack lightly when hunger struck. However, today, in anticipation of this evening's feast, they had scarcely sipped any water. Observing my colleagues' fervent determination to devour a lavish meal, I couldn't help but chuckle. After all, it was merely a dinner. As I jested with them, I rolled up my sleeves, ready to partake in the banquet. Yuan Mountain Villa boasted a spacious layout, with each private room being independent, surrounded by an abundance of flora that imparted a warm ambience. We selected a secluded room at the rear, enveloped by trees, allowing us to dine while savoring the essence of nature. Once seated, it wasn't long before the table was laden with dishes. Team leader Zhang declared, let's begin. And we promptly dug in with gusto. Engaged in conversation and feasting, the atmosphere was delightfully convivial. Just as we were relishing our meal, team leader Zhang's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at us, gesturing for silence as he answered the call. After a brief moment, his expression turned grave. Noticing his demeanor, I realized that our dinner was abruptly coming to a close. He sighed and quietly announced, that will be all for tonight. We have a case to attend to. We must head to the scene immediately. I inquired, where to? Zhang replied, this residential community. You should be familiar with it. Yiping community. Let us discuss on the way. Upon hearing the name of the community, both Li Xian and I were taken aback. It was home to a friend of Tang Wenjian, one half of the couple we had encountered in the private room that night, the woman notably striking, which had previously drawn Li Xian's contempt towards me. Without further ado, we split into 2 vehicles. Li Xian and I, along with Chao Yuan, shared one car driven by Zhou en route. Li Xian couldn't contain her curiosity, asking, team leader Zhang, the victim Isn't Tang Wenjian's friend, is she? Zhang shook his head, replying, we cannot ascertain that yet. We'll only know upon arrival. The call mentioned a female. After about half an hour's drive, we arrived at Yiping community, where police lights flashed amidst the chaos. Our colleagues were already on the scene. As we approached the location of the incident, a sense of foreboding gnawed at me. Upon seeing that familiar house again, I sighed softly. Worrying only brings about what one fears. Soon, we entered the scene of the tragedy. Team leader Zhang, observing the bustling colleagues inside, inquired softly, what transpired? A nearby colleague hurried to his side, stating, team leader, we received a report of a fatality at Yiping community. We rushed here and discovered the victim was named Lu Xueting, an office worker, who tragically died at home. Further details will be revealed post-examination by the forensic and trace evidence teams. I noted that she was attired in her work uniform, suggesting she had just returned from her job without even having time to change. Yet, her clothing was in disarray, particularly the black skirt, which appeared severely torn, indicating she had endured some form of struggle. The floor was stained with blood. She lay sprawled on the sofa, with 2 deep gashes on her neck. The surrounding area soaked in crimson. The forensic examination revealed that the victim had sustained 2 knife wounds to her neck, one of which was particularly deep, severing a blood vessel and resulting in a significant blood spillage. Additionally, there was a subcutaneous hemorrhage, indicating she had been throttled prior to her demise, a scenario often referred to as strangulation. The victim had been initially choked, leading to asphyxiation, before the assailant inflicted knife wounds, the cause of death being excessive blood loss resulting in shock. Rigor mortis had just begun to set in, and the body temperature showed no significant changes. Preliminary estimates suggested she had been deceased for approximately 12 hours. The trace evidence team also shared their findings with team leader Zhang, confirming that the location where the body was discovered was indeed the primary crime scene. It appeared the victim had put up a fierce struggle during the attack, as evidenced by various abrasions and injuries on her limbs and back, alongside numerous scuff marks on the floor, indicative of a desperate fight for survival. From the forensic and trace evidence reports, it was evident that the assailant was exceedingly ruthless and audacious. Based on the estimated time of death, the attack likely occurred between 7 and 8 in the evening, coinciding with the hour when most individuals were just returning from work. In light of this, I inquired urgently, who reported the incident? A colleague from the trace evidence team approached and whispered, it was the victim's boyfriend. Recalling my last visit with Li Xian to their home, I realized I had not seen her boyfriend then. Li Xian casually asked, "Where is he?" A colleague gestured towards a figure seated on a bench nearby. We approached him and calmly inquired, "What is your name?" Upon hearing my question, he slowly lifted his head, sorrow evident in his voice as he murmured, "Du Fei." He then added, "Officer, please ensure you find the murderer and avenge my girlfriend." Li Xian reassured him, "You can count on us. We will do our utmost. For now, we need you to cooperate and recount the events of that evening." He wiped his tears, rose, and choked out. We had planned for her to return home after work to change before going out for dinner. I finished work at 7:30. She got off early today, around 5. After my shift, I texted her, but after a long silence, she didn't reply, which felt odd. We typically respond to each other instantly. This habit has been ingrained for over 3 years. I sent her 5 messages in a row, yet received no reply. Concerned, I called her, but it went unanswered. Anxious, I rushed home, only to open the door and find this scene. His account seemed plausible, without any inconsistencies. Li Xian pressed on, asking, "Did you contact her before finishing work?" He replied, "We exchanged messages around 6. She asked what I was wearing. Was there anything unusual during your conversation?" He hesitated. "Not that I recall. Our chat was quite pleasant." "What time did you arrive home?" "Around 8. Thank you for your cooperation. Please accept our condolences." We refrained from further inquiries and returned to the crime scene. Upon our return, team leader Zhang inquired somberly, "Any discoveries?" I shook my head, "Not at this moment." After concluding our investigation of the scene, we returned to the precinct. Once there, Zhou shared a curious observation. During the examination, no valuables such as rings, bracelets, necklaces, or watches were missing. However, her wardrobe showed signs of having been rummaged through, with clothes strewn about, and several items seemingly absent. Upon hearing this, Chao Yuan exchanged a glance with Zhou De and remarked, "Could it be that the assailant harbored some peculiar obsession?" Li Xian remarked, "From this perspective alone, it is indeed difficult to draw a conclusion. However, this unusual phenomenon merits our attention." I meticulously pondered their words, while recalling the circumstances I observed at the scene. The deceased's clothing bore numerous tears and appeared disheveled, while other belongings in the house remained untouched. Only her garments had been rummaged through. What does this signify? It seems the perpetrator was not motivated by monetary gain, but rather had targeted her personally. Chapter 31. Deception. The murderer must possess a profound understanding of their lives, which emboldened them to strike at that particular moment. This suggests that this individual has been monitoring her closely. As I reflected upon the events, a detail suddenly emerged in my mind. Observing them, I voiced my confusion. When we questioned Du Fei, he mentioned that Lu Xueting returned home early today, around 5 o'clock. From the time she got home until her demise, there was roughly a span of 2 to 3 hours, and she was still in her work attire at the time of the incident. Yuan Jiejia glanced at me, perplexed, and inquired, "What is the significance of this?" Li Xian interjected, "Generally speaking, when we women arrive home, the first thing we consider is taking a shower and changing into more comfortable clothing. The work attire we wear is often designed to enhance our appearance, making it visually appealing, yet it can be somewhat uncomfortable after a long day." Chao Yuan scratched his head, pondering aloud. "Do you remember? Du Fei mentioned they had planned to change clothes after work and go out for dinner together in the evening." Upon hearing their remarks, I continued, "If that is the case, what could have possibly delayed her from preparing for their evening outing after returning home? There are 2 possibilities. First, she may have been preoccupied with an urgent matter. Second, she could have been intercepted by the murderer before she had a chance to change." Zhou took a sip of tea and murmured. After considering his words, I sensed that the latter scenario was highly plausible. Du Fei stated that they were still chatting happily around 6 o'clock. In fact, it is possible that the person he was conversing with was not Lu Xueting herself. As we delved into the case analysis, Captain Zhang approached us and softly remarked, "Everyone, it seems we may have to burn the midnight oil tonight." Upon hearing Captain Zhang's words, I was puzzled by his implication. Many forensic and trace examination reports were still pending, and there were no suspects to interrogate, leaving us unsure of what to do during the night. Zhang noticed our confusion and clarified, "The deceased's boyfriend, Du Fei, has lied today. I have arranged for someone to bring him back for questioning." "Lied?" I asked. "What did he say?" The person who had checked the surveillance earlier stated that at 6:10, the footage captured him returning home, leaving again at 6:40. This revelation left us all in shock. It was unexpected. Previously, he claimed to have been texting Lu Xueting around 6, and that he finished work at 7:30. Arriving home after 8. Who would have anticipated that he returned home in between, so close to the time of Lu Xueting's death? There must be some hidden truth he has not disclosed to us. What perplexed me even more was the fact that out of the 4 individuals who had partied with Tang Wenjian that day, 3 had already encountered misfortune. The first was Shang Wanxian, the second Tang Wenjian, and now it was Lu Xueting. Did Lu Xueting's death truly bear no connection to the preceding cases? Was this all merely coincidence? If there is indeed a link between them, Who might be the next victim? At midnight, Du Fei was brought back to the interrogation room by his colleagues. Captain Zhang instructed that I and Li Xian should conduct the questioning, as we had previously visited his home and were familiar with their circumstances. Entering the interrogation room, I gazed at the handsome man before me, finding the situation somewhat surreal. Just hours earlier, he had been weeping, pleading for our assistance in apprehending the murderer and avenging his girlfriend. Yet now he sat across from us. Casting aside my thoughts, I sighed and calmly inquired, Du Fei, where were you between 6 and 7 o'clock? At that time, I was still at work in the office. I urge you to think carefully before responding. Officer, I am telling the truth. My girlfriend is in trouble, and instead of capturing the murderer, you bring me in here as if I were a criminal. What does that mean? As Du Fei spoke, his emotions escalated. I observed him, feeling a sense of disgust at the hypocrisy of human nature. Li Xian slammed her hand on the table, firmly stating, do not raise your voice, nor should you feel aggrieved. Tell us what happened. She approached Du Fei, presenting him with the surveillance footage captured in the community. Upon seeing the video, Du Fei appeared startled, quickly diverting his gaze to the ground, his expression darkening. His brow furrowed, as if deep in thought, yet he remained silent. After approximately 5 minutes, I pressed further, speak up. What were you doing at home at 6:10 when you had not yet finished work? I simply stepped out for business, happened to pass by the community, and took a moment to return home. What is the issue with that? Why did you lie to us? I just felt there was no need to mention it. You do not suspect that I killed her, do you? We will continue to question you, share what you know, and refrain from discussing what is unnecessary. Li Xian scoffed, casting him a glance. According to the community surveillance, he had spent about half an hour at home. Such an extensive duration could not merely be attributed to passing through the neighborhood to check in. Not dwelling on it further, we pressed on with our inquiries. Yet regardless of what we asked, Du Fei kept his head down and uttered not a word. Upon exiting the interrogation room, I saw Captain Zhang waiting at the door and quietly remarked, Captain Zhang, he refuses to say anything. That is quite normal. Currently, we possess very few leads, and it is still early in the interrogation process. Many suspects often cling to a glimmer of hope. We shall conclude the questioning for now. Tonight, you all work hard to thoroughly review the surveillance footage from the vicinity of the community to identify any anomalies. After Captain Zhang finished speaking, he patted my shoulder and entered the captain's office. Li Xian and I approached the work area, where we found Xiao Yuan still sifting through the community surveillance footage. We joined him in the review. As the night wore on, fatigue overcame me, and I grew too weary to return home, opting instead to sleep in the chair. When dawn broke, I was awakened by Xiao Yuan's exclamation. He shouted, "There's a new discovery." I got up, rubbed my eyes, and beheld the scene he was referring to, a segment of elevator footage. The video showed that at 6:45, 6 individuals entered the elevator, one of whom was a man wearing a mask. Notably, he alighted at the same floor where Lu Xueting resided, and his appearance coincided closely with the time Du Fei left for downstairs, separated by merely 5 minutes. Alongside him, there was also a woman. He appeared suspicious due to his furtive behavior throughout the entirety of the encounter. He cast furtive glances at the overhead surveillance more than once. Unfortunately, after exiting the elevator, we lost sight of him in the footage. Moreover, there was no recording of him leaving the building, suggesting that he may not have used the elevator to descend. The surveillance at the community entrance also failed to capture him. This aspect left us perplexed. After a brief visit to the restroom for a quick refresh, I returned to the office area to find a lavish breakfast laid out on the table, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, among other delights. Xiao Yuan gestured with his eyes, indicating that these were all procured by Captain Zhang. This brought me a measure of comfort. At least we would be able to satiate our hunger before continuing our work. After breakfast, Li Xian and I prepared to visit the Yiping community. The time of the incident coincided with the evening rush hour, making it likely that nearby neighbors would have heard any disturbances if the crime had occurred within the confines of the room. Soon, we arrived at the Yiping community, wasting no time as we proceeded directly to the floor where Lu Xueting resided. This building featured 2 staircases serving 4 households, with her apartment situated precisely in the middle. I knocked on the door of her neighbor, who shared a wall with her and was thus the most likely to have heard anything. After approximately 6 or 7 seconds, the door opened, revealing a man standing at the entrance. Upon seeing him, both Li Xian and I were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 32. Good neighbors. He is indeed the clandestine individual that Xiao Yuan mentioned to us. Although he wore a mask in the surveillance footage, concealing half of his face, his height, physique, and attire matched precisely what we observed on the monitors. It is no wonder that the surveillance cameras at the community entrance and elevator only captured his entry, with no footage of his exit. He resides right next to Lu Xueting. Upon noticing Li Xian and me standing at the doorway, he scrutinized us with a hint of confusion and asked, "Who are you?" I produced my identification and replied, "We are police officers here to inquire about certain matters." After glancing at my ID, he nonchalantly said, "Come in." We followed him inside, and upon entering the living room, I noted that only his personal belongings were present. A silent acknowledgement crossed my mind. Perhaps this fellow is single. Soon enough, we settled down, and he offered us 2 bottles of mineral water, stating, "Feel free to ask whatever you wish to know." I opened the bottle cap, took a sip, and inquired, "What is your name?" "Yipeng Fei," he replied. "You are aware of the neighbor's situation, I presume?" "I have heard about it," he acknowledged. He extracted a pack of cigarettes, took out 2, and offered one to me, which I declined. He then softly asked, "Would it trouble you if I smoked?" Li Xian frowned at his words, but I halted her with a glance. I smiled and said, "No problem, smoke if you wish. It's your home, after all." I continued, "What time did you return home last night?" "Around 7 o'clock, he responded. "Did you go out again afterward?" "No, I stayed home and watched television." I maintained eye contact, hoping to discern some underlying truth through his demeanor. However, I noticed that since our entry, he exhibited no signs of anxiety or trepidation. Li Xian then followed up with, "Did you hear anything unusual last night?" "I thought I heard some noise from next door, but they are often loud, so I paid it no mind." "Often loud? Do they frequently argue?" "Yes, at least 3 times a week. Their quarrels can be quite fierce, with things being thrown about and smashed." "Aside from the arguments, did you hear anything else?" "Not that I recall. I had the television volume quite high." Li Xian fell silent. Given the circumstances, it seemed we would not unearth much more. We stood to leave, and as we reached the entrance, I casually asked, "Do you usually live alone?" At this, his expression darkened slightly, and he furrowed his brow, responding, "Yes." "Why? Do the police intrude upon others' personal lives?" I smiled and replied, "We do not concern ourselves with your personal affairs, but should anyone disrupt another's life and incite consequences, then it becomes our responsibility to address it." With that, Li Xian and I departed and proceeded to visit 2 other neighboring households. One household remarked that around 7:30, they believed they heard a scream, but it was brief, and they did not think much of it at the time. The other residences reported no unusual disturbances. However, all 3 neighbors mentioned a recurring issue. Du Fei and Lu Xueting had a tumultuous relationship, frequently quarreling and even physically fighting, which disturbed the neighbors' peace, prompting police involvement on several occasions. Thus, on the night of the incident, even if the neighbors heard commotion, they dismissed it as just another altercation between the couple. From our inquiries with the neighbors, we did not leave empty-handed. We learned that Du Fei's claims about their harmonious relationship were likely fabrications. Subsequently, we visited the property management office, seeking insights from the manager regarding troublesome residents, as such individuals typically attract scrutiny from the management. Upon hearing our inquiries, the property manager sighed, saying, "That household is the most complained about in our community. They enjoy arguing without regard for the time. On several occasions, they have been so loud at night that it made it impossible for neighbors to sleep, ultimately necessitating police intervention." This aligned with our previous findings. I pondered for a moment and asked with a smile, "Have they associated with any unsavory characters?" The property manager looked puzzled, responding, "What do you mean? Our management is quite strict. We do not allow disreputable individuals into the community. If anyone visited them, we would have a record, I presume?" He then retrieved the visitor log and handed it to me. Upon inspection, I noted that over the past month, 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, frequently visited their residence. Having asked most of what we needed, we prepared to return to the station. As we were leaving, Li Xian casually inquired, "Has anything ever gone missing from their home? Have they approached you regarding it?" At this, the property manager hesitated before responding, "There seems to have been something. I believe they reported some clothing missing." Li Xian's remark sparked a thought in my mind. What kind of clothing? The woman's clothing, supposedly left out on the balcony to dry, went missing after she returned from work. Has this happened several times in the past month? Approximately 4 or 5 times. Due to this issue, we have increased patrols in the area. Perhaps because the woman is quite attractive, some ill-intentioned individuals may have taken a fancy to her belongings. Thank you. That will be all for today. With that, Li Xian and I refrained from further discussion and prepared to drive back to the station. In an unprecedented turn of events, Li Xian took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat, allowing me to drive. This left me somewhat bewildered, unsure of her intentions. I smiled and asked, "Aren't you driving today?" I sought to confirm this to avoid any unexpected behavior on the road, recalling past incidents that filled me with concern. She nodded, glancing at me, and asked, "Among the individuals we interviewed today, which one seems suspicious to you?" Well, it's hard to say. I feel that none of them raised any red flags. However, the property manager's comments did provoke some thoughts. After saying this, I turned on the car's music and followed the rhythm as I started the vehicle. Li Xian's eyes widened in surprise, and she shifted in her seat, clearly uncomfortable with my actions. I softly remarked, "Think carefully. Which floor does Lu Xueting live on?" The 10th floor. Such a height makes it difficult for someone to steal clothing, doesn't it? Aside from clothes falling to the ground, other possibilities seem rather unlikely. Don't you use clips to secure your clothes while hanging them? Lee Xin, growing impatient, retorted, what exactly are you trying to say? Hearing her tone, I recognized her growing frustration. If I didn't clarify soon, she might seize control of the steering wheel. Realizing this, I quickly explained, it's quite simple. In an ordinary household, clothes may occasionally be blown off by the wind, and when we collect them, it's normal to find a few on the ground. However, it's improbable for so many items to fall within a month. Most crucially, after each incident, the clothes have mysteriously vanished. I speculated that her clothing was likely not blown away by the wind, but rather taken by some nefarious individual. It would be exceedingly difficult for anyone other than her neighbor to steal her garments from the 10th floor. Upon hearing my words, Lee Xin was momentarily taken aback, and then she burst into laughter. She nodded thoughtfully, her expression one of realization, and said with a smile, it seems that Yi Pengfei is indeed quite suspicious. I promptly replied, this is merely my conjecture. After all, we lack substantial evidence. She said nothing further, merely gazing at me with a silly look, prompting me to quicken my pace as I headed back. Chapter 33. A report upon arriving at the station. I noticed that Chao Yuan was still engrossed in the surveillance footage. I swiftly approached him, smiling as I inquired, are you still at it? Have you been watching for an entire day and night without conclusion? He shot me a disdainful glance, replying, I've finished reviewing the internal surveillance of the community. This is the footage from the surrounding areas that Zhou and the others just brought back. I clenched my fist and pressed it against his back, encouraging him. Keep at it. We must not overlook any details. He paused, turning slightly to ask, how did it go for you today? Did you make any discoveries? Indeed, we did. Do you know whom we encountered? I teased him, relishing in his momentary dismay. Chao Yuan pushed my hand away, exasperatedly glaring at me. Will you just tell me? At that moment, Lee Xin approached, softly interjecting, while interviewing Lu Xueting's neighbors today. We unexpectedly discovered that the person living next door is the very individual you mentioned, the suspicious figure in the surveillance footage. Isn't that a coincidence? Chao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. I nodded, recalling him, my brow furrowing involuntarily. This individual is quite extraordinary. Upon our approach, he displayed no signs of panic, remaining unsettlingly calm throughout the encounter. From a psychological perspective, when an individual faces something that could potentially affect them, there is usually a subconscious emotional response. If he exhibited no external signs, it could imply one of two possibilities. Either he is entirely innocent and thus indifferent, or he possesses a formidable psychological fortitude, capable of controlling his emotions at will. Such individuals are the most terrifying. As for Yi Pengfei, I couldn't shake the feeling that he did not fit the former category. Even if the case were unrelated to him, he must have engaged in some unsavory conduct. While we conversed, Lee Xin prepared 2 cups of milk tea, keeping one for herself and offering the other to me. I smiled and thanked her. She merely glanced at me without further comment. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan, with a melancholic demeanor, murmured, aren't we brothers in the same trench? How can you treat us differently? Lee Xin returned to her desk, retrieving a bottle of nutritional drink from below and tossing it to Chao Yuan, saying, we just returned from outside and need something warm to soothe our stomachs. This will suffice. Chao Yuan caught it, grinning, as long as there is something to drink, I appreciate it. Just then, Captain Zhang entered, observing us and stating, notify everyone. We will convene in 10 minutes. There is something important to discuss. After delivering his message, he departed. Noticing the gravity of Zhang's expression, Lee Xin whispered, based on my previous experiences with my mentor, it seems we have uncovered a significant lead. Chao Yuan and I nodded in astonishment, giving her a thumbs up. A while later, aside from Yang Su and Wang Lei who were still investigating Lu Xueting's social connections, the rest of us had gathered. Captain Zhang held a report in hand, casting a serious glance at us, saying, the coroner, after conducting the autopsy, has determined that the victim exhibited bruising and abrasions on the inner thigh, bloodstains on the wrist, and subcutaneous bleeding in the neck area. The internal and external genitalia are intact, showing no signs of injury. However, male semen was found on the victim's skirt, and genetic testing is currently underway. The cause of death was determined to be punctured carotid arteries resulting in hypovolemic shock. The injury to the neck suggests the use of a sharp single-edged weapon. As Zhang concluded, Yuan Jiejia, seated beside me, expressed her confusion. There are parts of this that I don't quite understand. Zhou, aware of her inquiry, softly replied, considering the extent of the victim's injuries, it appears she suffered an assault prior to death, yet due to certain uncertainties, the assailant was not successful. I scrutinized the autopsy report and questioned. The report states that the victim was first suffocated by the assailant's grip on her neck, followed by the slashing of her carotid artery. Does that not seem illogical? If the victim was already incapable of resistance due to asphyxiation, Why would the assailant continue with a knife? In response, Zhang articulated, such cases have occurred before. Asphyxiation does not equate to brain death. Generally, being suffocated for 16 minutes may lead to shock or death, yet during that time frame, the victim could still struggle or resist, which may explain the assailant's continued aggression. If this is the case, then the victim must have endured significant suffering before her demise, a testament to the assailant's depravity. Observing that no further questions were forthcoming, Zhang continued, the semen found on the victim's skirt should yield results shortly. You previously mentioned that the victim's clothing had been rummaged through, and some items may be missing. We have obtained results after examining the scene and confirming with the victim's boyfriend. It appears that several garments belonging to her are unaccounted for, particularly intimate apparel. This indicates that the perpetrator likely harbors certain deviant tendencies. In fact, this could serve as a breakthrough in our investigation. Have you considered that such individuals may not commit these acts only once and likely target more than one individual? Your next step should be to broaden your inquiries, not just within the Yupingshuan community, but also among the surrounding areas. Investigate whether similar incidents have occurred in the past 6 months, and consult local precincts to see if anyone has filed a report. Uncovering more leads is crucial to apprehending the suspect. We affirmed with a resounding yes. Zhang's remarks reminded Li Xian and me that our previous inquiries in the Yupingshuan community had indeed been somewhat narrow in scope. We had primarily focused on the victim, neglecting to consider the broader implications. I recalled reading in a book that individuals with such peculiar inclinations rarely confine themselves to a specific target. They are often drawn to a particular demographic. Identifying a singular detail can be challenging, but expanding the search radius significantly increases the volume of information available, undoubtedly aiding us in our quest for clues. After the meeting, Li Xian approached me, whispering, I have a hunch that Lu Xueting's neighbor is involved. I believe we must investigate Yi Pingfei's social connections. I glanced at her and nodded, as this aligned with my thoughts. The proximity of Yi Pingfei's balcony to Lu Xueting's, with only a narrow gap and an air conditioning unit in between, made it feasible for him to pilfer from her home. Furthermore, if one delves deeper, he had both the opportunity and potential motives to commit such an act. Exchanging knowing looks with Li Xian, we promptly set our plans into motion. Chapter 34. Interpersonal Relationships. After conducting our investigation, we located the residential community where Yi Pingfei's parents resided. Upon arrival, I discerned that Yi Pingfei's family was likely quite affluent, as his parents lived in an upscale neighborhood. Shortly thereafter, we entered their home, where his parents were present. Upon learning that we were police officers, they appeared somewhat anxious, fearing that their son might have encountered trouble. Li Xian gently reassured them, explaining that we were merely here to gather information and meant no harm, urging them not to be overly concerned. The elderly couple nodded in understanding. As I observed the decor of their home, I noted several framed quotes and masterpieces adorning the walls, creating a rich cultural ambience. Li Xian smiled and remarked, Annie, your son Yi Pingfei is already 35 years old and still single. Aren't you at all anxious about this? Upon hearing her words, his mother's eyes reflected a hint of sorrow as she sighed. How could we not be anxious? What parents wouldn't want to hold their grandchildren in their arms sooner rather than later? It's just that Xiaofei is unwilling to engage with anyone romantically. We've arranged numerous blind dates for him, but none have been successful. Does he have someone he likes? No, We've asked him, and he insists he doesn't. Moreover, over the years, we have never seen or heard of him interacting with any female acquaintances. How often does he return home? I inquired. He used to visit us weekly, she replied. Upon hearing this, a thought struck me, and I quickly probed. Annie, do you recall when he last came home? It's been about 2 weeks, she responded. Subsequently, we discussed various other matters. Learning from his parents that Yi Pingfei had an inherently introverted personality and seldom engaged in social interactions. However, during our conversation with him at his residence, I felt he was quite articulate, contradicting the impression of being reserved. After departing from his parents' home, I asked Li Xian, did you notice anything during our conversation? She shot me a look of exasperation and retorted, isn't it obvious? Yi Pingfei had a consistent routine of visiting home until the past 2 weeks. I nodded, pondering aloud, what does this imply? It suggests that this fellow must have been preoccupied with something significant, Li Xian replied nonchalantly. I contemplated further. Here was a single man, not tied down by a girlfriend, and his lifestyle did not suggest a fervent dedication to work. What, then, could possibly warrant his time? This time, we did not rush back to the precinct, as Li Xian and I agreed to visit friends who were closely associated with Lu Xueting. Previously, we had observed their names in the community registry, 2 men and 1 woman, who frequently mingled with Du Fei and Lu Xueting. I instructed Chao Yuan to look into their addresses and was astonished to discover they lived together in a 3-bedroom apartment, not far from Yupingshuan community. Following Chao Yuan's directions, We swiftly located their residence. Upon reaching the door, I knocked several times. After a considerable wait, a languid voice emerged from within. Who is it? Are you out of your mind? Knocking incessantly? As footsteps approached, I refrained from further comment. With a click, the door swung open, revealing an individual with bright red hair, nearly provoking an uncontrollable laugh from me. In this day and age, one still styles their hair in such a manner, and it was a man at that. Just as I was about to speak, Li Xian beside me let out a chuckle. The man, noticing our apparent amusement, immediately scowled and shouted, "Are you looking for trouble? How dare you laugh at me?" As he prepared to strike, I found his bravado even more amusing. He should consider his own capabilities before challenging us. Just as he was about to throw a punch, I kicked him to the ground. Remarkably, he appeared unfazed and quickly regained his footing, ready to retaliate. At that moment, Li Xian produced her badge and waved it before him. Upon realizing we were police officers, his demeanor shifted drastically. He quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. "Officers, why didn't you say so earlier? It's all a misunderstanding." Li Xian interjected coolly. "Do you know the penalty for assaulting a police officer? How long could you end up in jail?" The red-haired man chuckled nervously. "Officer, let us not put it that way. I didn't land a single blow on you. I was the one who got kicked." I stepped forward and spoke sternly. "We won't pursue this matter further, but you should be cautious. Don't resort to violence over trivial matters. Winning leads to the police station. Losing lands you in the hospital. What is the point?" "Understood. I'll take note," he replied. "We're here to inquire about you three regarding a certain matter," I continued. "Officers, please come in," he gestured, leading us into the apartment. As we entered the living room, the overpowering odor nearly made me retch. The space was in utter disarray, clothes, shoes, and trash strewn about haphazardly. I scrutinized the area, struggling to find a place to set foot. Li Xian frowned and glanced at me. I managed a wry smile. "How many of you live here?" "3, aside from me. 2 friends share this space," he replied. "Where are your friends?" I asked. "They went out," he answered. Li Xian couldn't contain herself, exclaiming, "Is this even livable? How long has it been since you cleaned?" The red-haired man chuckled awkwardly and hastily began tossing items off the table, chairs, and sofa into the trash bin. Then, looking at us, he pointed to the sofa. "Officers, please have a seat. Would you like some water?" I waved my hand. "No need to trouble yourself." "What is your name?" "Ma Chong," he replied. Li Xian, displeased, retorted, "We're asking for your name, not for you to play word games." "Officer, you misunderstand. My name is indeed Ma Chong, Ma as in the surname, and Chong as in clothing," he clarified hurriedly. Li Xian, feeling slightly embarrassed, acknowledged, "I see." She shot me a sideways glance, and I shared her sentiment, stifling laughter. Striving to maintain composure, I continued, "You know Du Fei and Lu Xueting, correct?" "Yes," he affirmed. "What is your relationship?" "Bar friends," he replied. "What do you mean by bar friends?" "Please elaborate." "Just friends who enjoy going to bars," he clarified. "Do they frequent bars often?" "Absolutely. Otherwise how would we know each other?" Glimpsing at Li Xian, I noticed her expression darken, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Ignoring her, I pressed on. "When was the last time you went to a bar?" Ma Chong pondered for a moment, his eyes darting, before responding, "4 nights ago." This timing coincided precisely with the night before her incident. Was there something more to this? With this in mind, I probed further on that night. Did they have any altercations with anyone? There was a drunken man who attempted to flirt with Lu Xueting, but her boyfriend intervened, leading to a heated argument between them. This clue was pivotal. Just then, Li Xian, who had been silent till now, calmly inquired, "Which bar was it?" Ma Chong scratched his head, pausing momentarily before stating, "I think it was called Jinshinjuan Bar." Upon hearing this name, both Li Xian and I were taken aback. The name of this bar was all too familiar to us. Not only were we acquainted with its name, but we were also familiar with its owner and staff. I had noticed that Ma Chong hesitated while mentioning the bar's name, which seemed rather suspicious. I inquired with a hint of perplexity, "For those of you who frequently indulge in the nightlife, is it truly necessary to ponder for so long over a bar you often visit? Speak candidly, what are you concealing?" Ma Chong promptly replied, "Officer, you have misconstrued my intentions. While I do enjoy frequenting bars, I do not linger in any particular establishment for too long. I tend to roam about, having visited quite a number of bars. When you posed such an unexpected question, I naturally needed to reflect, as I wouldn't want to deceive you." His explanation seemed somewhat plausible. Having asked all pertinent questions, we prepared to take our leave. Just as I reached the doorway, a sudden noise erupted from within the room. I glanced at Ma Chong and asked, "What was that sound?" Ma Chong, startled by the noise, responded somewhat awkwardly, "I have 2 cats that are usually confined to the room. They are probably hungry." Without further comment, I merely cast a glance in the direction of the room before stepping outside. Chapter 35. Old acquaintances. As Li Xian and I approached the elevator, the door slid open to reveal a bald man who passed us by, casting a malevolent glance in our direction before stepping inside. Once we entered the elevator, Lee Xian let out a disdainful huff, remarking, "Are people today really that arrogant?" I chuckled in response, "Not necessarily. Some individuals simply lack decorum and enjoy flaunting their bravado in front of others. They may appear intimidating to ordinary folks, but when faced with someone formidable, they often cower." Lee Xian, amused by my words, laughed softly. "I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable about these matters." "It's essential," I replied. Before long, we arrived downstairs and got into the car. Lee Xian looked at me and inquired, "Shall we head back to the station or go to the Jinshenjuan bar?" "To the bar, of course," I replied, pleasantly surprised that our thoughts aligned. After approximately half an hour, we found ourselves back at the familiar establishment, now shrouded in darkness. As we approached the entrance, the security guard greeted us quietly. "Officers, what brings you back?" Lee Xian, somewhat displeased, questioned, "What? Are we not welcome?" No. You're always welcome. Please, come in," he said, gesturing for us to enter while signaling to someone inside, presumably to alert the owner. Ignoring him, we stepped inside. As we reached the bar, an old acquaintance approached us with a smile. The bar owner, Qian Xiaojiang, greeted us warmly. "What brings these two officers here?" I narrowed my eyes slightly, sensing a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Is it that you don't want us here?" "Not at all. I'm merely curious," he replied, instructing the bartender to pour us 2 glasses of whiskey. I raised my glass, noting its quality, not bad, though somewhat lacking in refinement. Hearing my comment, Qian Xiaojiang hurried behind the bar to fetch higher-end liquor. With a smile, I reassured him, "No need to be so courteous, Qian. We can't indulge during work hours. I'll come by another time to savor it." Before he could respond, I continued, "We're here to inquire about an incident that occurred on the night of August 29th. Was there any commotion at the bar?" Qian Xiaojiang furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before replying. "There were a few young men who got drunk and attempted to cause a ruckus, but our security handled it." "Do you remember what they looked like?" I pressed. "There was a tall, slender man, and another was bald. I can't recall much else." Upon hearing the mention of the bald man, a memory surged forth. It was the very man I had encountered after leaving Ma Chang's residence earlier that day. Lee Xian seemed to have made the same connection, casting me a knowing glance. She then asked, "It couldn't have been just drunken antics, could it?" As the bar owner, you should have more details. Qian Xiaojing chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "What else could it be but some romantic entanglements?" "Please elaborate," I insisted. It appears the bald man noticed a beautiful woman and, emboldened by drink, attempted to flirt with her. Unbeknownst to him, her boyfriend was seated nearby, leading to a heated argument. What he described aligned closely with what we had learned from Ma Chang's place. Afterward, we took the surveillance footage and returned to the station. I handed the footage over to Chao Yuan, and, feeling exhausted from the day's exertions, Lee Xian and I headed home for some much-needed rest. The following morning, I arrived at the station bright and early. As I settled at my desk, I noticed Chao Yuan had extracted frames from the surveillance video. Something about it seemed familiar. And with a moment's reflection, I realized it was the bald man from the previous day. I recalled how hurriedly he had left, heading in the direction of Ma Chang's residence. Frustrated with myself, I lamented that had I delayed my entrance into the elevator, I could have unraveled the mystery then and there. Just as my thoughts spiraled into regret, Lee Xian walked in and noticed my expression. "What's the matter? You look rather glum this early," she remarked. With a wry smile, I replied, "Do you remember the bald man from yesterday?" "Yes, the one who clashed with Lu Xueting at the Jinshenjuan bar." Lee Xian's silence spoke volumes as she took a bite of the bun in her hand, contemplating my words. After a moment, she said, "Now that I think about it, the direction he took yesterday leads to Ma Chang's home. It seems they were already acquainted." Her insight resonated with me. If that were true, it meant Ma Chang had spun quite a web of deceit. Why pretend not to know each other? More puzzling was the fact that Ma Chang seemed to know both Du Fei and Lu Xueting, as well as the bald man. How could the bald man dare to flirt with Lu Xueting in front of him? My mind was awash with questions, and I sighed heavily. Noticing my distress, Lee Xian gently suggested, "Are you troubled by the relationships between them?" Her observation illuminated my thoughts. It seemed my partner was becoming increasingly perceptive. I nodded, murmuring, "Since we can't decipher it, perhaps we should let them explain themselves." An hour later, we found ourselves in the interrogation room with Ma Chang. Upon seeing us enter, he wore a look of feigned innocence. "Officers, didn't you say you wouldn't pursue the matter of the altercation?" I replied sternly, "Your presence here indicates that you are indeed involved." "Officer, you can't accuse me unjustly. I'm just an ordinary person," he protested quietly. The absurdity of his claim made me want to laugh. Others might invoke such a defense, but this man, with his flamboyant red hair and ostentatious gold chains, was anything but ordinary. Ignoring his protestations, Lee Xian approached him, presenting a photograph. "Do you recognize this individual?" she asked firmly. He glanced at the photo, then up at us, contemplating for a while before shaking his head. "I suggest you think carefully before responding." "Officer, I truly don't know him, he insisted. Really? Just yesterday, he sought you out. Have you already forgotten? My words seemed to stun him into silence for several minutes, his expression shifting with unease. And I noticed his legs twitching involuntarily. His reaction suggested a deeper connection to the bald man than he was willing to admit. I continued pressing. So why the deceit? Ma Chong lifted his gaze, his eyes betraying a mix of emotions. I didn't intend to lie. I was simply worried that admitting I knew him would bring you trouble. If you haven't done anything wrong, why would we bother you? What did he want from you? I queried. He mentioned that many young women were at the Tianxiang bar and asked if I wanted to join him that night. Is that all? I pressed. Officer. Yes, merely an acquaintance. Our discussions rarely go beyond the appearance of the barmaids. Before he could finish, Li Xian interjected with a scoff. He sought you out directly, and you call him just an acquaintance? Just now, without any knowledge of our encounter with him yesterday, you asserted with unwavering certainty that you did not recognize him? Was that not merely a hasty retort, born of urgency? I spoke without much thought, and besides, I have so many friends that it is not surprising I momentarily forgot. Ma Chang's tone began to darken. After speaking, before we could inquire further, he cast us a malevolent glance. If you have evidence, then arrest me directly. If not, do not wrongfully accuse me. By the way, you can only keep me here for a maximum of 24 hours. Observing his demeanor, I calmly replied, as you wish, 24 hours. There is still ample time. I hope your friends are as resolute as you are. We turned to leave the interrogation room, leaving him seething with anger, letting out a few growls in frustration. Chapter 36. Unexpected gains. We investigated the bald man's information, learning that he is named Chang Xiaoshan and has a criminal record for injuring someone, resulting in over a year of imprisonment. After his release, he seemingly opened a game room and became its owner. During the day, he collected money at the game room, and at night, he indulged in revelry at a bar, spending freely. Upon discovering this, I could not help but exclaim, only someone as carefree as the bald man could live such a liberated life. Li Xian, overhearing my musings, shot me a glance and remarked, is this person really carefree? To me, he seems like a typical slacker. Sensing her icy demeanor, I chose to remain silent. Having learned her temperament over our time together, it was imperative not to confront her directly, otherwise, it would lead to mutual sorrow and tears. Seeing my silence, Li Xian also refrained from further comment. Let us go to the bald man's game room, I suggested with a smile, heading towards the exit. After approximately 2 hours, we finally located his establishment. Upon entering, I was astonished. It was nothing like I had envisioned. I had imagined a well-decorated game room with communal playing areas and VIP rooms, catering to both ordinary and high-end clientele. Instead, the bald man's game room consisted of merely 4 large tables placed in a yard, accompanied by 2 boxes of mineral water, several thermoses, and a case of instant noodles. This scene was far beyond my expectations. It was astonishing that such a setup could exist. Upon noticing Li Xian and me entering, the bald man hurried over to greet us, asking, "Are you two here to play cards?" I glanced at him but remained silent. He cheerfully began his introduction, pulling me aside and whispering, "What you see here is our most basic area. There are better facilities inside." He gestured towards the living room. Following his direction, I looked over and inwardly marveled at the additional tables. Was this truly the so-called VIP service? Li Xian, unable to contain herself, produced her credentials and stated, "We are police officers, here to inquire about something." At the mention of this, his expression shifted dramatically, and he nervously replied, "Officers, this is just a small business. I will have all the paperwork sorted out in a few days." It appeared he believed we were there to investigate his illegal operations. Though he was quite audacious to operate without proper documentation, I asserted sternly, "The matter of your illegal operations will be handled by the appropriate authorities. Today, we are here to ask you about something else." In the yard, 2 tables were engaged in a game of mahjong, and the bald man led us to the living room. I then inquired, "What is your name?" "Chang Xiaoshan," he replied. "On the night of August 29th, where were you?" "I believe I was at a bar drinking." I produced 2 photographs and handed them to him. "Do you know these individuals?" Chang Xiaoshan scrutinized the images, his brow furrowing. "I don't recognize them." Upon hearing this, Li Xian spoke in a low tone. "It seems we cannot clarify this here. Let us move to another location." Chang Xiaoshan understood her implication and immediately shook his head, the flesh on his face wobbling. After a moment of thought, he smiled and said, "I do have a vague memory. I was quite drunk that night and had an unpleasant encounter with one of them. But I assure you, I did not engage in a fight." His words suggested he was not previously acquainted with Lu Shuiting and Du Fei. I pressed further. "Did you know them before that night?" "No." I then pulled out a photo of Ma Chong and quietly asked, "What about this person? Do you know him?" Chang Xiaoshan hesitated for a considerable time, seemingly puzzled about what we truly wished to uncover, leading to his indecision and reluctance to respond. Noticing his hesitance, I intensified my tone. "Do you or do you not know him? If you continue to lie, We will have no choice but to take you back. The mention of taking him back to the station provoked a clear sense of resistance in him. Finally, he nodded. I know him. What is your relationship? Just general acquaintances, I suppose. What did you seek him out for yesterday? At this, Chang Xiaoshan appeared visibly startled. He had not anticipated that the individuals he encountered at the elevator were us. He raised his head to scrutinize us and then chuckled. So it turns out the two officers I saw at Ma Chang's door yesterday were you. Seeing his evasive response, Li Xian's expression darkened, and she calmly stated, Answer only what we ask, do not diverge. Chang Xiaoshan nonchalantly replied, Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if he was free to go out and have some fun last night. I was not surprised by his answer. Individuals of his ilk are typically seasoned in the art of evasion. Without some leads, it is indeed challenging to extract a truthful statement from them. You sought him out merely for this. I urge you to reconsider your words. I suspected he was worried we might have spoken to Ma Chang regarding these matters. If we discovered discrepancies in their accounts, it would spell trouble for him. After contemplating for a moment, he admitted, I heard that girl was in some trouble. And I was concerned that the police might come looking for me, so I thought I would give Ma Chang a heads up. I immediately countered. How did you find out she was in trouble? Is that difficult? News spread rapidly in our friend group. He then took out his phone and opened the group chat, which boasted 400 to 500 members. Li Xian took his phone, recorded the relevant details, and then handed it back to me. I meticulously examined the chat records. On the night of August 30th at 10:30 p.m., a user named Chasing Beauty posted a message stating that our goddess was in trouble, followed by a video showing police cars and ambulances at a residential complex. The chat erupted with various rumors, and I counted around 10 individuals who seemed particularly concerned about Lu Shueting, each having posted dozens of messages. I was intrigued by how Chasing Beauty had learned of this incident so promptly. At that moment, we were still at the crime scene. It occurred to me that this person was likely nearby at the time. With this thought, I inquired, Do you know this Chasing Beauty? Chang Xiaoshan shook his head. I do not know him. He rarely appears in the group. I smiled and suggested, Could you arrange a meeting with him? Perhaps under the pretense that there is a new establishment in town? Noticing Li Xian's disapproving gaze, I refrained from elaborating. Chang Xiaoshan understood my intent and replied, I can only say I will try. After all, he is not very active in the group. With no further inquiries, I left him my number, instructing him to inform me immediately should he arrange a meeting with that individual. As Li Xian and I left, she curiously asked, Do you think this will be effective? Are you relying on a suspect to lure out another suspect? At her words, I erupted into laughter, softly responding, That was precisely my intention. Did you truly believe I would trust him? Li Xian, perplexed, asked, Aren't you worried about alerting the suspects? I approached her. Standing face to face, I intended to instill a sense of tension in them, as it would facilitate revealing any inconsistencies. Due to the proximity between Li Xian and myself, I had been preoccupied with the case and had not noticed anything amiss. Only upon realization did I sense that the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. Li Xian's face suddenly flushed, the crimson hue spreading to her neck. Observing her expression, I hastily stepped back 2 paces and awkwardly suggested, Let's get in the car. She murmured softly, We settled into the vehicle, just preparing to depart when my phone rang. Upon answering, I heard Chao Yuan's urgent voice on the other end. Hurry back. The DNA comparison has yielded results. Chapter 37. The bystander. Upon our return to the team, only Yuan Jiejia and Chao Yuan remained, while the whereabouts of the others were unknown. Their expressions seemed somewhat off. Prompting my curiosity, I inquired, What troubles you? Yuan Jiejia handed me a document. As I perused its contents, the reason for their unease became clear. The DNA comparison revealed traces of Yi Pengfei on the deceased skirt. Li Xian took the document from my hands, and after a brief examination, she remarked coldly, I suspected this individual had something amiss. Now it has indeed been confirmed. No wonder Team Zhang and the others are absent. They must be pursuing Yi Pengfei. As I waited for their return, I began to piece together the case. Approximately half an hour later, Zhou De and Yang Su returned. As Yang Su entered the office area, he exclaimed loudly, Guess what we found at Yi Pengfei's house? Noticing his peculiar expression, Chao Yuan scoffed. What else could it be but Lu Xueting's clothes? Yang Su shook his head with a smile. Not just Lu Xueting's, but a plethora of various women's garments. Intrigued, Chao Yuan quickly inquired, What do you mean by a plethora? Just then, Yuan Jiejia interjected with a huff. Are you two done? There are others present. Consider their feelings. At that moment, Team Zhang entered. Observing Yang Su and Chao Yuan, he calmly instructed, Enough, stop the idle chatter. Yi Pengfei has been brought to the interrogation room. You two will conduct the questioning. Yang Su and Chao Yuan nodded and proceeded into the interrogation room. Li Xian and I positioned ourselves before the one-way glass, watching intently. I yearned to question him personally, as I had numerous doubts I wished to address. It seemed Team Zhang perceived my intentions as he approached and advised Li Xian and me to don headsets to follow the interrogation process. This was unexpected, as Team Zhang had previously handled such matters exclusively. Seated before the one-way glass, I focused intently on the interrogation. Yang Su took his place, gazing at Yi Pengfei, and in a grave tone, asked, "Now, tell us, why did you murder Lu Xueting?" Yi Pengfei momentarily froze, then hastily protested, "I did not kill her. I am not her murderer." Yang Su leaned forward, his voice deepening, "Still not speaking the truth? Then explain why there are so many of Lu Xueting's clothes in your home." Yi Pengfei stammered for some time, failing to clarify the situation, clearly embarrassed. Chao Yuan, observing his reluctance, gently remarked, "From the women's clothing found in your home, it seems this is not a recent behavior. When did you first take an interest in Lu Xueting?" "About 6 months ago," Yi Pengfei responded nonchalantly. "Do you have feelings for her?" "Of course, she is quite beautiful. I admire her. Is it merely her beauty? There is also a feeling I get when I see her. It's quite peculiar. During this time, have you spoken with her?" "Yes." "What was said?" "Sometimes, we would greet each other in the hallway." Listening to Chao Yuan's inquiries from outside, I felt a sense of admiration. It seemed he had made significant progress in his questioning technique. Chao Yuan lifted a cup of tea, took a sip, and offered Yi Pengfei some water. Yi Pengfei nodded in agreement, and Chao Yuan poured him a glass. After a brief pause, Chao Yuan resumed, "Based on what you just said, you do not seem like someone who would harm her." Yi Pengfei's expression visibly brightened at these words. Before he could respond, Chao Yuan continued, "But how did Lu Xueting's missing clothes end up in your home?" "I took some when I went over," Yi Pengfei replied. "Some of these clothes, upon our verification, correspond with the time she went missing and when she died." "How do you explain that?" Chao Yuan's questions flowed in succession, systematically dismantling Yi Pengfei's psychological defenses. At this point, Yi Pengfei began to exhibit signs of anxiety. His hand trembled around the cup, and suddenly, it slipped from his grasp, crashing to the floor. In that instant, Chao Yuan stood and approached him, coldly stating, "More importantly, how did your DNA end up on the skirt Lu Xueting was wearing at the crime scene?" Yi Pengfei began, but fell silent. Chao Yuan continued in a low voice, "Are you at a loss for words? Because that day you visited her home, saw her alone, and harbored malevolent intentions, attempting to force yourself upon her. Yet, how could a woman as noble and beautiful as she would ever look at you? Thus, she fought back fiercely, and due to various circumstances, your assault failed. This enraged you, leading you to strangle her, and ultimately, you killed her with a knife. You then took several of her intimate garments from her home, cleaned the scene, but underestimated that traces of you remained on her skirt. Am I correct?" Yi Pengfei, hearing Chao Yuan's words, Yi Pengfei's complexion drained of color, his lips quivering. "I did not kill her. That day, I saw her boyfriend storming out of the community. I greeted him, but he ignored me. I suspected they had quarreled again. When I returned home, I turned on the television and sat on the sofa. After about half an hour, I suddenly heard a piercing scream from the adjacent room. The sound was shockingly sharp and terrifying, prompting me to lower the volume and press my ear against the wall to listen closely. It seemed something dreadful was unfolding in her home. I found it strange. I had just seen her boyfriend leave, yet there were sounds of struggle and shouting. After listening for about 10 minutes, there seemed to be no further noise. Curiosity compelled me to step outside, and I was even more perplexed to find her door ajar. I distinctly recalled it being closed when I left her home. Upon entering, the sight before me horrified me. She lay on the sofa, her neck slashed, and blood everywhere. Once I regained my composure, I considered calling the police. I felt immense regret and fear, hastily cleaning up the remnants of my presence. As I was leaving, I noticed her clothes hanging on the rack. In a moment of impulsiveness, I stepped into her room and took some of her everyday clothes. Everything I have said is the truth. I did not kill her. Her death is unrelated to me. Yang Su, having listened to his account, scoffed. "Did you not just declare your admiration for her? According to your narrative, upon entering her home and discovering her lifeless, you exhibit troubling thoughts while attempting to justify your inner depravity with grandiose statements." Suddenly, Yi Pengfei erupted in fury, glaring menacingly at him. "Shut your mouth. Stop talking and leave." Yang Su's words seemed to strike a raw nerve, shattering Yi Pengfei's composure and revealing the inner demons he harbored. From that point on, he ceased to respond to their questions, fixating on them with a venomous glare. Consequently, the day's interrogation had to be halted. Yang Su and Chao Yuan exited, and we returned to our respective positions. Li Xian turned to them and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Yang Su promptly replied, "Is there any need to ask? It must be that fellow. Despite his eloquent words, his heart is profoundly dark." Yuan Jejia nodded in agreement, expressing her disdain with a remark. "Such a person is truly repugnant. They can hardly be considered human." After listening to their conversation, Li Xian pondered for a moment before saying, "Although he is indeed guilty of heinous crimes, I have a feeling he is not the one who killed Lu Xueting." Her thoughts mirrored mine. I too believe that this matter is far more complex than it appears. Chapter 38. Unspoken understanding, I have long sensed that something is amiss, which has kept my brow furrowed in contemplation. Observing the gravity of my expression, Chao Yuan inquired with confusion, "Do you have a different perspective?" His words jolted me back to reality, and I replied calmly, "This matter is likely more complicated than it appears." While Yi Pengfei was speaking, I meticulously scrutinized his every subtle movement. Initially, he exhibited signs of concealment, even resorting to deceit. However, when he eventually spoke candidly, he displayed no signs of discomfort. It seemed as though he was merely stating a fact. Yang Su, having heard my statement, retorted with dissatisfaction, "What fact? He is merely putting on a performance. You are still too naive. Do not be deceived by his facade." I cast him a glance and asserted, "Regardless of how you perceive it, I maintain my stance. He is highly unlikely to be the perpetrator behind Lu Xueting's demise." Having said this, I turned to leave. Instead of remaining entangled in this predicament, I deemed it more prudent to seek clues externally. As I stepped out the door, I overheard Li Xian softly remark, "What is this? Are you abandoning your partner for a solo mission?" I turned back, smiling as I replied, "You think too much. I anticipated your arrival." She furrowed her brow, intrigued. "Oh, how did you know I would follow?" At this, I laughed heartily, beckoning her closer. "Come closer. I shall tell you." She eyed me warily. "What are you scheming now?" Seeing her adopt such a defensive posture, I felt a twinge of annoyance. I muttered, "Is it really necessary? I merely wish to convey that our current rapport has reached a level of unspoken understanding." "Who has unspoken understanding with you? Don't make wild assertions." She shot me a glare and walked past me, taking her seat in the car. Once I settled into the driver's seat, she murmured, "Where are we headed now?" I retrieved my phone. Earlier, while observing their interrogation of Yi Pengfei, Chang Xiaoshan had sent me a message, informing me that he had arranged to meet with the user Pursuit of Beauty. This was quite unexpected. I had initially approached it with a trial-and-error attitude, intending to test them by feigning interest. Who would have thought it would actually result in a meeting? The rendezvous was set for 10 p.m. at the Jinshinjuan bar. I glanced at my phone. We still had 2 hours before that time. After some thought, I resolved to arrive early and scout the area, promptly driving towards the bar. Upon entering, we selected a spot against the wall and ordered 2 fruit drinks. With some time to spare, I casually surveyed my surroundings. Li Xian, noticing my gaze lingering on 2 beauties at the bar, immediately appeared displeased. She huffed, "So you brought me here over an hour early. Not for work, but to ogle at women." At her words, I quickly averted my gaze and scrutinized Li Xian, smiling as I remarked, "In truth, you possess far more elegance than they do." As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized I had misspoken. The expression on Li Xian's face darkened instantly, and she raised her hand as if to strike me. I deftly dodged her hand. "Is that really necessary? I merely offered a compliment, and you resort to violence?" I exclaimed. "You dare compare me to them? Chen Tian, are you seeking death?" She retorted, lifting her drink and taking a hefty gulp. I forced a smile. "Miss Li, I meant no offense. I merely compared our qualities. Please, do not misconstrue my words." I then offered a flurry of compliments until she reluctantly seemed appeased. Just when I thought I could finally catch a breather, my phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing the contact on my screen, I stood up and scanned the bar. My eyes quickly landed on the bald man, Chang Xiaoshan, who waved at me and approached with another individual. Upon reaching me, I regarded this Pursuit of Beauty and found him rather charismatic, fitting the description of handsome quite well. I smiled and asked, "What is your name?" He replied softly, "Xiangren." At the sound of his name, I nearly spat out my drink. It was simply too amusing. Who would name themselves that? I steadied my demeanor and said, "I assume Chang Xiaoshan informed you that we are looking for you, prompting your visit?" "Indeed, he mentioned that the police were seeking me. It was unavoidable. Rather than be pursued, I thought it best to come and clarify matters directly." Hearing Xiangren's words, I glanced at Chang Xiaoshan, inwardly sighing in agreement with my earlier assumptions. He had undoubtedly conveyed our identities to Xiangren as a means of arranging this meeting. Truly, a clever individual. Most would panic upon hearing such news. As he stated, hiding is futile. It is far better to clarify matters directly with us. Chang Xiaoshan awkwardly lowered his head, sipping on his drink. Meanwhile, Li Xian turned to me and asked, "Was the information in the bar friends group sent by you?" "Yes." "How did you know she was in trouble?" "That day, I happened to be at Yiping Shin community and saw you had cordoned off her residence, alongside several police cars stationed there. It was evident something had gone awry. Why were you so certain it was her and not her boyfriend?" At this question, Xiangren froze. Realizing he had misspoken, he nervously raised his glass and took a sip. After a moment, he replied, "I guessed." I fixed my gaze on his eyes, noticing his gaze flickering, avoiding direct contact with mine, revealing signs of anxiety. Li Xian pressed on. "What were you doing at Yiping Shin community on the day of the incident?" "Nothing much, just wandering around." "Such a coincidence. Your wandering coincided precisely with the time of her murder?" "Officer, her death has nothing to do with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have voluntarily come to meet you today. I smiled and replied, you should not conflate these two matters. Your willingness to meet us does not exonerate you. It merely indicates a commendable attitude and a correct choice. Without waiting for his response, I inquired, did you see Lu Xueting that day? I did not see her. Perhaps the bar's atmosphere was too stifling. Or perhaps he had indulged a bit too much. His complexion flushed, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. I frowned and emphasized, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Such matters are easily investigated. Xiangren fell silent, downing 2 more large glasses. After a considerable pause, he finally confessed, we met that day. Why did you initially deny seeing her? I feared you would suspect me. Your current behavior raises even more suspicion. Officers, her death truly has nothing to do with me. You may investigate thoroughly. Ignoring his protest, I continued to press. Where did you meet? In the pavilion at the community. What time? Approximately 6 o'clock. His statement startled both Li Xin and me. That time frame coincided with when Du Fei stealthily returned home. Li Xin asked, what did you do after you met? Nothing. We merely chatted in the pavilion. Did her boyfriend discover you? At this, he chuckled awkwardly. He probably did. I certainly did not see him. Then how do you know he discovered you? While we were enjoying our conversation, her phone suddenly rang, and she hurried home. I sensed it was her boyfriend returning. What was your relationship with her? They are merely ordinary friends, occasionally gathering at a bar for a drink. I recall Yi Pengfei mentioning that on the day of the incident, he encountered Lu Xueting's boyfriend, who left the community in a fit of anger. In retrospect, it seems quite plausible that Du Fei had a quarrel with her that day, likely witnessing them conversing upon his return. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it strikes me as odd. If he indeed saw them, why did he not confront them on the spot, causing them embarrassment, but instead opted to call her back? What secrets lie beneath this situation? After exchanging a few more words with Xiangren, we prepared to depart. Just as I was about to rise, Xiangren seized my arm, exclaiming, Officer, I suspect her boyfriend is the murderer. You must thoroughly investigate him. I shrugged off his grip and cast a sidelong glance at him. We will uncover the truth. Regardless of who it may be, no one connected to this matter will escape our scrutiny. Upon exiting the bar, Li Xin, perplexed, inquired, why didn't you ask him how he knew Du Fei was the murderer? I smiled and replied, asking him would be futile. He would surely claim, it's just my guess. Hearing my response, Li Xin teased, you're so clever. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Chapter 39. A moment of tranquility. The night had grown deep, and I felt a sense of fatigue wash over me, compelling me to consider returning home. Given the proximity of the bar to my residence, I extended an invitation to Li Xin to join me for a cup of tea. To be candid, it was merely a polite gesture. I anticipated her refusal, as it could be somewhat awkward for a woman to visit a man's home at such an hour. To my surprise, she accepted my invitation with enthusiasm. We drove to my place, and upon entering, I was acutely aware of the disarray within. Nevertheless, it was certainly more pleasant than the living conditions of Ma Chong and his companions, as there was no unpleasant odor lingering in the air. My abode consisted of 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom served as my sleeping quarters, while the second room lay vacant, occasionally housing miscellaneous items. Li Xin surveyed the scene and, with a hint of disbelief, remarked, you always appear so neat and tidy at work. How can your home be in such disarray? I replied with a hint of resignation. You must consider our line of work. There is no distinction between day and night. We are summoned to the scene at a moment's notice, and I hardly have the luxury to maintain order. Li Xin chuckled, covering her mouth, and retorted, you speak as if you're exceedingly busy. You're not the captain. After all, do you bear such a heavy burden? Her playful demeanor prompted me to jest. In truth, what I just said was merely an excuse. I'm not ashamed to admit that the primary reason for the chaos is that I have no girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Li Xin's expression shifted to one of mild panic as she moved to tidy up the sofa area. I sat in a chair, observing her diligent efforts. To my astonishment, she executed her tasks with impressive skill, transforming the space into a refreshing sight within a mere 20 minutes. Gazing at the transformation, I questioned whether I had mistakenly entered someone else's home. The living room had been arranged with a warmth that left me genuinely admiring her capabilities. Once she completed the tidying, she inquired about any remaining food in the house, noting that we hadn't eaten much that evening and suggesting we prepare a meal. I approached the refrigerator, opened it, and discovered a decent assortment of ingredients. Whenever I had time off, I often took to the kitchen, as I relished exploring culinary delights. We busied ourselves in preparation, and half an hour later, the table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup. Feeling famished as I admired our spread, I gently pulled Li Xin to the table and asked, would you like something to drink? She smiled and replied, it's your home. I'm at your service. Taking her cue, I swiftly retrieved 2 cans of beer from the fridge. Placing one in front of her, I noticed her tension as she nervously stated, I don't drink. Perplexed, I asked, "Surely you've had a drink before?" She nodded, speaking softly, "Since childhood. My parents taught me that girls should never drink in public to avoid troublesome encounters." I couldn't help but laugh at her response. Taking a hearty sip that invigorated me, I looked into her eyes and grinned. "Do I appear to be a bad person? We are partners, after all." She nodded and muttered, "No matter how I see it, you don't seem like a good person." Her remark nearly sent me into a fit of laughter, prompting me to take several more gulps from my beer. I grabbed a bottle of orange juice from the fridge and offered, "Surely you can manage this?" She agreed, pouring herself a glass. Thus, we continued our casual drinking, alternating between our beverages. As the beers began to take effect, I felt a slight intoxication. Truth be told, my tolerance was not high, but I had indulged to maintain my composure in her presence. After finishing, I realized my error. My head felt light, and I struggled to walk in a straight line. Needing to use the restroom, I stumbled past Lee Exine and lost my balance, falling directly onto the sofa beside her. In that moment, I was taken aback by her proximity. It was the first time I had observed her so closely. She was indeed quite beautiful, her striking features complemented by natural charm, devoid of any makeup. This was the essence of innate beauty, her only flaw being her fiery temperament, which occasionally led to her becoming upset over minor oversights during our work. Yet, her dedication and responsibility were unparalleled. While I pondered these thoughts, Lee Exine, leaning against me, suddenly pushed me away, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. She stood up, her gaze shifting as she avoided looking at me, her hands fidgeting nervously. Seeing her adorably shy demeanor, I smiled and said, "I apologize for earlier. I had a bit too much to drink." It's fine," she stammered, still flustered. Glancing at her phone, she noted the time and hastily declared, "I need to go home. You should get some rest." I couldn't allow her to venture home alone at this hour. Swiftly, I positioned myself in front of her, blocking her path, and gently said, "It's late. And I can't let you return alone. I cannot drive you, but why not stay the night? You can head back in the morning." Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "No way. That's not convenient." I quickly countered, "What is inconvenient about it? We have a good rapport. And I have 2 bedrooms. You can take the master bedroom while I'll occupy the side room. We have work in the morning. There's no need for extra travel." Lee Exine seemed to consider my proposal, glancing between the 2 bedrooms and then back at me, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "All right, I suppose that will work," she relented. She stepped aside to call her parents, informing them she would be staying at a colleague's place and not to worry. I felt a wave of elation at the prospect of finally having someone to converse with that evening. I gathered some toiletries for her, though I lacked suitable attire for her to wear. This presented a slight awkwardness. It was far too late to procure new clothing for her. I hesitantly suggested, "I have a new set of pajamas that I've never worn. Would you consider wearing them tonight?" She furrowed her brow, contemplating before softly agreeing. "All right, that will do." After we finished bathing and settled on the sofa, I found myself wide awake, unable to succumb to slumber, so I thought we might engage in conversation. Leaning slightly, I asked, "Are you feeling tired?" Lee Exine replied gently, "Not really." Her response left me puzzled. What did not really signify? I clarified, "I'm completely awake. The night is long. Shall we chat?" After speaking, I turned to face her. I noticed her cheeks retained their rosy hue. Curious, I wondered why she still appeared flustered after all this time. After a prolonged silence, I couldn't resist teasing, "If you remain silent, I'll take it as your agreement." Contemplating what we might discuss, an idea struck me, and I sat upright, declaring, "Let us talk about our case. I have several questions that remain unanswered. Perhaps you can offer your insights." As my words hung in the air, Lee Exine kicked me playfully, exclaiming in irritation, "Chintion, are you out of your mind? Is this really the time to discuss work?" Rubbing my sore backside, I muttered, "What is wrong with you?" At this moment, what could possibly be inappropriate about discussing the case? We were just conversing pleasantly, and suddenly, there was a shift. Lee Exine let out a soft scoff. Did I strike out? Upon hearing her words, I reflected and couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly retorting, Indeed, it wasn't your hand that moved. It was my oversight." I then proceeded to share anecdotes from my life, and at first, I noticed her listening attentively, occasionally interjecting with questions. However, after a while, when I began recounting the glorious history of my time at the police academy, she seemed utterly unresponsive. Turning slightly, I glanced over to find her nestled on the sofa, peacefully asleep. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, her breath soft and rhythmic. This left me somewhat speechless. I hadn't finished my tale yet. Hastily, I rose to my feet, gently lifting her into my arms and carrying her to bed, tucking her in snugly before stepping out of the room. Clearly, she was overwhelmingly fatigued, for she remained undisturbed during the entirety of my embrace. I then reclined beside the sofa, striving to calm my thoughts, and once again began to ponder the case at hand. Chapter 40. Moving through the night, I meticulously reflected upon the individuals connected to the demise of Lu Xueting. The tragic event transpired between 7 and 8 o'clock on the evening of August 30th. Her boyfriend, Du Fei, returned home around 6:10 and departed again at approximately 6:40, having lingered for about half an hour. The elevator was monitored, which indicates that although Du Fei concealed his secret return home and failed to clarify what he did during that time, he possesses an alibi for the time of the incident. Subsequently, we meticulously examined the surveillance footage from Ipinxian community and inquired with the security personnel. After leaving the community gate at 6:46, Du Fei did not return until after 8 o'clock. The monitoring video from his workplace confirmed that he returned to the office at 7:20. This is corroborated not only by the video evidence, but also by his colleagues' testimonies. The shortest travel time from Ipinxian community to Du Fei's office is approximately 30 minutes by taxi. All these circumstances suggest that he seemingly lacked the opportunity to commit the crime. The second individual of concern is Ma Chong, a friend of both Lu Xueting and Du Fei, who frequently socializes with them, primarily discussing matters related to bars. This individual is notably deceitful, having misled us on more than one occasion and displaying a rather cunning demeanor with numerous acquaintances in various circles. On the night of the incident, he was notably absent from the vicinity of the crime scene. Curiously, he had the opportunity to prevent the bald man from clashing with Lu Xueting, but feigned ignorance and refrained from intervening. Surveillance from Jishinjuan Bar indicated that on the evening of August 29th, the bald man was not seated with Ma Chong. They occupied separate locations. Ma Chong, Lu Xueting, and Du Fei congregated in the hall, sharing drinks together. Intriguingly, Ma Chong was acquainted with all of them. When the bald man spotted Ma Chong, they did not exchange greetings, and he provocatively approached Lu Xueting right in front of Ma Chong, who remained indifferent, as if he were unacquainted with the bald man. What lies hidden beneath this facade? Why did Ma Chong choose to pretend not to know him? As for the bald man, Chong Xiaoshan, he had an altercation with Lu Xueting the night prior to her misfortune, during which they engaged in mutual shoving and verbal abuse. However, they maintained restraint, preventing the situation from escalating. According to information disclosed within the bar's social group, it is highly probable that he was aware of Lu Xueting's identity, as many patrons referred to her as a goddess. It seems implausible that such a significant figure would go unnoticed. If he recognized her, what folly possessed him to harass her so brazenly in the bar? The repeated attempts by Chong Xiaoshan to contact Ma Chong suggest a connection that is far from ordinary, and both parties appear to be concealing something. As I was meticulously untangling their relationships, the door to the master bedroom suddenly swung open. Li Xian emerged, and upon noticing me reclined on the sofa with the lights on and my eyes wide open, she curiously inquired, "Why are you still awake?" I sat up on the sofa, forcing a smile. "I'm not quite sure. I just can't seem to feel tired. By the way, why are you up?" It was just past 3 in the morning, and she had only been asleep for a little over 2 hours. She approached the table, poured herself a glass of water, took a sip, and softly remarked, "I was sleeping soundly but woke up inexplicably. Perhaps it's due to this unfamiliar environment. I'm still adjusting." Upon hearing her words, I chuckled. "That's easily remedied. You should come over and stay more often until you get used to it." In my casualness, I failed to sense any impropriety in my words, perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, which made me more candid than usual. Li Xian shot me a disapproving glance and retorted, "That won't do. If others find out, it would be a disaster. You may have thick skin and be unconcerned about others' opinions, but I certainly don't want to hear any scandalous rumors." I pondered this for a moment and realized she had a point. I invited her to sit on the sofa, and we resumed discussing the case. I recounted the complex web of relationships I had just unraveled. She listened intently, falling into deep contemplation afterward. I casually glanced at her, sensing something amiss. Hadn't she previously mentioned that discussing the case at this hour was inappropriate? Why was there no dissent now? With a heavy sigh, I lamented. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. I simply cannot fathom it. After a lengthy silence, she finally turned her gaze to me. "What question do you have?" I inquired. "Initially, you suggested Yi Pingfei might be involved, yet after the interrogation, you deemed him innocent. Why the change?" Li Xian thoughtfully considered my question before responding. "There are 2 points to consider. First, based on the forensic examination and trace evidence analysis, Lu Xueting was first strangled, leading to asphyxiation, followed by a knife wound to the neck. Throughout this process, the perpetrator left no fingerprints, blood, footprints, hair, or any useful clues. The murder weapon remains undiscovered, and all traces were meticulously erased. This indicates that the assailant possesses a heightened awareness of investigative procedures and may have deliberately studied this area. It is improbable for an ordinary individual to eliminate all evidence so thoroughly. Secondly, from my years of experience and the perspective of criminal psychology, I believe that Yu Pingfei was not lying. When he spoke, I observed his body language closely. As you noted, during the first half of the interrogation, he was somewhat evasive, even deceptive. When individuals lie or feel anxious, their limbs and facial expressions involuntarily react, which is difficult to conceal. He exhibited numerous subconscious behaviors that day. However, during the latter half of the interrogation, particularly when he discussed the event in question, his demeanor exhibited no signs of abnormality, as if recounting his own experiences. From these 2 points, I can reasonably conclude that he is not the true perpetrator. Lee Xian's insights illuminated my understanding. Her experience working alongside team leader Zhang on major cases had clearly shaped her perspective. Her thoughts diverged from the norm. During my time at the police academy, I had also studied criminal psychology and micro-expression theory, and her observations mirrored what I had learned from textbooks. As I pondered her remarks, a realization struck me. I quickly exclaimed, if this is the case, then prior to Yi Pengfei's arrival, there must have been another individual who stealthily entered Lu Xueting's home. The absence of elevator surveillance suggests he likely used the stairs. At that moment, Du Fei and Lu Xueting had just quarreled, and her mood was quite foul. She likely would not have acknowledged anyone else. If a stranger were to knock on her door and forcibly enter upon her opening it, the commotion would undoubtedly be considerable. The surrounding neighbors could not possibly hear only a single scream. This leads us to conclude that an alternative scenario must be at play. Someone acquainted with Lu Xueting infiltrated the community that day. Thus, when she opened the door to find a familiar face, it was only natural for her to invite the person inside. This explains why her neighbors initially heard no noise. As I finished speaking, I noticed Li Xin's expression had turned serious, as she repeatedly murmured, someone she knows? During that time frame? And nearby the community? Suddenly, a vision flashed through my mind. I raised my gaze to meet Li Xin's, and we simultaneously exclaimed, could it be him? Chapter 41. Discovery. As all the circumstances converged, the prime suspect emerged as Xiangren. What struck me as peculiar was that after meeting with Lu Xueting around 6 o'clock, he had not departed from the Yiping community until 10:30. What could have compelled him to linger alone in the complex for such an extended period? During our meeting that evening, I had inquired about his purpose for being there, to which Xiangren casually replied that he was merely wandering about. I then pressed him on how he had deduced that it was Lu Xueting who was in trouble, rather than her boyfriend, Du Fei, upon seeing the police car. He appeared somewhat anxious, and after sipping a drink, he claimed it was merely a guess. His drinking at that moment was simply a means to suppress his inner turmoil. Reflecting on this, I resolved to review the surveillance footage at the community entrance at dawn and to investigate the background of this Xiangren. Glancing at the clock, I realized it was already past 4 in the morning. We exchanged no further words and reclined on the sofa to rest. At daybreak, Li Xian and I first returned to the station, where we requested Chao Yuan to retrieve the surveillance footage from Yiping Xian. Noticing the dark circles under my eyes and the redness in my gaze, Chao Yuan curiously asked, "What were you up to last night? You look as if you haven't slept a wink." Just as I was about to respond, Li Xian, who was enjoying breakfast nearby, interjected, "Of course." He spent the night on the sofa pondering the case. Upon hearing her slip of the tongue, I inwardly lamented, "Oh no, she let it slip. She spoke without thinking. And now I cannot be blamed for the misunderstanding." Chao Yuan's eyes widened as he pieced together the implication, and he smirked as he asked, "Sister Xian, how do you know so much about his activities last night? Come on, spill the beans on what you two were up to." I glanced at Li Xian, who stood frozen in shock, her bun no longer appealing. Observing our silence and peculiar expressions, Chao Yuan exclaimed, "Oh," and nodded knowingly. I mused that this typically clever girl had made such a blunder so early in the morning, and worse, she had no idea how to rectify it. Ignoring her, I seized a piece of bread from the table and stuffed it into Chao Yuan's mouth, laughingly admonishing him, "Don't say nonsense." I couldn't sleep last night because I was contemplating the case. There were numerous inconsistencies that puzzled me, so I texted her, and we chatted for a bit. Knowing Chao Yuan's disposition all too well, I realized that had I not said this, it wouldn't be long before the entire precinct would be aware of my and Li Xian's affair. Chao Yuan accepted my explanation without further comment, merely casting me a deep glance. I disregarded him and resumed watching the surveillance footage. The video revealed that Xiang Ren entered the Yiping Xian community through the south gate at 5 o'clock on August 30th and did not leave until 11 o'clock that night. Meanwhile, Lu Xueting had entered the complex at 4:56, indicating that they had essentially arrived in succession. Upon noting this timeline, I inquired, "Didn't Du Fei mention that his girlfriend finishes work early, around 5? Chao Yuan pondered for a moment before affirmatively responding, "Yes." He said that day Lu Xueting ended work earlier than usual. This raised my suspicions. Was it mere coincidence that their arrivals coincided so perfectly? Or had they exchanged messages before Lu Xueting finished work or on her way home, resulting in their nearly simultaneous arrival at the complex? At that moment, Zhou De entered, observing our furrowed brows, and inquired, "Chen Tian, what is troubling you? Why the frown so early in the morning?" I recalled that Zhoda had investigated Lu Xueting and Du Fei's phone records. With this in mind, I quickly approached him and asked, "Have all the phone records for Lu Xueting and Du Fei been retrieved?" Zhoda, taken aback by my sudden proximity, paused for a moment before replying, "Yes. I have them on my desk. I'll get them for you now." His response filled me with elation, and I grasped Zhoda's hand, murmuring, "Wonderful." Yuan Jiajia and Yang Su exchanged glances, bemused by my exuberance, and inquired, "Qin Tian, what has gotten into you today?" Suddenly aware of the collective gaze upon me, I regained my composure, releasing Zhoda's hand and sheepishly scratching my head. "Apologies, I was just lost in thought." This prompted peals of laughter from everyone present. Zhoda clapped me on the shoulder, teasing, "I thought you had lost your mind. You nearly scared me to death." Yuan Jiajia and the others erupted into even louder laughter. After a brief exchange, Zhoda handed me a document containing the chat records between Lu Xueting and Du Fei. I began by reviewing Du Fei's messages, which aligned closely with what he had previously told us. Next, I scrutinized the messages Lu Xueting had sent that day. To my dismay, the sheer volume was overwhelming. On August 30th, from the time she started work until the incident occurred, she had made 15 calls and sent 66 text messages. I thought to myself, this woman must have been exceptionally idle at work. It is rare for anyone to manage such a feat. Li Xian approached my side, helping to alleviate my burden by taking some of the documents to review. A few minutes later, she tapped my shoulder. "I found something. Look at this message." I followed her finger and saw that Lu Xueting had texted, "I'll be off early today, probably home by 5. Just 8 seconds later, she received a reply stating, "I'm on my way." The contact was saved in her phone as Elephant. I found it odd that many of Lu Xueting's contacts were named after animals. I asked Chao Yuan to investigate the phone number associated with Elephant, and to my surprise, it belonged to Xiang Ren. Upon realizing this, Li Xian's expression hardened. "It seems that last night Xiang Ren concealed much from us." I nodded, calmly stating, "He claimed he met Lu Xueting around 6. Yet they both entered the complex at 5. There is a gap of an entire hour. One would assume they engaged in some activity during that time. It is highly probable they met earlier than he indicated." Li Xian furrowed her brow. "If your theory holds, why was there no footage of Lu Xueting descending in the elevator between 5 and 6:10? This was indeed a perplexing aspect. Du Fei arrived home at 6:10. And during that time, Lu Xueting had hurriedly returned home, which was captured on the elevator's surveillance. There was clear footage of her ascending, yet there was nothing of her descending. I contemplated this for a moment and suggested, there is another possibility. She might have taken the stairs. Just as I finished speaking, Li Xian countered, "But she lives on the 10th floor. Why would she choose to walk down when there's an elevator?" As we pondered these questions, Chao Yuan interjected with a smile, "You both seem to be trapped in a flawed line of thinking." His words caught us off guard, and simultaneously, Li Xian and I turned to him. "What do you mean? Though she resides on the 10th floor, if she found the elevator to be ascending or descending and anticipated a prolonged wait, and if she was in a hurry to leave, wouldn't she opt to take the stairs?" Chao Yuan sipped his tea, adopting an air of mystery. His remarks prompted me to reflect seriously, and I realized that such a scenario was indeed plausible. If one were eager to meet someone, every second would feel like an eternity at that moment. The sole thought in their mind would be to see the person as swiftly as possible. A bit of fatigue from taking the stairs would seem trivial in comparison. Chapter 42. Reunion. Upon pondering this matter, we continued to peruse her messages. Midway through, an unusual message caught my attention. The content inquired whether she was free in the evening to share a drink at their usual spot. She promptly replied that she had prior engagements and would not be going. This individual was saved in her contacts as Little Ma. I did a quick search and discovered that he was Ma Chong. Subsequently, I entrusted the task of scrutinizing Lu Xueting's messages to Yuan Jiajia, as she exhibited a meticulous approach to her work. Meanwhile, Li Xian and I made our way to the Yipin Xin community to validate our hypotheses. While driving, I smiled and remarked, "What happened to you this morning? You almost revealed something." Upon hearing my words, she became slightly bashful. However, just a few moments later, she glared at me, pouting, "This is your fault. If I hadn't had a poor night's sleep, I wouldn't have misspoken." I countered, "Your lack of sleep isn't due to me, is it?" Why does that statement feel rather peculiar? The more I thought about it, the more amusing it became, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Initially, Li Xian hadn't noticed anything amiss, but after hearing my response, she seemed to realize something. Instantly, her expression changed. She rolled down the car window and turned her gaze outside, not uttering a word. A gust of wind swept in, chilling me. I gently suggested, "The wind is quite strong outside. Perhaps we should lower the window a bit." She shot me a glance and pouted, "You're so particular. I want to close it." As we chatted along the way, we soon arrived at the entrance of the Yipin Xin community. I drove in and parked beneath Du Fei's building. Just as the car came to a halt, I noticed a cleaning lady tidying up the hallway. Li Xian hurriedly exited the vehicle and approached the cleaning lady. With a smile, she inquired, "How long have you been working today?" The cleaning lady set down her broom, looked up, and casually replied, "From morning till night." "Even longer than you young folks." Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "That sounds quite strenuous. Do you remember seeing a very anxious person rushing down the stairs between 5 and 6 o'clock on August 30th? The cleaning lady paused for a moment, recollecting, and said, "There was indeed a rather beautiful young lady who came rushing down. I even advised her to slow down so she wouldn't fall. Instead, she glared at me." Upon hearing this, Li Xian produced a photograph and held it up before the cleaning lady, asking, "Is this the woman?" The cleaning lady, slightly irked, replied, "That's her. She may be pretty, but her demeanor is quite lacking. I was only trying to help," and she shot me a look. Li Xian smiled and said, "Thank you. But some people nowadays lack civility. It's best to ignore them." With that, she walked back towards me. The cleaning lady glanced at me and remarked, "Young man, you're quite fortunate to have such a gentle girlfriend." Just as she finished her sentence, Li Xian, distracted, stumbled forward. I swiftly reached to catch her, intending to steady her, but instead, she fell right into my arms. It was an awkward moment. I noticed the cleaning lady chuckling and shaking her head as she walked away. The atmosphere grew tense. I looked down at Li Xian in my embrace and softly asked, "Are you all right?" To my surprise, she abruptly pushed me away, as if I were the one who had fallen. I was at a loss for words and said, "What are you doing? I was only trying to help, and here I am, hurt instead." Suddenly, she laughed, looking at me triumphantly. "What's the big deal if a man takes a tumble? Are you really that petty?" As she spoke, she extended her hand, attempting to assist me. I declined her offer, rising from the ground and giving her a thumbs up. "You're right, but I fail to understand why you always seem to be in the right." Without waiting for her response, I made my way towards the pavilion mentioned by Xiang Run, with Li Xian following behind, her expression bright with joy. The pavilion in the community was quite spacious, featuring numerous benches for rest and recreational areas. I carefully observed, and my attention was drawn to the chess table on the far left. Two elderly gentlemen were engaged in a game of chess. I quietly approached them, noticing they were playing Chinese chess, and it appeared they were nearing the end of their match. The black side had only a knight and 2 pawns remaining, while the red side still possessed a chariot, knight, and cannon, with the cannon poised to secure victory in just a few moves. Noticing my quiet presence, Li Xian quickly pulled me aside and whispered, "What are you doing? We don't have time for this." I smiled and replied, "Patience, they will finish shortly." Just as I spoke, the 2 gentlemen concluded their game. The man playing red chuckled, lifting his teacup for a sip, and said, "Old Wu, your skills are diminishing by the day." The opposing player glanced up, retorting in defiance, "I was merely careless, and you managed to sneak away 2 of my pieces. Let us have a rematch." Upon realizing they were going for another round, I hurried over and produced 2 cigarettes, offering them. The 2 elderly men accepted my gesture, smiling as they said, "Young man, do you have something to discuss?" I chuckled and asked, "Gentlemen, do you come here daily for a match?" They confirmed, "Indeed. We have little else to occupy our time. This is our sole hobby in retirement." I then inquired about the 2 individuals from the day before, showing them the photograph Li Xian had brought along. Old Wu scrutinized the image and murmured, "I believe I've seen them." The other elder chimed in, "Aren't those the 2 youngsters we advised to be more discreet in public?" Intrigued by their words, I eagerly asked, "What did they do?" At this, the elder's expression darkened, and he said with indignation, "Some young people today are truly outrageous, in broad daylight. They embrace and kiss in public without a care for decorum or the feelings of others." It became clear to me that Lu Shueting not only had a multitude of friends, but also enjoyed revelry, engaging in such behavior behind Du Fei's back. As for Xiang Run, his actions were even more unbelievable, engaging in intimate acts with her in the pavilion during the day. While I contemplated this, Li Xian interjected, "Did your admonition have any effect? What good did it do?" The woman merely retorted that I was an old meddler, and if it weren't for Old Wu holding me back, I would have shown them a thing or two about respecting their elders, the elder replied. I then asked, "Do you recall the exact time?" 20 past 5. "How do you remember so precisely?" My grandson had just returned from school, and I made it a point to check the time. After exchanging a few more pleasantries and offering them another cigarette, we took our leave. Once in the car, Li Xian looked at me with curiosity. "I've never seen you smoke. Why did you bring those?" I deliberately took out a cigarette. Gazing at her intensely, "You still don't know me well enough." Actually, Just as I was about to finish, she snatched the cigarette from my hand, intending to toss it out the window. I quickly grasped her wrist. "Don't be silly. I don't smoke, but when we're out conducting business, it may be necessary to have them without revealing our identities." Li Xian rolled her eyes at me. "Why didn't you mention that earlier? You were just trying to tease me." I clasped my hands together apologetically. "My dear beauty, Li, I was in the wrong." Li Xian shot me a glare and fell silent. As we walked, she casually remarked, "Given the connection between Xiang Run and Lu Shueting, He is unlikely to be the murderer, wouldn't you agree? At the mention of his name, my expression darkened, and I replied in a low voice, not necessarily. Have you never heard the phrase love breeds hatred? Chapter 43 Concealment. Based on the information obtained from Chao Yuan, we located the residence of Xiang Ren. The journey from Lu Shueting's home to Xiang Ren's abode took approximately an hour, as the two neighborhoods were situated in distinctly different directions. One could surmise that if Xiang Ren had not arranged to meet Lu Shueting in advance, it would be quite peculiar for him to venture so far without reason, especially for a duration of 5 to 6 hours. As for his claim of merely wandering about, could that truly be the case? Upon arriving at his doorstep, I knocked twice. Shortly, the door opened to reveal a poised and elegant woman, appearing to be in her 30s. Upon seeing us, she inquired with an expressionless demeanor, "Whom are you looking for?" I presented my credentials and calmly replied, "We are police officers seeking to speak with Xiang Ren regarding certain matters. Is he at home?" The woman shook her head, stating, "My husband has gone out and has yet to return." At this juncture, I realized that this woman was Xiang Ren's wife. However, her age seemed to surpass Xiang Ren's by a considerable margin. Xiang Ren exuded an air of youthfulness and charm, with a hint of rebelliousness, while the woman before me radiated maturity and composure. Noticing my silence, Li Xian interjected, "Please inform him of our presence and ask him to return. We will wait for him." The woman softly responded, "Very well, I will contact him now. Officers, please come inside and make yourselves comfortable." We followed her into the home. Once seated, I surveyed the surroundings. Xiang Ren's residence was adorned with a classical aesthetic. My gaze inadvertently fell upon a wedding photograph hanging on the wall, inscribed with the words, "Xiang Ren, Song Yen, Happy Wedding." I smiled and inquired, "Madam Song, how long have you been married?" She seemed slightly taken aback by my address, as we had not referred to her in such a manner outside. With a hint of confusion, she replied, 8 years. At that moment, Li Xian asked, "After such a lengthy period, how is your relationship faring?" Song Yen offered a bittersweet smile, saying, "Well, it's just as it is." It appeared she was reluctant to delve into the details of her life with Xiang Ren. Li Xian pressed on, "Have you never considered having children?" She explained, "Xiang Ren is quite busy with his work. He is a senior executive, and over the past few years, his career has been on the rise. So he is not yet inclined to start a family." I then asked, "And what is your profession?" She replied, "I was previously an administrative assistant, but after meeting him, I became a full-time homemaker." I probed further, "Without children and not working, do you not feel bored at home?" She affirmed, "Certainly. But he prefers that I do not seek employment." Through our conversation, I gleaned that Xiang Ren possessed a strong desire for control and perhaps exhibited some tendencies of male chauvinism. They had no children, and he still disallowed his wife from working. At this moment, the door swung open, and Xiang Ren entered. Upon seeing us, he exhibited no surprise. Yet his expression was grim. Approaching me, he said with evident displeasure, "Officers, have I not already disclosed everything? Why do you continue to intrude upon my life?" Li Xian retorted, "You have concealed so much. Even now, you persist in your deceit." At this, Xiang Ren appeared anxious. Glancing at Song Yen, "Please go to the market and buy some vegetables. Prepare a hearty meal, as I have yet to eat." Song Yen regarded him quizzically, reluctantly exiting. Once she had left, Xiang Ren took a seat opposite us. His actions suggested he feared our inquiries might be overheard by his wife. I regarded him sternly, stating, "Now, tell me, on the afternoon of August 30th, why were you at Yipinxian neighborhood?" "Officer, have I not already explained? I went there to wander," he replied. "Before you fabricate another lie, consider this. The two neighborhoods are quite distant from one another. Do you truly expect us to believe you were simply wandering for 5 or 6 hours? You must be quite leisurely. That is none of your concern. Where I go is my prerogative." He continued to resist, attempting to obscure the truth. I produced his chat records with Lu Shueting, stepping closer and coldly instructing, "Examine this thoroughly and think carefully before you respond." Upon seeing the contents, he was momentarily taken aback, visibly unsettled. Li Xian observed him and said, "We are affording you an opportunity. Be forthright and tell us the truth. If you continue to deceive, we will have to take you back to the station for a more thorough discussion." His expression shifted dramatically, and with a sense of urgency, he uttered, "I will speak. I will tell you everything." I promptly inquired, "On the afternoon of August 30th, did you not arrange to meet in advance?" "Yes. Shueting informed me that she finished work early, and I mentioned I had no plans." "What time did you meet?" "Shortly after 5. Be more specific." "I did not check the time. I simply arrived at her neighborhood around 5 and waited for a bit before seeing her." "And after you met, what did you do?" "We merely chatted." "Just chatting?" "Yes." At this, Li Xian abruptly rose from her seat, stating solemnly, "You will accompany us for further questioning." Xiang Ren, visibly anxious, shook his head repeatedly. "I will not go." I looked at him sternly. "This is not your decision to make. You continue to lie and attempt to mislead our investigation. Come along, This is your final warning." Realizing the futility of his resistance, he complied and accompanied us to the vehicle. Upon arrival at the station, I escorted him to the interrogation room. Shortly thereafter, Lee Xin and I entered. Inside, he appeared considerably more compliant than before. Lee Xin furrowed her brow and asked, "Now that you are here, have you considered how to respond?" Xiang Ren nodded, somewhat apprehensively stating, "I promise to tell the truth." "Very well. What did you do after you met?" "Honestly, we did nothing. We were merely in the pavilion, and there was little we could do." I found myself at a loss for words. Individuals like him rarely divulged even a sliver of truth unless deprived of the opportunity to fabricate excuses. I replayed the statements made by the two elderly gentlemen from earlier that day. I then asked, "These gentlemen were playing chess in the pavilion on the day of the incident. They must have been referring to you and Lu Shueting, correct?" This time, Xiang Ren hesitated to respond immediately, lowering his gaze as if deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally admitted, "We did engage in some intimate conduct." "What of it? Is that a crime?" Lee Xin responded coldly, "The act itself may not be illegal, but it is profoundly unethical. I am astonished that a married man such as yourself could be so candid about it." Before he could retort, Lee Xin continued, "After Lu Shueting went upstairs, why did you not leave?" "I had nothing else to do, so I thought to linger a while longer." "Linger longer? I suspect you took advantage of her boyfriend's absence and went up to see her again, did you not?" "I did not." At this juncture, I approached him and said, "Consider your response carefully. The elevator is under surveillance. If you went up to see her, the footage would capture you." "That is impossible," he retorted dismissively. After uttering that statement, he suddenly appeared startled, his eyes widening as he gazed at me, likely realizing his previous answer was flawed. His hands began to tremble, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. I chose to ignore his distress and pressed on. "What is impossible? Is it that the surveillance cameras would not capture you?" He glared at me in anger, rendering him speechless. I calmly stated, "Your unwavering certainty stems from the fact that you did not use the elevator at all, which is why you were so confident that the cameras did not capture you. You ascended the stairs, did you not?" After a brief pause, Xiang Ren furiously declared, "I went up to find her, but I did not harm her. You cannot wrongfully accuse me." "Upon arriving at her residence, what actions did you undertake?" "She had quarreled with her boyfriend. I merely went to console her." "When did you depart?" "Approximately at 7:20. "Why did you refrain from using the elevator both ascending and descending?" "It is not that I was afraid. Rather, at that hour, the elevator was quite congested, and I simply did not wish to waste time." We exchanged no further words, for this interrogation had already yielded the desired results. Moreover, at this juncture, he would not divulge any additional useful information. Chapter 44. Unexpected. The following morning, Captain Zhang convened a meeting to discuss the clues we had gathered and the progress made in the case over the past few days. After he finished speaking, noticing that no one was inclined to take the initiative, he prompted Zhou to share his findings. Zhou produced a stack of documents and remarked, "Upon my investigation into Ma Chong, I found him rather peculiar. He lacks a stable job, indicating no fixed income, yet he manages to frequent bars every night, indulging in food and entertainment. As you are aware, the expenditure at an average bar is not trivial, often ranging from hundreds to thousands, or even tens of thousands. The least upscale bar he visits is still of decent quality, with larger venues like Jinshinjuan Bar being among his frequent haunts. So, how does he afford this lifestyle? Moreover, it is intriguing that most of his friends are young women. As a man, if he were to invite female companions for drinks, he could hardly expect them to foot the bill, could he?" Zhou Da's observations left us all pondering, as there was indeed something amiss. Ma Chong, with his unremarkable appearance and striking red hair, did not seem to possess any extraordinary traits. Yet, this individual not only had many female friends, but also managed to enjoy his time at various bars without apparent financial strain. This was clearly abnormal. As I mulled over these thoughts, Yang Su interjected, "Have you investigated whether he has any side businesses?" Zhou Da promptly replied, "I specifically looked into this. He is indeed an idle drifter, spending his days either at bars or sleeping." Yang Su continued, "In cases like his, one might uncover some unsavory dealings. Don't you think?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Da inquired. "Perhaps he is involved in bar scams." At this, Yuan Jieji chuckled, covering her mouth as she said, "Yang Su, are you mistaken? I've only heard of beautiful women being involved in such schemes. I've never heard of an average-looking man playing the role." While Yuan Jieji expressed her skepticism, the rest of us held our tongues, as such scenarios do exist. Appearance is not always as significant as one might presume. Women can leverage their beauty to enact ruses, and men can certainly play along. After a prolonged silence, I glanced around the room and remarked, "Actually, such a possibility does exist. Though Ma Chong is not particularly striking, he possesses high emotional intelligence and eloquence, a trait that many may lack." On the afternoon of the incident involving Lu Shueting, he had invited her to a bar. Captain Zhang, listening intently to our discussion, sipped his tea, and instructed, Joda, focus on the bars he frequents and investigate his expenditure records following meals with female friends, particularly those involving Lu Xueting. Afterward, he turned to Li Xian and me and calmly inquired, I've noticed your diligent efforts in gathering information. Have you uncovered anything noteworthy? I relayed my findings from the past few days, emphasizing the details concerning Xiang Ren. Upon hearing my report, Captain Zhang immediately stated, Have you not noticed the peculiarities within this case? Li Xian, puzzled, asked, What issues do you see? Captain Zhang did not respond immediately. Instead, he observed us quietly, seemingly awaiting our insights. After careful contemplation, I pondered a few possibilities, though I was unsure if I had grasped Captain Zhang's intended point. I quietly suggested, Are you implying that Xiang Ren shows no concern about being misidentified as the murderer, yet he is desperately concealing the truth? Upon my utterance, Chao Yuan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He urged you to investigate Du Fei to divert our attention. If he is not the murderer, his actions are likely aimed at protecting someone he cares about. Protecting someone he cares about? I murmured to myself. In that instant, I felt I had touched upon a crucial point, yet I was still a step away from clarity. Just then, Li Xian beside me asked, Chen Tian, when you met his wife yesterday, did you observe anything unusual? Her question caught me off guard. I meticulously recalled our encounter from the day before and suddenly realized something. Are you suggesting she seems somewhat familiar? I replied. Li Xian shot me a glance, not just familiar. She has a blue birthmark on the back of her neck. Her words struck a chord within me. I abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Chao Yuan, retrieve the elevator surveillance footage from the day of the incident at Lu Xueting's building. I recalled Chao Yuan mentioning that 2 individuals had exited the elevator on that day from Lu Xueting's floor. One was her neighbor, Yi Pingfei, confirmed later, while the other woman remained unidentified. We had initially assumed the perpetrator was male, having attempted to assault Lu Xueting, thus overlooking this woman. Chao Yuan accessed the surveillance video, revealing that on the afternoon of the incident, 6 individuals had entered the elevator to Lu Xueting's floor, with 2 disembarking, one being Yi Pingfei and the other a woman in a dress. This woman had kept her head down since entering the elevator, obscuring her features, yet her height and physique closely resembled Xiang Ren's wife, Song Yan. It was only because she had her head lowered that the visible blue mark on her neck had come into view. Chao Yuan magnified the footage, and it became clearer. The birthmark appeared nearly identical to the one we had seen on Song Yan's neck yesterday. No wonder it felt somewhat familiar. I had indeed seen her before, but had not connected the dots. Li Xian softly remarked, It seems that yesterday, Xiang Ren intentionally diverted Song Yan's attention, not out of concern that she might overhear about his indiscretions with Lu Xueting, but rather out of fear that she might crumble under our scrutiny and inadvertently reveal something. I nodded in agreement. Xiang Ren's efforts to conceal this matter are clearly aimed at protecting his wife. Before she could respond, I continued, Moreover, have you noticed how composed Song Yan appears compared to Xiang Ren? Her demeanor is significantly calmer. If this is the case, it explains why he was so displeased when we visited their home. He feared we might uncover something about Song Yan. Additionally, whenever we broached sensitive topics, he grew visibly anxious and attempted to deflect, all in an effort to shield Song Yan. Captain Zhang rose, casting an appreciative glance at us. You have all done exceptionally well. Now, you and Li Xian will interrogate Xiang Ren again, aiming to elicit a breakthrough. Zhou Da and Yuan Jejia, you two go to Xiang Ren's home and bring Song Yan back. Following Captain Zhang's orders, we re-entered the interrogation room. Upon seeing Li Xian and me, Xiang Ren appeared markedly more relaxed than the previous day. Before we could speak, he interjected, Officers, don't waste your time with me. I am not the killer. This is all I know, nothing more. Hearing his words, I replied in a low tone, If you are innocent, why go to such lengths to conceal the truth? Are you attempting to protect someone close to you? At this, he seemed taken aback, falling silent for a moment before suddenly chuckling. He responded with a smirk, Don't think you can manipulate me. I don't understand what you're talking about. Li Xian coldly interjected, Does your wife have a blue birthmark on the back of her neck? What are you implying? He retorted. Upon the mention of Song Yan, Xiang Ren began to exhibit signs of agitation. I approached him and showed him the footage of the woman captured on the surveillance. In a hushed tone, I inquired, Is this your wife? Xiang Ren shook his head vehemently, denying it. I calmly remarked, The birthmark on the back of this woman's neck is identical to that of your wife. Are you still withholding the truth? You are mistaken. She is not Song Yan. Xiang Ren retorted, after which he fell silent. I paid him no heed and continued. Initially, I was puzzled as to why Song Yan was not recorded by the surveillance at the community entrance upon her arrival. Now, I comprehend. She must have entered by vehicle, seated in the rear position. Without scrutinizing each car, it would be nearly impossible to identify her. It matters not if you remain silent now. We shall meticulously investigate all vehicles that entered and exited the community during the relevant time frame. It will not take long, and I am confident that we shall uncover the truth. Moreover, there is another matter I must convey to you. My colleagues have already visited your home. Before I could finish, Seong-rin suddenly bellowed, "You cannot do this. My wife has no part in this. It was all my doing. Release her." At that moment, Lee Xian approached, coldly interjecting, "The perpetrator shall face the full extent of legal repercussions. Neither of you shall escape justice." Chapter 45. Version Seong-rin gazed at us with reddened eyes, almost pleadingly, and declared, "Officers, this matter truly has nothing to do with my wife. It was I who killed Lu Xueding." Upon hearing his words, I felt a sense of bewilderment. When we visited his home, we did not perceive a deep bond between the couple. Why, then, was he so protective of her now? I refrained from contesting his claim. For even if he was not the direct perpetrator, he must have been involved in some capacity. Thus, it was prudent to seize this opportunity to clarify the details we sought to understand. With that thought, I cast a glance at him and in a low voice asked, "You assert that you killed her. Where did you dispose of the weapon?" "In the soil beneath a large stone at the community pavilion," he replied. "It's the stone next to the chess table." Goodness, we never anticipated he would conceal the murder weapon in the very community where it occurred. Yet, this aligns with common logic. The most perilous places can indeed become the safest. I recalled that stone, which rarely moved. And given that he had buried the weapon in the soil beneath it, it would be exceedingly difficult to uncover. If he had not revealed this, I doubt anyone would have thought to look there. Colleagues outside the interrogation room, having heard the situation, promptly dispatched someone to investigate. Lee Xian then inquired, "Why did you kill her?" "She wanted to sever ties with me. You both have families. Ending the relationship would benefit you both, wouldn't it?" At this, Seong-rin laughed softly, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. "Do you know how much I invested in her? It is not something she can simply dismiss." "Explain how you killed her," Lee Xian commanded, her voice cold. Seong-rin looked at us and whispered, "That day, we had arranged to meet at the community. We had 3 hours to talk, but just as we were enjoying our conversation, her boyfriend returned from work unexpectedly. Soon after, she received a call and transformed completely, telling me to return home immediately. After saying that, she hurried off. I was furious. We lived quite far apart, and I had traveled a long distance only for her to treat me like a mere errand boy. So, I disregarded her request, thinking it wise to linger a bit longer. Not long after, I saw Du Fei storming down the stairs. I surmised they must have been arguing. I called her, but she did not answer. After waiting for a while without a response, my irritation grew, and I made my way to her home. Upon reaching the elevator, I noticed it had just ascended, and given that it was rush hour, I opted to take the stairs instead. When I arrived at her door and knocked several times, she did not answer. Just as I was about to leave, the door opened, and Lu Xueding appeared, visibly angry, demanding to know why I had come upstairs. Having already climbed 10 flights of stairs, I was incensed, and her berating only fueled my anger. We exchanged words at the threshold, and concerned about being overheard by neighbors. She ushered me inside. Once in her home, instead of welcoming me, she confronted me, insisting we end our relationship. I was infuriated and slapped her hard. We then engaged in a struggle. In the chaos, I grasped her neck. She reached for the ashtray on the coffee table and struck me on the head. Overcome by rage, I seized a fruit knife from the platter and lunged at her throat. Watching her clutch her neck and struggle, fear washed over me. Afterward, I was filled with regret and hurried to clean up the scene before fleeing her home. I listened intently as Seong-rin recounted his version of events, stifling a laugh at certain key details he omitted. It was evident that his narrative was a blend of truth and fabrication. I calmly remarked, "You claim responsibility for her death, yet what transpired with your wife on the day of the incident? Do not tell me she did not visit Ipin community that day." Seong-rin lowered his head, pondering for a moment before admitting, "She did go. She merely followed me there." "You met her?" "Yes. When I learned she took the elevator to confront Lu Xueding, I rushed to stop her, and she retreated down the stairs. If you prevented her from going, why did you not accompany her back?" I sought an explanation from Lu Xueding. At this, I could not contain a sardonic chuckle. "Your story bears a semblance of truth, yet I suspect half of it is fabricated." "Officer, my words are entirely accurate. And the bruises on Lu Xueding's inner thigh, how do you account for those?" I intended to engage in intimacy with her, but she refused, leading to that outcome. Upon hearing this, Lee Xian asked sternly, "Why did you not mention this earlier? Are you concealing something?" Seong-rin, drenched in sweat, shouted, "I am not concealing anything. I simply felt it unnecessary to disclose." Ignoring him, I continued, "Had there not been a lead, I might have been inclined to believe your account. Have you considered that perhaps your wife has always been aware of your relationship with Lu Xueding, merely lacking the opportunity to confront you? On the day of the incident, you clandestinely met with her. Once Song Yin discovered this, she began to follow you. After tracking you to the community and witnessing your intimate interaction with Lu Xueting, she refrained from exposing you on the spot, perhaps out of a desire to spare your dignity. Once she saw Lu Xueting return home, she approached her, leading to a heated argument that escalated into physical confrontation. In the ensuing chaos, she grasped the fruit knife and fatally wounded Lu Xueting. Terrified and unsure of what to do, she sought you out. Upon your arrival, you were taken aback by the scene, momentarily at a loss for how to react. Yet, being worldly and a fan of crime fiction, you utilized your knowledge to stage the scene, first erasing the traces left by Song Yin. You then intentionally tore Lu Xueting's skirt and left marks on her inner thigh, making it appear as though the assailant intended to assault her. This deception led us to believe the perpetrator was a man, effectively clearing your wife's suspicion. As for yourself, you understood that if we failed to uncover Song Yin's involvement, you would never be found culpable. Thus, even when we detained you, you remained composed, as it was all merely a fade. Your actions were indeed effective. We initially presumed the assailant was a man who knew her. However, throughout the investigation, numerous inexplicable circumstances arose. Until we discovered that your wife had also been at Lu Xueting's residence that day, everything began to fall into place. Li Xian regarded me with astonishment upon hearing my deductions. I chose not to elaborate further. At that moment, Xiang Ren's expression shifted, losing all trace of anxiety. He smiled and said, "Officer, your narrative was quite captivating. Even if everything you stated is true, what of it? Do you possess any evidence?" I anticipated his response and replied solemnly, "Would I share this with you if I lacked evidence? You have cleaned the traces at the scene, and the weapon should bear no evidence linking you or Song Yin. But do not forget, Song Yin was wearing a skirt when she entered the community and when she departed. We merely need to locate that vehicle and the garment she wore. If our forensic colleagues examine them, we should uncover new revelations. Furthermore, after Song Yin murdered Lu Xueting that day, she must have sent you a message, likely too distraught to articulate her thoughts clearly. There should be a correspondence between you two that can be retrieved. Moreover, she will soon arrive here, and there are many matters she will clarify with us face to face." Upon hearing my words, Xiang Ren was utterly flustered, collapsing into his seat, his eyes wide open and staring blankly ahead. We refrained from posing any further inquiries. Instead, we needed to fulfill the tasks I had just mentioned. Exiting the interrogation room, Li Xian gazed at me, somewhat dazed. "We are out searching for clues together. How do you know so much?" I looked into her eyes and softly replied, "I must confess that a significant portion of this insight dawned upon me today. Do you believe me?" She widened her eyes, staring at me motionless, then paused before nodding. "I believe you." She then inquired, "How did you come to know that Xiang Ren enjoys reading crime and detective novels?" I chuckled in response. "I discovered several books on that subject beneath his desk and in the adjoining cabinet." Upon hearing my words, Li Xian smiled at me and fell silent. Together, we returned to our posts, awaiting updates from our colleagues' investigations. Chapter 46, Silence after a while. My colleague from the forensic team called to inform me that the weapon mentioned by Xiang Ren had been located. It was a single-edged knife. The blade bore traces of blood, and based on the nature of the cut on the deceased's neck and the surface tissue's incised edge, it was confirmed that this knife was indeed the murder weapon. However, whether there were any residual traces on the handle and the specifics regarding the blood on the blade would require further examination. Upon hearing this news, both Li Xian and I let out a sigh of relief. Noticing my expression, Li Xian smiled and said, "In the interrogation room just now, Xiang Ren confirmed the weapon and also some details favorable to Song Yin. There's no need for you to worry too much." I gently inquired, "How can you be so sure?" "Quite simply," she replied. "When we mentioned his wife, it became clear that he was intent on helping Song Yin cover up the truth. Everything he said that could exonerate her must be the truth." Li Xian took a sip of her milk tea and continued without hesitation. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, and soon, Team Leader Zhang entered. He smiled upon seeing Li Xian and me seated and remarked, "I witnessed your performance in the interrogation room. Very impressive. Your cooperation is becoming increasingly seamless." I stood up and sincerely responded, "It is all thanks to my master." The moment those words escaped my lips, both Zhang and Li Xian were taken aback. Li Xian, her expression one of astonishment, gazed at me and asked, "Who is your master?" I raised my gaze to Team Leader Zhang. Before he could respond, I continued, "Over this period, Team Leader Zhang has imparted a wealth of knowledge to me. I remember my first field assignment after arriving here was accompanied by him. During the on-site investigation, he explained every detail of the process. This has significantly influenced my subsequent work. Moreover, whenever I encountered challenges and uncertainties in solving cases, it was Zhang who offered crucial guidance. In my heart, I have long regarded him as my master, so it is not at all excessive to refer to him as such. I just wonder if he can appreciate a still somewhat inexperienced apprentice like me." After I finished speaking, I glanced at Li Xian and found her momentarily dazed. Her expression was vivid, her large, black eyes seemingly frozen in place as she stared at me in disbelief. I understood her sentiment. She must be thoroughly impressed by me. Just as I relished this moment of pride, she spoke up. We've been partners for so long, yet I never realized your skin was so thick. What did she mean by that? Did she not see the encouragement and assistance from my master? Or did she believe my master would never help me? Shintian. You. What do you mean by you? Speak plainly in front of my master. Don't be so coy. Unable to counter my point, Li Xian grabbed a folder from the table and seemed ready to hurl it at me. At that moment, team leader Zhang, who had been silent, smiled and interjected. All right. You too. He pointed at Li Xian and me, but his words trailed off as he sighed deeply. Suddenly, his phone rang. Li Xian and I ceased our playful banter, awaiting the outcome on the other end of the line. Zhang answered the call, and after a brief conversation, his expression brightened. However, barely seconds after hanging up, his phone rang again. He picked it up, and I noticed his brow furrowed and his demeanor grew increasingly grave. He spoke into the phone. Okay, I understand. We'll head over now. After ending the call, he looked at us with a serious expression and said in a low voice, Follow me. I'll explain on the way. We sensed that something significant had occurred and fell silent, following Zhang to the car. I had intended to drive, but to my surprise, Li Xian occupied the driver's seat. She turned slightly and asked softly, Master, where are we headed now? Her words piqued my curiosity. It was the first time I had heard her refer to Zhang as master in front of others. What had prompted this change? Calmly, Zhang replied, Sunshine Garden. Upon hearing the name of the community, both Li Xian and I were taken aback. This was the residence of Xiang Ren and Song Yan. With Xiang Ren still at the station, if anything had happened, it could only involve her. Seeing that Li Xian had not yet regained her composure, I quickly tapped her shoulder and softly urged, Don't be dazed. Let us go. Startled, she pressed down on the accelerator, and the car sped away. On the way, I curiously asked, Team Leader Zhang, what was discussed on the phone? Zhang glanced at me and sighed. Chao Yuan and the others found the car that Song Yin was in on the day of the incident in Xiang Ren's underground garage. They also discovered the dress she wore on that day inside the vehicle. I thought this was a good development, so why did Zhang look so grim? Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, Zhang continued. Zhou and Yuan Jieji arrived at Song Yan's home and found that she was already dead. What? I gasped involuntarily. Li Xian was equally shocked, causing the car to jolt violently. From the back seat, Zhang admonished, Stay focused, drive carefully. This situation was perplexing. How could she have suddenly died? I inquired, how did she die? They say it was a wrist slashing, suspected suicide, Zhang replied casually. Could it be that upon Xiang Ren's capture, she realized the truth could no longer be concealed and, unable to face her future, chose to end her life? Upon reflection, this seemed unlikely. Our conversations had revealed that Song Yin was mature and composed, far more so than the average person. The situation had not escalated to that point. She would not have prematurely ended her existence. If it was not suicide, then who had murdered her before we could intervene? The more I pondered, the more complicated this case appeared. During the journey, we fell silent. After driving for a while, we finally arrived at Sunshine Garden. We hurried upstairs, and upon reaching Xiang Ren's home, I saw Zhou and the others already examining the scene. Seeing us arrive, Zhou approached Team Leader Zhang and quietly stated, Team Leader. Zhang surveyed the room's condition and calmly inquired, What happened? Zhou responded, When Yuan Jieji and I arrived at her home, we knocked for quite some time, but there was no response. Worried that something might have happened to her, we called the property management and a locksmith. Once the door was opened, we found Song Yin dead on her bed. A knife was left on the floor, and a confession letter was found on the cabinet. The forensic team and the forensic examination colleagues are already on site, and we will have to wait for their findings for specific details. After hearing Zhou's account, we were all taken aback. Another confession letter had surfaced. Strangely, such letters seemed to appear only among specific victims. The incidents involving Shang Wenxian, Su Hai, and Lu Xueting had not featured such letters. The first occurrence was at Tang Wenjin's home, and now it had reached Song Yan's. What did this signify? After a while, the forensic team and the forensic examination colleagues approached. The forensic expert, after examining the body, concluded that rigor mortis had set in the victim's eyelids and throat. With no signs elsewhere, the body temperature had not significantly decreased, and livor mortis had just begun to form. The preliminary determination was that the time of death had occurred approximately 23 hours prior. The cause of death was attributed to a severed artery in the wrist, leading to hemorrhagic shock. A meticulous examination of the scene revealed that the doors and windows were intact, with no signs of forced entry. On the coffee table, a prominent fingerprint was discernible on the ashtray, and a few remnants of fabric fibers were discovered on the sofa. The particulars would only be revealed after further examination. Captain Zhang listened intently to the forensic expert and the evidence technician's remarks. He stated gravely, the belongings in the house appear to be largely undisturbed, and there are no signs of forced entry through the doors or windows. The cause of death appears to be excessive blood loss resulting from a wrist incision. What do these observations suggest? Joda whispered, could it truly be suicide? The forensic expert glanced at Joda and replied, it is unlikely. Follow me. We trailed behind the forensic expert into the room, where we found the deceased lying on the bed with a cut on her left wrist. Beneath her lay a single-edged knife, reminiscent of a fruit knife, bearing traces of blood on its blade. The forensic expert turned his attention to the body and explained, post-mortem lividity occurs when blood circulation ceases after death. Due to the force of gravity, the blood pools in the lower regions of the body, settling within capillaries and veins, resulting in the formation of purple markings visible through the skin. Observe, the deceased is lying supine on the bed. Under normal circumstances, the lividity would manifest on her back. However, during my examination, I noted the presence of lividity on the front of her body, indicating that the corpse has been moved. Upon hearing the forensic expert's words, we were all taken aback. I gazed at Song Yen, lying on the bed, and murmured, the body has been relocated. Could it be that the murderer intended to stage the crime scene? Chapter 47. A reasonable explanation. Li Exine spoke coldly. Look at the incisions on the deceased's wrist. Upon hearing her words, we shifted our gaze to the wounds on the wrist. Li Exine bent down to examine it closely and remarked, in typical circumstances, if the right hand wields the knife, the incision would be directed towards the left wrist. Given the right hand's strength, the wound on the left wrist should present as shallow on top and deeper below. However, the cut on her wrist is deeper at the top and shallow beneath. This further substantiates that Song Yen did not take her own life. She was attacked by the assailant, leading to the severing of her blood vessels, which resulted in these marks. The forensic expert cast an appreciative glance at Li Exine and softly acknowledged, your observations are astute. The situation aligns with your assessment. I donned gloves and picked up the confession letter from the cabinet, which detailed the entire sequence of events surrounding Song Yen's murder of Lu Xueting. It largely mirrored what I had discussed with Xiangren during the interrogation, albeit with greater detail. At the bottom, she had inscribed 6 large characters. I'm sorry. I was wrong, in a dark red ink. Intriguingly, these 6 characters were the only ones in dark red. The rest of the letter was in black. I pulled Li Exine aside and discreetly reached into her coat pocket. She widened her eyes in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Ignoring her reaction, I merely nodded in acknowledgement. I retrieved a flashlight from her pocket and moved to the cabinet to illuminate the letter. On those 6 characters, I detected a brownish hue, just as I had surmised. They were inscribed in blood. After confirming this, I turned around to find Zhou De and the others staring in astonishment. Initially, I thought they were amazed by my sudden ingenuity, but it soon became clear they were astonished by my audacity, taking her flashlight without a word. When I shifted my gaze back to Li Exine, I noticed her face had turned crimson, an expression that hinted at the impulse to retaliate. I quickly approached her and placed the flashlight in her hand, softly murmuring, I apologize for the oversight. I was caught up in the moment and did not seek your permission to borrow your belongings. Since Captain Zhang and the others were present, Li Exine refrained from expressing her anger, only letting out a cold huff. It's fine. After all, we are good partners. Just don't let it happen again, otherwise. As she spoke the latter part, I heard her teeth clenching, a subtle crackling sound. Had it not been for the presence of our colleagues, she would have undoubtedly acted out in a more extreme manner. For her restraint, I held her in higher regard. At least she spared me some dignity. We continued our investigation at the scene for a while longer before departing. On the way, Zhou De posed a question. What do you think Xiangren would do if he learned of Song Yan's death? His inquiry left us all momentarily speechless. Given his previous protective behavior towards his wife, I imagined he would be driven to madness upon hearing this news. Contemplating this, I turned to Captain Zhang and inquired, should we interrogate Xiangren again upon our return? Captain Zhang waved his hand dismissively, not so fast. Let us wait for the results of the material evidence before questioning him. That would be more prudent. I pondered his words and found them to be quite reasonable. Before long, we returned to the station. Captain Zhang instructed Zhou De to compile today's case details. Zhou De approached the clue wall and began jotting down each key individual. He then began to summarize the evidence. The deceased female, Song Yen, had died between 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning on September 5th. The cause of death was identified as ruptured arteries in her left wrist, leading to hemorrhagic shock. Our meticulous investigation of Song Yen's residence confirmed that her living room was indeed the primary crime scene. After killing Song Yen, the assailant had moved her body to the bedroom, attempting to fabricate the appearance of suicide. No signs of forced entry were found on the doors or windows of her home. This was the extent of the clues we had gathered thus far. After Zhou De concluded his presentation, Yang Su expressed his confusion. Between 7 and 8 in the morning, when most people are heading to work, there should have been many passers-by in the corridor. How did the assailant manage it? Upon hearing this, Yuan Jejia seemed to have a realization. She remarked, "Her apartment is on the 16th floor. It would be impossible for the assailant to enter through the window." I carefully examined the structure of their building. The distance between each unit was significant, with no points of support in between. After considering their points, I proposed, what if the assailant knew the victim? Li Xian glanced at me thoughtfully and suggested, after opening the door, Song Yin might have recognized the person and allowed him inside. And then the assailant took advantage of her momentary inattention to kill her. Before Li Xian could finish, I noticed Chao Yuan shaking his head beside me. "No, don't you find something odd?" I immediately inquired, "What do you mean?" Chao Yuan replied earnestly, "Consider this. There are no signs of a struggle at the crime scene, nor any evidence that the deceased fought back. What does that imply?" His words struck a chord. In an instant, we all fell into a deep contemplation. Reflecting on the circumstances at the crime scene, if we assumed the assailant was known to the victim, allowing entry into her home, then how could it be that she offered no resistance at all during the attack? Under normal circumstances, she would have fought with all her might. In such a scenario, one would expect to find various degrees of abrasions and injuries on her body. However, the forensic examination revealed no additional wounds, only the single cut on her wrist. What could have caused her to remain unresponsive, allowing the assailant to sever her wrist and ultimately lead to her demise without any struggle? After a moment of reflection, a possibility struck me. I quickly stated, Song Yin must have been in a state of unconsciousness prior to her death, as individuals in such a condition typically do not experience pain. Chao Yuan picked up on my thought, affirming, "Yes, that must be the reason. The assailant rendered her unconscious through some means. Thus, she would have been incapable of reacting to the subsequent actions." Zhou, having listened to our discussion, summarized, "The assailant knew the victim and was able to enter her home. Under the victim's radar, through some method, he caused her to lose consciousness, subsequently killing her and moving her to the bedroom to create the illusion of suicide." I considered the scenario and concluded it was currently the most plausible explanation. Captain Zhang, having absorbed our analysis, calmly declared, "Next, I will assign tasks. Chen Tian and Li Xian, you will review the surveillance footage from Yangwang Xinyuan community and interview the neighbors of Song Yin. Zhou and Yuan Jejia, you will investigate Song Yin's social connections. Yang Su and Wang Lei, you will conduct a thorough investigation into Xiang Ren's social relationships. Pay particular attention to those with whom they have conflicts. Chao Yuan will remain at the station." After assigning the tasks, Captain Zhang rose and departed. We dispersed to carry out our assignments as per Captain Zhang's instructions. During our journey, Li Xian queried, "We have previously gathered some information on Song Yin. It seems she had no friends, was rather reclusive, and seldom ventured outside. Moreover, as a full-time housewife, gentle and honest, how could anyone have had a reason to seek her out?" I looked at Li Xian and replied, "You may be underestimating the situation. We have only exchanged a few words with Song Yin, though she appears dignified and composed on the surface. The true essence of her character remains elusive to us all. It is possible that even Xiang Ren cannot fully comprehend her. She gives me the impression of possessing profound depths." Upon hearing my words, Li Xian, perplexed, inquired, "Why?" I promptly responded, "Do you recall the look she gave us that day?" Observing Li Xian in contemplation, I continued, "Initially, her expression was devoid of emotion. Upon realizing we were police officers, she exhibited no hint of panic, as if the matter concerning Lu Xueting had no bearing on her." Li Xian gazed at me in astonishment and remarked, "I never anticipated you to be so observant of others." I clarified, "It is not my keen observation. Rather, her demeanor that day was excessively calm. In any situation, when one encounters someone or something they dread, the more they attempt to conceal their feelings, the more likely they are to reveal underlying issues. Her very behavior is suspect. Thus, one must be cautious not to appear overly deliberate." After I concluded, Li Xian glanced at me and suddenly smiled. She softly remarked, "At this moment, you resemble a psychological counselor." I simply acknowledged with a hum. Unbeknownst to us, we had already arrived at Sunshine Garden. After parking the car, we proceeded towards the building where Song Yin resided. As we turned a corner, we noticed a suspicious figure lurking beneath Xiang Ren's apartment. Upon spotting us, he immediately fled. I shouted for him to halt, yet he accelerated his pace. Without hesitation, we swiftly pursued him. Chapter 48. The folly of overconfidence during the pursuit. I signaled to Li Xian, and we positioned ourselves to corner him from both ends. He was so focused on running forward that he failed to notice I had circled around to his front. Just as he approached me, I lunged forward, tackling him to the ground. After subduing him, I glared at him and said in a low voice, "Why did you run upon seeing us?" He protested, "You were chasing me." Of course, I had to run. At his words, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, thinking this fellow had a certain charm and was rather clever. Li Xian, standing nearby, sniffed derisively. "Do you know we are police officers?" "Yes," he replied, I saw you get out of the police car this morning. Knowing we were police, yet still running. What misdeeds have you committed? I asked. I haven't done anything. I just saw you running this way and got scared. So I ran without thinking. If you don't tell the truth, we will have to bring you back to the station for questioning. I assure you. The truth will come out swiftly. Upon hearing the mention of the police station, he quickly shook his head. I'll tell you, just don't arrest me. Li Xian looked at him, her expression unfazed, and asked, what is your name? Shrill. What do you do? I'm a freelancer. Where do you live? Right here in this community. Look, that's my home. As he spoke, he pointed toward his residence. Following his gesture, I noticed it was directly across from Song Yan's apartment. Also on the 16th floor. I pondered the situation. There had to be a reason he was lurking near Song Yan's building, glancing around, and bolting upon seeing us. With this thought, I calmly said, let's go. Take us to your home. You need not be overly anxious. If you are innocent, we will not wrongfully accuse you. He grimaced but nodded, leading us to his abode. Once inside, I casually glanced around and was taken aback from his study. He had a clear view of Song Yan's apartment, as their homes were parallel. I stepped into the study and noticed 2 telescopes and some other equipment. Noticing my entry, he hurried over, smiling. Officer, these are just my hobbies. I raised an eyebrow, questioning what hobbies? Spying on others? His expression shifted immediately. He stammered. You misunderstand me. I enjoy observing the scenery. Look, to the north of our community lies a botanical garden. At that moment, Li Xian entered from the living room, surveying the study and the positioning of the telescopes. She solemnly remarked, from the location and direction of your telescopes, you were indeed watching that family across the way, weren't you? I wasn't. Do you know the family in the opposite building? I don't know them. From his reaction, it was evident that Shrill was familiar with Xiang Ren and Song Yan. Moreover, he seemed to be concealing something. I turned to him, locking eyes, and asked, did you see anything between 7 and 8 this morning? Shrill hesitated, his gaze flickering between Li Xian and me before darting toward the opposite building. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, Officer, I was still asleep at that time and saw nothing. Li Xian coldly advised, I suggest you think carefully before answering. Deceiving the police is a criminal offense. He faltered for a moment, but shook his head. I truly saw nothing. Everything I said is the truth. Seeing his demeanor, we refrained from further inquiries. Before leaving, I handed him a business card, saying, if you remember anything, feel free to contact me. Once outside, Li Xian softly inquired, what are your thoughts on this individual? I lifted my gaze toward his home and then glanced at Xiang Ren's residence, stating, he was lying earlier. If he truly saw nothing, why did he sneakily wander to the foot of Xiang Ren's building? And upon recognizing us as police, why did he attempt to flee immediately? Li Xian, somewhat puzzled, asked, then why didn't you press further? I chuckled. Look at his cautious demeanor. Pressing further would yield no results. No matter our questions, he would remain tight-lipped. Before Li Xian could respond, I continued, let us have Chao Yuan investigate this man's background. We need to clarify what his freelance work entails. Afterward, Li Xian and I revisited the neighbors of Xiang Ren's household, but we gleaned little useful information. Their building was structured with 2 units per floor, and Xiang Ren occupied the eastern unit. The nearest neighbors were elderly, hard of hearing, and were not home at the time of the incident, having gone out for morning exercises. The 2 other families were also absent, having gone on vacation together. With no other options, we took the community's surveillance footage back to the station. Upon arrival, I handed the footage to Chao Yuan and requested he investigate Shrill. The following morning, the forensic team delivered a report. After reviewing it, Captain Zhang informed us. Bloodstains and fingerprints collected from the vehicle and the dress worn by Song Yan have been identified as belonging to the deceased, Lu Shueting. Additionally, blood found on the knife's handle also belongs to Song Yan, indicating she sustained injuries during her scuffle with Lu Shueting. Although Xiang Ren attempted to clean up afterward, he failed to erase all traces of blood. We can now interrogate Xiang Ren again. Hearing Captain Zhang's words, Li Xian and I entered the interrogation room. As we settled into our seats, Xiang Ren anxiously exclaimed, Officer, how is my wife? Has she been brought back? She is quite timid. You can ask me anything, and I promise to tell you everything. Observing his state, I found myself at a loss for words, only feeling a surge of anger. If they were guilty, they would face the law's severe judgment. Yet someone had ruthlessly taken her life in advance. The perpetrator who murdered Song Yan was even more contemptible. Lost in thought, Li Xian calmly stated, we have located the vehicle and the dress worn by Song Yan, from which we extracted fingerprints and blood, confirmed to be Lu Shueting's. How do you explain this? Xiang Ren looked up at us, forcing a bitter smile. Did my wife say anything? I am asking you now. Speak only what you know, Li Xian pressed. After a lengthy pause, he confessed, it was us. How did you do it? Just as Officer Chen stated. Clarify, I urged. With a pallid face, Xiang Ren recounted, that day, my wife discovered I had gone to Yiping Xian community. She secretly followed me and found Lu Shueting's home. Initially, she just wanted to confront her, but as they argued, things escalated into violence. My wife, being gentle by nature, stood no chance against that woman. Before long, she was pinned down. In her panic, she grabbed a fruit knife from the platter and accidentally killed Lu Shueting. Afterward, she texted me, saying she had made a mistake and asked what to do. I hurried upstairs and found the living room in disarray, blood everywhere. I was terrified at that moment. Once I calmed down, I recalled some knowledge I had seen previously about handling such situations. I cleaned up the scene and took her down. Upon reaching the ground floor, in order to avoid arousing your suspicions, I chose not to accompany her in the vehicle, but instead allowed her to depart first. I lingered until quite late before finally leaving. From what he articulated, it was evident that his words were based on what he knew. Yet, I gazed at Xiang Ren across from me and sighed. What you just mentioned, particularly the incident involving Song Yan at Lu Shueting's residence. Was she the one who informed you? Xiang Ren appeared somewhat perplexed by my insinuation, looking at me as he replied, "What do you mean? Just answer me. Yes or no?" "Yes. In truth, you have been deceived. Song Yan has lied to you." The moment these words escaped my lips, he was momentarily taken aback, staring at me with evident skepticism. That can't be true. She would never deceive me. How could she possibly lie to me? I disregarded his disbelief and continued. According to the forensic examination, Lu Shueting was initially strangled before being murdered with a knife. Yet you just claimed that Song Yan killed her in a panic because she was unable to overpower her. This is a blatant falsehood on her part. She has taken advantage of your unwavering trust in her, leading you to believe such a narrative. Perhaps her intention was to enlist your help in dealing with the aftermath, knowing fully well that you would assist her. She appears more mature and composed than you might realize. Furthermore, while Song Yan possesses a profound understanding of you, your comprehension of her is merely a self-assured illusion. In that moment, Xiang Ren was utterly shattered. He stared vacantly at us, breaking into a foolish grin. Chapter 49. Concealment. After a considerable interval, Xiang Ren's condition improved somewhat. He gazed at us and inquired, "How is she? Please, tell me." Li Xian turned slightly, casting a glance at me. I understood her unspoken question, whether I intended to reveal the truth of Song Yan's demise to him at this moment. I rose, approached Xiang Ren's side, and whispered, "She has passed away." What took us by surprise was that he did not react with the outburst we anticipated. Instead, he wore an expression of unsettling calmness, though his eyes were shrouded in a foreboding darkness. After a brief pause, he slowly asked, "Can you tell me how she died?" "This morning, when we went to your residence in search of her, we discovered that she had been murdered in her home. That is all I can disclose." I glanced at him, letting out a resigned sigh, noticing he seemed lost in thought. Li Xian continued, "Your wife was killed. The perpetrator struck just 2 or 3 hours before we arrived at your home. Reflect carefully. Is there anything else you may have overlooked that you haven't shared with us?" Xiang Ren lowered his head, remaining silent. We waited a while longer, but he still seemed reluctant to speak. With no other option, we decided to conclude today's interrogation. As Li Xian and I approached the door of the interrogation room, a voice called out from behind, "Thank you." We halted, and I turned, perplexed, to ask, "Do you not resent me for bringing you here?" Upon hearing my question, Xiang Ren let out a self-deprecating laugh and replied after a moment, "What right do I have to hate you? I had anticipated this outcome long ago. Ever since Song Yan and I were involved in the death of Lu Shueting, I knew this day would come. I just didn't expect it to arrive so swiftly. During this period, there hasn't been a night when I could sleep soundly. We often have nightmares, waking in terror. Yet now, after expressing everything here, I find a strange sense of relief." I nodded and calmly said, "It is good that you have come to terms with it. While you are here, take the time to ponder if there is anything else you have not disclosed to us. Should anything come to mind, do not hesitate to reach out." As soon as I finished speaking, he quickly added, "There is one more thing." Observing his hesitance, Li Xian directly prompted, "Just say what you wish to express. I hope you can swiftly apprehend the murderer, allowing her to find peace soon. Bringing the culprit to justice and ensuring they receive their due punishment is our responsibility, and you need not concern yourself with that. Your task now is to reflect carefully on the individuals surrounding you over the years. Has anything unusual occurred?" After conveying my thoughts, I glanced at him once more before exiting the interrogation room. Upon entering the office area, I noticed Zhao Yuan still poring over the surveillance footage, so I refrained from interrupting him. Li Xian poured me a cup of tea, which I accepted and savored a sip, feeling invigorated. At that moment, Zhou De and his colleagues approached, and upon seeing him, I hastily inquired, "Have you investigated the driver of the car that Song Yan was in that day?" This question had been on my mind since we left earlier. Song Yan had entered and exited in a vehicle that was not driven by her. Additionally, as we understood, Xiang Ren's company did not provide him with a dedicated chauffeur. Thus, who was behind the wheel? Zhou De remained silent, deep in thought, while Yuan Jiejia quickly responded, "We checked, There's nothing amiss. It was just a driver she hired on short notice. I acknowledged her with a non-committal hum and chose not to pursue the matter further. After 2 days of investigation, we had uncovered no new leads. As a result, Li Xian and I decided to visit the vicinity of Sunshine Xingyuan community. Upon arriving at Sunshine Xingyuan, my phone rang. It was Chao Yuan. I answered, and he urgently informed me, the individual you asked me to investigate the day before yesterday has yielded results. What did you find? I will send you his information now. After hanging up, I received his message. The content startled me. It turned out that Shi Xingyuan was indeed a freelancer, albeit a rather excessively free one. His work was varied, akin to that of a paparazzo, sharing sensational news, while also dabbling in private investigation, gathering information for others, and occasionally driving for ride-hailing services. Furthermore, he had established an online account named Anything Help, indicating that as long as the payment was sufficient, he was available for hire. Upon reviewing this information, I sensed he was far from ordinary, perhaps connected to this case in some way. Noticing my furrowed brow, Li Xian quietly asked, "What did he send you?" I raised my head to meet her gaze and shared the details. After pondering for a moment, she articulated, "Do you think Shi Xingyuan was observing the family across the street at someone's behest? It is plausible. When we met him, he did not strike me as one to squander time merely to appreciate the scenery. Why would he conceal this information?" The answer seemed simple. Whoever had commissioned him had a responsibility and obligation to protect their client's information. With this thought, I scoffed softly. It appears we must pay him a visit. Li Xian and I made our way to his residence. Upon arriving at his doorstep, we overheard a conversation inside. Voices raised in volume. Li Xian prepared to knock, but I halted her, opting to linger at the entrance for a while. After approximately 10 minutes, the door swung open, revealing a man clad in sunglasses. Upon seeing us at the door, he expressed surprise, asking, "Who are you looking for?" I remained silent, scrutinizing him intently. Li Xian then inquired in a low tone, "Who are you?" The man in sunglasses glanced at us, but offered no further explanation as he brushed past. At that moment, Shi Xingyuan emerged from the study, spotting us at the door. He hastily approached with a smile, saying, "Officers, what brings you back?" I responded, "What is it? Is Mr. Shi no longer welcoming us?" "Not at all. Please, come in." He ushered us inside. The living room was permeated with a heavy scent of smoke, which was rather suffocating. Li Xian, unable to tolerate it, moved to the balcony. I endured the odor and glanced at him, inquiring, "Were you entertaining guests just now?" "Indeed. But please refrain from calling me boss. I am merely a jack of all trades, taking on side jobs to make a modest living." "Oh, what kind of jobs do you undertake?" His expression turned curious as he regarded me, his eyes darting, and he replied, "Oh, just driving and such." Li Xian, still on the balcony, interjected, "Aside from driving, what else do you do?" He seemed to grasp the implication of our inquiry, but hesitated to respond. Rising, he walked to the study and retrieved a signboard, pointing to the contents inscribed upon it. "You officers must have already investigated me, so I shall not beat around the bush. This displays my usual services." As I perused the signboard, I couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Good heavens." He offered a myriad of services, far more than what Chao Yuan had previously sent me. However, the main services listed were 4, private investigation, psychological counseling, information exchange, and car rental services. It was evident that these 4 services were not of the same nature. He truly was a remarkable individual. At that moment, Li Xian approached, taking the signboard into her hands, and asked, "Recently, has anyone commissioned you to investigate the family residing directly across from you?" He collected the signboard and, after a moment of contemplation, responded quietly, "Yes." "What were you asked to investigate?" "To observe their daily habits." "Are there any others?" "None." I cast him a sidelong glance and said in a low voice, "Do you realize that by observing the daily lives of that family across the street through your telescope, you are infringing upon their privacy?" He murmured in response, "I haven't done anything wrong. I'm merely looking around from my own home. Is it really such a grave matter?" While it is indeed your prerogative to gaze around from your own abode, it becomes unacceptable when one invades the lives of others, particularly their intimate affairs, and disseminates their information. Li Xian then inquired, "Does the person who commissioned you have any documentation?" "Yes, but they left no name, only a phone number." "You dare to accept clients like that?" "I simply needed to earn a living." "How much did they pay you?" 10,000 a day. "Do they still pay you?" "No. Ever since Song Yin passed away, I have been unable to reach them." Upon hearing this, Li Xian and I were taken aback. We urged him to retrieve the registration details of that client. He produced a client ledger, which bore the name marked as unknown. The phone number. I hastily dialed the number, only to find it was out of service. Li Xian looked at Shi Xingyuan with confusion, asking, "Are you certain this is the correct number?" He solemnly replied, "Yes, I was able to contact them before. It was on September 5th that I suddenly lost all communication." Chapter 50. Reminder, Shi Jinjuan became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and grew increasingly tense. I observed the beads of sweat trickling down his face and calmly inquired, under normal circumstances, how do you calculate the fees for your clients? He reached for a tissue and wiped his face, replying, if it's a matter of gathering information, the fees range from several hundred to several thousand. Depending on the significance of the information. 10,000 a day to report on the living conditions of Song Yin and her associates. Quite a generous sum, wouldn't you agree? Indeed. It was a considerable amount. Did you not harbor any doubts when he presented this condition to you? I expressed my curiosity about why he needed to ascertain the circumstances of the other party. It seemed straightforward, and with such a substantial daily payment, I simply acquiesced. As Shi Jinjuan continued speaking, he glanced at us and noticed that both Li Xian and I were staring at him in disbelief, prompting him to quickly divert his gaze elsewhere. I pondered how this fellow was so consumed by greed, failing to grasp the issue at hand, oblivious to the details of the other party, yet still agreeing to assist them. What puzzled me was why the other party would provide him with such a hefty sum daily. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If the value one receives far exceeds the compensation paid, it appears justifiable. Li Xian then queried, how long has this person been commissioning you? Initially, it was for 10 days, with payments made daily. Later, he only provided payment for 6 days. When did this arrangement commence? 2 days prior to Xiongren being taken by you. After hearing this, I looked at him, perplexed, and asked, how do you know that we took Xiongren? He awkwardly chuckled, what a coincidence. That day, I had nothing to do and was seated in my study. I inadvertently saw 2 officers enter his residence. Ultimately, leaving with Xiongren, we exited through the main door of that building. After going down, we boarded a vehicle. You witnessed this, did you not? I interjected. I did not see you take him to the car, but after that, I never saw him again. So I boldly speculated that he must have been taken by you. There was a hint of pride in Shi Jinjuan's voice as he made this assertion. Li Xian scoffed, and you feel proud of that? No, not at all. Can you recall the appearance of that individual? He was wearing a mask and sunglasses. I could see nothing. Upon hearing this, I was astounded that he had personally sought me out. Although he was well concealed, obscuring his features, it still represented a crucial lead. I swiftly pressed for more details. What about his height and weight? Approximately 1.75 meters tall and about 130 pounds. How did you ascertain that? I am 1.73 meters tall and weigh 140 pounds. He was slightly taller than I and considerably thinner. I believe it is quite accurate. It appeared that this fellow had indeed scrutinized the individual closely. Otherwise, he would not have been able to provide such precise details regarding height and weight. What was he wearing when he approached you? A blue jacket. We ceased further inquiries, and I instructed Shi Jinjuan to contact me immediately should he recall anything or manage to reach that individual. After our conversation, Li Xian and I hurried back to the station. Upon arrival, we briefed Captain Zhang on the situation. Our primary task now was to ascertain the identity of this individual as swiftly as possible. I requested Chao Yuan to retrieve the surveillance footage from the Yangwang Xingyuan community. Together, we meticulously reviewed the recordings. To our astonishment, we spotted this individual in the surveillance footage from both the main entrance of the community and the elevator of Shi Jinjuan's building. He did not appear to evade the cameras. In the elevator of the hallway, he looked directly at the corner camera and even deliberately waved his hand. From the footage, we discerned that his height and weight were largely consistent with Shi Jinjuan's description, yet his face remained indistinct. With a buzz cut, clad in a blue jacket and wearing gloves, he exuded an air of mystery. Currently, this was all the information we had. Chao Yuan sighed, stating, I have reviewed the footage from the day of the incident at Song Yan's building, but I did not uncover any suspicious individuals. Upon hearing this, Li Xian queried, could it be that the perpetrator ascended the stairs again? That would be the 16th floor. Even if he managed to climb, the physical exertion would be quite severe. How could he then carry out the subsequent actions so effortlessly? I contemplated this thoroughly and concluded that the assailant likely would not proceed in such a manner. However, if the assailant did not use the stairs, how could the elevator footage fail to capture him? We found ourselves ensnared in deep thought. At that moment, Captain Zhang entered the room, holding a file. Noticing our troubled expressions and furrowed brows, he remained silent for a moment before curiously asking, what seems to be troubling you three? Chao Yuan and Li Xian were still lost in thought and did not respond. I stood up, feeling somewhat helpless, and said, our leads have run dry, and we have encountered several puzzling circumstances during our investigation. Upon hearing my words, Captain Zhang approached us and softly urged, do share. What is the matter? I recounted the perplexing elements we had just discussed. After listening, Captain Zhang chuckled. This has left us somewhat confounded. Li Xian, beside me, anxiously implored, Master, please enlighten us on what you know. Captain Zhang regarded us with an amused expression, stating, your analysis thus far is sound. However, your thinking has become rigid. Song Yin resides on the 16th floor. If the perpetrator intended to confront her, it would be implausible for him to ascend the stairs. Any ordinary person would be panting after climbing 16 flights. If he ascended the stairs, upon Song Yin opening the door, she would find a visibly flushed individual, gasping for breath. A person as astute as she would certainly sense something amiss. Moreover, it is crucial to note that after she had killed Lu Xueting, she too descended the stairs. She is well aware of the physical toll that such an ascent entails. If the assailant were to exhibit such labored breathing, it would trigger her instinctual caution, making it far more challenging for him to perpetrate his intentions. The assailant must have considered this point. What then should be done? In truth, if you simply alter your perspective on the problem, clarity will emerge. Just because she lives on the 16th floor, does that necessitate using the elevator to reach that exact floor? In certain situations, one could opt to ascend to a nearby floor and then proceed to the intended destination. This indirect approach could prove quite effective. Captain Zhang's words left us all momentarily speechless. I emphatically slapped Chao Yuan on the thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed, that makes perfect sense." To conceal his identity, the assailant could have taken the elevator to a floor close to hers and then used the stairs to reach her home, effectively resolving all his issues. Once I grasped this, I turned to glance at Chao Yuan, only to find his face flushed and his eyes filled with a fierce intensity. Curiously, I asked, "What troubles you?" Did not Captain Zhang elucidate the problem? His face reddened further as he stammered, "Brother, when you get excited, could you refrain from slapping your own thigh? Do you realize how much force you just used?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I scratched my head. "My apologies, brother. I was overly excited and momentarily lost my composure." Chao Yuan regarded me with evident skepticism. "Oh please, there are 3 others beside you, including Captain Zhang and Li Xian. Why did you specifically choose to slap me?" "Brother, it is precisely because of our close relationship that you are the first person who comes to my mind whenever any issue arises." As I spoke, I reached out to offer him a gentle massage, only to be swiftly pushed away by him. Nearby, Li Xian could not contain a chuckle. After a moment of light-hearted banter, our spirits lifted considerably, and we felt rejuvenated. I intended to ask Chao Yuan to activate the surveillance footage for us to review once more, focusing particularly on the floors nearest to Song Yan's residence. Observing our actions, Captain Zhang interjected softly, urging us to pause. He had just returned from the trace evidence room with the forensic report. Upon hearing his words, we immediately ceased our tasks and took our seats. Captain Zhang continued, stating that on the day of the incident, fingerprints discovered on the ashtray at Song Yan's home had been confirmed not to belong to Xiang Rin or Song Yan. The information comparison was still in progress, but results were expected imminently. As for the clothing fibers found on the sofa, the forensic team had determined they did not originate from any garments belonging to Song Yan's household. They had also extracted components from the fibers, revealing the presence of a luxurious silk. There are only 5 companies in the city that produce and sell garments made from this fabric, making them key subjects for our investigation. Meanwhile, our colleagues were already conducting inquiries outside, and I urged the 3 of us to remain fully alert. We responded earnestly, affirming with a resounding yes. After delivering his remarks, Captain Zhang cast a glance our way before departing. Upon hearing this timely information, I felt a surge of relief. I glanced at Chao Yuan and playfully said, "Don't just stand there, let us continue." He offered no verbal response, merely grunted a few times. And then we resumed our work. Chapter 51. The mist. Following the insights provided by team leader Zhang, we meticulously examined the surveillance footage. We discovered 7 individuals who met the criteria and proceeded to investigate their backgrounds. Among them, 5 were residents of the community, residing in the same building. Only 2 were not residents, and we were uncertain about their purpose for being there that day. As I reviewed the information gathered by Chao Yuan alongside Li Xian, I noted that one was named Miao Mu and the other Su Chuanyu. We resolved to pay a visit to these 2 individuals, based on Chao Yuan's provided location. It took us nearly 2 hours to locate Miao Mu's residence. This community was situated on the outskirts of the city. The buildings appeared quite aged, with peeling exterior walls and various wires haphazardly protruding from the façade, creating a rather hazardous impression. Upon arriving at the entrance, we noticed a security booth where an elderly gentleman was stationed, leisurely smoking a cigarette and listening to the radio. Perhaps he found us unfamiliar. He poked his head out of the window, scrutinizing us, and inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Just as Li Xian was about to present her identification, I gently pulled her back. I stepped into the security booth, took out a pack of cigarettes, extracted 2, and handed them to him with a smile, saying, "Sir, we're here to visit a friend. Could you kindly direct us to building 12? The old man accepted the cigarettes, grinning as he replied, "Follow the middle path straight ahead until you see a large tree. The building next to it is the one you seek." "Thank you, sir." I expressed my gratitude as I led Li Xian further inside. As we walked, Li Xian pulled her hand away, frowning at me. Why did you stop me from revealing our identities just now? I was intrigued by her seeming lack of street smarts, given her usual sharpness at work. However, I refrained from voicing my thoughts, knowing it would likely provoke her. Instead, I smiled and explained, there were many people chatting near the security booth, and we had no idea who they were. Revealing our identities might raise suspicions. Lee Xian nodded in understanding and said nothing further. Soon, we arrived at Miao Mu's apartment. The building was 6 stories tall, and his unit was on the 5th floor, effectively the second to last. I knocked on the door and heard a middle-aged man's voice from inside. Who is it? We remained silent. After about 2 minutes, the door opened, revealing a dark-skinned man who scrutinized us with a puzzled expression, asking, "Who are you?" Lee Xian presented her badge and softly stated, "We are police officers." "Are you Miao Mu?" Upon hearing our official status, his demeanor shifted from apprehensive to visibly tense. I found this perplexing. He coldly replied, "What do you want with me?" I calmly responded, "Are you not going to let us in?" He turned and walked back into the apartment, saying, "Come in." Lee Xian and I entered. The apartment was quite small, 2 bedrooms and a living room with just a table and 2 chairs, leaving little space for anything else. I estimated the total area to be around 50 square meters, with a very compact layout. He gestured towards the 2 chairs by the door and offered, "Have a seat." "Would you like some water?" "No, thank you," I replied. Before he could speak further, I inquired, "Where were you at 7 o'clock on the morning of September 5th? Upon hearing the date, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "I was at work." "What kind of work?" "Someone asked me to go to their house to fix their windows and doors." Noticing his evasive gaze and halting speech, I realized he was lying. Lee Xian also picked up on his agitation and pressed him further, "Be more specific." "Where exactly?" "Not far from our community," he replied. "I suggest you think carefully before you speak," I warned. His hesitation was evident as he clenched his hands instinctively. Sunshine Garden is located in the city center, while his community is in the suburbs. It took us nearly 2 hours to drive there. His claim of proximity was dubious unless he was referring to a different community. This implied he was indeed deceiving us. His earlier composure had vanished, replaced by a sense of unease. I did not give him much time to ponder, stating sternly, "Speak only the truth, but do not lie. Deliberately misleading the police is a criminal offense." That day, I was unwell and stayed home to rest. He finally confessed after a moment of contemplation. Lee Xian and I were taken aback by his unexpected turn of events. Sensing his obstinacy, I fixed my gaze on him. Speaking in a low tone, "Why were you at Sunshine Garden that day?" He visibly flinched at my question, pausing before responding. "Someone asked me to fix their windows." Hearing this, Lee Xian could not suppress a scoff. "It seems you are determined to conceal the truth. Let's go. You're coming with us to the station for further discussion." At that moment, a series of coughs emanated from the bedroom, followed by the appearance of an elderly woman who approached us with a cane, gently asking, "Who are you? Do you have business with my son?" Lee Xian and I stood, smiling, and replied, "Grandma, we are his friends, here to chat with him. There is nothing to worry about. Please, feel free to rest." The old woman nodded at my reassurances and retreated into the room. Once she had gone, Miao Mu whispered to us, "Officer, given my family's circumstances, I cannot go anywhere." I looked at him and said, "All you need to do is tell the truth." Indeed, someone did ask me to come and fix the windows. He promised to cover the travel expenses. Otherwise, I would not have ventured so far, he admitted. And what happened then? I arrived at the address and discovered there was no job, and the residents claimed they had not contacted me. I maintained eye contact. Sensing that he was now speaking sincerely, Lee Xian, intrigued, asked, "You didn't confirm the details before heading out to such a distant location?" Miao Mu shook his head. That day, before dawn, I went to my usual spot for work, standing by the roadside with a sign. After waiting for about half an hour without anyone approaching, I grew anxious as others around me were finding work. Just as I was about to pack up and move elsewhere, a man approached me, asking if I could fix his windows. He offered to pay for my travel and gave me 300 yuan as a deposit, claiming it was for the inspection of the numerous issues with his windows and doors. I thought it would be a significant job, potentially earning me a good sum for the day. However, upon arrival, I realized I had been deceived. The family had no knowledge of this arrangement, and I ended up taking the bus back. His explanation left me feeling that something was amiss, but I could not pinpoint it at that moment. Lee Xian then asked, "If that is the case, why did you lie earlier?" "I feared you would cause me trouble. If you have done nothing wrong, what is there to fear?" Upon my return to the community, I heard from others in the area that there had been a death in the building I visited. Who were these others? I pressed. "We often work together." "How did he know?" He mentioned that he was also working in that neighborhood at the time and saw numerous police cars stationed beneath that building. "You should retrieve the contact number of the person who came to fix your windows and doors." Miao Mu provided us with the number, and I promptly dialed it, only to find that it was an unassigned number. Unable to proceed, I left him a business card, requesting that he contact me should he encounter that individual again. Subsequently, Lee Xian and I departed from his residence. Before leaving, We stopped by the supermarket downstairs to purchase an abundance of fruits and bread, which we delivered to Meow Moo, urging him to ensure the elderly had a bit every day. On the way back, I found myself perplexed. Observing Li Xian beside me, I inquired, "Why do you think that person would travel such a distance to seek out temporary workers like us?" Upon hearing my question, Li Xian widened her eyes and replied, "Are you asking me? Indeed, it is just the two of us in the car. If I don't ask you, whom shall I inquire?" I failed to comprehend her implication. At this juncture, she erupted into laughter, covering her mouth as she said, "You ask me. How would I know?" Her response nearly caused me to choke in exasperation. Why hadn't she mentioned this earlier? Was she deliberately toying with me? I chose to disregard her, my mind consumed with thoughts of the connection between them. Despite pondering throughout the journey, I could not arrive at a conclusion. Upon reaching the team, I noticed a document on Chow Yuan's desk. I opened it and was astounded to discover that the temporary driver Song Yen had sought, as mentioned by Yuan Jiejia last time, was actually Shi Zhenjuan. Chapter 52. The driver Li Xian looked at me, her expression one of sheer astonishment, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" I turned slightly to gaze at her and inquired, "Do you know who the driver was that previously drove Song Yen? Didn't T Jiajia mention it? It was someone Song Yen found at the last minute. Is there a problem?" Li Xian regarded me with a puzzled look. I remained silent and handed her the information sheet I held. Upon glancing at it, her face shifted dramatically from confusion to surprise, and then back to bewilderment. Li Xian's reaction was far more pronounced than mine. Her eyes widened as she stared at me, prompting a chuckle from me in response to her expression. After a prolonged moment, she slowly uttered, "How could it possibly be him?" It appeared that this young man had concealed many matters from us. When Shi Zhenjuan was mentioned, my demeanor darkened. Li Xian, observing me, whispered, "How could Song Yen possibly know him?" I shifted my gaze to the window and softly remarked, "Do you remember the advertisement board he showed us last time?" At the mention of the advertisement board, realization dawned on Li Xian as she exclaimed, "You mean he is a private investigator too?" It seemed likely that Song Yen, in her quest to investigate Xiang Ren's affairs, had somehow managed to find Shi Zhenjuan. I pondered this possibility seriously. It was quite plausible. Otherwise, how could they have connected? Li Xian furrowed her brows and questioned, "Could it merely be a coincidence? I recall he also dealt with sports cars." It seemed improbable that it was mere chance. After all, Xiang Ren had just arrived at the Yipingshuan community when Song Yen found him shortly thereafter. If no one had informed her of this beforehand, how could she have arrived so swiftly? I could not believe it was coincidence that Xiang Ren arrived at a location and Song Yen followed closely behind, especially in a car driven by a private investigator. Just then, Chow Yuan entered, observing Li Xian and me standing beside his desk with furrowed brows. He chuckled, "You two are becoming more alike by the day." Curiosity piqued. I glanced at him and asked, "What do you mean?" He approached me and gave my shoulder a hearty pat. "Just now, as I stood at the door, your expressions, movements, and demeanor were exactly the same." Before I could respond, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, I saw Chow Yuan shielding his head as he scurried aside. Li Xian had acted with such swiftness that I scarcely had time to comprehend her actions. From his position, Chow Yuan lamented, "Why did you hit me?" Li Xian retorted with a cold snort, "That's what you get for speaking nonsense. If you dare to babble again, I won't just hit you with a book." Chow Yuan, retreating further, shouted, "What nonsense have I spoken? Everything I said was the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." As it appeared Li Xian was about to fling the folder she held, I quickly seized her hand and softly advised, "Let it go. We're in the office. If Team Zhang sees us, we'll be in trouble." She shot me a glare, freed her hand, and angrily returned to her seat. Once she had left, Chow Yuan cautiously approached his desk and grasped my hand, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks, brother." I looked at him disdainfully and whispered, "Are you foolish? When we first arrived here, didn't we study the general situation of everyone?" Chow Yuan nodded, a look of regret crossing his face. He sighed deeply, admitting, "I was careless. I shouldn't have provoked that female tyrant." As soon as he uttered this, I sensed trouble brewing. This guy truly lacked tact. Didn't he notice I had been speaking softly? Yet he brazenly blurted it out. Li Xian, overhearing Chow Yuan, immediately stood up from her seat. I hurried to her side, blocking her exit. With a smile, I said, "We still have many questions to clarify. Now that Chow Yuan is here, he is quite clever. We can discuss this together." She shot me a fierce glare, but said nothing further. I turned to Chow Yuan and asked, "Have you looked at the information sheet on your desk?" "Yes, I have." "Why? Didn't you notice anything unusual?" "Oh, you mean the driver for Song Yen was Shi Zhenjuan?" I didn't think much of it. "Not much. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't have said this, but you know what Shi Zhenjuan does. If there is no connection between the two, how could this happen?" Originally, I had assumed Chow Yuan would share my sense of unease over the matter and recognize that something hidden lay beneath. However, it turned out I was alone in this suspicion. They both seemed to regard it as entirely normal. Suddenly, the previously silent Li Xian interjected. What if Song Yin sought him out to investigate Xiang Ren? Upon learning that Xiang Ren was meeting Lu Xueting, he informed Song Yin, who then asked him to take her to find them. That is how they arrived at the Yupingshuan community. Shizhenjun never left the car, waiting for Song Yin. When she reached Lu Xueting's residence, a quarrel ensued, and ultimately, Song Yin killed Lu Xueting. Upon learning this, Xiang Ren helped her dispose of the scene. Finally, Song Yin left the community in the car. Do you sense that something about this doesn't quite add up? After listening to Li Xian's analysis, I replied, after killing Lu Xueting, Song Yin would have blood on her hands and clothes, and her demeanor would surely have been frantic. A normal person would easily perceive something was amiss. How could a private investigator miss it? Chao Yuan chimed in, especially after he learned that Lu Xueting died shortly thereafter. He must have known something. For some reason, he helped Song Yin cover it up. At this point, it seemed evident that regardless of whether Shizhenjun became Song Yan's driver by coincidence or design, he had assisted in concealing the truth. For someone like Shizhenjun, who was driven by profit, only money could sway him. With this realization, I called him, requesting he come to the station. An hour later, we found ourselves in the interrogation room with him. Upon seeing Li Xian and me enter, he greeted us with a smile. Officers, what brings you here? I refrained from engaging in banter, fixing my gaze on him and calmly asking, do you know Song Yin? He looked at me, curious. Yes, I know her. I know both she and her husband. Didn't I tell you this at my place last time? I sensed he was putting on an act, and it seemed I would have to apply some pressure to elicit any information from him. Noticing my silence, Li Xian pressed on, Shizhenjun, do you understand what we're referring to? Stop pretending. Officer, I don't quite understand your meaning. On August 30th, between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m., where were you? At the mention of this time frame, he appeared startled, but then composed himself. After contemplating for a while, he said, that was quite a while ago. I can't really recall. I replied sternly, let me help jog your memory. That day, you drove Song Yin to the Yupingshuan community. Does that ring a bell? In an instant, his complexion darkened, and his eyes began to dart nervously. After a significant pause, he finally responded, I remember now. That day, I was out driving and unexpectedly received her order. When she arrived, she asked me to drive her car and even offered double the fare. What happened next? He continued. According to her instructions, I drove to that community and she told me to wait downstairs, saying she would be right down. At the time, I was certainly reluctant. Wouldn't that delay my earnings? Then she handed me several $100s, and I chose to remain silent. Song Yin, coming down from upstairs, inquired if there were any unusual circumstances. I was unsure. Be more specific, I replied. I thought to myself, a man like me cannot be caught staring at others. Can I? I couldn't help but admire his skillful deceit. As a private investigator, he certainly had a way with words. When Shi Jinjuan noticed my silence, he added, Officer, I've spoken until my throat is dry. Could I trouble you for a glass of water? I smiled and said, just a moment, I'll pour you a glass. It appeared he intended to prolong our conversation. I handed him the water, and he drank deeply. At that moment, Li Xian casually remarked, Song Yin, you've investigated Xiang Ren, haven't you? Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback. He subsequently choked on the water, his face turning a deep shade of red as he coughed repeatedly. I glanced at Li Xian, thinking she must have done this on purpose, choosing this precise moment to bring it up. Li Xian winked at me, her expression one of triumph. After a while, Shi Jinjuan regained his composure, gazing at us with a serious expression, and whispered, she has never approached me. Chapter 53. Changing faces as I gazed at the man before me, Shi Jinjuan. I found myself at a loss for words. Despite the lengthy conversation we had, he remained completely unperturbed, preoccupied with concocting further lies. I stepped closer and spoke in a low voice. I've already given you water and ample time to contemplate your response. Are you still unwilling to speak the truth? He feigned ignorance, looking up at me and saying, Officer, I've told you everything I know. You can't expect me to lie to you. I held his gaze, thinking to myself, continue your performance. I am curious to see how long you can maintain it. At that moment, my colleague Li Xian calmly interjected. We are giving you a chance to speak. Share whatever you know. The truth of the matter is rather simple. We need only investigate whether Song Yin had any financial dealings with you during that period, and everything will become clear. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Shi Jinjuan slowly lowered his head, lost in thought. Observing his demeanor, both Li Xian and I sensed that he was undoubtedly withholding something. Not granting him further time to ponder, I continued, this is your final opportunity. Think carefully before you speak. If you utter one more falsehood, this chance will vanish. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised his head, gazing at us as if he had made a momentous decision. Then he murmured, yes, she did entrust me. Entrust you with what? I inquired. To investigate which women Xiang Ren was involved with, he replied. His response piqued my interest, prompting me to ask, what did you uncover? From my understanding, Xiang Ren was entangled not only with Lu Xueting, but also with at least 2 other women. Did you relay this information to Song Yan? Yes, he affirmed. Once I gathered the information, I informed her since she had commissioned me. To be honest, I had underestimated him. I had not anticipated that he would uncover such crucial details. This information held significant importance for us. On the surface, these 2 women appeared unrelated to Song Yan, yet they were entangled in emotional and financial conflicts. Li Xian, noticing my contemplative silence, interjected, on August 30th. You were the one who relayed the information to Song Yan and then accompanied her to the Yipingshuan community, correct? He nodded in affirmation, replying, yes. After I saw Xiang Ren leave the company, I followed him for a while. Based on his driving route, I deduced that he was likely going to meet Lu Xueting, so I conveyed this news to Song Yan. After Song Yan descended from Lu Xueting's residence, you truly saw nothing unusual? I genuinely didn't notice anything at that time, as it was already dark, and she urged me to leave quickly, stating she had matters to attend to that evening. I didn't think much of it. Then why did you lie just now? Because I feared that Lu Xueting's death might implicate me. When did you learn of Lu Xueting's demise? The following day. As I observed Shi Zhenjuan, he seemed transformed, exhibiting an unusual calmness that starkly contrasted with his earlier flippant demeanor. At that moment, Li Xian posed another question. When you learned of Lu Xueting's death, did you not suspect Song Yan's involvement? His expression darkened, and he glared at us. What do you mean by that? Are you implying I had a hand in her death? Seeing the malice in his eyes, I replied sternly, speak only of what you know. Do not ask what you should not. He shrugged. I considered it, but upon reflection, what does this concern me? I was paid by Song Yan to assist her. Throughout this process, I have committed no wrongdoing. If she has issues, you should investigate her. Upon hearing this, Li Xian could no longer restrain herself and retorted. You are aware that both Lu Xueting and Song Yan are deceased, which is why you feel emboldened to speak so recklessly. As soon as Li Xian concluded her statement, he retorted, what do their deaths have to do with me? If you have evidence, arrest me. Trying to intimidate me will yield no results. I noticed Li Xian becoming increasingly agitated, almost losing her composure, so I quickly stepped in, placing a hand on her shoulder. I then turned to Shi Zhenjuan, saying meaningfully, we will ascertain the truth regarding your concerns. It is in your best interest that you have nothing to hide. By the way, maintain open communication and refrain from leaving the city. You may go now. He swaggered out of the interrogation room, casting a glance back at us with a smirk. You are welcome to visit my home anytime. Indeed, I responded, but let me remind you, the profession of a private investigator is inherently illegal. Do not test the waters. As soon as he departed, Li Xian glared at me, exclaiming, why did you let him go? Did you not see how arrogant he was? I met her gaze and replied deliberately, without evidence, we could only detain him for a day at most. What purpose would that serve? His remarks were meant to provoke us. If we lost our tempers, we would fall into his trap. This man appears to possess a far greater cunning than anyone we have encountered previously. Li Xian shot me a disapproving look and exited the interrogation room. I returned to the office area, sitting down to reflect on his statements. Suddenly, I realized something was amiss. Song Yan had commissioned him to investigate Xiang Ren. As long as the matter regarding Xiang Ren remained unresolved, their commission would not be terminated. Furthermore, Shi Zhenjuan had mentioned that aside from Lu Xueting, at least 2 other women were connected to Xiang Ren, indicating that he was still in the investigative process. Although he was aware that we had taken Xiang Ren into custody, he seemed oblivious to whether Xiang Ren was guilty or how long he would be detained. Under normal circumstances, their commission would still stand. What struck me as peculiar was that he had agreed to investigate both Song Yan and Xiang Ren, which presented an inherent conflict. Perhaps only a person driven by profit would engage in such duplicity. After contemplating all this, I began to feel weary. I stood up, intending to brew a cup of tea to clear my mind. By chance, I noticed Li Xian resting her head on the table. I had never seen her in such a vulnerable state. It was as if she, like anyone else, sought solace in solitude when faced with unpleasant circumstances. I hurried downstairs to purchase 2 cups of milk tea, one of which was blueberry flavored, as I recalled her fondness for that taste. I returned to her side and gently tapped her shoulder, saying, do not be upset. Your good partner has prepared a warm cup of milk tea for you. Please, enjoy it. She lifted her gaze to the milk tea in my hands, and suddenly, tears began to flow down her cheeks. This left me utterly baffled. To be honest, I am quite intolerant of such displays. As I handed her a tissue to wipe her tears, I softly reassured her. Consider this. Our role is to apprehend criminals and protect the public. Therefore, those offenders will never hold us in high regard. They may even deliberately provoke us. You are an experienced officer. You have likely encountered such situations far more than I have. There is no reason to be upset. Come, enjoy a cup of blueberry milk tea to lift your spirits. As she wept, A smile broke through her tears. This left me even more perplexed. Is it truly possible for things to turn out this way? Li Xian looked at me with a bemused expression and pouted. Are you really that clueless? I gazed at her in confusion, asking, what do you mean? I did not weep out of anger, but rather because of you. At this point, she abruptly fell silent, merely blinking at me with her eyes wide open. Upon hearing her words, I immediately retorted, you mustn't speak so recklessly. I did not offend you just now. It is your own narrow-mindedness that cannot be blamed on me. She shook her head and cast me a disdainful glance, saying, it seems you are truly foolish, even more so than I had imagined. After speaking, she took the milk tea from my hands and began to sip it. Considering her condition had just begun to improve, I chose not to hold her remarks against her regarding my foolishness. We continued our conversation for a while until Zhoda walked in. Upon seeing us, each holding a cup of milk tea, he chuckled. You two are indulging in a private feast. Who treated you? Shouldn't I be included? Reflecting on this, I promptly replied, Brother Zhou, please wait a moment. I shall go get you one. This time, I had the wisdom to order 6 cups at once, for when treating someone, one must not be stingy. To my surprise, when I brought the milk tea upstairs, it only served to irritate Li Xian further. I chose to disregard her displeasure, and after finishing my drink, I relayed my perplexities to Zhoda. After listening, he chuckled and remarked, what does it matter? The work he engages in is not legitimate in the first place. Thus, as long as the compensation is sufficient, he is likely willing to do anything. To him, what boundaries exist? I gazed at Zhoda, inwardly sighing at his perceptiveness. Indeed, his experience allowed him to discern the crux of the matter at a glance. Chapter 54, Breaking the Deadlock Before Long. Team leader Zhang and the others returned to the station. Upon seeing the milk tea on the table, Yuan Jia joyfully dashed over, picking up a cup and gazing at us, exclaiming, who is treating us? This is delightful. I remained silent, while Zhoda pointed at me with his finger, remarking, this lad is behaving unusually today. It's a rare occurrence. Hearing his words, I felt as though he was mocking me. Am I really that stingy? I shot Zhoda a fierce glare and adopted a disdainful posture. Yuan Jia, gleefully observing Zhoda and me, hurriedly fetched another cup of milk tea to hand to team leader Zhang. Zhang waved his hand, chuckling, you all enjoy it. I'm not fond of these sweet drinks. I prefer tea. You have 15 minutes to rest, then we shall convene to share our findings. With that, he retreated into his office. Chao Yuan glanced at me and Li Xian, then at the milk tea on the table, curiously stating, bro, something is clearly off here. I was taken aback by his comment and inquired, what do you mean? He picked up one of the cups, took a sip, and said, you bought a total of 8 cups, didn't you? Yet, Li Xian's is blueberry flavored while the rest of us have the same flavor. A realization struck me. I had indeed been careless. I had hastily bought the drinks without considering the details, eager to return and discuss the case with Zhoda. Now that I pondered it, there was something amiss, and I had inadvertently given him an opening. Chao Yuan, sipping his milk tea, sidled up to me. There's nothing wrong with that. Being unique is the best. I support you. I snatched his milk tea away, looking at him. Are you saying you don't like milk tea? Why can't you keep quiet then? You're mistaken. I actually enjoy it, he replied with a sheepish grin, extending his hand to reclaim the cup from me. After a short while, team leader Zhang approached us. Looking around, he said, everyone, set aside your current tasks for a moment. Let us discuss the situation we have gathered thus far. At his instruction, we all gathered together. Zhang pointed at me, Chen Tian. Please take the floor and share the recent findings. I stood up and moved to the front to speak. That day, based on the insights provided by team leader Zhang, we meticulously reviewed the surveillance footage from the day of the incident at Song Yan's building. We discovered 2 suspicious individuals who were not residents of the community, and their behavior was peculiar. They repeatedly rode the elevator back and forth. One was named Miao Mu, the other Su Chuanyu. Li Xian and I had already interviewed Miao Mu. He appeared to be an ordinary person at first glance. However, our conversation revealed that he was far from ordinary, displaying some abnormal behavior. Initially, upon learning of our identities, he was cold and offered no pleasant words, seemingly harboring some resentment toward us. During our discussion, he even lied to us, but under our persistent questioning, he eventually revealed the truth. Following this, his demeanor shifted dramatically from before. Miao Mu explained that he had gone to Yangwang Xingyuan that morning because someone claiming to be a resident of the community had approached him, promising a generous reward in exchange for fixing doors and windows. It was only upon arrival that he realized he had been deceived, as the stranger was not the homeowner. Upon hearing my account, Chao Yuan interjected, generally, when people learn of our identities, they exhibit 3 types of reactions. Most tend to become reserved, some wear smiles, while the third group remains calm, engaging in polite yet brief exchanges. Rarely do we encounter someone exhibiting Miao Mu's demeanor. He had not previously met us. What could have caused his initial coldness? Chao Yuan's analysis echoed my own confusion, and when we unraveled his lies, he became visibly anxious. Miao Mu claimed he feared we would cause him trouble, which was absurd. If he had done nothing wrong, why would he be so apprehensive about our inquiries? As I contemplated this, Li Xian suddenly stood up. Mentioning an important detail, she looked at us and said, Miao Mu has an elderly relative who requires care. The elder appears unwell and has been coughing persistently. This lead was crucial. Team leader Zhang slapped the table, capturing our attention. We all turned to him, startled. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, often, we assume that criminal motives stem from hatred or conflicts of interest. However, there is another aspect you must consider while investigating. Sometimes, seemingly unrelated individuals or circumstances may become involved due to indirect factors. They may not harbor animosity or direct financial disputes, yet they find themselves in opposition. To illustrate, he said, suppose Miao Mu's family member fell ill and required a substantial sum of money urgently. In such a desperate situation, he might resort to unsavory deeds, becoming a pawn for someone else. When individuals find themselves cornered, they can act irrationally. This vulnerability can be exploited by malicious actors. In Miao Mu's case, if someone with ulterior motives were to learn of his plight, the potential for manipulation would be significant. The perpetrator is often cunning, deliberately setting traps to confuse our analysis and judgment, making their actions more difficult to uncover. Common tactics include staging crime scenes or creating alibis. Yet, what these criminals fail to realize is that these seemingly trivial details can be pivotal in solving the case. When viewed in isolation, these people and events may appear insignificant. However, if we can clarify their identities and establish reasonable connections, many questions will naturally resolve themselves. After team leader Zhang concluded, noticing our deep contemplation, he urged me not to pause and to continue speaking. I wasted no time and proceeded, I've been curious about the identity of the driver who assisted Song Yan. It wasn't he until I discovered information on Chao Yuan's desk that I learned he is Shi Zhenjuan. You may not know much about him, but Li Xian and I conducted an in-depth investigation. This individual is not as simple as he seems. He has held various jobs, all with the singular aim of making money. Before her demise, Song Yin had indeed hired him to discreetly investigate which women Xiangren was involved with. He proved to be quite capable, uncovering not only Lu Xueding, but several others as well. On the day of Lu Xueding's incident, he was the one who relayed the information to Song Yin and then drove her to Yiping Xian community, where the unfortunate event transpired. When Li Xian and I interrogated him, he feigned ignorance, claiming he knew nothing. Song Yin paid for information, and he merely conveyed it to her. Everything else was beyond his concern. What is even more perplexing is that while assisting Song Yin in investigating Xiangren, he simultaneously accepted another person's commission to observe Song Yin and her associates. After finishing my account, I returned to my seat and took a sip of water. At that moment, Yangsu inquired, what exactly was his role? There are primarily 4 professions: private detective, psychological consultant, information exchange, and charter services. In addition to these 4, there are a myriad of other side jobs. Upon hearing this, Li Xian promptly responded. Yangsu, somewhat taken aback, widened his eyes and gazed at us. Is this individual capable of juggling so many tasks alone? Does he possess some extraordinary ability? His words ignited a realization within me. Indeed, how could one person manage all these responsibilities? Could it be that he has assistants? At that moment, Wang Lei, who seldom spoke, quietly remarked, from the endeavors he undertakes, it is evident that he is quite intricate and undoubtedly possesses considerable depth. What you perceive during your encounters may not necessarily reflect the truth. It is possible that he deliberately orchestrates what you observe. I cast a curious glance at Wang Lei, pondering the impressive insight of my colleagues. They could discern so much from the mere occupations of a single individual. Such observations stemmed from the numerous practices Li Xian and I had engaged in. The prospect of collaborating with them filled me with joy. Being among exceptional individuals accelerates my growth. After absorbing their analyses, Yuan Jejia glanced at me with a hint of embarrassment. Previously, when you inquired about Song Yan's driver, I was unaware that he was the person you were investigating. Therefore, I didn't provide clarity at that moment. My apologies. I waved my hand and smiled reassuringly. This is not related to you. Much of what we learned about this individual came later. None of us anticipated how deeply he concealed his true nature. After I spoke, Zhoda and the others shared the recent leads they had uncovered. With the insights we exchanged, I felt an increasing proximity to the truth. Chapter 55. Surveillance. After our lengthy discussion, team leader Zhang stood up and calmly remarked, your analysis is quite commendable. Now, I shall assign the tasks. He continued. Wang Lei and Yang Su, you are to investigate those who share a close relationship with Xiangren. Zhoda and Yuan Jejia, please pay a visit to Su Chuanyu. Chen Tian and Li Xian, you will continue to follow the lead on Shi Zhenjuan. Based on our previous analysis, it appears he may have accomplices. It is imperative we locate them swiftly. Chao Yuan, I have an important task for you. Investigate the financial transactions of the individuals mentioned today over the past 6 months. Remember, I require detailed information. Upon hearing Zhang's assignments, Li Xian furrowed her brow and questioned. We have been tracking the lead on Miao Mu and Su Chuanyu for quite some time. We have already uncovered some information about Miao Mu and we're preparing to approach Su Chuanyu next. Isn't it inappropriate to suddenly change our personnel? I was taken aback by her straightforwardness. I thought the change was quite reasonable. Since we had already identified Miao Mu, approaching Su Chuanyu ourselves could potentially alert others. Yet, upon reflection, I acknowledged that Li Xian's point held merit, given the duration of our investigation into their connections. The clues we possessed primarily involved them, and a sudden personnel change might render our previous efforts futile. The room fell silent as our colleagues turned their gazes toward Li Xian and me. Team leader Zhang exchanged glances with us before breaking into a smile, alleviating the tense atmosphere. He gestured for Li Xian to take her seat and said in a calm tone, "Your perspective is not without merit. I have considered these matters, which is why I arranged for you to compile a summary today. The reason for changing your assignment is that you have already made an appearance, and the perpetrator is likely on high alert, perhaps even prepared to counter your approach. By sending Zhou De and Yuan Jiejiao instead, we can catch them off guard. Surprise is essential for achieving unexpected results. Furthermore, they are not as reckless as the two of you. Zhou De is an experienced detective, and his approach to handling situations is far more astute." I glanced at Li Xian, who was still pouting, feeling somewhat helpless. I interjected, "Team leader Zhang, we will follow your instructions. I also believe Zhou De and the others are well suited for this." Zhang nodded in acknowledgement and said nothing further as he exited the room. After he left, Chao Yuan gave us a thumbs up and chuckled, "I truly admire your courage. From what I know, team leader Zhang does not have the best temper. I thought you two were going to be in trouble, yet he actually explained his reasoning." I quickly covered his mouth. "The tasks have been assigned. Shouldn't you focus on the case rather than making idle comments?" Seeing his wide-eyed expression, I whispered, "Have you forgotten what happened before? Do you want to get hit again?" He instantly understood my implication, giving me a grateful look before scurrying away. The others also departed according to their assigned tasks, leaving only Li Xian and me in the office. I took a seat opposite her and said, "In truth, Team Leader Zhang's arrangements are quite reasonable. Are you really unable to comprehend the deeper rationale behind this?" After a while, Li Xian's expression softened considerably. I said nothing further, taking her hand and leading her outside. She frowned. "What are you doing?" I replied with a smile, "Time is of the essence. We must depart swiftly." As we traveled, I contemplated that since we had been unable to locate Shi Jinjuan's accomplices through other means, perhaps we should conduct covert surveillance ourselves. The thought made me smile unconsciously. Li Xian, noticing my mischievous grin, shot me a glance and asked, "What are you thinking? Why do you look so devious?" I replied, "I was pondering how we might investigate that individual, and now I know what to do." I pressed the accelerator and sped towards the Sunshine, Xingyuan community. Upon our arrival, we remained in the car. I informed Li Xian, "Our task today is to observe with whom Shi Jinjuan interacts. Given his profession, he is unlikely to remain home for long. He will certainly be out and about, and we simply need to follow him discreetly." However, to our surprise, we waited in the car for over half a day without catching sight of him. As I began to feel drowsy, Li Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, tapped me on the shoulder. "Hey, what are we here for? You can't be serious about sleeping." I replied, "Just keep an eye out, and if anything happens, wake me up immediately. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days." My eyelids grew heavy, and just as I was about to drift off, I suddenly heard a loud slap. Li Xian had sharply struck me. I was momentarily stunned. I watched as she lay back in the car and softly said, "Don't speak. He's coming out." If it weren't for my firm belief in the principle that good men do not engage in conflict with women, I might have retaliated with a slap of my own. She had struck me with such force earlier, and now she insisted I keep quiet. Feeling wronged, I covered my face, reclined the seat, and gradually lowered my body. Soon, Shi Jinjuan drove out of the community, maintaining a safe distance. I started the car and followed him. He first arrived at a bathing center, where he remained for over an hour. I was about to exit the car to take a look when I saw him emerge, his face flushed with delight. I couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy knows how to enjoy himself." After lounging at home all day, he heads straight for a massage. Li Xian scoffed. "Such a scoundrel is clearly not a good person." I turned to her, sensing she might have misunderstood the term scoundrel. It was a legitimate massage establishment. Surely there was nothing wrong with someone spending money to relax, was there? Li Xian noticed my gaze and sneered, "What? Am I mistaken? Or have you been there yourself?" I quickly replied, "Of course, you're right. There's no way I would visit a massage parlor." I certainly didn't want her to label me as a scoundrel because of this. After Shi Jinjuan returned to his car and lingered for a moment, he rolled down the window and began to smoke, seemingly enjoying himself. Eventually, he resumed driving. Li Xian and I grew increasingly impatient as he made stops at 4 different locations: a tobacco and liquor store, a chess room, a rustic restaurant, and a locksmith. He spent about half an hour at each location, and while I was unsure of what he discussed with the individuals inside, he appeared quite pleased upon leaving. However, these places were quite distant from each other, scattered across different areas of the city. I diligently recorded the locations he visited, intending to investigate them further upon our return. As dusk approached, he set off once more, this time heading towards the outskirts of the city, specifically to the community where Miao Mu resided. Shi Jinjuan parked outside the community and walked inside. Li Xian and I remained in the car, observing as he appeared to recognize many individuals inside. The security guard at the entrance greeted him with a smile. Shi Jinjuan handed each of them a pack of cigarettes, and after exchanging a few words, he continued his walk into the neighborhood. Observing his path, it seemed he was headed toward Miao Mu's residence. Li Xian looked at me, urgency evident in her voice. What should we do now? Should we get out of the car? I quickly opened the car door and made my way into the community. Upon reaching the entrance, I instinctively offered a cigarette to the elderly gentleman, who did not inquire about our presence. We discreetly followed him from a distance, as the darkness made it difficult for him to notice us. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Shi Jinjuan arrived at the building beside the large tree and entered. We hurried over and paused at the entrance, just in time to see the lights of Miao Mu's home illuminate. This revelation was unexpected. How could Shi Jinjuan possibly know Miao Mu? Their professions, living environments, and personalities were worlds apart, yet they seemed intertwined. Furthermore, both had connections to Song Yan's death. With this thought, I let out a deep sigh and said, "Let us go. He'll be coming out soon." I turned to head back to the car, and Li Xian glanced at the illuminated windows above but remained silent, following closely behind me. Once inside the vehicle, I started the engine, preparing to return to the team. Li Xian grasped the steering wheel, confusion etched on her face. Aren't we waiting for him to come out? No, we've gathered enough information. It's best we report back to the team. Besides, our parking spot is not ideal. He'll see us the moment he steps out. I cast a glance at his car and sighed softly. Goodness, you really know how to play the game. Chapter 56. The remaining traces. Upon returning to the team, I promptly reported the situation to Captain Zhang. After listening to my account, he pondered for a considerable time before responding. There are 2 possibilities regarding Shi Jinjuan's ability to locate Miao Mu. The first is that they are already acquainted and are likely privy to certain information. The second possibility is that during your last visit with Li Xian to find Miao Mu, he noticed you and, for some reason, sought to uncover what you had discovered, hence his pursuit of Miao Mu. The first scenario Zhang proposed aligned with the conjectures Li Xian and I had made, but the second was rather alarming. Could it be that Shi Jinjuan dared to investigate our affairs? This thought prompted me to recall something. I hurriedly informed Captain Zhang. When Shi Jinjuan went to find Miao Mu, it seemed he was familiar with many individuals inside. Even the security guard promptly came out to greet him. There is also a third possibility, Captain Zhang said gravely, that they not only know each other, but he is also aware of your visit to Miao Mu. I was taken aback by Captain Zhang's observations, silently lamenting, "Is this fellow truly that formidable?" Noticing my furrowed brow, Zhang lowered his voice, reminding me, "Do not forget what Shi Jinjuan does. His daily endeavors revolve around gathering information, and he undoubtedly has numerous informants outside. Therefore, it is quite normal for you to have been discovered." I exited the office and returned to my desk. Seeing my solemn demeanor, Li Xian assumed I had been reprimanded by Captain Zhang. She gently approached me, holding her cup of water, and waved her hand in front of me, asking, "Hey, are you all right? Did the leader's scolding leave you so disheartened?" Back then, I was scolded by my master every day until he grew tired of it. Do you know why? I was surprised that the usually taciturn Li Xian would offer solace. However, she had misjudged the situation. I was merely deep in thought, not reprimanded. Yet, I was curious as to why Captain Zhang had grown indifferent towards her. Grasping her hand that waved in front of my eyes, I inquired, "Why?" "Because he feels I am beyond redemption, and thus has little inclination to admonish me," Li Xian replied, bursting into laughter. Her mirth touched my heart profoundly. I gestured for her to sit, and shared the 3 possibilities Captain Zhang had mentioned. As Li Xian listened, her brow furrowed in thought, and for a time, we were both silent, each lost in contemplation. After a long while, she slowly remarked, "Is he truly that competent? Can our movements be traced? It is difficult to ascertain. But one thing is certain, Shi Jinjuan possesses remarkable connections. His ability to uncover matters concerning Xiang Ren's women indicates the vastness of his intelligence network." Reflecting on it now, both Li Xian and I had underestimated him. We initially perceived him as merely an individual taking on odd jobs for a meager income, unaware of the extensive operations he conducted behind the scenes. The following day, a colleague from the forensic team delivered a report indicating that the fingerprints collected from Song Yan's residence had been matched. I opened the report. and the findings were rather unexpected. The name listed was Miao Mu. During our previous visit, he had claimed to have been deceived and had left shortly thereafter. How then had he ended up at Song Yan's house? More importantly, how did Song Yan permit him entry? And why had he chosen to deceive us? A multitude of questions flooded my mind. At that moment, Chao Yuan approached, picking up the report to read. After examining it, he too appeared puzzled, murmuring, "How could it be him?" He then turned his gaze toward me. "Did you not say he was deceived and returned shortly after?" That day at Miao Mu's residence. He had explicitly stated this to both Li Xian and me, and I too was baffled by his presence there. I held my head, feeling a throbbing ache. Noticing my distress, Chao Yuan quickly asked, "Are you all right? Try not to overthink it. Now that we have evidence, we can bring him in for questioning." I remained silent, retreating to my desk to rest my head for a moment. Chao Yuan and Zhou drove to Miao Mu's house. By noon, I saw Miao Mu being brought back by Chao Yuan and the others. Upon learning the situation, Captain Zhang instructed us to immediately interrogate him. Given that the evidence found at the crime scene pointed towards Miao Mu, Li Xian and I entered the interrogation room, gazing at him with a multitude of emotions swirling within us. Li Xian coldly fixed her gaze upon him and asked directly, "Name? Were you not at my house? Do not waste words. Answer the questions posed to you." Miao Mu. From 6 to 8 in the morning on September 5th, where were you? At Sunshine Xingyuan Community. What was your purpose there? Just a fruitless trip. Be more specific. I was commissioned to repair windows and doors, but upon arrival, I realized I had been deceived. So I returned home. During this time, did you visit the 16th floor? No. Observing his rapid-fire responses, it was evident he had come prepared. I took over from Li Xian, continuing the interrogation. Have you thoroughly considered your answer? Did you ever go to the 16th floor? This time, he hesitated, raising his gaze to us. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "No." His assurance did not surprise me. He did not believe he had left anything behind at Song Yan's residence. He presumed we were merely attempting to intimidate him, convinced that we possessed no substantial evidence. Hence his adamant denial of ever being there. "Do you know Song Yan?" I stepped closer, scrutinizing him. Upon hearing her name, Miao Mu's expression changed. The calmness he previously exhibited vanished, his hands instinctively clenching. "Speak, do you know her or not?" I pressed, not allowing him ample time to ponder. After a significant pause, he stammered, No. Then please explain why we found your fingerprints in her home," Li Xian demanded loudly. "I do not know what you are talking about." "Miao Mu, your stubbornness serves no purpose. We have indeed discovered your fingerprints at her residence. If you refuse to tell the truth, this is clearly an attempt to deceive the police, which is illegal. Have you considered the consequences?" Sensing his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse, Li Xian intensified her approach, denying him any time to respond. As soon as Li Xian finished speaking, Miao Mu retorted, "Her death has nothing to do with me." The moment those words escaped his lips, he froze. Perhaps realizing his misstep, he became increasingly agitated. His body began to tremble. This reaction was entirely expected. Individuals untrained in such matters have their limits of endurance. Being in such a foreign and confined environment inevitably induces a sense of oppression. Coupled with the unsavory deeds he had committed, certain inquiries would instinctively provoke primal reactions. Especially under our relentless questioning, he inadvertently revealed the concealed truths within his heart. One can only imagine the turmoil raging within Miao Mu at that moment. We too had not anticipated his admission, suggesting that he was indeed entangled in this affair. Allowing him a moment to reflect, we refrained from further pressing him. His complexion turned pale, sweat streaming down his cheeks. After a considerable time, I fixed my gaze upon him and spoke in a low voice. "What have you thought about? It is time to speak. Do not cling to any false hopes. We would not have brought you here without evidence." He nervously uttered, "Water. I need water." I handed him a bottle of mineral water. He swiftly unscrewed the cap and gulped it down in one breath, finishing the entire bottle. Once he had quenched his thirst, he wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "I did go to her house that day, but I truly do not know her." Upon hearing this, I felt an urge to laugh, yet I restrained myself. "What were you doing at her home?" "Someone asked me to deliver a letter to her." "Who asked you to deliver it?" "It was the person who had me fix the doors and windows." "Did you not say he merely gave you 300 yuan? Why then are you delivering a letter now? How much are you concealing?" I glared at him. To be honest, I found this individual utterly exasperating. Miao Mu, visibly anxious, stated, "Officer, everything I have said this time is the truth." "Very well, if you speak the truth, after delivering the letter to Song Yan, you should have left. Why did you enter her house?" For a moment, Miao Mu was rendered speechless by the inquiry. It was evident he was lying again. He believed himself clever, yet his words were riddled with inconsistencies in our eyes. After a prolonged pause, he continued, "That person asked me to stay at her house for a while. Did you think Song Yan would agree?" "Initially, she did not agree. But when I mentioned that this matter concerned her husband, she consented to discuss it inside." "What matter?" I deliberately said that, merely to deceive her into letting me in. I had even hoped to swindle some money from her. However, she was quite astute and saw through my ruse. I did not linger much longer. I smoked a cigarette at her place and then left. As I listened to Miao Mu casually recount this sequence of events, I let out a cold laugh. For he was blissfully unaware that he had just committed a grave error. Chapter 57. The letter Li Xian, and I chose not to press him further, leaving him in the interrogation room as we stepped outside. Before the one-way glass, we observed Miao Mu, who was alone in the room. Initially, he merely glanced around, but soon he grew restless, his legs fidgeting against the floor in evident agitation. We paid him no mind and returned to our workspace. At that moment, Captain Zhang entered and inquired, "I just watched the interrogation. Did you uncover anything?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Xian quietly suggested, "Are you implying that he was trying to mislead us?" Zhang did not respond immediately, but pointed at me instead. I rose and remarked, "In truth, he was lying throughout." When I first mentioned Song Yan, his expression changed immediately. After some time, he claimed not to know her. It is apparent that he is being deceitful. He not only knows Song Yan, but likely has some connection to her, or else his reaction would not have been so pronounced. When Li Xian asked him about the fingerprints found at Song Yan's residence, he instinctively replied that he did not kill her. However, we had never mentioned Song Yan's death. How could Miao Mu have known? Moreover, he consistently insisted that he had never been to the 16th floor. Had it not been for the fingerprints left at Song Yan's home, we would still be left in the dark. Captain Zhang took a sip from his cup and stated, "Excellent. Let us leave him for a while, allowing him to become disoriented. Then you may continue the questioning." Li Xian and I responded in unison, "Understood." After Zhang departed, Li Xian looked at me with curiosity. "What do you think the letter Miao Mu mentioned contained?" "How could I possibly know?" "Yet, I surmised that the envelope likely contained a confession." "Why do you say that?" She prompted. "The case of Song Yan differs from others. The murderer lacked sufficient time for her to pin her own crimes. Now, with a confession left behind, what does that signify? Are you suggesting that the murderer preemptively documented Song Yan's transgressions and instructed Miao Mu to deliver it to her? If Miao Mu's earlier claims were truthful, this possibility becomes quite plausible." Suddenly, an idea struck me regarding the confession. I hurried to the evidence storage and snapped a photo of it. As I rushed outside, Li Xian watched my flurry of activity, utterly bemused. Just as I was about to exit the precinct, she called out, "Where are you going?" Without looking back, I replied, "To the detention center." She understood my intent and swiftly joined me in the car as we made our way to the facility housing Xiang Ren. During the drive, she curiously inquired, "What prompted you to think of this matter now?" I casually replied, "I wish to verify whether this confession was indeed written by Song Yan. And if it isn't, then it would indicate that our previous analysis was sound, indirectly supporting Miao Mu's assertion that someone instructed him to deliver the letter, which is likely true." We discussed the case throughout the journey and soon arrived at the detention center. After greeting the colleagues inside, it wasn't long before we encountered Xiang Ren. He appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing us. Assessing us with scrutiny, he asked, "What brings you here?" I produced the photograph I had taken and presented it to him, inquiring, "Do you recognize the handwriting on this?" Xiang Ren took the phone and examined it closely before responding, "It looks quite similar." "What do you mean?" While he did not outright declare it as her handwriting, he acknowledged its resemblance by about 70 to 80%. Clearly, our earlier discussions had been accurate. The murderer had insufficient time, necessitating the preparation of the confession in advance. Yet, I sensed something amiss. For individuals with particular proclivities, one would expect them to pursue perfection in all endeavors. If the murderer had prepared the document beforehand, rather than allowing the guilty party to record their own misdeeds, would that not contradict their pursuit of excellence? I refrained from further questioning, as what he had already shared was significant to me. As I turned to leave, he softly inquired, "How is the investigation into her case progressing?" "The perpetrator of Song Yan's murder remains elusive, but we are diligently working to uncover leads, and we have made some progress. After having been here for so long, do you have anything to share with us?" "Nothing." At that moment, Li Xian interjected, "Aside from Lu Shueting, how many other women do you have outside?" Her question left Xiang Ren momentarily speechless, standing frozen with wide eyes. I too was taken aback by Li Xian's inquiry. My mind had been preoccupied with the letter, causing me to overlook the significance of this matter. Our colleagues were currently investigating Xiang Ren's other relationships, and the information we had primarily stemmed from what Shi Zhenjuan had mentioned that day. Now that we stood before Xiang Ren himself, it was imperative we asked. After a lengthy pause, Xiang Ren finally regained his composure and responded, "What? Does my personal life concern you?" "It does not concern me, but it may be relevant to your wife and to the death of Song Yan." Li Xian retorted with a scoff. "What do you mean by that?" "I could only convey, the investigation into Song Yan's case has reached a critical juncture. We will not overlook any potential suspects. And how are they related?" Today, Xiang Ren seemed markedly different from when we last saw him in the interrogation room. His choice of words regarding his wife hinted at a shift in his mindset, perhaps stemming from the realization that Song Yin had deceived him, leading to his disillusionment. Yet, I found myself questioning why he would feel compelled to shield anyone else from scrutiny. I stepped closer, facing him directly. Do you not wish to know who killed Song Yin? Suddenly, he laughed, a self-deprecating sound. I am indeed curious, but I can never fathom why she chose to deceive me. Li Xian interjected solemnly. What is there to understand? You committed numerous wrongs against her while she remained by your side. Have you ever considered her feelings? Given that Li Xian and I were pressed for time, and Xiang Rin seemed reluctant to elaborate, we decided to postpone our inquiries for another occasion. Upon returning to our precinct, approximately 2 hours had elapsed. After a brief respite, we re-entered the interrogation room. Miao Mu appeared somewhat agitated upon our arrival, exclaiming, I have finally been waiting for you. Is there something new you wish to share with us? I inquired nonchalantly. At this mention, he fell silent once more. If you have not yet come to a conclusion, we can provide you with additional time to reflect. With that, Li Xian and I began to rise to depart. Wait, I will tell you everything I know. But after I do, will you let me go? That depends on whether you are guilty. We will not wrong any innocent person, nor will we allow any criminals to escape justice. Have you seen the letter? No, I was merely tasked with delivering it to that woman. I am unaware of its contents. Do you have a way to contact her? The same number I provided you last time. Are you still fabricating stories? Previously, you claimed that upon arriving at the Sunshine Xingyuan community, you realized you had been deceived and could no longer reach the person who had contacted you for assistance. If that were the case, how could he have imparted so much information to you? At this point, he fell into silence once again. After a while, he spoke up. The contact labeled Wang Xian my phone as him. Li Xian glanced at me, and we both found a trace of amusement in this peculiar label. Our colleagues retrieved his phone and located the number for Wang Xi, but upon dialing, we discovered it was a disconnected line. I fixed my gaze on him and said in a low voice, You are still deceiving us. This number is also invalid. I am not, he insisted. If you don't believe me, you can check my call records. He contacted me numerous times on September 5th using this number. I meticulously examined the call log from the day of the incident, confirming that there indeed had been communication between them, and it was always him reaching out. How much did he give you? I inquired. 800, he replied. For a mere 800 yuan, you chose to conceal so much and even attempted to mislead us? Is that plausible? Upon hearing my words, Miao Mu awkwardly shook his head. The 800 was merely a deposit. He ultimately paid me 68,000. To be honest, I've been terrified during this period. That man threatened me to keep silent. Li Xian, who stood beside me, asked in a serious tone, Tell me, how did you come to know Shi Zhenjuan? Who? Shi Zhenjuan. I don't know him. Upon hearing his response, Li Xian stood up from her seat and declared, It seems you will not be leaving here today. Chapter 58, Psychological Warfare. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Miao Mu became agitated, exclaiming loudly, I have told you everything I know. Why won't you let me go? Because you are still lying. Li Xian retorted, Miao Mu, do you really think we are merely trying to intimidate you at this point? I assure you, everything I have said is true. I do not know him. Did anyone come to see you last night as darkness fell? Miao Mu hesitated, his eyes darting about, before finally responding, There was someone. But I do not know him. I pressed him. Did you not ask who he was? I did, but he did not respond. What did he want from you? I locked eyes with him, compelling him to refrain from deceit. Strangely, he appeared unusually calm this time, his gaze unwavering as he replied, That person was inquiring about you. His revelation piqued both my and Li Xian's interest. I was astonished that Shi Zhenjuan had dared to take such a step. Li Xian continued, What exactly did he ask you? He wanted to know why you were looking for me that day. What did you say? I told him it was nothing. Just asking why I had gone to Sunshine Xingyuan community. At the moment he uttered those words, I sensed something was amiss. After a moment's contemplation, the realization struck me. I fixed my gaze on him and spoke sternly, Miao Mu, you just lied again. I did not lie. You cannot wrongfully accuse me. You claim not to know him. Yet when you asked for his name, he remained silent, and still, you willingly divulged this information to him. Does that not raise suspicion? Under normal circumstances, who would share such details with a stranger? Miao Mu appeared increasingly uncomfortable, awkwardly stating, Initially, I was reluctant to engage with him. But he pulled out a stack of cash and placed it in my hand. I was momentarily stunned. Then I ended up telling him. I was taken aback by Shi Zhenjuan's willingness to spend so freely, given that you accepted such a substantial sum from him. It is implausible that everything you told him was a mere fabrication. Did you disclose the inquiries we made that day? I did mention it. Then why did you lie just now? I was afraid you would blame me. In my view, individuals like Miao Mu are seasoned deceivers, without exploiting their vulnerabilities. One cannot expect them to be forthright. While I pondered this, Li Xian coolly interjected, When you delivered the letter to Song Yin, did she open it in your presence? No. How can you be so certain? Because she held the letter tightly in her hand, and I saw her with it when I left. Very well. We shall conclude our inquiries for today. Does this mean I can leave? Leave? Where do you think you can go? Your fingerprints were found at the crime scene, and you have deceived us multiple times. You cannot leave now. After stating this, Li Xian stepped out first, with me following closely behind. Upon reaching the doorway of the interrogation room, I heard Miao Mu sorrowfully plead, "Officer, I had nothing to do with her death. You cannot keep me here." I chose to ignore him and exited. In the office area, I approached Li Xian and quietly remarked, "The evidence we currently possess is insufficient to prove that it was a homicide. Perhaps we should let him go for now, ensuring his phone remains operational so that we can summon him should new information arise." My reasoning stemmed from three considerations. First, Miao Mu has elderly relatives who require care. Second, we have yet to locate critical evidence. And finally, I had another plan that could only be executed by releasing him. Li Xian shot me a skeptical glance. "Is it solely because of the elder that you propose this?" "Not entirely. We lack sufficient evidence." "All right, I will heed your advice." We entered the captain's office to brief Zhang about the situation. Initially, Captain Zhang opposed allowing Miao Mu to leave, citing his dishonesty and multiple lies during the interrogation. According to protocol, a few days in detention were warranted. However, considering his circumstances, Zhang decided on a course of admonishment instead. Furthermore, during this period, he was to remain within the city and be available for immediate contact. Li Xian exited the captain's office first, while I exchanged a few more words with Zhang. After I stepped out, Li Xian did not accompany me to see Miao Mu, expressing her aversion to individuals who speak untruths. Thus, I entered alone and sternly addressed Miao Mu. "You may leave now. During this time, do not leave the city, and ensure your phone is always accessible. We may need to reach you again." His face lit up with joy as he replied, "Yes, I will remember." One more crucial matter. When speaking with us in the future, do not attempt to conceal anything, nor tell lies. Should anything come to mind after you return, do not hesitate to call me. After delivering my admonition, I escorted him out. As I saw him off, Li Xian regarded me quizzically. "This is unusual. You must have an ulterior motive for letting him go." I leaned closer to her, smiling. "Who would have thought you knew me so well? Pray tell, what is your suspicion? Have you not noticed that this fellow excels in deceit? Since we cannot extract further information from him here, we can discreetly monitor him, observing whom he associates with upon his departure. The first individuals he encounters will likely be his family or those most concerned about this matter." As this notion crossed my mind, I let out a cold smirk, shifting my gaze back to the interrogation room. Li Xian, intrigued by my words, asked, "Do you think you hold the authority to proceed with such actions?" "Of course. I have already reported to Captain Zhang, but you have been with me the entire time. When did you meet with him privately? Surprised, are we? I wager you never anticipated it." With a huff, Li Xian pushed me away and ceased her engagement. Just as I settled into my seat, I recalled the question Li Xian posed in the interrogation room regarding whether Song Yin had opened the letter in front of Miao Mu. The individual had delivered the letter to Song Yin just before her demise, suggesting there might be underlying reasons. Contemplating this, I addressed Li Xian. "Why do you think the murderer chose to send the letter to Song Yin through Miao Mu beforehand?" Upon hearing my inquiry, Li Xian appeared to recognize the potential significance, taking a moment to reflect before responding. After approximately 5 minutes, she slowly articulated, perhaps it was to instill fear in Song Yin, leaving her restless, a form of punishment. Upon further reflection, I acknowledged the plausibility of her theory. The murderer could not allow Song Yin to pen her own confessions. Instead, by employing this method, he made her acutely aware that her actions were known, inducing a state of trepidation. This could indeed serve as a form of indirect retribution. I also considered another possibility. Raising my gaze to Li Xian, I stated solemnly, perhaps the murderer aimed to provoke her into a state of panic, making it easier for him to control her upon his arrival. Just then, Zhou De and Yuan Jiajia entered, their expression suggesting something was amiss. Curiously, I inquired, "What troubles you?" Zhou De remained silent, heading straight to his seat, while Yuan Jiajia let out a deep sigh. It was indeed an unfortunate day. We set out to visit Su Chuanyu and search for quite a while. After a considerable effort, we finally caught sight of the lad, only for him to escape. Zhou De and I pursued him for an extended period, but to no avail. Zhou De even took a tumble. Why did he flee? Who can say? From his expression, he seemed genuinely frightened at the prospect of encountering us. What could be the reason for this? Our visit was merely a routine inquiry. There was no need for him to act in such a manner. It appears he is aware of the situation and is apprehensive of us, suggesting he has something to hide, hence his fear of our questions. I then inquired, what happened next? Yuan Jiejie shook her head, stating, "We lingered at his doorstep for quite some time, yet we never saw him again. He must be evading us." Li Xian furrowed her brow and remarked, "Have you considered that the appearances of Miao Mu and Su Chuanyu on the day of the incident were not mere coincidences? They are both integral to the perpetrator's criminal chain. The assailant would not opt for an unstable variable in this process. Miao Mu, with whom we have already interacted, is evidently quite formidable. Thus, we can deduce that Su Chuanyu possesses some exceptional qualities as well. His current avoidance of us likely stems from his uncertainty on how to confront us. However, I believe he will soon surface, as he realizes that evading us serves no beneficial purpose and will only heighten our suspicions. Li Xin's reasoning was indeed sound. A meticulous planner ensures that every aspect of their scheme is reliable. As predicted by Li Xin, early the next morning, we spotted an individual at the police station entrance. Unexpectedly, he had come to seek us out. Chapter 59. The revelation we arranged for him to be in the conference room. Upon hearing that Su Chuanyu had arrived at the team, Zhou De hurriedly walked in. Upon seeing him, he said with a stern expression, "Weren't you quite the runner yesterday? Why are you here voluntarily today?" Li Xin and I sat quietly beside them. As this matter was primarily between him and Yuan Jiejia, Su Chuanyu raised his head and glanced at Zhou De. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Zhou De scoffed. "Su Chuanyu, are you still pretending? How could you not know who I am when you came here to confess?" "That statement is incorrect. I didn't come to confess. I came to cooperate with your work. I heard that 2 officers were looking for me last night." Zhou De continued. "Then explain why you ran away when you saw us yesterday. I thought you were those debt collectors." Zhou De, upon hearing this, calmed down considerably and took a seat opposite Su Chuanyu. "If you're going to lie, at least make it reasonable. When we were pursuing you, we made our identities clear, yet you ran even faster." Su Chuanyu awkwardly laughed and murmured, "Officer, there were people pretending to be you who came looking for me before. I believed them, but I ended up with a broken head. Who dares to act so recklessly? Those debt collectors. How did you owe them money?" I just like to play a few games. Who knew I would be schemed against by them? I lost my house, and my wife divorced me. How much do you owe them?" "About 3 million. As he recounted these events, Su Chuanyu's expression darkened, revealing a hint of sorrow. I was aware that individuals like him, unable to control themselves, were quite prevalent in life. Zhou De ignored his plight and pressed on. "Tell me, where were you on the morning of September 5th? Su Chuanyu did not answer immediately. He picked up a cup of water from the table, took a sip, and slowly replied, "In the Sunshine Xingyuan community." This was unexpected for both Li Xian and me. We had anticipated him to fabricate a story, but instead, he spoke the truth. "What were you doing there?" Zhou De, noticing no deceit in his demeanor, softened his tone considerably. "Someone paid me to find a person there." "Who?" "A woman." I quickly opened my phone's photo album and inquired, "Is it her?" He nodded. "That seems to be the person." At that moment, Li Xian tugged at my sleeve from behind and whispered, "We are the ones interrogating him. Don't speak out of turn." Realizing my earlier excitement had caused me to forget that Zhou De was in charge, I glanced at him and saw he was also looking at me. Offering a wry smile, "You may continue." Zhou De turned his attention back to Su Chuanyu, asking, "What did you want with her?" "To deliver something." "What was it?" "I don't know, a metal-edged gift box." I didn't dare to open it to see what was inside. Upon hearing this, I pondered the motives behind this situation. Someone had instructed Miao Mu to deliver a letter, and then had Su Chuanyu deliver a gift box, only to ultimately murder her and stage the scene as a suicide. What could possibly be the significance of this? What was contained within that gift box? I was utterly perplexed and inadvertently glanced at Li Xin beside me, noticing her furrowed brow, as if she too was deep in thought. "Who was that person?" "I don't know. I just met him on the street." "A stranger asked you to deliver something, and you agreed without understanding?" "He handed me a bag filled with a thick stack of money, saying if I delivered this item, the money would be mine. You all know I am in dire need of money, with those debt collectors chasing me every day. I thought it over and decided that sending a box wouldn't be a problem, so I agreed." "How much did he give you?" 68,000. This revelation astounded me, as it was the same amount Miao Mu had received. "Do you remember what that person looked like?" "He was wearing a mask and sunglasses. I couldn't see anything." Zhou De ceased his inquiries, took a sip of tea, and fell into contemplation. Seeing that he was silent, Su Chuanyu hastily asked, "Officer, is there no more questions? Can I leave now?" He pointed towards the door. Zhou De chuckled, "There's one more thing. You have that person's contact information, right? It's saved in my phone." Su Chuanyu opened his contacts and handed his phone to us, stating, "The note is labeled noble person, that's him." Zhou De promptly dialed the number, but it was a dead line. He looked at Su Chuanyu in confusion. "What is going on? You said this number belonged to him." Su Chuanyu shrugged, feigning innocence. "Since that day, it has shown as a dead line. I've called several times, and it's always the same." Zhou De nodded calmly. "That will be all for today. You may go." As Su Chuanyu stood and approached the conference room door, I softly called out, "Mr. Su, please wait." Hearing someone call him, he halted and turned to me. "Is there something else, officer? Do you recognize this person?" I smiled as I stepped closer and handed him a photo of Shi Jinjuan. Upon seeing the photo, he appeared taken aback. He rested his chin on his right hand, contemplated for a moment, then shook his head. At first glance, he seemed somewhat familiar. But upon closer inspection, I realized I was mistaken. I don't know him. Familiar? Does he resemble someone you know? Officer, you truly have a sense of humor. I must have been seeing things. No friend looks like that. I scrutinized his expression, silently lamenting. Yet another cunning individual with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. Noticing my silence, Su Chuanyu, perplexed, asked, can I leave now? Of course, thank you for your cooperation. I replied with a smile. We then returned to the office area. As we entered, Team Leader Zhang immediately inquired, how did it go? Any insights? Zhoda glanced at me and Li Exine, offering a wry smile. I didn't uncover much, but I do feel this guy is rather slippery. Upon hearing this, Team Leader Zhang turned his attention to Li Exine and me, softly asking, what about you two? Li Exine shook her head. Nothing stands out yet. I approached Team Leader Zhang and calmly stated, there is indeed a new discovery. Before he could speak, Li Exine curiously asked, what discovery? He knows Shi Jinjuan. How do you know that? Was it because he mentioned someone seemed familiar earlier? No. Did you not notice anything when you looked through his phone? Both Zhoda and Li Exine shook their heads. I continued. When I took his phone and browsed through the contacts, I entered the first 3 digits of Shi Jinjuan's number and unexpectedly found his number. As these words left my mouth, Zhoda paused, then gave me a thumbs up. Impressive. But your reflexes are quite swift. Even I didn't catch that. If you had noticed, Su Chuanyu would have too. Although he handed over his phone, his gaze was fixated on it. I replied earnestly. Team Leader Zhang, reflecting on our words, pondered. Are you suggesting he denies knowing Shi Jinjuan? Indeed, as a leader, the perspective from which he views issues is truly remarkable. I nodded and recalled the moment I posed a question to him. Upon hearing the name, he appeared taken aback initially, yet promptly asserted that he did not recognize it. From this alone, it raises considerable doubts about Su Chuanyu. His phone's contacts list holds the number of Shi Jinjuan, and yet he audaciously claimed not to know him in our presence. If there were no underlying matters, it is difficult to believe that anyone would accept such a statement. Observing our contemplation, Captain Zhang continued, unperturbed, to inquire what notes Su Chuanyu had made of Shi Jinjuan in his contacts. At his words, I was struck with sudden realization. My eyes widening in astonishment as I responded, it seems he noted him as boss. I had focused all my thoughts on the contacts in Su Chuanyu's phone, questioning why Shi Jinjuan's number appeared there, yet I overlooked the fundamental issue. Why would Su Chuanyu refer to him as boss? In retrospect, it is likely that Miao Mu's phone also contains Shi Jinjuan's number. The thought filled me with regret. Why had I not considered this when bringing Miao Mu back for questioning? Now that he has returned, should we pursue this matter specifically? He may have already taken precautions, making any further discoveries considerably more challenging. As I pondered these questions, Captain Zhang spoke in a grave tone. On the day of Song Yan's death, Miao Mu and Su Chuanyu were directed by a mysterious figure to seek her out, and now both of them share a connection with Shi Jinjuan. What does this imply? Chapter 60. Conspiracy. Upon hearing Captain Zhang's analysis, Chao Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Could Shi Jinjuan possibly be that enigmatic figure? We remained silent. His speculation was merely a possibility. Yet thus far, we had uncovered no direct evidence to substantiate this claim. Captain Zhang turned to Chao Yuan and inquired, how is your investigation into their financial transactions progressing? Chao Yuan promptly retrieved a substantial stack of documents from his drawer and handed them to Captain Zhang, stating, as of now, I have only traced the transactions of Shi Jinjuan and Song Yan. I have yet to investigate the others. Listening to his words, Captain Zhang appeared somewhat displeased. Glaring at him, how long has it been? You have only managed to uncover data for 2 individuals? What have you been doing these days? Chao Yuan dared not meet Captain Zhang's gaze, lowering his head as he replied, primarily, Shi Jinjuan is difficult to investigate. He has accounts in numerous banks, and I have spent considerable time on him. I will expedite the remaining inquiries. Captain Zhang chose not to respond further and began to scrutinize the documents. After approximately 10 minutes, his expression darkened even more. He addressed us. Aside from the financial interactions with Song Yan, Shi Jinjuan is also in contact with another individual. Can any of you deduce who this person might be? Especially you newcomers, it is imperative to cultivate your analytical skills. I pondered earnestly. We were aware of the dealings between Shi Jinjuan and Song Yan, as she had commissioned him to investigate her husband's situation. Judging by Captain Zhang's earlier reaction, this individual should not be a stranger to us. Since they are familiar yet unexpected, who could it be? Miao Mu and Su Chuanyu did not reach Shi Jinjuan's caliber, so it couldn't possibly be them. Suddenly, a figure flickered in my mind, though I found it hard to believe. After a considerable pause, Captain Zhang, noticing our silence, expressed his frustration. After all this time, is this the extent of your progress? Deductive reasoning is a skill each of us must possess. Unable to restrain myself, I ventured, upon careful analysis. It seems that Xiang Run is the one interacting with Shi Jinjuan. As soon as the words left my mouth, the others stared at me in bewilderment. Yang Su immediately questioned, how could it possibly be him? Chao Yuan, observing Yang Su's skepticism, affirmed, it really is Xiang Ren. Among us, only Chao Yuan had previously reviewed the transfer records, thus he was aware. At this moment, Captain Zhang's demeanor softened considerably as he calmly stated, not bad. You've shown some improvement. Although I had identified Xiang Ren, a part of me was reluctant to accept this reality. Perhaps this was a conflict between reason and emotion. Li Xian seemed to have an epiphany, urgently asking, in terms of financial transactions, who initiated contact first, Shi Jinjuan or Song Yan, or Xiang Ren? Chao Yuan answered. According to the transfer records, it appears that Song Yan approached him first, followed by Xiang Ren. Li Xian then probed. What was the time gap between their approaches to Shi Jinjuan? On the same day? What? We were all taken aback by Chao Yuan's revelation. Just then, Captain Zhang added, not only on the same day, but the time interval was remarkably brief. Song Yan transferred funds to Shi Jinjuan at 9 in the morning, and by noon, Xiang Ren had also made a transfer. Furthermore, the amount Xiang Ren sent significantly exceeded that of Song Yan. Li Xian murmured, what does it imply that their transfers occurred within such a short time frame? It suggests that Xiang Ren has been uneasy about Song Yan being at home. Though I was reluctant to believe it, I felt compelled to voice my thoughts. The normally silent Zhou De interjected. Aside from the possibility of Song Yan's phone being monitored by Xiang Ren, another scenario exists. Someone may have informed Xiang Ren of this situation, prompting his actions. In retrospect, Xiang Ren was more formidable than we had imagined, covertly orchestrating so many schemes. While we were deep in thought, Yuan Jiejia voiced her confusion. Do you not find that Shi Jinjuan is the most terrifying figure in this entire affair? He takes the money from both parties and relays their situations to each other, all while keeping them in the dark. The cunning of such a person is beyond our comprehension. In response to her words, I remarked, following this, Shi Jinjuan seems to have employed a similar ruse with that mysterious individual, indicating he has become more adept at his deceit. After listening to our discussion, Captain Zhang posed another question. Yang Su and Wang Lei, have you made any progress on the individuals closely associated with Xiang Ren? Yang Su stood up and replied, we have indeed uncovered some information. Besides the two women mentioned by Shi Jinjuan, we have learned of another individual with a close connection to him. She is his secretary at the company. Although they maintained a discreet demeanor at work, it was still noticed by others. According to colleagues, Xiang Ren purchased her an apartment. We have verified this with the secretary, who has been pressuring Xiang Ren to divorce Song Yan. It seems Xiang Ren has acquiesced. Captain Zhang nodded and then inquired, aside from these women, have you identified anyone else with an unusual relationship with Xiang Ren? His question left Yang Su momentarily speechless. Yang Su lifted his head, puzzled. Captain, who do you mean? Captain Zhang sighed and said, for instance, is there a possibility that someone like Shi Jinjuan has known Xiang Ren for a long time? How could that be? Yang Su quickly replied. Captain Zhang retorted, why not? If Zhou Da's analysis is accurate, they should have been acquainted previously. Moreover, did I not instruct you to clarify these matters? Why do you now counter my question? Yang Su dared not speak further, fully aware that he had not fulfilled his duties. Captain Zhang had previously tasked him with investigating not only the women with close ties to Xiang Ren, but also other relevant individuals. Upon hearing Captain Zhang's words, I too felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed Xiang Ren and Shi Jinjuan had known each other long before, which would explain how swiftly Xiang Ren received information and acted upon it. In truth, I hesitated to delve deeper into the implications. If all of this were indeed true, it concealed a vast conspiracy. After questioning Yang Su, Captain Zhang pointed to Li Xian and me. What about you two? Do you have any new leads? I quietly replied. A few days ago, we followed Shi Jinjuan and discovered he has clandestine connections throughout the city, with individuals located in various directions. His sources of information are likely tied to these people. We are currently investigating them. As soon as I finished speaking, Captain Zhang abruptly slammed the documents he held onto the table, his voice stern. Is this the result of the task I assigned you? From now on, all leave is cancelled. You will not be permitted to discuss this matter until you have resolved the issue. If you feel incapable of handling it, you may come to me, and I will return you to where you belong. After Captain Zhang departed, we were left shaken by his outburst. It was the first time we had witnessed such anger from him. Once he was out of sight, I turned to Li Xian and softly remarked, what has gotten into Captain Zhang today? What else could it be? He is upset with us for not executing our tasks properly. Yet, this cannot solely be our fault. Look at the multitude of issues at hand and the number of individuals requiring investigation. Stop speaking nonsense. How am I speaking nonsense? We have been tirelessly working on this case day and night. Not a single word of encouragement, and we are met with such harsh reprimands. Sigh. Li Xian cast a fleeting glance at me, remarking, I never would have guessed you possess a heart as tender as tofu. What harm is there in a few words from the master? If you remain silent, how can you expect to grow? I chose to disregard her words. In truth, I bore no resentment towards her, merely feeling a twinge of injustice, expressing my frustrations in passing. As I calmed my thoughts, memories of Xiangren surfaced. Previously, he had defended Song Yin before us, shielding her from scrutiny, yet now he was engaged in such dubious activities behind her back. Clearly, Xiangren's actions were questionable. What could possibly motivate him to behave in such a manner? Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon me. Perhaps his actions were solely for his own benefit. The specifics of his scheming remained elusive to me. With this realization, I hastily turned to Yang Su, suggesting, I recommend you pay close attention to any interactions between Xiangren and Song Yin regarding legal counsel. Yang Su furrowed his brow, questioning, what do you mean? Examine whether they have sought legal advice concerning divorce matters. Are you implying asset division? He inquired. If they have entertained such notions, it signals a mutual pursuit of their own interests, intent on maximizing their share of assets during a potential divorce. Upon further reflection, it indeed seemed plausible that they might pursue this course. Song Yan's investigation into his infidelity might not stem from a desire to rekindle his affection, but rather to secure a greater portion of their assets in the event of a separation. Each harbored ulterior motives, calculating against one another. Yet the ultimate outcome may very well be beyond their expectations. Chapter 61. Deliberate intent. Yet all of this remains mere conjecture. Further evidence is required for substantiation. As everyone had departed to investigate the case, the office area was soon left with just Li Xian and me. Li Xian sat at her desk, sipping milk tea. Her demeanor relaxed. It seemed that she had entirely disregarded Team Leader Zhang's earlier remarks, which piqued my curiosity. Approaching her, I inquired with a hint of confusion. Team Leader Zhang's words left us all quite disheartened. How is it that you appear so unfazed? What of it? I used to endure scoldings daily. And though it was initially distressing, I gradually grew accustomed to it. Li Xian cast a sidelong glance at me, continuing to sip her tea. Miss Li, it seems you possess a thicker skin and are indifferent to being reprimanded by Team Leader Zhang, while I find it somewhat unbearable. Come, let us clarify the matters he entrusted to us. With that, I disregarded her and proceeded towards the exit. As I settled into the car, to my surprise, Li Xian had already taken her place in the passenger seat. This startled me considerably. I quickly exclaimed, when did you get in? You made no sound at all. She huffed. You were so lost in thought that you failed to notice a living person pass by you. Sighing, I started the engine, intending to first visit the bathing center where Shi Jinjuan had gone. On the way, Li Xian gazed out the window and casually remarked, do you think that Xiangren ever cared for Song Yin? Her question left me momentarily perplexed. After contemplating, I responded, perhaps at one time he did. Are you implying that he no longer does? Then why does he act as if he is so concerned for Song Yin? Li Xian pressed further. This question had crossed my mind as well. Both individuals were scheming for their own interests, but what was Xiangren's motive in this regard? Surely, he did not genuinely wish to shield her from blame. Noticing my silence, Li Xian smiled wryly. You seem to be at a loss, and truth be told, I am as well. Initially, I thought that despite his many wrongdoings, he could at least defend his wife when it mattered. It seems I was overly optimistic. Before long, we arrived at the bathing center. I had intended for Li Xian to remain in the car while I went inside alone, but she refused and insisted on accompanying me. Upon reaching the front desk, a provocatively dressed woman greeted us with a smile. Hello, are you two here for a massage or a bit of fun? She asked. What is the difference between the two? Li Xian shot back at me. The woman responded with a grin. Oh, there is quite a difference. Then do enlighten us, I urged. Massage is our primary service, and we offer various packages. This pamphlet outlines all our options. Li Xian picked up the pamphlet and glanced over it, noting the extensive offerings, including full-body and half-body massages. With a playful tone, I suggested, how about introducing us to the fun options? There are many more offerings in that regard. We provide food, drinks, and entertainment tailored to the client's desires. Just as she finished speaking, Li Xian could no longer contain herself. She produced a photograph of Shi Jinjuan and thrust it towards the woman, asking, do you recognize this person? The woman glanced at the photo, then scrutinized us warily, asking, who are you? Li Xian flashed her badge, stating, do you see now? Upon realizing our identities, the woman appeared startled for a moment before smiling. Officers, this is a legitimate establishment. All our licenses are in order. Spare me the formalities. Do you know him or not? Yes, Boss Shi is a regular here. He often comes to patronize our business. Curious, I inquired. What type of service does he typically seek? Full body massage, of course. Is there a particular therapist he prefers? At this question, Li Xian immediately turned her gaze towards me. The woman looked slightly embarrassed as she replied, Boss Shi always requests Xiao Hui for his massages. Please fetch Xiao Hui. We have some inquiries to make, I instructed. Certainly. Please wait a moment. As she disappeared into the back, Li Xian cast me a sidelong glance and remarked sarcastically, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable about such matters. I managed a wry smile. You have misunderstood. I am not well versed in this. I merely recall having seen it in films. What films? Are there not many that depict such scenarios? Li Xian scoffed, dismissing my comment. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a sweet-looking woman emerged, dressed in a uniform. She appeared noticeably nervous and bowed her head, asking, What can I do for you? Please, do not be alarmed. We wish to inquire about Boss Shur. We understand he requests your assistance for massages. Yes, Boss Shur always selects me. How frequently does he visit? He comes weekly. Sometimes 2 or 3 times in a week. Has he ever discussed anything beyond the norm? Xiao Hui quickly replied, This is a legitimate establishment. We do not engage in other conversations. Her anxious demeanor made it clear that she misunderstood my intent. I followed up, aside from you, who else has the most contact with him? It would be Sister Wang. Who is Sister Wang? She was the one who greeted you at the entrance. Very well. You may return to your duties. After we concluded our inquiries, Li Xian and I exited the establishment. Once outside, Li Xian asked, What is your perspective on this matter? Sister Wang seems suspicious. She left immediately after your inquiry and has yet to return, which suggests she may be warning someone. Should we still visit the other locations? They are likely on guard now. It would be futile to investigate further. What then? Let us go directly to speak with Shi Zhenjuan. We drove to Yangguangxing Yuan. After parking, we approached Shi Zhenjuan's door and knocked. Upon seeing us, he appeared surprised and asked curiously, What brings you two here? I replied with a smile, We are here for inquiries. Why not invite us in to discuss? Please, come in. Upon entering, his demeanor was markedly more relaxed. After our previous confrontation, he no longer felt the need to feign composure. Once seated, Li Xian calmly inquired, Do you know Xiangren? He regarded us with curiosity, pondering for a moment before responding, How could I not know them? One is my client, and the other is a subject of my investigation. When did you first meet Xiangren? After I accepted Song Yan's case. I needed to gather all pertinent information to better serve my client. Shi Zhenjuan answered fluidly, without a hint of hesitation. I interjected with a grin, Boss Shur. Your actions seem rather unscrupulous. Oh, I am not certain which matter you are referring to. In the same day, you accepted Song Yan's case against Xiangren while also taking on Xiangren's case. Are you not clearly playing both sides? Upon hearing this, Shi Zhenjuan's expression darkened, and he hesitated before answering. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and took a slow drag before saying, I cannot say that I am deceiving them. Both husband and wife sought my services. I did not intend for it to unfold this way. Who would turn down money? However, I can assure you of one thing. I possess a strong sense of professional integrity. The information I have regarding the situation discussed by the two of them is undoubtedly firsthand. I nodded and inquired, Are Song Yin and Xiangren aware of this matter? I am certain I have not disclosed anything to them, but whether they have learned about it through other channels remains unclear to me. Shi Zhenjuan took a couple of deep breaths, and I fixed my gaze upon him, calmly stating, I have heard that you and Xiangren have known each other for quite some time. I wonder if there is any truth to this. He blinked in surprise, exclaiming, How could that be? He is a high-ranking executive, affluent and powerful, while I am merely an employee. We hardly have any opportunity for interaction. I thought to myself, This fellow certainly knows how to put on an act. Merely an employee indeed. Noticing our silence, he rose and said, Officers, I have matters to attend to shortly. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? I believe we should conclude for today. With that, we departed from his residence. Once in the car, Li Xian, perplexed, asked, Why did you mention that matter to him? What matter? I replied, The fact that he is simultaneously representing Song Yin and Xiangren. I had deliberately chosen those words, including the claim about his prior acquaintance with Xiangren. What do you mean? She queried. I had two primary considerations. Firstly, to gauge Shi Zhenjuan's reaction at that moment, and secondly, to provoke him. After learning of these matters, he is likely to take action. Should he make any new moves, our opportunity will arise. My concern is that he might act like an old turtle, retreating into his shell and remaining utterly still, leaving us with no means to proceed. Upon hearing my thoughts, Li Xian erupted into laughter. Chapter 62. The confession. We drove out of the community, took a turn, and re-entered the Sunshine Garden neighborhood, finding a relatively secluded spot to wait. After an hour, a man wearing a hat stealthily approached the building where Shi Zhenjuan resided. Li Xian glanced at the oddly dressed figure ahead and whispered, Doesn't he resemble someone we've encountered before? I scrutinized him closely. Su Chuanyu? Indeed, it was he. This audacious fellow dared to approach Shi Zhenjuan directly. Perhaps he was rattled by our previous conversation and sought Shi Zhenjuan for a solution. While I conversed with Li Xian, Su Chuanyu ascended the building. Before long, I noticed two familiar faces arriving at the entrance of the community. Li Xian hurriedly called Yuan Jiejia, instructing her to come to the car. Zhou and Yuan Jieja climbed in, and I curiously inquired, "What brings you here?" Yuan Jieja replied with a smile. "We followed Su Chuanyu here, and we didn't expect to find you, and Li Xian as well." Zhou, fixated on the building Su Chuanyu entered, murmured. This guy previously claimed not to know Shi Jinjuan, yet now he seeks him out. Clearly, Su Chuanyu had become frightened, otherwise he wouldn't have taken such a significant risk. I handed 2 bottles of mineral water to Zhou and Yuan Jieja. Li Xian, in the front passenger seat, softly asked, "What should we do now? Should we bring Su Chuanyu back to the bureau when he comes down?" I pondered seriously. Taking him back now would likely only lead to him admitting he knew Shi Jinjuan, but we probably wouldn't extract much more information. Moreover, since Su Chuanyu dared to come personally, he must have devised a strategy to deal with us. I replied quietly, "Let's wait a bit longer and see where he heads next." Half an hour later, Su Chuanyu emerged from the building. As he neared the community's entrance, I drove up to follow him. I observed him hailing a taxi by the roadside after exiting the community, then climbing inside. We trailed behind the taxi, maintaining a safe distance to avoid arousing his suspicion. After approximately 20 minutes, he alighted at a corner and swiftly entered a nearby alley. To prevent his escape, Zhou and Yuan Jieja disembarked to follow him, while Li Xian and I blocked the exit. Once they departed, Li Xian looked at me, puzzled, and asked, "What brings him here? Do you know this place?" I replied, "I've accompanied Team Zhang here a few times. While it appears to be a market with small vendors on the surface, it is rife with various illegal activities." After hearing Li Xian's words, I closely examined the alley ahead, which was vibrant with lights and activity, revealing little from the outside, yet hinting at its bustling nature and hidden complexities. While Li Xian and I conversed, we heard distant shouts. "Catch him, don't let him escape." I saw Su Chuanyu running ahead, pursued by Zhou and Yuan Jieja. I quickly exited the vehicle, blocking the exit, and as Su Chuanyu approached, I launched a kick that sent him sprawling some distance away, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. We then took him back to the bureau, and on the way, Zhou, visibly irritated, remarked, "What were you up to just now? How dare you steal?" Su Chuanyu, looking aggrieved, replied, "I merely admired that jade pendant and wanted to have a look. I never intended to steal." "Never intended to steal?" I retorted. "You shoved the pendant into your pocket and ran. What else would you call it? It's not my fault. I found the jade pendant quite appealing, but I didn't have enough money in my pocket. I thought I'd borrow it for now and return it once I had the funds," he defended, still trying to wriggle out of it. "The vendor claims that piece is worth over 100,000. You certainly know how to take things." I had been puzzled as to why we were blocking him when it turned out he had just attempted to steal from an antique shop. At that moment, Su Chuanyu interjected, "Officer, you know the situation now, and I've returned the item. If there's nothing else, can I be released?" To be honest, I nearly laughed at his naivety, unsure if he was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. Regardless, he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Li Xian scoffed, "This time, you're not getting away." Upon returning to the bureau, we immediately escorted him to the interrogation room. Inside, he became considerably more subdued. Zhou and Yuan Jieja entered to conduct the questioning, while Li Xian and I donned headsets outside the one-way glass, allowing us to hear the proceedings. Zhou asked in a low voice, "What were you doing in that alley?" "Nothing, just wandering about," Su Chuanyu replied. "Wandering? You took a taxi all the way there just to wander?" Zhou pressed. "Officer, I truly had no purpose. I was just strolling," he insisted. Zhou, ignoring his bravado, continued, "How long have you known Boss Shi?" "Boss Shi? Which Boss Shi?" "I don't know what you're talking about." Su Chuanyu feigned ignorance. "Still putting on an act? You mean the Shi Jinjuan saved in your contacts?" "Officer, I genuinely don't know who that is. I've never met him." "Is that so? Then please explain why you sought him out at his residence." Upon hearing this, Su Chuanyu's demeanor shifted dramatically. He lowered his head, rubbing his hands together, lost in thought, and fell silent. Yuan Jieja interjected sternly, "Don't even think about deceiving us. Speak the truth, or face the consequences for multiple offenses. Do you understand how long you could be incarcerated?" After a pause, Su Chuanyu nervously raised his head and asked, "Could I have a cigarette?" Zhou stepped out of the interrogation room and approached me. I handed him my last pack of cigarettes. He took one out, lit it, and offered it to Su Chuanyu. After taking several puffs, Su Chuanyu appeared visibly more relaxed. Zhou observed him calmly and said, "Now that you've enjoyed a smoke, it's time to talk." "I've known him for a year," Su Chuanyu confessed. "How did you come to know him?" "He's a good person. When I was in trouble, he helped me." "Elaborate." Su Chuanyu recounted, "I had lost all my money, my house, and my wife. I had nowhere to live. I happened to meet him on the street, and seeing my plight, he gave me 2,000 yuan to help me find a place to stay. He even provided me with his number, offering me a job later on. For over a year, he has been supporting me. Otherwise, I would have starved." Zhou nodded. "During this year, what have you done for him?" "Not much. Just running errands and gathering information." "Have you inquired about Song Yin and Xiang Ren?" I haven't." "You haven't? What about Shi Jinjuan? Does he know anything? I don't know about the boss's matters. It seemed this fellow had a sense of loyalty and desired to shield him. On the other hand, it also reflected Shi Jinjuan's formidable methods. Few could inspire such allegiance in another. As I contemplated this, I heard Zhou ask again. What were you doing at his house today? After you questioned me about that matter last time, I mulled it over for days and felt uneasy. So I wanted to report back to the boss. Did Shi Jinjuan instruct you on how to handle us? At this moment, Su Chuanyu fell silent once more. Zhou coldly remarked, Speak quickly, do not attempt to play tricks on me. After a brief pause, he slowly uttered, The boss has instructed me to refrain from wandering around and to remain at home for the time being. Quite amusingly, Su Chuanyu disregarded Shi Jinjuan's words as mere background noise, and without this particular incident, it would have been rather difficult to inquire further. Zhou chose not to pursue the matter any further, understanding that extracting this much information today was already quite commendable. Upon returning to the office area, we found Captain Zhang seated inside. Zhou debriefed Captain Zhang on the situation. After listening, Zhang nodded, rose, and addressed us. There has been a new development. The forensic team has conducted multiple site investigations, and on the bed where Song Yin was found after her murder, they collected hair samples. Visually, these do not belong to either Song Yin or Xiang Ren. This evidence likely emerged during the process of moving the body, and the technical department is currently analyzing it. Results will be available soon. He continued, Moreover, regarding what Chun Tian mentioned to me last time about arranging for someone to monitor Miao Mu, we have received word from the colleagues over there that 3 individuals have sought him out in recent days. Among them, one is someone we are familiar with, Chang Xiaoshan. Captain Zhang's revelation took us by surprise. How could Chang Xiaoshan possibly seek him out, and how do he and Miao Mu even know each other? One is the owner of a gaming parlor, while the other is a window repairman. Their residences are quite distant, and their interests diverge significantly. It is indeed puzzling that they would be acquainted. Li Xian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Who are the other 2 individuals? One is nicknamed Hu Zi, a driver for illegal cabs. The other is De Meng, who handles earthwork contracts. Their specific information is still being investigated by our external colleagues, Zhang replied. Just as we were lost in contemplation, Chao Yuan rushed in from outside, anxiously exclaiming, Something has happened to Miao Mu. Chapter 63. The accident team leader Zhang turned around to face Chao Yuan, urgently inquiring, Quickly, what has happened? He was hit by a car and is currently being rescued at the city hospital, Chao Yuan promptly replied. Upon hearing this news, we were all struck with disbelief. Just days after uncovering a clue regarding Miao Mu, he had been involved in an accident. Team leader Zhang instructed Chao Yuan to lead the way as we hurried to the city hospital. During the drive, team leader Zhang asked, What exactly transpired? I'm not entirely sure. I received a call from an unknown number while I was on my way back, and that person informed me of the incident. I rushed back to report to you, Chao Yuan explained. Were you unable to ascertain more details? What if this is merely a prank? Zhang questioned. That seems unlikely. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Chao Yuan murmured, his head bowed. And what of the 2 colleagues who were surveilling Miao Mu's residence? Why have they not reported in yet? Zhang remarked, puzzled. Hearing this, I too felt a sense of confusion. Shouldn't the first to know about such an event be those stationed outside? How is it that Chao Yuan was informed first? At that moment, team leader Zhang's phone rang. He answered, and I could faintly hear someone mention that Miao Mu had been taken to the hospital. Zhang, raising his voice, exclaimed into the phone. What are you 2 doing out there? You couldn't even keep watch over one ordinary person. And now, after such a long while, you tell me about this incident? There was silence on the other end of the line, likely filled with guilt. After hanging up, Zhang turned to Chao Yuan and solemnly asked, Call the person who informed you and find out who they are. How did they know about Miao Mu's predicament? Chao Yuan quickly dialed the number, only to find it was switched off. We can only investigate this number when we return, for now. Our priority is to reach the hospital and see how Miao Mu is faring. Half an hour later, we arrived at the entrance of the city hospital. After inquiring about Miao Mu's condition, we swiftly made our way to the emergency room. At the door of the emergency room, we spotted the 2 colleagues standing outside. They hurried over to team leader Zhang, heads lowered, admitting, It is our fault. We did not keep a proper watch over him. We accept any punishment. Zhang sighed first. Tell me what exactly happened. How did a perfectly fine person end up in the emergency room? One of the colleagues, frowning, recounted, Today, we were following him in the car. When Miao Mu was crossing the street, a van suddenly came barreling towards him. After hitting him, the van did not stop and sped away. One of us rushed to help him while the other pursued the vehicle. Ultimately, we lost track of it in the chaos. In our haste to assist, we neglected to report this to you until the ambulance arrived. After listening to their account, Zhang contemplated for a moment, then turned his gaze towards the 2 colleagues, noticing that their hands and foreheads bore injuries, blood still trickling down. You 2 should first tend to your wounds. We can wait here. You have been on duty for several days, so after you take care of yourselves, go home and rest, Zhang instructed, his tone softening. I thought to myself, Team Leader Zhang truly possesses a heart of compassion beneath his stern exterior. Just moments ago in the car, he had appeared fierce. Yet now he seemed transformed. We stood at the door of the emergency room for about an hour. When the door finally opened, a doctor emerged and asked, "Who among you is a family member?" Zhang stepped forward, stating, "His family has not arrived. We are the police." "How is the patient inside?" The doctor's expression darkened as he shook his head. "We have done all that we can. The patient's condition is critical. He has sustained a brain injury, and the hemorrhage has persisted for some time. We have yet to pass the dangerous period. From here on, it is a matter of luck. If he survives the night, he may live." Upon hearing this news, we felt a mix of sorrow and anger. Nearby, Li Xian approached the doctor and softly inquired, "Doctor, may I ask, in cases like his, if he survives, will he be able to return to normalcy?" The doctor sighed. "Even if he survives tonight, there is a significant likelihood he may remain in a vegetative state." We expressed our gratitude to the doctor, but said nothing more. After the doctor departed, a nurse approached us, frowning, and said, "The patient's family has not come. Who will cover his medical expenses?" Just as I was about to respond, Zhang pulled out his wallet and asked the nurse, "How much is it?" "I will pay for him." The nurse led Zhang to the front desk to settle the bill. Li Xian sighed deeply. Miao Mu has an elderly relative to care for. With his current condition, how will they manage their lives moving forward? I looked at Li Xian and suggested, "We should report the situation to the bureau and apply for public assistance for them. That is all we can do." This is certainly not a simple case of hit and run. It appears that there are individuals intent on silencing him. What are they so afraid of? Why such desperation to eliminate him? As Li Xian and I deliberated, Team Leader Zhang returned, his expression serious. "I will assign 2 colleagues to remain here. We will split into 2 groups. Xiao Yuan and I will investigate the site of Miao Mu's accident, while Chen Tian and Li Xian will interview the 3 individuals who previously contacted Miao Mu." Upon exiting the hospital, Li Xian and I drove towards Changxia Mountain's game room. Among the 3 individuals, we possessed the most information regarding one. As for the other 2, we needed to delve deeper into their backgrounds. Before long, we arrived at Changxia Mountain's game room, bustling with patrons seated at tables both inside and out. Upon noticing us, Changxia Mountain appeared startled before greeting us with a smile. "Officers, what brings you here today? We have matters to discuss. I trust you will not make us converse in public? Please, this way." Changxia Mountain gestured towards a private room, whispering a few words to a nearby server. Once inside the room, he smiled and said, "Feel free to ask anything. I assure you I will speak candidly, as we are all acquaintances." Nodding, I replied, "Tell me, what is your relationship with Xiangren?" At my inquiry, he froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Xian shot me a puzzled glance. After a moment, he stammered, "I am not well acquainted with him. We are merely acquaintances from the bar, as I mentioned before." "Acquaintances? Have you ever met or conversed prior to this?" "No, you just claimed we are acquainted. Allow me to advise you. Speak the truth. Deceiving us will lead to repercussions." I had been pondering Xiangren's situation on the way here, recalling that it was Changxia Mountain who first provided us with his information. He had also facilitated our meeting with Xiangren, leading to a series of subsequent events. If he truly did not know Xiangren, would he have gone to such lengths? Changxia Mountain contemplated for a moment before saying, upon further reflection, "I believe we might have crossed paths during a bar event. He has a rather unpleasant demeanor and tends to look down upon others." "Please elaborate on this," I insisted. "What transpired?" I approached him to strike up a conversation, but he didn't even spare me a glance. "Have there been any further interactions since then?" "None. The last encounter was indeed when I helped you arrange that meeting." Li Xian listened to his words, retrieving a photograph of Shi Jinjuan from her pocket and presenting it before him. "Do you recognize this person?" Chang Xiaoshan scrutinized the image carefully and replied, "I do not." "Look closely before you speak," she urged. "Officer, I have examined it thoroughly. I genuinely do not know him." If he neither recognized Shi Jinjuan nor was familiar with Xiangren, what then compelled him to seek out Miao Mu? Our earlier inquiries stemmed from the fact that the only connections linking him to this matter were Xiangren and Shi Jinjuan. Based on his reaction, it appeared he was concealing something, despite maintaining an outward calm and showing no signs of distress. He slightly furrowed his brow when we mentioned the names of these 2 individuals, a fleeting moment, yet one I caught. Li Xian seemed to sense some irregularity as well, and she pressed on, "Miao Mu, you must know him surely?" At this point, Chang Xiaoshan hesitated, his gaze flickering, and his countenance darkened. After a prolonged pause, he finally uttered, "I know him. My windows were broken, and I wanted to ask him to repair them." Remarkably, this was an unexpected revelation. He had voluntarily spoken up, claiming to seek him for window repairs. "If you know him, surely you must possess his contact information. Why then would you need to visit him personally?" Li Xian glared at him, her expression growing increasingly grave. After contemplating for a moment, Chang Xiaoshan stated, "That day, I happened to be passing by his house while running errands, so I just dropped in to say hello." I fixed my gaze upon him, my voice low as I remarked, "You are lying. That day you specifically went to find him." Chapter 64. Fear. Chang Xiaoshan looked at me with a puzzled expression and said, "Officer, I do not understand what you are talking about." I fixed my gaze upon him and replied sternly, "What is there to misunderstand? I hope you can speak the truth. Just a reminder. Your driving route that day was under surveillance." Truthfully, I felt uncertain myself. I merely sensed that his claim of passing by Miao Mu's residence and deciding to drop in was rather dubious. Thus, I intended to probe him a bit, unaware that this individual might indeed have something to conceal. As he spoke about the matter, his tone noticeably weakened, and he began to exhibit signs of insecurity. Li Xian, observing his hesitation, coldly interjected, "I noticed that your card room's business has improved significantly since our last visit. Surely, you wouldn't want to be taken back to the station for lying, would you?" Chang Xiaoshan lit a cigarette, bowing his head as he took several puffs. Flicking away the ash, "I went to find Miao Mu that day because I had some questions for him," he confessed. I promptly inquired, "What questions?" I was eager to know how he had suddenly found himself in the station. "What does this have to do with you?" He retorted, "I am his friend. He often came here to play cards. Just moments ago, hadn't he claimed that their relationship was purely business? Now, he was asserting they were friends." I silently pondered his words. If he had indeed sought out Miao Mu intentionally, the matter was likely far more complicated than it appeared. Moreover, his assertions of being unfamiliar with Xiang Ren and having no acquaintance with Shi Jinjun led me to believe he was, without a doubt, lying. Li Xian took over. Frowning as she insisted, "Speak quickly, and do not attempt to deceive us." Chang Xiaoshan, sounding somewhat aggrieved, responded, "His visits to play cards were merely to support my business. I maintain that our business connection is valid. With frequent visits, we naturally became friends, did we not?" His words nearly made me laugh. I thought to myself, this fellow is rather sly. Through this conversation, it became evident that Chang Xiaoshan's relationship with Shi Jinjun and the others was not as straightforward as it seemed. There likely existed some underlying interests between them. Upon returning to the precinct, I sat down and began to organize the case details. The following morning, Captain Zhang convened a meeting. He addressed us, saying, "Yesterday, Chao Yuan and I visited the site where Miao Mu was struck. It is a secluded area with only one malfunctioning surveillance camera nearby. Clearly, the assailant had prepared in advance. After colliding with Miao Mu, he fled. But he did not anticipate that our colleagues were in the vicinity and pursued him for quite some time. Numerous segments of the chase were captured on surveillance. Afterward, Captain Zhang turned to Chao Yuan and instructed him to share the findings. Chao Yuan projected the surveillance video onto the conference room's large screen and began, "Please observe. I meticulously reviewed the footage and identified 4 instances capturing the individual in question." As he spoke, he pointed to one of the clearer images. Following his gesture, I could discern the person's facial features distinctly. Captain Zhang instructed, "Zoom in on the footage." The enlarged image provided even greater clarity. The individual appeared to be quite portly, with a round face, short hair, and glasses, an unmistakable indication of an unsavory character. Captain Zhang continued, "Last night, Comrade Chao Yuan worked tirelessly reviewing the video and matching the details, ultimately identifying this person. He is the one I mentioned previously, Hu Zi. His real name is Si Hu, and he typically operates as an illegal taxi driver and occasionally engages in the sale of used cars. I have already dispatched personnel to locate him." Upon hearing Captain Zhang's description, I recalled that this Hu Zi had also sought out Miao Mu a few days prior. With this in mind, I curiously inquired, "Have we determined what connection this Hu Zi has with Miao Mu?" "We are still investigating," Captain Zhang responded quietly after taking a sip of tea. Nodding, I contemplated that if Hu Zi had prior acquaintance with Miao Mu, he likely played a role in the murder of Song Yan. Conversely, if he did not know Miao Mu before but sought him out now, it suggested that he was backed by someone else. As I pondered this, Li Xian stood up and addressed the group earnestly. "Have you considered why these individuals sought to eliminate Miao Mu?" Her question struck a chord. I too was perplexed as to why they were so eager to silence Miao Mu. Previously, when we had brought him in for questioning, it seemed we had not uncovered any critical information. Perhaps it was something he said during our interrogation that had triggered their alarm. Jodam mused thoughtfully. Yang Su chimed in. After returning home, 3 individuals sought him out, likely to inquire about what he had disclosed to us. Miao Mu would certainly relay to them the details of our interrogation. Upon hearing their comments, Yuan Jejia appeared to connect the dots. Looking at me and Li Xian with curiosity, "Did you manage to extract any crucial information that day?" The collective gaze of the group shifted towards us. Reflecting on the interrogation with Miao Mu, I struggled to recall anything significant. After a moment, I managed a wry smile. "You may review the interrogation records. It seems we did not extract much." "That cannot be right. You must have uncovered something. but perhaps you did not perceive its significance at the time. Even Miao Mu himself did not sense anything amiss, yet the murderer must have, feeling threatened, which is why they were so desperate to eliminate Miao Mu to prevent him from speaking. Captain Zhang remarked as he stepped into the aisle, lighting a cigarette and speaking slowly. I looked at Li Xian, who returned my gaze, and I hastily retrieved the interrogation records, scrutinizing each line. When I came across a particular statement made by Miao Mu, I realized there was indeed a problem. I lamented internally, wondering why I had not noticed the discrepancy at that moment. The record stated our inquiry. If you wish to enter, would Song Yin agree? Miao Mu replied. Initially, she disagreed, but when I mentioned that this matter concerned her husband, it was best discussed inside. She then acquiesced. Reflecting on this now, the statement was indeed troubling. Miao Mu had claimed not to know Song Yin, so how could he be aware that her husband was involved in something? Moreover, through our conversations with Miao Mu, it became evident that this was not something anyone else had prompted him to say. He indicated that he had intentionally made that statement, suggesting there was something more at play. I shared this segment of dialogue with the group, and upon hearing it, they all agreed it was plausible that this statement had instigated fear in the murderer. Captain Zhang, after listening to our observations, remarked gravely, "This exchange indicates that Miao Mu is acquainted with Shi Jinjun and is aware of this young couple. Linking this to Song Yan's demise raises numerous questions. Miao Mu likely had a role in her murder, contrary to his claims of unwittingly delivering a message to her. Once those individuals became aware of this, they felt threatened. Fearing we might approach Miao Mu again to discuss the matter, worried he might crack under pressure and reveal their identities. Hence, they resorted to murder to silence him, ensuring he had no opportunity to speak. This was their most prudent course of action." After concluding his remarks, Captain Zhang turned to Li Xian and me, stating sternly, "You two have been rather careless. You failed to notice even this detail during the interrogation?" I rose and replied quietly, "The fault lies primarily with me. I was the lead interrogator that day, while Li Xian was merely tasked with recording." As I finished speaking, Li Xian immediately rose to her feet, expressing regret. "It is my fault as an experienced investigator that I failed to discern any issues here." Team leader Zhang waved his hand and sighed. "While striving for merit is commendable, must one compete over mistakes? Enough of this. Both of you have erred. After the meeting, I expect each of you to compose a reflection on your actions. This lesson must be etched in your minds. As criminal detectives, acute intuition and sound judgment are essential traits we must possess." Upon concluding his remarks, Zhang turned to me and Li Xian, calmly addressing the group. "Once Che, who has been brought back, Zhou De and Yang Su, you will conduct the interrogation. Chao Yuan, please review the surveillance footage once more. The rest of you should proceed with the tasks assigned earlier." After Zhang had finished, he shot a stern glare at both Li Xian and me before departing. Feeling somewhat despondent, I returned to my seat, acutely aware that I had committed a fundamental error. In hindsight, considering how clearly Miao Mu had articulated the situation, I wondered why I had failed to recognize the problem at that moment. Perhaps my mind had been preoccupied with the complexities surrounding Shi Jinjun, causing me to overlook the evident issues. Li Xian approached me with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Wei, once you've completed your reflection, could you let me copy it?" I turned to her, curiosity piquing my interest, and asked, "How can you be so thick-skinned? After team leader Zhang chastised us so severely, you seem utterly unfazed." She made a playful face and replied, "What's the big deal? We're human too. It's perfectly normal to overlook something during an interrogation. I'll simply be more attentive next time." Observing her carefree attitude, I could only shake my head in disbelief. Chapter 65, Denial. After approximately an hour, he was brought back. Upon seeing him enter the interrogation room, I swiftly approached Li Xian and smiled, saying, "You should speak with team leader Zhang and request that we be allowed to observe their interrogation." Li Xian turned to glance at me, replying, "If you wish to speak, you should do so yourself. Haven't our tasks already been arranged?" "Indeed, they have been arranged, but there is no rush at this moment. We can wait to observe the interrogation process before we step out." Noticing Li Xian's reluctance to move from her seat, I gently tapped her shoulder. However, she completely ignored me, impatiently retorting, "Can't you see I'm writing a reflection paper? Please do not disturb me. I'm aware that this kind of task is what you dread most. I've already completed mine. Our mistakes were identical, so the content should be quite similar." As I spoke, I handed her my reflection paper. Upon receiving it, she rose from her seat and shot me a disdainful look. "You could have mentioned this earlier. Just now, when I brought it up, you seemed discontent. Now that there is something at stake, you think of me?" Feeling awkward, I muttered an apology. "I was in a bad mood earlier. I'm sorry." She ignored my apology and swiftly made her way to the captain's office. Before long, I saw her emerge, her expression appearing somewhat grim. I thought to myself, this is it. It seems this matter is doomed to fail. No wonder, considering our previous performance has disappointed team leader Zhang. As she approached me, I quietly inquired, what is the outcome? Did team leader Zhang refuse? Li Xian, looking somewhat dejected, nodded and then let out a small huff. The captain has agreed. Let us hurry over there now. Hearing this, I was tempted to express my relief with a kick. We quickly arrived outside the interrogation room, donning our headphones and tuning in. Fortunately, Zhoda and Yang Su had just entered. Zhoda looked at Sihu and asked sternly, Name? Sihu. From 2 to 4 p.m. on September 13th. Where were you? I was driving clients. Who were you picking up? Officer, that's a rather inappropriate question, isn't it? How can I know the name of someone who hails a taxi last minute? Seeing Sihu's arrogant demeanor, Yang Su interjected seriously, Do you understand why we brought you back? Sihu shook his head in confusion. Officer, I was just out there driving to earn some money. I haven't committed any crime. Why have you brought me here? Yang Su chuckled coldly. You are quite the performer. Think carefully about your actions. We are giving you an opportunity. If you can confess voluntarily, you may receive leniency. I don't comprehend what you're saying. Sihu continued to feign ignorance. At this moment, Zhoda produced a photograph and approached Sihu, calmly asking, Take a good look. Is this you? Sihu took the photo, glanced at it, and his expression changed instantly. This is me. Where did you get my photo? Zhoda stared him down, stating, Do you wish to continue pretending? Very well, let me jog your memory. At 3 p.m. on September 13th, you drove to Huffing Road. Upon seeing Miao Mu crossing the street, you accelerated and plowed right into him. Instead of stopping to check on him, you fled the scene. You thought no one would know because you had done your homework on that road, aware that the only surveillance camera there was malfunctioning. But what you didn't anticipate was that on the day you struck Miao Mu, there happened to be police present. Your actions were witnessed by my colleagues, who immediately pursued you. You fled in desperation, and it was their presence that disrupted your original plan. In your panic, you took a convoluted route, most of which was under surveillance. However, they did not manage to catch up with you, allowing you to escape. When you saw the police car was not on your tail, did you not feel a sense of relief? Amid Shoda's words, the last shred of hope within Sihu shattered. Sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably as he lowered his head, silent, seemingly lost in thought. Zhoda, in a low and commanding tone, pressed, Speak up. Why did you attempt to kill Miao Mu? Sihu flinched at Zhoda's words and slowly raised his head. I never intended to kill him. I merely accidentally hit him. Accidentally hit him? After striking him, you not only failed to check on his condition, but also sped away. Explain why that is. Because I was terrified. I was nearly paralyzed with fear and just wanted to leave that place as quickly as possible. You are still lying. The surveillance footage clearly shows that you arrived at that location half an hour early. Tell me, why were you there in advance? On the route that Miao Mu often takes. Sihu was at a loss for words, his complexion paling and his lips trembling. At that moment, team leader Zhang approached and informed me and Li Xian, Tell Zhoda and the others that Miao Mu has been rescued. I stared at team leader Zhang in astonishment. Miao Mu really survived? Zhang nodded, looking somewhat resigned. His life has been saved, but when he will regain consciousness, even the doctors cannot say. I sighed and quickly relayed this information to Zhoda. Upon hearing this news, Zhoda looked at us through the glass with an expression of doubt. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Sihu. I have good news for you. Miao Mu is alive. He has been rescued. Upon hearing this, Sihu shouted, Impossible. How could this be? Li Xian and I, standing outside the interrogation room, exchanged curious glances at his exaggerated reaction to the news of Miao Mu's survival. Zhoda, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean impossible? Are you saying Miao Mu cannot possibly be alive? Sihu realized he had misspoken and grew increasingly flustered. Zhoda ignored his panic and continued, You likely believe that given the speed at which you were driving when you struck Miao Mu, he should not have survived. Therefore, when I mentioned that Miao Mu was still alive, it astonished you. Your reasoning is not without merit. My colleagues on the scene reported that your vehicle was traveling at least over 100. At such a speed, striking Miao Mu would indeed leave little chance for survival. Yet, miracles do occur in this world, and Miao Mu has survived. Now, tell me, what is your relationship with Miao Mu? After a prolonged silence, Sihu's demeanor shifted slightly. In a low voice, he questioned, The person I hit really didn't he die? Zhoda replied earnestly, Absolutely true. We just received information from the hospital that Miao Mu has been saved. Therefore, if you do not speak about your connection to him now, we will soon discover the truth. Consider this carefully. Do you think Miao Mu, knowing that you wish to kill him, would keep such matters hidden? Certainly not. Thus, both you and those behind you will soon face dire consequences. You are fortunate. There remains an opportunity for you to seek leniency. Sihu gazed at Zhoda, and upon confirming the truth, he slowly confessed, I and Miao Mu are merely ordinary friends. We met while playing cards, and at that time, I lost terribly, owing him several thousand yuan. That fellow kept pressuring me for repayment. I never had extra money on me, so I ignored him. What I didn't expect was that Miao Mu would find my home and even threaten my wife and child. In order to ensure my family's safety, I repaid the money I owed him. However, as he attempted to harm my family, I could not let the matter rest. After some time, I encountered him again while playing cards. That scoundrel had the audacity to claim, in front of my friends, that I owed him money and had not repaid it, behaving like a common rogue and urging them to avoid my company. I was infuriated, contemplating revenge against him. Later, when I learned he had been brought in by your agency, I was overjoyed. Little did I know, days later, this wretch reappeared, full of life. One afternoon, after a long day of driving along Huffing Road, feeling fatigued, I decided to take a brief rest. By chance, I spotted Meow Moo preparing to cross the street ahead of me. At that moment, I was uncertain of my intentions, yet the thought of teaching him a lesson consumed my mind. Subsequently, the incident unfolded. After colliding with him, I initially intended to exit the vehicle and check on him. However, as I prepared to stop, I inadvertently noticed someone pursuing me in a car, compelling me to flee. After Sihu concluded his account, he glanced up at Joda. Joda glared at him, stating in a low voice, "So, you intended to kill him, with no one else orchestrating this?" I did not wish to kill him. I merely sought to teach him a lesson, with no one directing me. Is this your idea of a lesson? You were evidently intent on taking his life. Officer, I truly did not intend to kill him. I only wanted to show him a glimpse of consequences. Upon hearing Sihu's explanation, Joda scoffed coldly, then enlightened me. What did you do at Meow Moo's residence after he left our presence? Given your strained relationship, what prompted you to visit him? Sihu found himself at a loss for words once more. He must have been quite curious about how we were privy to his whereabouts. After a prolonged silence, he remained mute. Joda slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Struck dumb, are we? You dare to lie before us, believing we are oblivious to everything? Remain here quietly." With that, he and Yang Su exited the room. Chapter 66. The arrest. Joda and Yang Su emerged from the interrogation room, casting a weary glance at us as they sighed. This fellow is clearly in cahoots with them. Even his manner of speaking is identical. We returned to the office area, where team leader Zhang stepped out of his office, observing Joda and the others with a furrowed brow. He promptly inquired, "What troubles you two?" Sihu, the obstinate one, stubbornly admitted only that he intended to teach Meow Moo a lesson, denying any further allegations. Yang Su, perusing the records, replied with a hint of disappointment. After a moment's contemplation, team leader Zhang remarked, "Based on the clues we currently possess, Sihu can only be implicated for hit and run and intentional harm. As for murder, we lack substantial evidence to support such claims. However, one thing is certain. This group is undoubtedly connected to Song Yan's demise." Li Xian softly interjected. "With Meow Moo still in the hospital, we have no idea when he will awaken. This lead may prove elusive." Her words sparked a realization in me, prompting me to inform team leader Zhang about the urgency of the situation. The fact that Meow Moo has been rescued in the hospital will likely become known to them soon. We must deploy additional personnel to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Are you suggesting they may attempt to harm him in the hospital? Li Xian pondered aloud. I nodded, my gaze shifting to the interrogation room. Indeed, given the current circumstances, Meow Moo must possess some crucial information, which explains their desperate actions. After voicing our thoughts, we turned our attention back to team leader Zhang, anticipating his response. He remained silent for an extended period, his brow furrowed in thought. Eventually, he calmly stated, "Chen Tian makes a valid point. Yet we can also leverage this opportunity to ensure that those daring enough to commit violence will not escape unscathed." At this juncture, a colleague from the forensic team hurried over, presenting the trace evidence report to team leader Zhang. "We found hair on the bed where Song Yan was lying, and genetic testing has been conducted. The results reveal that the individual is named Su Chuanyu." This revelation was of paramount importance. After reviewing the report, team leader Zhang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all for your hard work during this period." Our excitement surged. With this evidence, Su Chuanyu's potential deceit would be futile. We all turned to team leader Zhang, awaiting his orders. He immediately directed, "Joda and Yang Su, you are in charge of the hospital situation. You know what to do." Joda looked puzzled. "Isn't Su Chuanyu still under our surveillance with Yuan Jejia? What's this about your orders?" "Follow the orders." Team leader Zhang barked with an unwavering demeanor. Yang Su responded affirmatively and pulled Joda away. Once they departed, team leader Zhang turned to Li Xian and me. "Bring Su Chuanyu back to the station and commence interrogation immediately." We responded in unison, "Understood." With a sigh, team leader Zhang retreated into his office. Li Xian and I set off to retrieve that rascal. As we journeyed, Li Xian curiously asked, "Why do you think the leader arranged it this way?" I cheerfully replied, "It and Appos. It's simply our duty to follow the leader and Appos' directives. There is surely a rationale behind such arrangements." Li Xian pouted, "You praise him now. But weren't you resentful when he criticized you before?" "What nonsense!" I retorted. "That was merely a moment of ignorance, and I deeply regret it." "Huh. Chen Tian, it's clear to me now. As long as the leader's plans align with your own desires, you're elated. Otherwise, you complain incessantly. I chose not to respond, my spirits high. Li Xin, undeterred, queried again, why do you think Su Chuanyu would want to kill Song Yan? I shot her a sidelong glance. Isn't it premature to draw such conclusions? I'm merely asking you. If he were the culprit, what would his motive be? Li Xin huffed. After a moment's reflection, I replied, if you think it through, a person like Su Chuanyu is capable of anything. His penchant for gambling has led to the disintegration of his family and the ruin of his fortune, leaving him destitute at times. Such individuals harbor deep-seated issues. My colleagues have learned that even after receiving aid from Shi Jinjuan, he squandered his newfound wealth at the gaming table. He is beyond redemption. Li Xin nodded. Her brow furrowed. What you've described merely indicates his willingness to act. It does not elucidate his motives. The primary reason is likely financial. So, it's possible that Shi Jinjuan is his puppet master? Not necessarily. As long as someone is willing to provide him with sufficient funds, he will not refuse. Before we knew it, we had arrived at Su Chuanyu's residence. We disembarked and approached his door. Li Xin knocked firmly several times. And soon there was movement from within. Who is it? The property management, I replied, lowering my voice. After about a minute, the door swung open. Upon seeing Li Xin and me, Su Chuanyu's immediate reaction was to flee towards the balcony. I lunged forward, but suddenly a figure flashed past me, followed by a piercing scream of pain. I then saw Li Xin pinning Su Chuanyu to the ground, who was writhing in a desperate struggle. I was astounded by her swift reflexes and speed. Stop dawdling and come help. Li Xin shouted at me. We quickly secured him in the vehicle and sped back. During the drive, Su Chuanyu plaintively stated, officers, I thought I had already clarified everything last time. I scoffed at his words. Why did you flee upon seeing us? I had just woken up. After years of dodging debt collectors, my instinct is to run upon seeing unfamiliar faces. We've met before. How could you not recognize us? I was still groggy from sleep and couldn't recall. Listening to his absurd justifications, I was tempted to kick him away. I ignored him, intending to address him thoroughly once we reached the station. Noticing my silence, he pressed on. Officers, you cannot wrongfully accuse me. I've been cooperative. Let us discuss this calmly. And please remove my handcuffs. Li Xin interjected sternly, be silent. You will have your chance to speak at the station. Do not think you are innocent. You know exactly what you've done. Her words silenced Su Chuanyu, and he remained quiet for the remainder of the journey, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After approximately 30 minutes, we arrived at the station, and I escorted him directly to the interrogation room. We did not rush into questioning. Instead, we allowed him some time to reflect. Li Xin and I took a moment in the office area to sip tea and rest for half an hour. Feeling it was time to confront him, we entered the interrogation room. As soon as we settled into our seats, Su Chuanyu anxiously exclaimed, officers, you have finally arrived. Without engaging in banter, I asked in a stern tone, on the morning of September 5th, did you enter Song Yan's residence? Su Chuanyu looked perplexed. Officer, Haven T, I already explained this matter to you. I retorted sharply, speak only what you know, do not waste my time with irrelevant chatter. I presented her with a gift box and then departed. So, you merely arrived at Song Yan's doorstep without entering? Indeed, I delivered the items to her and left. Never having set foot inside her home, I gazed into his eyes, observing his evasive glances as he dared not meet my gaze. Moreover, as he spoke, he occasionally furrowed his brow, indicating that he harbored secrets and had deceived us. At that moment, Li Xin beside me coldly remarked, Su Chuanyu, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Everything you say now is being recorded. Deceiving us is a criminal offense. Su Chuanyu appeared somewhat anxious. Hastily retorting, I've already stated what I know. What more do you want from me? Li Xin lifted her cup and took a sip. Gazing at him with a measured tone, she stated, we discovered your hair on the bed where Song Yan lay after her death. How do you explain that? Upon hearing this, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening as he bellowed. You're speaking nonsense. I never entered her home. The evidence is irrefutable. Leaving no room for your defense, you have one final chance. Li Xin calmly asserted. Su Chuanyu fell silent, bowing his head, lost in thought. It was evident that he was becoming increasingly flustered. After a lengthy pause, he slowly raised his head, his eyes reddened as he looked at us. Chapter 67. All-encompassing, I gazed at him, my expression solemn as I inquired, have you come to a decision? Is there something you wish to share with us? He remained silent, fixated on us with an unwavering stare. Ignoring his reticence, I continued, your hair was found at the scene where the deceased lay. This indicates that you must have entered her home, and denying it would be futile. Clarifying the matter would be beneficial for you, potentially mitigating your sentence during the trial. In truth, you have little reason to hesitate. Speak. What transpired that day? Why did you take her life? Su Chuanyu sighed deeply, a bitter smile playing on his lips as he confessed, indeed, it is time I ceased my concealment. I killed her. The moment these words escaped his lips, both Li Xian and I were taken aback. We had anticipated he would deflect blame onto others, but his candid admission was unexpected. Li Xian regarded him intently and urged, "Elaborate, what was the reason?" With a cold laugh, Su Chuanyu replied, "That woman deserved to die. She threatened to report my benefactor." Upon hearing this, I began to piece together the situation. It seemed Song Yan had discovered that Shi Jinjun had accepted money from her and her husband, prompting her to turn against him and threaten to involve the authorities. It was said that Song Yan and Shi Jinjun had cooperated harmoniously. So why would she threaten to report him? Did your boss perhaps commit some transgression against her? We were in the business of gathering and providing intelligence. Since our client compensated us, what was the issue? I waved my hand in irritation. Spare me the lofty rhetoric. Get to the point. Su Chuanyu's countenance darkened as he explained. Song Yan approached my boss first, requesting he investigate how many women Xiang Ren was involved with and the amount of money he spent on them. She was quite generous, and my boss, pleased, agreed to help. However, it wasn't long before Xiang Ren learned of this and sought out my boss as well, promising to pay far more than Song Yan had offered. Initially, my boss hesitated, but upon reflection, he rationalized that it was merely a matter of taking money to avert disaster. We were simply relaying the information we collected. How they acted was beyond our concern. Thus, my boss accepted payment from both parties and discreetly provided them with information. Then one day, Song Yan called my boss, furious, questioning why he would engage in such disgraceful actions. I was present at my boss's home, and no amount of explanation or apology sufficed. That woman threatened him, demanding a full refund of the fees paid by her and her husband, along with double the penalty for breach of contract. If my boss refused, she would report him to the police. As you know, private investigation is not recognized as legal in our country. Such matters cannot be brought to light. Reluctantly, my boss acquiesced, but the sum was substantial, and he could not produce it all at once. He requested a few days' grace. In the days that followed, I watched my boss become increasingly distressed, unable to gather the necessary funds. I pondered how I might alleviate his burden and devised a plan. If I eliminated her, all our problems would vanish. My boss was my savior. I could not stand idly by while this woman harmed him. Once resolute, I plotted her demise. Coincidentally, a few days later, her husband was taken away by your team. I felt an opportunity had arisen. That morning, I disguised myself and, under the pretense of inquiring about Xiang Ren, tricked her into opening her door. Once inside, while her attention was diverted, I administered a pre-prepared sedative, rendering her unconscious. I then took her life. As Su Chuanyu recounted events, an unsettling feeling nagged at me. Something felt amiss, though I couldn't articulate it immediately. At that moment, Li Xian calmly interjected, "According to your account, your motive for killing her stems from her demand for a substantial refund. If you could not meet her financial demands, she threatened to expose you. Yet your boss, Shi Jinjun, assured us that your actions were entirely legal. Why then, are you so terrified of her reporting you that you resorted to murder?" Li Xian's observation struck a chord. I had sensed something was off in Su Chuanyu's narrative. If it were merely a matter of Shi Jinjun breaching industry protocols, he would not be so frightened of Song Yan's threats. It seemed Song Yan possessed incriminating evidence against him, jeopardizing his standing. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Su Chuanyu chuckled and shook his head. "Officer, your imagination is quite vivid. Yes, I confess to the murder, but we have not engaged in any illegal activities. Do not wrongfully accuse us." Unwilling to entertain further justifications, I pressed him, "Where did you kill her?" "In the living room." "What weapon did you use, and how did you proceed?" "After I rendered her unconscious, I slashed her wrist with a knife." "Then what?" "Seeing she was fading, I moved her to the bed, hoping to make it appear as though she had taken her own life, thus absolving myself." "Alas, you still uncovered the truth." Analyzing the details Su Chuanyu provided, I noted that his account aligned closely with our previous analysis, corroborated by forensic and evidence collection teams based on the scene's condition. It was evident he had killed Song Yan. Otherwise, how could he articulate such intricate details? I continued my inquiry. "Did you act alone? Was anyone else involved?" "No, it was solely my doing. I required no assistance." "And what of your earlier claim regarding someone sending you a gift box?" Must you be so insistent?" "I have admitted my guilt, and you have collected evidence. Why continue to interrogate me?" "Mind your tone. We will verify your statements. But do not think you can evade responsibility. We will not overlook anyone complicit in the murder of Song Yan and Miao Mo." Su Chuanyu's reactions indicated that others were likely involved, as he struggled to address certain inquiries. We ceased our questioning and exited the interrogation room. Upon reaching the office area, we found Team Leader Zhang waiting for us. He regarded Li Xian and me, asking, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Li Xian contemplated briefly before responding. "Based on the current evidence, it is clear that Su Chuanyu killed Song Yan, the time of the crime, motive, and collected evidence all point to him, and he has admitted as much. Zhang then turned his gaze to me. And you? From his details, it appears he is indeed responsible, but I hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Seeing my uncertainty, Zhang urged, speak freely, do not hold back. I nodded. Given the evidence, Su Chuanyu is undeniably linked to Song Yan's death, yet we cannot confirm if he acted alone. After listening to our analysis, Zhang responded thoughtfully, we previously dispatched teams to investigate companies involved in producing and selling garments containing heavy silk. Their shipping records reveal that Su Chuanyu has purchased such clothing. Li Xian promptly inquired, Captain Zhang, what should we do now? Captain Zhang stepped into the corridor, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and replied, do not rush. Our colleagues are still conducting investigations outside. Moreover, we have previously discussed that Song Yan's demise could not have been the work of a single individual. There must be more to this matter. I wholeheartedly concurred with Captain Zhang's perspective. Su Chuanyu was merely a minor player in this unfolding drama. Additionally, the multitude of uncertainties surrounding the case, especially regarding Miao Mu's delivery of the letter, presents further enigmas that remain unsolved. Reflecting on this, I calmly remarked, indeed, there are numerous ambiguities. We have yet to locate the letter and gift box that Miao Mu and Su Chuanyu delivered last time. Furthermore, if Su Chuanyu acted alone, what was Miao Mu's purpose in delivering the message? After Miao Mu departed from us, why did those individuals seek to silence him? These questions suggest that Su Chuanyu may merely be a pawn in a larger scheme. The true orchestrator of this plot remains hidden in the shadows. Moreover, as we delve deeper into our investigation, it appears we have instilled fear in those lurking in the dark, prompting them to resort to desperate measures to eliminate perceived threats. Captain Zhang flicked the ash from his cigarette and added, there is another point. Su Chuanyu, upon realizing that his actions have been exposed, might fear that he could meet a fate similar to Miao Mu's if he were to venture outside. Rather than risk that, it may be wiser for him to openly admit his involvement, as this would provide him with some measure of safety, especially considering his family outside. I pondered this thoughtfully. It could very well explain why Su Chuanyu has chosen to shoulder all the blame himself. Chapter 68. The ambush 2 days later. News arrived from a colleague on guard duty at the hospital, reporting that a suspicious individual had been apprehended. It was said that this person had audaciously impersonated a doctor conducting rounds. Had it not been for Zhou's vigilance, he might have seamlessly blended into the ward, with potentially dire consequences. That morning, Li Xian and I were sifting through materials in the office area when I noticed team leader Zhang entering the office with a rather cheerful demeanor. It seemed that his spirits had notably lifted over the past few days, likely due to significant progress in the case, alleviating some of his pressure. I recalled that he had scarcely smiled in recent times and had often toiled late into the night on the case. Reflecting on this, I couldn't help but exclaim how arduous the captain's job truly was. Li Xian, noticing my momentary distraction, playfully nudged me. What are you daydreaming about? It's early in the morning. Her sudden action jolted me back to reality, and I chuckled. What else could I be pondering? I was simply moved by team leader Zhang's good mood. She shot me a sideways glance. I never knew you were so attuned to your leader's thoughts. Oh, come on. Enough of that. Help me tidy up the things on the desk. We need to meet with that Deming soon. After Miao Mu returned home, 3 individuals had sought him out. Chang Xiaoshan and Si Hu, both of whom we had already investigated. Only one person remained unexamined. Soon, guided by the clues provided by our colleagues, Li Xian and I hurried to the residence of Deming. Upon reviewing the information sent by my colleagues, I learned that Deming's real name was Yu Yunming, a contractor engaged in earth moving with a rather substantial business. Curiously, he had been incarcerated multiple times for fighting. Yet each time, he was released after only a few days. On our way, Li Xian turned to me, puzzled. I just reviewed the profiles of those 3 individuals. How could they possibly associate with Miao Mu? This perplexity mirrored my own. One was a contractor, another a black market taxi driver, and the last operated a gaming parlor. What intricate connections could they have with a mere window and door repairman like Miao Mu? After much contemplation, I sighed. It's only natural we cannot fathom this. If we understood all the intricacies, the case would already be solved. After approximately an hour, we arrived at the community where Yu Yunming resided, named Dahe Mountain Villa. The unconventional name piqued my curiosity. One might mistakenly believe they had entered a restaurant. We quickly reached the entrance of his building without wasting any time. Upon knocking on the door, it swung open a few minutes later, revealing a burly man with a buzz cut, adorned with a gold watch and a thick gold chain around his neck. His attire suggested either a nouveau riche or a construction mogul, an archetypal local boss demeanor. Upon seeing us, he paused momentarily, his gaze unfriendly as he inquired, "Who are you?" I stepped forward, presenting my identification. "We are police officers, here to inquire about some matters." Upon realizing our identity, Yu Yunming's face instantly brightened with an exaggerated smile that complemented his ample features. He gestured towards the living room, saying, Please, come in, officers. As we entered the living room, I was taken aback by the opulence of his home. The walls were adorned with several renowned paintings, and the liquor cabinet overflowed with fine spirits. We settled onto the sofa, and Yu Yunming poured us 2 glasses of water, then courteously asked, "What would you like to know, officers?" I calmly inquired, "Do you know Miaomu?" Upon hearing the name, he frowned. "I have no recollection." Sensing his feigned ignorance, I sternly replied, "Think carefully before you answer." After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his gaze to us. "Officer, I truly do not know him." Li Xian, who had been listening, produced a photograph and handed it to him, remarking, "Mr. Yu, you seem quite forgetful. Didn't you visit him a few days ago? How could you forget so quickly?" He took the photograph, scrutinizing it before chuckling. "Oh, you mean that kid? I do know him." I pressed, "But just a moment ago. You claimed not to know him?" "Officers, you must understand. I have many friends. While I might recognize faces, I often forget names," he explained. "Then tell us. On the morning of September 10th, what was your purpose for visiting him?" I asked. Without hesitation, he replied, "That kid owes me money. I was there to collect." His readiness to respond suggested he had anticipated our visit, which was plausible since we had already spoken with 2 of the 3 individuals who had sought Miaomu. They must have alerted him of our inquiries. I scrutinized him closely. "Why would a mere window repairman owe a significant sum to a businessman like you?" He retorted, "You don't understand. That kid enjoys gambling. He often finds himself at the card table, which is how he ended up in debt to me." "And how much does he owe you?" "Not much, just over 30,000, he replied nonchalantly. I felt an overwhelming urge to kick him. 30,000 was hardly a trivial amount. Li Xian suddenly seemed to connect the dots and asked in a serious tone, "Do you frequently visit Chang Xiaoshan's gaming parlor?" The moment her question left her lips, Yu Yunming's expression shifted dramatically. He hesitated, picked up a cigar from the coffee table, took a puff, and after a pause, asked, "I didn't quite catch the meaning of your question, officer?" I observed his feigned calmness and chuckled lightly. "Don't mind us. We merely wish to know if you recognize this individual." I handed him a photograph of Chang Xiaoshan. After glancing at it, he shook his head. "I truly don't know this person." Yet, his demeanor betrayed the truth. It was evident he was lying. Li Xian's question had been aimed at uncovering their relationship. His reaction indicated a connection among Yu Yunming, Miao Mu, and Chang Xiaoshan. As I prepared to press further, his phone rang unexpectedly. Yu Yunming glanced at us and said, "Excuse me, I need to take this call." Nodding, we watched as he stepped onto the balcony. To our surprise, he remained on the phone for over 10 minutes. When he returned, urgency marked his features. "Officers, there's been an incident at the construction site. I must leave at once. Perhaps we can continue this another time." Understanding his urgency, I calmly replied, "Let's leave it for today. We shall return another day." We descended together, and upon reaching the ground floor, he hurriedly exited. Li Xian walked ahead while I followed closely. As we rounded the corner of the building, I suddenly noticed something descending from above her. I shouted, "Get down," and lunged towards her, shielding her beneath me. There was a resounding thud. It felt as though something heavy had struck my back, and in an instant, I lost all sensation in my body. Li Xian, witnessing blood trickle from the corner of my mouth, froze in shock. After a few moments of stunned silence, she sprang into action, exclaiming, "Chen Tian, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Her voice broke into sobs. Gazing at the tears cascading down her face, I managed a faint smile, whispering, "I'm fine, don't worry." With that, my consciousness faded, and I succumbed to darkness. When I regained awareness, I found myself lying in a hospital bed, with Li Xian gently massaging my arm. She noticed that I had awakened and smiled as she inquired, "How are you feeling?" "Not too bad," I replied, shifting slightly, only to be met with a sudden pang of pain in my back. Li Xian promptly intervened, saying, "Your back has been injured. The wound has just been dressed. Please refrain from moving." I nodded in acknowledgement. "I'm fine, just a bit sore." The person who threw things from the building above must have done so intentionally. At this, Li Xian's expression hardened, and she stated resolutely, "I will find this person." As we conversed, Captain Zhang and his team entered the room. Approaching my side, he asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" "It's nothing serious. In a few days, I should be able to get out of bed," I replied nonchalantly. Zhang glanced at Li Xian, who was peeling an apple for me, and chuckled, "You really scared Li Xian today. She cried all the way to the hospital with you." Upon hearing this, Li Xian huffed, "Master, what nonsense are you talking about?" Laughter erupted among us. After a moment, Zhodo approached and spoke softly. "Based on the scene, we believe someone intentionally sought to harm you. An investigation is currently underway." Reflecting on the incident, I remarked, "Li Xian and I were at a considerable distance from that building. Normally, if something were to fall from above, it shouldn't have hit us unless someone deliberately threw it." Captain Zhang replied coldly, "How dare they assault an officer? This individual will be found soon. You need not concern yourself with it. Focus on your recovery." Chapter 69. Returning to duty after enduring 4 days in the hospital, I could no longer bear it, and called Li Xin to assist me with the discharge procedures. These days had indeed been a trial for her, as she brought me my meals thrice daily. Each time she arrived, she could not linger long before returning to her duties. The endless back and forth between the hospital and the team weighed heavily on my conscience. Despite my repeated entreaties, this stubborn girl continued to comply, promising each time she departed. Yet, at mealtimes, she would return, and I found myself in awe of her persistence. About an hour later, Li Xin arrived at the hospital. She approached my bedside, her brow furrowed in confusion, and inquired, "The doctor advised you to stay for at least a week. How can you think of leaving after just 4 days?" Having spent 4 days lying in bed, I felt I was losing my sanity. The doctor had assured me that my condition was not severe and that I simply needed to take better care of myself. The very thought of those interminable days confined to the hospital felt more like a sentence than a remedy. In the team, I had been bustling from dawn till dusk, invigorated by the daily challenges. Now, however, lying idly felt like a cruel joke. Moreover, several critical cases were at pivotal stages. How could I possibly remain absent? The longer I contemplated my situation, the more I felt compelled to leave the hospital. While my physical ailment might be treated, my mental state was deteriorating rapidly. Li Xin listened to my pleas and shot me a disapproving glance. "That won't do. I must heed the doctor's orders. You should stay put, and I'll come back to see you this evening." With that, she turned to leave, and I could not allow her to escape so easily. If she left, I would be at a loss as to how long I would remain here. Grasping her hand tightly, I gazed earnestly into her eyes. "You are the only one who can help me. Don't you wish for us to fight side by side? It must have been tough for you alone these days, right?" She stood frozen, staring blankly at me, speechless. I continued, "Most importantly, I know my body well. I was able to walk yesterday. Watch, I'll prove it to you." As I began to rise, she instinctively reached out to stop me, shaking her head in resignation. "Fine, I'll help you with the paperwork." Her words filled me with joy. I nearly embraced her in gratitude. My hands lifted instinctively, but I halted, suddenly aware of my intentions. Li Xin observed my reaction without comment, merely giving me a dismissive look before turning to exit. Once she was gone, my heart raced with excitement. I had been too exuberant. Reflecting on my earlier impulse, I realized that had I embraced her, I might have faced an extended stay in the hospital, if not worsened my condition. I had witnessed her strength firsthand when she had struck Chao Yuan with a book, leaving him quite the mess. With that thought, I felt a familiar pain in my back and let out a wry chuckle. I must be cautious. There are many I could provoke, but she was certainly not one of them. Without further delay, I rose and gathered my belongings. By the time Li Xin returned with my discharge paperwork, I was already seated in a chair, a large bag of items in hand. She looked at me incredulously. "You can really walk now?" I nodded. "Did you think I was jesting? Don't just stand there. Take this." I smiled as I approached her, handing over the hefty bag, though the weight still caused discomfort in my back. Ignoring her, I stepped outside. The fresh air was invigorating after being cooped up for so long. We delivered my belongings to my residence and hurried back to the team. Upon arrival, my colleagues looked at me in astonishment. They had not expected my swift return to work. Barely settled at my desk, Chao Yuan approached with news. He placed a hand on my shoulder and said, "We've apprehended the individual who attacked you." This revelation startled both Li Xin and me. She had been unaware of this development when she visited. It had only been a couple of hours since the incident, and the assailant was already in custody. "What do we know about him? Is there any connection to Yu Yinming?" I inquired. During my hospital stay, I had reflected on numerous details, particularly how you had conversed on the phone for an extended period, glancing at us intermittently. I sensed he harbored ulterior motives. Shortly after we had left his residence, we were ambushed, which likely tied back to him. Chao Yuan shook his head. "We don't have that information yet. He was caught not long ago and hasn't been interrogated." At this, I stood and headed towards the captain's office, with Li Xin following closely behind, understanding my intent. Upon entering, we found Captain Zhang engrossed in reviewing case files. So absorbed was he that we stood unnoticed for some time until Li Xin finally exclaimed, "Captain Zhang." Startled, he looked up, setting down the documents. "Do you not know how to knock when you enter?" He scolded. "I've told you repeatedly to be mindful of this." Feeling awkward, I replied, "Captain Zhang, we knocked several times, but you didn't respond. Given the urgency of the situation, we decided to enter." He scrutinized me, a smile breaking through. "Didn't you say you were to be hospitalized for a week? How is it that you're out so soon?" "I'm nearly recovered. Besides, that place isn't right for me. I prefer the camaraderie of working tirelessly with my colleagues at the team." I chuckled, scratching my head. I inadvertently noticed a file on his desk labeled 706 Special Serial Murder Case, which reminded me of the Shunghao Garden Villa case. We were all diligently gathering clues. Yet our understanding of the perpetrator remained woefully insufficient. As I pondered, Li Xin interjected, I heard that the person who attacked us at Day Mountain Villa has been captured. Chen Tian and I are requesting to interrogate him. Her words snapped me back to reality, and I quickly added, we hope for your approval, Captain Zhang. He placed the case file in a drawer and regarded us seriously. You should observe. Let Zhou and Yang Su conduct the interrogation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xian retorted, Captain Zhang, we are the most familiar with this case. No one is better suited than us. I feared the worst. Had she lost her composure? Challenging a superior at this moment seemed unwise. However, to my surprise, Captain Zhang did not appear angry. Instead, he waved his hand and asked, is your health truly restored? Can you handle prolonged work? Absolutely. I'm nearly back to normal. I deliberately shifted my posture to demonstrate my ability to move, but in doing so, I accidentally grazed my wound, causing me to wince in pain. Noticing my grimace, Li Xian anxiously asked, are you alright? I smiled sideways at her. I'm fine, really. Ultimately, Captain Zhang acquiesced to our request. After exiting his office, Li Xian and I made our way directly to the interrogation room. Upon entering, we took our seats and found ourselves facing a young man who sat with his head bowed, seemingly too timid to meet our gaze. Li Xian gazed at him and inquired in a low voice, what is your name? Upon hearing Li Xian's voice, the young man slowly lifted his head and casually replied, Yan Mo, your age? 25. On the morning of September 16th, between 10 and 12, where were you? At home. Be more specific. Day Villa. What were you doing during that time? Please elaborate. Upon hearing this, Yan Mo appeared increasingly anxious, his eyes darting about. After a considerable pause, he stammered, I accidentally knocked over a flower pot on the balcony. I replied coldly, are you lying? Did you indeed knock over the flower pot? Yes. I was sitting on the balcony and accidentally bumped into it. He replied nervously. I fixed my gaze upon him and stated, if what you say is true, then the flower pot would have undergone free fall. This is a principle you must have learned in school. How could the flower pot land more than a meter away from the horizontal plane of your balcony? The current landing position suggests that the pot was thrown from the balcony by someone, which explains the outcome. At this moment, Yan Mo's lips trembled in evident distress. I paid him no heed and continued to press. Now, tell me, why did you throw something at us? I didn't mean to, Yan Mo exclaimed, his eyes wide and his forehead glistening with sweat. Just then, Zhou entered the interrogation room and informed me of a crucial detail. Someone had witnessed him deliberately lifting the flower pot and hurling it towards us. Chapter 70. A blessing in disguise. The news brought by Zhou was indeed timely. Just moments ago, I had been pondering how to shatter the last remnants of his illusions. Now, I had a plan. I approached Yan Mo and offered him a bottle of water. Don't be anxious. Take a sip before we continue. Yan Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and murmured a soft thank you. He then struggled with the cap of the bottle for quite a while, without success. It seemed the tension had drained him of strength. Observing his plight, I twisted the cap open for him, and he eagerly took a long drink from the bottle. I refrained from rushing him, and after a moment, I inquired, are you ready to speak the truth now? Yan Mo managed a bitter smile, saying, Officer, I truly did not intend for that to happen that day. At this moment, Li Xian stood up and, unable to contain herself, interjected sharply, we've given you a chance, yet you squander it, and still wish to hide the truth from us. Yan Mo responded, feeling wronged, what exactly do you want to know? I've shared everything I know with you. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and calmly stated, we have already found eyewitnesses to your actions that day. Upon hearing this, he deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping in the interrogation chair. Noticing his despondence, I moved behind him and continued, someone witnessed the entire incident. You lifted the flower pot in advance, saw us passing by, and hurled it our way. Now tell us, why did you do that? Yan Mo fell silent, his body trembling as he bowed his head, lost in thought. After a prolonged pause, Li Xian sternly remarked, do you realize how many years you could face for assaulting an officer? If you confess now, there may be a chance for leniency. Eventually, Yan Mo slowly raised his head and admitted, I confess, it was intentional. I stepped in front of him and asked, do you know us? He replied, yes. My boss has mentioned you several times, saying you are quite bothersome and always watching him. Who is your boss? I inquired. Shrill, he answered. A revelation that took me by surprise. I had expected him to mention Yuan Ming, as they resided in the same neighborhood, and coincidentally, we encountered this incident right after leaving Yu's residence. Li Xian turned her gaze towards me, clearly puzzled by this development. Noting my silence, she probed further, so, did Shrill instruct you to do this? Yan Mo quickly shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with my boss. It was entirely my own idea. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. My boss was unaware of this incident, and had he known, he would not have approved. Then why did you assault an officer? I pressed. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. His response revealed a shocking ignorance of the consequences. I replied gravely. Do you understand the potential length of imprisonment for such impulsiveness? You are still so young. Your most precious years may be spent behind bars. Hearing this, he pleaded, officers, I realize my mistake. In light of my honesty, please forgive me. Do you comprehend the danger of your actions that day? Had I not pushed my colleague away in time, that flower pot you threw could have struck her head, leading to devastating consequences. Have you considered this? Reflecting on that day still filled me with dread. Had I not acted swiftly, the outcome could have been far worse for us both. I glanced at Lee Xin, silently thankful that we had narrowly escaped disaster. Without further hesitation, I focused on him and said, if you cooperate with us now, we will advocate for leniency during sentencing. I will cooperate, I promise. I do not wish to go to prison. I continued, what kind of work do you do for Shrill? Just menial tasks and errands, he replied. Be more specific. Occasionally, my boss assigns me tasks to gather information. Upon hearing Yin Mo's account, I opened my phone's gallery and pointed to several individuals. Look at these 3 people. Has Shrill ever instructed you to follow them? The individuals were Miao Mu, Sihu, and Su Chuanyu, individuals we had often sought out. Strangely, after our conversations with them, someone would always approach them. Yin Mo scrutinized the images and pointed to one. This person, I have followed. I quickly asked, when did you track him? He hesitated, then softly confessed. From September 8th to September 13th. This time frame coincided with when we had brought Miao Mu to the police station and his life after release. I was taken aback to realize he had been under surveillance all along. Moreover, on September 13th, Miao Mu had been struck by Sihu's car. Shrill must have been aware of the entire situation. But why would he need such information? Lee Xin then inquired, so you witnessed how Miao Mu was hit? Yin Mo glanced at us, lowering his head again as he admitted, I did. Describe the event as you saw it. A black sedan was parked by the roadside. As Miao Mu crossed the street, it suddenly sped towards him, hitting him before fleeing. How did you report this to your boss? I pressed. That's exactly what I told him. And what did your boss instruct you to do afterward? He told me to check the scene to see if Miao Mu was dead. At that moment, I dared not go near. So I told my boss that Miao Mu had died. Isn't that deceiving him? I countered. Not exactly. I saw Miao Mu get thrown back. Given the speed of that car, it would be hard to survive. I recalled my interrogation of Sihu, who had made similar claims. Although Miao Mu was still alive, he remained in a deep coma, akin to a living corpse. Suddenly, a thought struck me. When Yin Mo reported to Shrill, given his suspicious nature, he would not simply take Yin's word for it. Perhaps he had requested Yin to document everything and send it to him. Yin Mo, did you record any videos to send to your boss? He wouldn't just accept your verbal report, would he? Yes. I have saved all the videos from the time I was tracking Miao Mu on my phone. Do you know how many employees like you work for Shrill? Yin Mo shook his head. I'm not sure. There should be quite a few. We maintain confidentiality among ourselves and have never interacted. Whenever I receive a task from my boss, I start working immediately. When there's nothing to do, I can lie at home and sleep, yet my salary remains unaffected. His description astonished me. I never imagined such individuals existed in real life. Shrill was indeed a formidable figure, holding so much information. If he had malicious intentions, he could cause significant harm. One question lingered. Why would Shrill expend such resources monitoring Miao Mu's every move? My colleagues and I had previously theorized that those lurking in the shadows feared Miao Mu might expose them, thus plotting to eliminate him. The recent actions of Shrill aligned perfectly with our prior analysis. However, this cunning old fox is exceedingly sly. Despite our suspicions surrounding many of his deeds, we have yet to uncover substantial evidence that could definitively link him to these matters. As I pondered this, Lee Xin approached from her seat, presenting a photograph. Do you recognize him? She inquired. Yin Mo glanced at the image in her hand and nodded affirmatively. Yes, I do. What is your relationship with him? Nothing much. He replied. My boss had me keep an eye on him for a while. This revelation took me by surprise. What was the purpose of monitoring Yu Yunming? We were generally aware of the reasons behind Shrill previous surveillance targets, yet I found myself perplexed by this particular individual and the intent behind watching him. Why did Shrill ask you to keep tabs on him? I'm not entirely certain. It seems to be because he owes our boss money. For how long? Only 3 days. What did you uncover? This person enjoys leisure activities excessively, often spending over 10 hours a day in gaming halls, spas, and other entertainment venues. That will suffice for now. Feel free to share anything else that comes to mind. Subsequently, Lee Xin and I exited the interrogation room. Today's session yielded significant insights, not only confirming numerous prior suspicions, but also deepening our understanding of the intricate relationships among these individuals. However, there was one aspect that troubled me. I sensed that Yin Mo might have been less than truthful. It seemed implausible that he would act impulsively against us. There must be something concealed beneath the surface, yet for reasons unknown, he was reluctant to reveal it. Chapter 71. The old case. We returned to the office area and observed our colleagues engaged in discussions about the case, so we refrained from interrupting them. I stepped aside to brew a cup of tea, and just as I settled at my desk, I noticed Captain Zhang entering. He glanced at Zhoda and inquired, "How is the interrogation of the individual you apprehended from the hospital progressing? Has there been any development over these past few days?" Zhoda replied with a wry smile. "That fellow is quite obstinate. We have interrogated him several times, yet he insists that no one directed him. It was all his own doing. Didn't you find a syringe on him? Have the results from the liquid inside it come back?" Captain Zhang asked, looking puzzled. "We just visited the forensic center, but there's still no result. They mentioned that the composition of such a liquid is rather complex and requires more time." Zhoda responded promptly. Captain Zhang did not say anything further. He merely lifted his cup and took a sip, then scanned each of our faces with a serious expression. Instantly, the atmosphere in the office grew tense. After a moment, he announced, "There will be a meeting in the conference room in 10 minutes. With that, he exited. Once Captain Zhang left, I exhaled deeply. Li Xian, noticing my reaction, curiously asked, "What is wrong with you?" "Nothing, just startled by your master," I replied, patting my chest and sipping my tea to calm myself. Hearing this, Li Xian chuckled, casting a disdainful glance at me. "Why is it suddenly your master again?" I recall someone persistently claiming to have regarded Captain Zhang as their master. "Keep your voice down. It won't be good if someone overhears," I cautioned, clarifying that while I held Captain Zhang in high esteem, he had never acknowledged me as such. "Strictly speaking, you are his disciple, and I can only be considered a nominal student at best." I gestured for Li Xian to lower her voice, not wanting to be implicated in her antics. She ignored my plea, grabbing her notebook and heading to the conference room. As she passed by me, she pinched my arm sharply, causing me to wince in pain. Seeing my pained expression, she shot me a glance before departing with a carefree demeanor. Chao Yuan, noticing Li Xian had entered the conference room, hurried over to my side, grasping my hand and saying, "Brother, you've really had it tough. Just be a good person and take her in. That way, the torment will be solely yours." I retaliated with a punch, which landed on him harmlessly, but my back wound began to throb again. Chao Yuan, witnessing my grimace, couldn't he help but burst into laughter before making his way to the conference room. As I saw my colleagues entering, I hastily grabbed my notebook and followed suit. Upon entering the conference room, I discovered that aside from the seat next to Li Xian, all other places were occupied. Momentarily, I found myself standing at the doorway, bewildered, thinking, they are clearly trying to set me up. Zhoda noticed me lingering at the entrance and waved me in. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come in. Do you want to get beaten later?" Reluctantly, I replied, "Don't rush me. I understand." I slowly approached Li Xian's side, smiling. "Is this seat taken?" Li Xian turned to glance at me. "Aren't you a person?" This prompted laughter from everyone in the room. At that moment, Captain Zhang walked in, and the room fell silent. I observed my colleagues stifling their laughter, their faces reddening, which brought me some comfort. Captain Zhang sat down, placing a thick stack of documents on the table. He looked around at us and stated, "Let us discuss the progress of your ongoing investigations." Seeing no one stepping forward, I stood up. Through our interrogation of Yan Mo, Li Xian and I learned that Shi Jinjuan has been secretly monitoring many individuals, including Song Yin, Xiang Ren, and later, Miao Mu, Yu Yunming, among others. Some of these individuals were actively soliciting his services, like the Song couple who paid him for this purpose. Others were monitored by him on his own initiative, which raises questions. Logically, if someone commissioned Shi Jinjuan to investigate certain people, we could understand that. However, it is perplexing that he would independently have his subordinates surveil these individuals without any financial incentive. What could be his motive? Most importantly, those he monitored have subsequently encountered problems. After hearing my account, Zhou pondered for a moment and remarked, "Are you suggesting that Shi Jinjuan may very well be the mastermind behind these cases?" I nodded. "Based on the current circumstances, he is the prime suspect." Chao Yuan sighed. "We suspected him a long time ago, but we have never had substantial evidence to support this. He has orchestrated everything so cleanly that even when his subordinates face issues, they take the blame upon themselves. Unraveling his true intentions may prove to be quite challenging." At this juncture, Captain Zhang suddenly inquired, "Yang Su, what did you discover regarding the relationship between Shi Jinjuan and Xiang Ren?" I was about to report that these two indeed knew each other. We spoke to their relatives and friends and found that Xiang Ren and Shi Jinjuan had been in contact 2 years ago and had a good relationship. But for some unknown reason, they suddenly fell out and lost contact thereafter. Yang Su handed over the collected materials to Captain Zhang. After reviewing them carefully for a long moment, Captain Zhang stated, "The information you gathered only indicates that Xiang Ren and Shi Jinjuan are acquainted. As for whether Song Yin knows him, have you investigated this?" Yang Su promptly replied, "We looked into Song Yin as well. But she doesn't work and spends most of her time at home, lacking a social circle. We even contacted her university friends, who mentioned that after getting married, she rarely goes out. Each time they tried to invite her, she always made excuses. Additionally, many of Xiang Rin's affairs were concealed from Song Yin. After thorough investigation, we deduced that Song Yin likely does not know Shi Zhenjuan. Following Yang Su's explanation, Chao Yuan added, "What Yang Su mentioned aligns with the financial transactions I discovered between them. Xiang Rin transferred money to Shi Zhenjuan multiple times 2 years ago. Recently, aside from the last transaction, there has been no further correspondence." I found their remarks puzzling. What had prompted Xiang Rin to transfer money to Shi Zhenjuan multiple times 2 years ago, and what had caused their sudden cessation of contact, leading to no interaction in the subsequent 2 years? I queried. Did you investigate whether any unusual events occurred in their respective social circles during the period of their frequent contact? Yang Su responded, interestingly, yes. 2 years ago, a vice president of Xiang Rin's company committed suicide. Merely a month later, Xiang Rin was promoted from supervisor to vice president, and since then, he has been on an upward trajectory. I murmured, vice president's suicide? Xiang Rin's promotion? And then he became estranged from Shi Zhenjuan? Li Xian beside me softly remarked, that is quite a coincidence. I assentied. Was the cause of that vice president's death confirmed? Indeed, the local precinct concluded the case, determining that the cause of death was a suicide by overdose on sleeping pills. Furthermore, it was noted that the vice president had suffered from depression and was undergoing treatment just a week prior to his death. Yang Su replied earnestly. Zhou, glancing at the documents on the table, slowly remarked, there may be something concealed within this matter, but given the time that has elapsed, all traces and evidence are likely to be quite elusive. Upon hearing our account, Captain Zhang nodded thoughtfully. The issue identified by Yang Su is of significant importance. Although 2 years have elapsed and many leads have deteriorated, it is imperative that we ascertain whether there are indeed any underlying problems. Clarifying this matter could unveil the concealed secrets between Xiang Rin and Shi Zhenjuan, which is crucial to these cases. Additionally, it is time to conduct a renewed interrogation of Xiang Rin. I am assigning tasks now. Chen Tian and Li Xian. You will investigate the death of the vice president from 2 years ago, Xiang Rin's promotion, and the abrupt cessation of communication between Xiang Rin and Shi Zhenjuan. Uncover what lies hidden within this situation, and ensure you leave no stone unturned. Yang Su and Wang Lei, you must expedite the reinterrogation of Xiang Rin. The rest of you will continue with the previously laid plans. We rose to our feet and responded in unison, understood. Once Captain Zhang departed, Li Xian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Why has Captain Zhang entrusted this matter to us? Wasn't it Yang Su and his team who were handling it? I contemplated for a moment before replying. Perhaps it is because Yang Su and his team have been gathering information on those individuals, who may have already devised countermeasures against them. Captain Zhang's strategy likely aims to keep those lurking in the shadows from deciphering our intentions. Did you not notice that Yang Su and his team had no objections? They must have considered this reasoning as well. Li Xian looked at me, smiling, and remarked, impressive. It's wonderful to see such profound thinking. You're almost catching up to me. I chuckled softly, taking her hand as we made our way outside. Chapter 72. The company upon reaching our destination. Li Xian approached me with a cup of water in hand, inquiring about our next course of action. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, let us commence our investigation with Xiang Rin's company. It would be prudent to locate employees who have been with the firm for over 3 years. They should possess insights into events from 2 years prior. With that, I promptly moved to Yang Su's side and gathered the recent information he had unearthed. I began to diligently peruse the clues he had collected, which were crucial for our forthcoming tasks. Among the documents, I discovered that the vice president, Chao Luhua, was married to Tian Man. Their relationship appeared to be fraught with difficulties, as records indicated instances of domestic violence on Chao's part, leading to police involvement. Although the matter ultimately fizzled out, this revelation left me somewhat impressed with Yang Su, as such significant information had not been disclosed during our earlier meeting. Noticing my furrowed brow, Li Xian inquired, what is the matter? Have you made a new discovery? I handed her the documents, urging her to take a look. After reviewing the information, she expressed her astonishment. This Chao Luhua had a history of violent tendencies and even abused his wife. Why didn't Yang Su mention this earlier? Her words elicited a chuckle from me. Seeing my amused expression, Li Xian turned her gaze towards me, exclaiming, what are you laughing at? I am discussing serious matters. Please refrain from jesting. What you just said aligns perfectly with my thoughts. When did our ideas become so synchronized? I locked eyes with her and earnestly replied. After a brief pause, she quickly turned her head away, softly suggesting, let us go. Our colleagues have already left. We should follow suit. I nodded in agreement and headed towards the door. Along the way, Li Xian occasionally glanced at me, leaving me somewhat perplexed. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, what is wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? In response, she huffed and muttered, who is staring at you? Don't flatter yourself. I was merely observing the rearview mirror. Miss Lee, have you lost your mind? I'm the one driving. What do you need the rearview mirror for? The moment I uttered those words, an awkward silence enveloped the car. She rolled down the window and shot me a glance, retorting, "Humph. It's none of your business. I shall look wherever I please." Her endearing demeanor almost made me laugh, but I restrained myself to avoid provoking her further, uncertain of what might ensue. After a 40-minute drive, we arrived at the place where Seong Rin was employed. The company boasted an impressive 30-plus story building, with a significant portion occupied by their operations. Upon entering, we approached the front desk, where a uniformed woman rose from her seat and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Lee Xin presented her identification, stating, "We are from the criminal police force and wish to gather some information. Is your supervisor available?" The woman appeared visibly anxious upon seeing our credentials and promptly directed us to a meeting room, assuring us that she would fetch the leadership. After a brief wait of approximately 5 to 6 minutes, the meeting room door opened, and a handsome man entered with a smile, introducing himself as the supervisor, Mr. Yang. He asked, "What can I assist you with, officers?" I stood and directly queried, "Mr. Yang, how long have you been working here?" He seemed puzzled by my question, answering, "A little over 3 years." I nodded thoughtfully, remarking, "That aligns with the timeline." His expression shifted to one of alarm as he stammered, "Officer, what do you mean by aligns? I haven't done anything illegal." Realizing he had misconstrued my intent, I reassured him, "Please, do not be alarmed. This isn't concerning you. Let us sit down and discuss." Mr. Yang took a seat opposite us. Lee Xin produced a photograph and inquired, "Do you recognize this individual?" He examined the picture carefully before returning it to us, stating, "Yes, that is Mr. Chow." Internally relieved that he recognized him, I pondered whether he had previously held a position low enough to have limited interaction with upper management, given the company's vastness and the challenges of making interdepartmental acquaintances. I then asked, "What do you know about Mr. Chow?" "I know him fairly well. I worked under him 2 years ago. He was quite decent, always looking out for the employees, though he did have a rather volatile temper." Mr. Yang continued, raising his gaze to assess our reactions. We all understood him, as 2 years ago, we were under immense pressure working on a significant project that garnered the entire company's attention. As the project leader, Mr. Chow undoubtedly faced substantial stress, which sometimes led to his outbursts when we failed to meet expectations. Such reactions were not uncommon. Upon hearing this, Lee Xin immediately probed, "Could you share the nature of the project you were involved in?" Mr. Yang offered a wry smile. "I'm afraid that as company confidential, I cannot disclose that information." I took a sip of my tea and replied with a smile, "I understand." Did the project ultimately succeed? His expression became somewhat peculiar as he sighed. "Yes. The project was successful, but unfortunately, Mr. Chow was no longer with us." "Oh, what transpired?" I inquired, intrigued. Strangely enough, Mr. Chow had led us through the most challenging phase of the project, and shortly thereafter, he took his own life. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within me. If he had chosen to end his life due to overwhelming work pressure, it might have been somewhat understandable. Yet, the most difficult aspects had been completed, and only the final steps remained to secure accolades for the entire company. His suicide was utterly bewildering. Noticing my contemplation, Lee Xin further questioned, "After Mr. Chow's death, who guided you in completing the remaining tasks?" At this juncture, Mr. Yang glanced toward the meeting room door and lowered his voice. It was subsequently Mr. Seong who led us in finalizing the project. His demeanor struck me as curious. Seong Rin had been detained for some time, yet Mr. Yang spoke of him with evident trepidation. I fixed my gaze upon him, asking, "You seem rather apprehensive of Mr. Seong?" He shifted his gaze back to me, responding, "Who in the company isn't afraid of him?" "What do you mean?" I pressed. "Compared to Mr. Chow, Mr. Seong is far less favorable. He often requires us to work overtime, and if he finds even minor faults, he deducts our bonuses without hesitation and has never shown us a kind face. If the work environment is intolerable, you could always seek employment elsewhere. There is no need to remain under his supervision." "How can you say it's that simple? Jobs are scarce nowadays, and many of us are under significant financial strain, making it unwise to risk changing positions," he explained, and I nodded in understanding. "Hasn't Mr. Seong been away from the company for some time now? Why do you still harbor such fear of him?" He replied, "You may not be aware, but since Mr. Seong assumed his position, he has placed many trusted individuals in key roles within the company. One can never be too cautious. Who knows if someone might decide to report me?" His words almost elicited a laugh from me. Those in the know recognized this as a company, while the uninformed might have thought they were filming a movie. I had essentially asked all my questions, and I glanced at Lee Xin, who understood my intent. She then remarked, "At that time, General Manager Seong was merely a supervisor. There should have been quite a few supervisors at his level in the company. How could he possibly take on such a substantial project?" Supervisor Yang pondered for a moment, shaking his head. "The question you raise was one that many pondered back then. There were over a dozen supervisors at his level. In fact, two supervisors were working on this project alongside General Manager Chow while he was still alive, and subsequently, those two were reassigned. Colleagues were baffled as to why the company suddenly promoted him and entrusted him with this project. We speculated that this supervisor must have leveraged connections to reach a high-ranking official in the company. Yang's words sparked my curiosity, prompting me to inquire, who was the leader capable of directly arranging personnel adjustments 2 years ago? Or, who was General Manager Chow's immediate superior? He contemplated for a moment, then replied, "It was General Manager Xia. This individual might have connections with Xiang Ren." The rapid appointment of Xiang Ren as vice president and his assumption of such a significant project likely stems from this relationship. We engaged in a brief conversation with Supervisor Yang before we exited the company. Once inside the car, Li Xian looked at me with a hint of confusion. Back then, Xiang Ren was merely a supervisor. How could he possess the capability to connect with leaders several ranks above him? I reminded her, do not forget. He had the considerable support of Shi Jinjuan behind him. Upon hearing my words, Li Xian furrowed her brow, delving into contemplation. Without further discussion, I started the car and drove away. Chapter 73. Encounter on the way to Chao Liuhua's residence. Li Xian remained silent, her expression somber, lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, I gently inquired, "What occupies your mind? You appear rather troubled." Upon hearing my question, she turned to me. "What else could I be contemplating? I am pondering how Shi Jinjuan orchestrated this affair so meticulously." However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal question was the extent of the price Xiang Ren had paid to engage him. I scrutinized the transfer records that Chao Yuan had uncovered, and they totaled less than 300,000. Could such a modest expenditure compel Shi Jinjuan to undertake so many actions? Since leaving the company, this dilemma had been weighing on my mind, for it hinted at potential illegality. If Xiang Ren had not offered a substantial reward, it was unlikely that Shi Jinjuan would acquiesce. Before long, we arrived at the abode where Chao Luhua had lived prior to his demise. We had already ascertained that his wife, Tian Man, still resided there and had not relocated. Upon reaching the house, Li Xian stepped forward and knocked on the door. After a significant delay, we heard a voice from within. "Who is it?" To our surprise, it was a man's voice. I recalled that while perusing Tian Man's information, it appeared she had not remarried, and the records indicated she lived alone. Noticing our silence, the man opened the door. Upon seeing us, he appeared wary and quietly asked, "Who are you?" I presented my identification, stating, "We are police officers here to speak with Tian Man regarding a matter. May I ask your name?" Upon learning we were police, he quickly smiled and replied, "I am a friend of Xiao Man's. Please wait a moment. I will fetch her." It seemed that the information collected by Yang Su and his team was not entirely accurate. It was evident that this man was her boyfriend, and they were cohabitating. However, given that Chao Luhua had been deceased for over 2 years, it was not surprising that Tian Man had moved on. After several more minutes, Tian Man emerged from within and greeted us, saying, "Officers, please come in." As I stepped inside, I observed that all traces of Chao Luhua had vanished from the house. Just as we settled down, the man who had opened the door approached us, impeccably dressed and seemingly ready to leave. He smiled and said, "Officers, please take your time with Xiao Man. I have some matters to attend to and will be leaving now." I nodded very well. Watching him exit, I noted that Tian Man appeared slightly displeased, casting a disdainful glance toward the door before shifting her attention back to us. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Li Xian softly responded, "We wish to discuss the circumstances surrounding your husband's suicide 2 years ago." Upon hearing this, she immediately stood up, incredulously exclaiming, "Officers, are you joking? That deadbeat has been gone for over 2 years. What do you wish to know now?" Tian Man's vehement reaction took me by surprise. Upon reflection, I recalled that Chao Luhua had been abusive during their marriage, which had even led to police involvement. Her response began to make sense. Yet, considering the time elapsed since his death, if they had harbored any feelings for one another, how could she refer to him as a deadbeat? This indicated a profound animosity between them, suggesting that her resentment lingered even now. Her earlier display ignited further contemplation within me. I intensified my tone, cautiously probing. At the time, the cause of Chao Liuhua's death was ruled as suicide. However, we now suspect he may have been murdered. Upon hearing my assertion, Tian Man appeared flustered, her complexion paling as her eyes darted around. Her reaction undeniably strengthened our belief that Chao Liuhua's death was not as straightforward as suicide. At that moment, Li Xian asserted gravely, "Ms. Tian, the police records indicate that you reported the incident. Please recount the events as they unfolded." She lowered her head, contemplating for an extended period before murmuring, "I was not home the day he died. We had an argument that evening, and he struck me. In a fit of anger, I went to stay with a friend for the night. The next morning, I returned home, prepared breakfast, and noticed he had not yet risen. This struck me as odd, as he was typically very punctual, always rising on time for meals and work. I called out to him, but there was no response. Initially, I thought he was still miffed from our quarrel and dismissed it. After about 10 minutes with no movement, I opened the door to his room, and the stench that wafted out was unbearable. I rushed to his side only to find his face ashen, surrounded by vomit. I was terrified, crying and screaming as I called the police. I presume you know the rest. Listening to her narrative, I recalled the autopsy report for Chow Luhua, which indicated the time of death was between 3 and 4 in the morning, with the cause being an overdose of sleeping pills and no external injuries present. Tian Man now possessed an alibi for the time of the incident, and ultimately, through various pieces of evidence, it was concluded that Chow Luhua had taken his own life. With this in mind, I regarded her calmly, posing the question, initially, you were opposed to conducting an autopsy, yet later you acquiesced. What prompted the change? Tian Man replied in a somber tone, I thought, since he was already gone, there was no need for further suffering. Let him depart in peace. It was only after you officers insisted that the autopsy was necessary to ascertain the cause of death that I relented. Li Xin seized the opportunity to inquire further. Did your husband have a habit of taking sleeping pills every night prior to his death? Yes, she affirmed. During that period, he was under significant work pressure and struggled to sleep, relying on sleeping pills to find rest. How long had he been taking them? About a week, she responded. Listening to Tian Man's explanation, I sensed something amiss. After careful consideration, the pieces fell into place. We had learned from Supervisor Yang at Chow Luhua's company that he had completed the most challenging aspects of their project prior to his death. It seemed implausible that he would have been unable to sleep for nights on end. I continued, is it true that you reported him for domestic violence? Upon hearing this, Tian Man's eyes flashed with anger, and she retorted, he was under immense pressure at work. When things didn't go well, he took it out on me. Noticing her agitation, Li Xian quickly interjected, Ms. Tian, please remain calm. From what we understand, when you arrived at the police station, your husband denied the allegations of domestic violence. He claimed you were accusing him falsely, insisting that you had simply fallen. The officers suggested you seek medical attention, yet you declined, opting instead for an immediate reconciliation. Am I correct? Li Xian's words struck a nerve. Tian Man fell silent once more, not responding immediately. Instead, she lowered her gaze, biting her lip, seemingly lost in thought. Her demeanor clearly indicated anxiety and guilt, her body instinctively betraying her. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly lifted her head, furrowing her brow as she regarded us. What exactly is your purpose in being here today? Are you suggesting that I am somehow responsible for his death? Ms. Tian, you are overthinking this. We merely seek to uncover the truth, and as the sole witness, you are our only source of information. I had not anticipated her reaction, perhaps an attempt to mask her inner turmoil by shifting the focus of the conversation. Upon observing her current demeanor, it seemed unlikely that she would utter further words. I rose to my feet and remarked, let us conclude for today. I appreciate your cooperation. Tian Man, displaying a hint of discontent, retorted, then I shall not see you off. As Li Xian and I made our way out of her residence, she abruptly halted at the threshold and curiously inquired, was that person your boyfriend? This question left her momentarily taken aback. With a hint of irritation, she responded, why? Are the two of you interested in my romantic life? Li Xian, with a smile, replied, Ms. Tian, you are overthinking. What I meant was that young man. Quite polite indeed. If that is the case, then congratulations are in order. Without waiting for a response, we proceeded directly to the elevator. Suddenly, a loud slam of a door echoed through the corridor. Puzzled by the intent behind Li Xian's last comment, I could not restrain my curiosity and asked, what did you mean by that? Li Xian burst into laughter, playfully patting my shoulder. Is it truly that difficult to comprehend? I pulled her closer, anxiously urging, stop teasing me and just tell me. The man had hesitated to acknowledge their relationship in our presence, and I suspected that much of this reluctance stemmed from Tian Man. The information gathered by Yang Su indicated that she was also single, suggesting her desire to keep their association under wraps. I merely sought to clarify their connection while simultaneously curbing her haughty demeanor. After Li Xian spoke, she promptly entered the vehicle, and I could not help but sigh internally. A masterful exchange, each move striking with precision. Truly impressive. Chapter 74. The performance through today's visit. We uncovered numerous issues and decided to return to the team to report our findings to Captain Zhang. On the way back, Li Xian looked at me with a grave expression and asked, do you find Chow Luhua's death rather peculiar? I was driving, my gaze fixed ahead, and replied casually, what do you mean? Li Xian continued, Chow Luhua died after taking sleeping pills following a quarrel with Tian Man. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. But I can't pinpoint it. I glanced at her and asked, are you suggesting that the timing of Chow Luhua's death feels off? Upon hearing this, Li Xian turned towards me, her eyes wide, and affirmed, yes, that's exactly it. He persevered through the toughest times. How could he choose to die just as he was about to reap the fruits of victory? I murmured. Could it be that he was overwhelmed by the argument with Tian Man? As soon as I spoke, Li Xian countered, "That's impossible." From what we know of Chao Luhua's life, his conflicts with Tian Man weren't new. Their arguments were as common as daily meals. He wouldn't be so troubled by matters of the heart. Moreover, based on what I gathered from Supervisor Yang at his company and from Tian Man, it seems that Chao Luhua was most concerned with his work. Perhaps only work-related issues could truly distress him. The points Li Xian raised were considerations I had also contemplated. And indeed, there were many inconsistencies. What perplexed me further was that after the quarrel with Tian Man, she left, providing an alibi for the time of the incident. Chao Luhua died from an overdose of sleeping pills. If it wasn't suicide, how could he have ingested such a large quantity? The autopsy revealed no external injuries, suggesting he wasn't forced into this. The more I pondered, the more intricate the situation appeared. If he had been murdered, the perpetrator would have had to execute the entire process flawlessly while addressing numerous challenges. It seemed the killer had been exceedingly meticulous. Noticing my somber demeanor, Li Xian quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Why the long face and silence?" Seeing her slight frustration, I smiled and replied, "Your observations align closely with my thoughts, though there are still some unresolved aspects." Li Xian shot me a disapproving glance. "If there is something you don't understand, just say it. Let us think it through together. Keeping it bottled up is burdensome." If Chao Luhua didn't commit suicide, who could have compelled him to take so many sleeping pills? Li Xian fell deep into thought, delaying her response until we arrived at the precinct. Upon entering, we promptly reported our findings to Captain Zhang. After listening to our account, he contemplated for a moment and said quietly, "Indeed, it's impressive that you made so many discoveries on your first visit. Continue investigating along this line. You might unearth significant breakthroughs. By the way, you've returned at an opportune moment. Xiang Ren has just been brought into the interrogation room, and you're both familiar with him. He permitted us to listen outside the interrogation room." Li Xian and I exchanged glances of delight, as this was the first time he had actively involved us in another colleague's case. After exiting the office, we swiftly reached the interrogation room, donned our headphones, and observed the questioning of Yang Su and Wang Lei through the one-way glass. I found it curious that Wang Lei was the primary interrogator this time, with Yang Su taking notes. Wang Lei opened a file and calmly asked Xiang Ren, who was seated in the interrogation chair, "Do you know why you've been brought back today?" Xiang Ren shook his head. "No?" Wang Lei replied sternly, "You've been brought back because you previously concealed information from us." Xiang Ren looked perplexed. "I haven't hidden anything. I've already told you everything that needed to be disclosed." Seeing his demeanor, I couldn't help but think that he seemed more seasoned than before, putting on quite a convincing act. At that moment, Yang Su asked seriously, "Do you know Shizhenjuan?" Xiang Ren replied, "I don't." Yang Su cautioned, "I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Who was that person you just mentioned?" "I truly don't know him," Xiang Ren insisted. "If you don't know him, then why did you transfer funds to him a month ago?" At this question, Xiang Ren's expression grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I remember now. He was the one asking about others' affairs. I think I might have inquired about something." Yang Su interjected sharply. "What a coincidence." "What do you mean?" Xiang Ren asked. "On the same day? Both you and your wife sought information from him and transferred money to him," Xiang Ren exclaimed. "How is that possible? My wife would never send money to him." "Well, you'll need to explain that," Yang Su said. "I truly don't know," Xiang Ren insisted. He was unaware that we had already gathered substantial evidence, so he attempted to distance himself from the case. Wang Lei approached him and patted his shoulder. "I advise you to come clean. You should know that since we are asking about this matter, it's not as simple as it appears. Would we say such things without evidence?" Xiang Ren looked up at Wang Lei, his brow furrowed, seemingly pondering the implications. After a prolonged silence, he remained lost in thought. Wang Lei sighed. "I initially thought you were clever enough to grasp this point, but regrettably, I overestimated you. You've squandered your opportunity." "What do you mean?" Xiang Ren asked slowly. "Shizhenjuan has already clarified everything to us. You and Song Yin sought him out to gather information about each other." Wang Lei's tone intensified towards the latter part of his statement. Xiang Ren fell silent, his eyes darting, visibly growing anxious. Perhaps he hadn't anticipated that Shizhenjuan would divulge this information. After about 5 minutes of silence, Yang Su spoke up. "Have you figured out how to respond? If you don't wish to speak, that's fine. You can stay here and think it over. When you're ready, come find us." Upon saying this, Yang Su closed the notes on the table and stood to leave. Just then, Xiang Ren spoke up. "I don't know him." He approached me. Hearing this, I exchanged a bemused glance with Li Xian, shaking my head in disbelief. This man was quite the actor. The lies he spun were so convincing that he might even believe them himself. Fortunately, we were aware that Xiang Ren had known Shi Jinjuan for 2 years, or else we might have been deceived by his fabrications. Yang Su and Wang Lei did not expose him on the spot, likely wanting to hear more of his story. Yang Su casually asked, "What did Shi Zhenjuan want from you?" Xiang Ren replied slowly. "He told me my wife had hired him to gather information about me. I was furious when I heard this. I work hard to earn money. Yet she is hiring someone to investigate me. After I calmed down, I realized that Song Yin must be contemplating a divorce and aiming to secure a larger share of our assets. Since she has no regard for fairness, I cannot let her have the upper hand. Otherwise, all my hard-earned money could be taken away. I told that man I would pay him more, on the condition that he must inform me immediately of any information he obtained. Each time he reported to Song Yin, he had to alter the details, and I needed to be aware of her situation at all times. I could discern that this aspect of Xiang Ren's narrative was likely true. Only he could think through these details so thoroughly. After Xiang Ren finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Yang Su, awaiting their response. Yang Su paused for a moment, fixed his eyes on him, and inquired, "Is your wife aware of this matter?" Xiang Ren snorted coldly. "How could she possibly know? She believes that if she can find evidence of my infidelity, she can lead a carefree life with the money." Wang Lei then asked, "Did Shi Zhenjuan do as you instructed?" Without a doubt, Xiang Ren replied promptly. "Someone like him, who is blinded by money. How could he not comply after I offered him such a substantial sum?" However, what he stated diverged from our prior understanding. Shi Zhenjuan had informed us that he had taken money from both parties, yet the information he relayed to them was entirely truthful. It now appeared that either Shi Zhenjuan or Xiang Ren was lying about this matter. Observing Xiang Ren's self-satisfied demeanor, Wang Lei scoffed. "You still don't realize you've been duped, do you?" "What do you mean?" Xiang Ren retorted. "Shi Zhenjuan made it abundantly clear to us that although he accepted payments from both of you, the information he provided to you and Song Yan was accurate." "That is impossible. That fellow always informs me before reporting to Song Yan," Xiang Ren protested. "What good does that do you? Can you monitor him while he relays the information? Besides, have you ever seen the content of the messages Song Yan received?" Upon hearing this, Xiang Ren's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wang Lei. After a moment, he suddenly burst into laughter, regarding Wang Lei with a skeptical gaze. "You're deliberately saying this to me, aren't you?" Chapter 75. Proactive measures. Wang Lei discerned the source of his companion's skepticism and chuckled. "There is no need for such a look. You should already have your own judgment regarding my earlier statements." Before a response could be given, he continued. "You mentioned not knowing him, yet we discovered that you had financial dealings with Shi Zhenjuan 2 years ago. How do you explain that?" Xiang Ren was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that we would delve into his transfer records from 2 years prior. Lowering his head, he muttered, "I'm tired. I need a rest." "Very well, we shall conclude for today. Take this time to reflect on what else you might be concealing from us," Wang Lei remarked before casting a glance at him and exiting the interrogation room with Yang Su. Upon stepping out, they found me and Li Xian seated outside. Wang Lei sighed. "This fellow remains as cunning as ever. Most of what he shared with us was already known." I removed my headphones and replied with a smile. "Li Xian and I have gone head-to-head with him numerous times, and each time we came away with little advantage. His home is filled with an array of books on psychology and reasoning, suggesting he has indeed delved deeply into these subjects over the years, enabling him to effectively disguise his true thoughts." Without further discourse, we returned to the office area. Once seated, I began to organize the clues gathered that day. At that moment, Wang Lei approached with a smile, placing a hand on my shoulder. "How did things go today? What have you uncovered?" I replied earnestly. "Xiang Ren's promotion is likely connected to the death of that vice president, and his wife, Tian Man, also raises suspicions. She has told us numerous lies, and there was a noticeable tension when we questioned her about her husband. We will need to conduct a more thorough investigation to ascertain the specifics." I handed over the materials I had collected, knowing they would significantly aid in their interrogation of Xiang Ren. Just then, the aroma of tea wafted through the air as Li Xian approached, carrying a cup of milk tea. I looked at her quizzically. "Is this all you prepared?" She did not answer directly but glanced at Wang Lei. "Have you finished your questions?" Wang Lei nodded, offering a wry smile as he departed my side. Li Xian placed the milk tea on my desk, slightly irritated. "Do you think I'm as stingy as you? This is for you." Upon hearing her words, the tea suddenly lost its appeal, and I shot her a glance. "How am I stingy? Clarify yourself." I genuinely could not comprehend how I had been seen as such. I had always shared good things with everyone. Yet here, in this public setting, I was being accused. Noticing my displeasure, Li Xian chuckled. "You can't be serious. I was merely teasing you. Drink up before it cools down." Surprised by her concession, I begrudgingly accepted her apology, lifting the milk tea to sip. With a light huff, she walked back to her own desk. After a brief interlude, Chao Yuan and his colleagues entered the room. Spotting the milk tea on my desk, he approached and patted me on the shoulder. "Brother, when did you elevate your lifestyle?" I had intended to ignore him, as I still had a multitude of documents to organize. However, noticing my silence, he continued, "Wait, this isn't like you." I kicked him lightly. "Are you asking for a beating?" Quick to react, he dodged the kick with ease, laughing. Easy there, let's talk it out. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I stood up to approach him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, I said, I need your assistance with something. He shook his head. I'm busy right now. I tightened my grip. Help me look up a person's information. If you do, I'll ensure you have some milk tea before the day ends. Chow Yuan, bearing the discomfort in his shoulder, nodded. Do we really need to be so formal with each other? Just remember to go easy on the sugar. His initial words touched me, and I felt reassured that I had not misjudged him. Just as I was about to commend him, he added that last remark, which nearly prompted me to kick him again. The following day, upon my arrival at the office, I heard colleagues calling for Yang Su and Wang Lei to hurry, saying Xiang Ren was willing to talk. With no time for breakfast, I rushed to the interrogation room. Yet, to my surprise, Wang Lei and Yang Su were unhurriedly enjoying their breakfast. Curiously, I approached them and whispered, Why are you still eating? Yang Su replied with a grin, You see, in situations like this, it's wise to let them stew a bit. We need not act according to their whims. I countered, But Xiang Ren is different from previous suspects. If we keep him waiting too long, he might change his mind. Wang Lei nodded. Let us proceed. Chen Tian's reasoning is sound. Thus, Yang Su and Wang Lei entered the interrogation room. Wang Lei took his seat and scrutinized Xiang Ren. You called us here. What is it you wish to say? Xiang Ren spoke in a hushed tone. I suddenly recalled that I did seek that individual 2 years ago. For what purpose? Yang Su inquired. Xiang Ren began to recount. At that time, I was merely a supervisor. Having been in the role for over 3 years without a promotion, I was unwilling to remain stagnant and sought alternative means to forge connections with the company's upper echelons. Lacking the leader's information, I sought assistance online and stumbled upon Shi Zhenjuan. Upon meeting him, I found him quite composed, and I entrusted him to help me gather the necessary details. With his aid, I successfully established a rapport with that leader. Perhaps fortune was on my side, as my immediate superior unexpectedly committed suicide, leaving the vice president position vacant, which I then assumed without contest. Xiang Ren's account aligned closely with our findings from his company earlier that day, though he had omitted some critical details. After he finished, both Yang Su and Wang Lei remained silent, fixated on him. They likely did not anticipate his forthrightness in confessing so readily. To me, this behavior was characteristic of Xiang Ren. He preferred to navigate situations according to his own design, often eschewing conventional methods. After a brief pause, Wang Lei regained his composure and calmly asked, What was the name of that leader? Xiang Ren shook his head. I only know that everyone referred to him as General Xie. Beyond that, I have no knowledge. Is that plausible? You paid over 200,000 for information, yet you don't even know his name? The money I spent wasn't solely for General Xie's information. I also needed Shi Zhenjuan to facilitate my introduction to him. Xiang Ren now answered without any hesitation, indicating he had prepared for this interrogation. I signaled to Wang Lei to inquire about Xiang Ren's perspective on the vice president's suicide. Wang Lei regarded him and asked, You mentioned your immediate superior as sudden suicide. How do you perceive that event? Xiang Ren let out a bitter smile and remarked, It is rather unexpected. Perhaps it is due to the immense pressure of his work. I heard that he could not sleep the night before his death. Who told you he couldn't sleep at night? I inquired. Who else but his wife? I even represented the company to express our condolences. Observing the smug expression on his face, I found it unbearable and promptly entered the interrogation room. Li Xian, noticing my actions, followed suit. Yang Su and Wang Lei were momentarily taken aback by our sudden movements. I softly suggested to them, Allow me to have a word with him. Wang Lei understood my intent and exited with Yang Su. As Li Xian and I settled into our seats, Xiang Ren across from us began to chuckle. Officers, it has been a while, he exclaimed. Indeed, you have been inside for quite some time. It has been ages since we last met. Upon hearing my words, the smile on Xiang Ren's face gradually faded. Ignoring his demeanor, I spoke in a grave tone. According to our investigation, Chao Luhua had completed the most challenging part of that project before his demise. Thus, the claims of overwhelming work pressure you mentioned are mere facades. The evidence suggests that he did not die by suicide. It is highly probable that he was murdered. What is even more perplexing is that you seamlessly took over his position at that time and reaped the rewards of his labor. Chairman Xiang, you can surely fathom the implications if these circumstances are connected, for you are an astute individual. Xiang Ren's countenance darkened considerably, and he scoffed. What are you implying? Are you suggesting that I killed him? Li Xian promptly retorted, We did not state that, but your words have indeed prompted our consideration. Chapter 76. In death investigation, Xiang Ren ceased to speak, his gaze fixed upon us with a menacing intensity. I chose to ignore him and, maintaining a smile, remarked, I have calculated that the total amount you paid to Shi Zhenjuan is less than 300,000. He might assist you in managing relationships with the leadership, but it is unlikely he would be willing to engage in illicit activities on your behalf. Have you perhaps reached an unspoken agreement with him? Upon hearing my words, Xiang Ren's eyes brightened. No wonder you came all this way. You seek to uncover this matter. I suspected you had an ulterior motive, but I shall not admit to anything at this moment. Li Xian cast him a sidelong glance and stated solemnly, "We have apprehended the individual responsible for Song Yan's murder. However, this person may merely be a tool for someone else." Xiang Ren immediately inquired, "What do you mean by that? Are you truly unable to comprehend?" The perpetrator acted under instruction. Take a moment to reflect on any potential suspects. After Li Xian's statement, we exited the interrogation room. Upon returning to the office area, Yang Su hurried over, anxious to inquire, "What did you find out?" I shook my head. "It's not that simple. Can't you see?" The reason Xiang Ren divulged this information is that he already has a plan for the next step. Wang Lei perused the notes in his hand and remarked, "To be honest, I never anticipated he would so readily recount events from 2 years ago. In hindsight, it's evident that he wishes to leave no loose ends with us. He must have guessed that we are aware of certain details from 2 years past. Rather than being forced to reveal it, he opted for voluntary confession, which creates an impression of his innocence regarding the matter." Wang Lei's assessment seemed to reflect Xiang Ren's strategy. He had indeed achieved his objective by preemptively sharing this information, leaving us with no grounds to further interrogate him. Contemplating this, I cheerfully addressed them. "The interrogation of Xiang Ren is now in your capable hands. There is no need for haste. Li Xian and I shall continue searching for clues to support your efforts from other angles." What occupied my thoughts was the possibility that if we could unearth any leads from the events of 2 years ago, we would not need to worry about his silence. On the way, I informed Li Xian that we should pay a visit to the police station handling the case of Chao Luhua. There, we would find the original archived records. As we neared the police station, Li Xian expressed her confusion. Xiang Ren thanked us after our initial interrogation. "Why does he now exhibit such a different demeanor?" I sighed. "Can you expect any different? The matter we are investigating pertains to his future, whether he can navigate his way out of this situation. How could he maintain a calm demeanor while facing us? Moreover, for someone like him, any word spoken at any time could be a fabrication. The only thing that can silence him is the evidence we possess." Reflecting on Xiang Ren, a thought struck me. I glanced at Li Xian and remarked, "You mentioned Song Yan earlier. His indifference was striking, devoid of any emotional response. Perhaps he has completely lost hope in her," Li Xian casually replied. I pondered for a moment before asserting, "That cannot be the case." Initially, we were unaware of the events surrounding them. We assumed Xiang Ren was deeply concerned for his wife. Now that we have clarified matters, it is evident that Xiang Ren was aware of Song Yan's investigation into him long ago. Why then did he feign such concern for her in our presence? Li Xian turned towards me, her eyes wide with realization. Based on the clues we have gathered over time, Song Yan's death appears to be connected to Shizhenjuan, who in turn has some link to Xiang Ren. Xiang Ren was aware that Song Yan intended to divorce him and sought to leave him with nothing. Yet, he still pretended to care for her in front of us. This leaves only one possibility. Xiang Ren may indeed have some connection to Song Yan's demise. As soon as Li Xian finished her statement, she shook her head. "But that can't be, can it? Xiang Ren was already in custody before Song Yan's death. He had no means to communicate with anyone." I contemplated Li Xian's observations, finding her reasoning sound. Regarding her doubts, I felt I had discerned the answer. "There is still a possibility," I replied. "Xiang Ren has known about Song Yan's investigation for some time. His collusion with Shizhenjuan could have been underway long before. He may not have anticipated our swift discovery of his whereabouts. Though he has been apprehended, their prior schemes were likely already devised, allowing for execution even in his absence. To deflect suspicion from himself, he would have needed to portray a strong facade of concern for Song Yan, thus alleviating our doubts based on perceived emotions. The more I considered this, the more plausible it seemed. As for his sudden indifference towards Song Yan, it was likely because he realized we had come to know these details, rendering any further displays of emotion meaningless. As we organized our thoughts regarding the case, we inadvertently arrived at the entrance of the jurisdiction's police station. Li Xian and I alighted and sought out Officer Ji Jianbai, who had managed the case 2 years prior and was now promoted to deputy chief. Upon seeing us, Deputy Chief Ji greeted us with a smile. "Welcome, comrades. I believe you were the ones who called earlier. The files regarding that case are already on my desk." I responded with a smile. "Thank you, Deputy Chief Ji, for your cooperation." Once in his office, we examined the case files pertaining to the Chao Luhua case. Li Xian flipped through the documents, and I calmly inquired, "Deputy Chief Ji, could you provide us with a brief overview of the circumstances surrounding this case?" Deputy Chief Ji nodded. "I still recall this case vividly. That morning, we received a report from Tian Man, stating that her husband had committed suicide by overdosing on medication. My colleagues and I arrived at the scene, where our investigation revealed no signs of forced entry. Their doors and windows were intact. Additionally, no valuable possessions were missing, and everything within the household was in order. Besides the traces left by Chao Luhua and Tian Man, there were no indications of a third party's presence. The forensic examination concluded that Chao Luhua died from an overdose of sleeping pills, with no other external injuries. We subsequently questioned Tian Man, who informed us that Chao Luhua had been struggling with insomnia and relied on sleeping pills to rest. On the night of the incident, Tian Man had gone to stay with a friend following an argument with Chao Luhua, providing her with an alibi for the time of the event. Considering all the evidence, we determined that Chao Luhua's death was a suicide. After hearing Deputy Chief G's account, I inquired with curiosity. It is said that Chao Luhua suffered from depression. Is this substantiated? That was based on Tian Man's statement, which reflected her judgment of Chao Luhua's behavior prior to his death. Did he acquire the sleeping pills himself at the hospital? We investigated this at the hospital and found that Tian Man was the one who obtained the medication. She informed the doctor that both she and her husband had been experiencing sleep difficulties. This raises suspicions regarding Tian Man's involvement. However, 2 years have passed, and the surveillance footage from their neighborhood has been lost. Otherwise, we could have reviewed it. After Li Xian finished perusing the case files, she handed them to me. I carefully examined them, finding them consistent with Deputy Chief G's description. At that moment, Li Xian quietly asked, Deputy Chief G, during your investigation of this case, did you have any suspicions? Upon hearing Li Xian's question, Deputy Chief G gazed thoughtfully out the window. Indeed, we did have some suspicions. We thoroughly investigated Chao Luhua's background, and it was evident that the time frame coincided with a period of professional advancement for him. Moreover, he had recently completed a significant project. It is difficult to comprehend why he would choose to end his life at such a juncture. However, the evidence we possess all points towards his suicide. After a brief conversation with Director G, we departed from the police station and drove directly to the residence of Chao Luhua. As we parked the car, we spotted the man from Tian Man's home. We exited the vehicle and approached him. Upon reaching him, I smiled and said, what a coincidence. Have you just left Tian Man's house? He nodded. I didn't expect to encounter both of you here. Are you on your way to Xiao Man's place? Initially, that was our intention, but I would like to converse with you for a moment. Do you have the time? I don't have work today, so I'm available. We then made our way to the community park. Once seated, I got straight to the point. What is your name? Fang Shan. Mr. Fang. How long have you known Tian Man? It has been over 3 years. So, you were acquainted even during Tian Man's husband's lifetime? Indeed. Xiao Man and I are colleagues at the same company and have always been good friends. During the time of her husband's incident, I was there to support her. That is quite commendable. You have certainly shared some experiences together. For the past 2 years, I have been taking care of her. As Fang Shan spoke of Tian Man, a blissful smile illuminated his face, but it wasn't long before his expression darkened once again. Chapter 77. Emotional turmoil. Li Xian calmly addressed Mr. Fang. I have a personal question for you. If it is too sensitive, feel free to refrain from answering. Mr. Fang nodded slightly. Go ahead. Are you and Tian Man in a romantic relationship? Li Xian promptly inquired. Upon hearing her words, Mr. Fang offered a bittersweet smile. I suppose that could be considered accurate. I found myself intrigued by the implication of his words. What did he mean by suppose? Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, Mr. Fang, is there something more to this? He shook his head and sighed. In truth, we have been together for quite some time. Yet Xiao Man has always been reluctant to make our relationship public. I interjected, Tian Man's husband passed away over 2 years ago. It seems quite normal for her to be dating you. Why would she hesitate? Mr. Fang expressed his disappointment. I also posed that question to her. But she claimed it was not the right time. When did you begin your relationship? 2 months after her husband's death. Li Xian seemed taken aback. So soon? Mr. Fang turned to her, puzzled. What do you mean by that? I quickly clarified. She means your relationship has progressed rather smoothly. I then exchanged a knowing glance with Li Xian, who responded with an approving nod. Mr. Fang continued. Perhaps it was my attentive care during that period that touched her. Indeed, given that you have been together for such a long time and living under the same roof, have you considered obtaining a marriage certificate? I have mentioned it to her. She said there was no rush and to wait a little longer. I honestly cannot comprehend what she is hesitating about. Mr. Fang, you have been with Tian Man for over a year. Have you ever directly asked her the reason? I have not. She merely stated that we should continue to see how things unfold. We refrained from further inquiry, as it became evident from our conversation with Mr. Fang that Tian Man seemed to have kept many things from him. After bidding us farewell, Mr. Fang departed. Li Xian and I sat in the community park, reflecting on these clues, without feeling the urgency to find Tian Man. After a moment, Li Xian appeared to recall something. Her brow furrowed as she turned to me. I remember Director G mentioning that when they arrived at the crime scene, they found everything in Tian Man's home very orderly. I nodded. Director G did say that. Li Xian continued. However, the night before the incident, Tian Man had a fierce argument with Chao Luhua, which must have been quite intense. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fled. I understood her implication. Under such circumstances, it would be astonishing for the home to remain in perfect order. Upon further contemplation, discrepancies emerged. I recalled Tian Man mentioning that Chao Luhua had physically assaulted her, which cast doubt on the scene described by Director G. If they argued so violently, and Tian Man claims he struck her, then surely the house should have been in disarray, not as Director G reported. Could it be that Tian Man tidied up the house the next morning? No. She said that upon returning home, her first action was to prepare breakfast. Then she called for Chao Luhua, only to find him lying in bed, pale. I remarked with a smile. Perhaps there is someone who can provide us with answers. Thus, Li Xian and I made our way to Tian Man's residence, where her demeanor was markedly improved compared to our previous encounter. She poured us 2 glasses of water and softly stated, I do not oppose your reinvestigation into Chao Luhua's death, but you must not wrongfully accuse anyone. Li Xian smiled and replied, Ms. Tian, you misunderstood us last time. We merely inferred from the clues that there are suspicions surrounding Chao Luhua's death, and we do not intend to wrongfully accuse anyone. Tian Man lifted her gaze. Skepticism evident in her expression. What do you wish to inquire about today? Ms. Tian, I recall you mentioning that on the night of the incident, Chao Luhua struck you? Yes, that was his only shortcoming. Did you retaliate? I would not allow him to bully me without a response. I threw a water cup at him, but I missed. At this juncture, Li Xian and I exchanged glances, sensing there was more to the story. And then? Tian Man looked at me with confusion. What do you think happened? We surely ended up in a scuffle. Li Xian shook her head. That doesn't add up. If you were truly embroiled in a struggle, how is it that your husband bore no injuries? Tian Man scoffed. What is so strange about that? Even though we both fought, I was the one who suffered. I could hardly inflict any harm on him. As a woman of such delicate stature, how could I possibly best him? In marital disputes, it is rare for a woman to emerge unscathed. Upon finishing her statement, she glanced at me, leaving me momentarily speechless. One should not generalize. I believe myself to be quite capable in such matters. After all, I have yet to even have a partner. From her description, their home must have been in utter chaos following their altercation. Yet why did Director G and his team witness an entirely different scene? I pressed further. Did Chao Luhua ever contribute to household chores? When he returned home from work each day, he did nothing but eat and immerse himself in his work. If one were to rely on him for chores, the accumulated rubbish would surely reach mountainous heights, Tian Man remarked disdainfully. My intention in asking this was to ascertain whether it was plausible for Chao Luhua to have tidied up after their quarrel, based on Tian Man's demeanor. Such a possibility seemed nearly impossible. Li Xian took a sip from her cup, then asked, Ms. Tian, did you begin preparing breakfast immediately upon returning home that morning? Didn't I mention this to you before? We merely seek to confirm the sequence of events. Yes, after preparing breakfast and calling out to him. What did you do in the next 10 minutes? What else could I do? Seeing he ignored me, I had no choice but to eat breakfast alone. Should I have waited for him? Tian Man, still seemingly unaware of our line of questioning, expressed her dissatisfaction with Chao Luhua. From this, it became apparent that during the interval from her return home to discovering Chao Luhua's death, she had not engaged in any tidying up. At this moment, I fixed my gaze upon her and stated earnestly, when you arrived home that morning, was the arrangement of the house as it had been when you left the night before? Upon hearing this, her eyes widened, and she nervously averted her gaze to the floor. Tian Man likely began to grasp the purpose behind our inquiry, connecting it to the topics we had discussed earlier, which, although seemingly casual, were all leading to this pivotal question. Moreover, we had recorded the entire conversation. After what felt like an eternity, she finally responded. It was not the same. It seemed as though the house had been tidied. Did you not notice this discrepancy upon your return? I was still angry. I began cooking right away and did not think of it. Do you think it is possible that your husband cleaned the house? Tian Man hesitated, looking at me, pausing for a moment before shaking her head. It shouldn't have been him. At this point, Li Xian spoke solemnly. With such a significant change in the household, we can understand that you initially overlooked it due to your anger. But did you not notice anything while you were having breakfast? Tian Man's complexion turned ghastly, her brow furrowed, and her eyes darted about in a frantic manner. Avoiding our gaze, unperturbed, Li Xian pressed on with her inquiries. Have you genuinely not noticed anything? Or did you see something but fail to disclose the truth to the police? Or perhaps you tampered with the scene? At that moment, Tian Man suddenly lost control of her emotions and shouted, I don't know. Stop asking me. I know nothing. Beads of sweat trickled down her face, her lips trembled, and her gaze fixated on the floor beneath the table. Her current demeanor suggested that she had concealed something 2 years prior. I sighed and rose to my feet, stating, We'll leave it for today, Miss Tian. Once you are in a calmer state, we shall return. Tian Man remained silent, still flustered as she sat in her chair. It was only when we reached her doorstep that she seemed to regain her senses, nervously uttering, I won't see you off. We departed from her residence, marking our second conversation with her, and I was taken aback by her intense reaction. If she had no connection to the death of Chao Luhua, why was she so agitated? Conversely, if she was indeed involved, she had an alibi for that night at her friend's house, which someone could corroborate. Once in the car, I turned to Li Xian and asked, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Xian earnestly replied, "Tian Man has lied regarding this incident. She must have some connection to it. As for what Director G told us about her alibi, we should seek out the individual who can vouch for her." Nodding in agreement, I promptly called Director G to inquire about the person who could verify her alibi. When I heard that name, I was left in shock. This was entirely unexpected. I had assumed Tian Man's confidant would be female. It dawned on me that my thinking had been rather rigid. Chapter 78. Witness Li Xian gazed at me, perplexed by my dazed expression, and inquired, "What is the matter with you? After just one phone call, you seem utterly lost." I turned to face her and asked, "Do you know who Tian Man's close friend is?" "Who?" She replied promptly. A bittersweet smile crossed my face as I responded, "It's Fang Shan." Her reaction mirrored my disbelief. We were aware that after her quarrel with Chao Luhua, Tian Man had gone to stay at her friend's house. Initially, we thought nothing of it. After all, who doesn't he have a couple of good friends? However, it turned out she had spent the night at her male best friend's place, and even more intriguingly, this male friend is her current boyfriend. The implications of this revelation were far-reaching. After a moment, Li Xian smiled and asked, "What should we do now? Should we go find him?" I replied without hesitation, "Of course, why not? We had just conversed with Fang Shan. Why should it matter if we sought him out again? That guy seemed rather untrustworthy, having never mentioned this matter to us before. But we couldn't place the blame on him, as we hadn't inquired about it beforehand." After contemplating, I acknowledged that Li Xian had a point. If we hadn't been proactive in asking, he likely wouldn't have thought to mention it. "Let us go. Director G has already provided me with his address. We should head over now." 15 minutes later, we arrived at the residential complex where Fang Shan lived. His residence was not far from Tian Man's. If we had cycled, we would have arrived even more swiftly, as in the city. Motor vehicles are often less convenient than bicycles. Upon reaching his floor, we could hear loud noises emanating from within the apartment, likely from a video game. "Come on. Don't run. Mid-laner, retreat. Quickly, retreat, you bunch of fools." I found myself somewhat amused by this fellow. Moments ago, he had presented himself as a gentleman before us. Yet alone at home, he appeared to be quite the slacker. Li Xian frowned and shot me a glance. "Stop standing there. Go knock on the door." I approached the door and knocked firmly. A voice from inside called out, "Who is it?" "Just a moment. I'll be right there." I quickly responded, "Fang Shan. Open the door. We need to talk to you." The door swung open shortly after, revealing Fang Shan, who looked at us in confusion. "Officers, didn't we just speak in the park? Why are you here again?" I fixed my gaze on him and calmly stated, "We came specifically to find you." Which indicates there's a matter at hand. "Would you kindly invite us in to sit?" Noticing our serious expressions, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and gestured towards the living room. "Please, come in." Upon entering, I noted that his apartment was a one-bedroom unit, which puzzled me. On that fateful night 2 years ago, where had Tian Man slept? Li Xian appeared to share my thoughts, examining the space closely. Fang Shan, noticing our scrutiny, asked in confusion, "What is going on?" "It's just me here, no one else." I smiled and inquired, "Did you purchase this apartment?" He nodded yes. "It seems quite suitable for a single occupant," I remarked. "Officer, what do you wish to ask? Your tone is making me somewhat uneasy." I glanced at him and replied, "Let me be frank. On that night 2 years ago, after her argument with her husband, did Tian Man stay here for the night?" Fang Shan appeared tense as he answered, "Yes. I have already told Officer G at the precinct about that. Please don't be anxious. We merely wish to ask you a few questions with no ulterior motives." "All right, go ahead." "After Tian Man arrived, did she stay the entire night?" "Yes. I let her sleep in the bed while I took the couch. If she had gotten up at some point, I would certainly have noticed." Li Xian, remaining calm, queried, "Did you wake up at all that night?" Fang Shan shook his head. "To be honest, I slept very soundly that night, not waking until morning." I fixed my gaze on him. "Were you aware when Tian Man left in the morning?" "Yes, I was," he replied. "How can you be so certain?" "She woke me before leaving, saying she was going home. I merely acknowledged her and went back to sleep." Fang Shan's words struck me as somewhat off. Typically, if a friend spends the night and needs to leave early, there is no need to rouse them deliberately. A simple message or a follow-up call would suffice. Tian Man's behavior seemed rather deliberate. Li Xian observed my contemplation and continued, "Based on this, how can you confidently testify that she was at your residence all night?" Fang Shan casually responded, "Isn't that sufficient? I slept on the couch without hearing a thing, and she informed me before leaving in the morning. Naturally, I can vouch for her being with me the entire night." I pondered for a moment before asking, "Upon waking that day, did you notice anything unusual about yourself?" Not really, just a slight grogginess, probably due to the discomfort of sleeping on the couch. Fengshan replied nonchalantly. I stood up. Thank you for your cooperation. We'll conclude our discussion here for today. As we turned to leave, Fengshan smiled. No problem. Assisting you in your duties is my obligation. Upon closing the door behind us, we immediately heard him resume his gaming. I shook my head in disbelief. No wonder Tian Man is reluctant to publicly acknowledge their relationship. Li Xin, intrigued, asked, what do you mean by that? Consider this. Tian Man's previous husband was a senior executive at a company. Though his character may have been questionable, he was undeniably diligent in his work. Don't women typically favor industrious men? I replied earnestly. Li Xin shot me a skeptical glance. Why do I feel like you're praising yourself? I smiled and retorted. Am I not diligent enough? She rolled her eyes at me, about to respond, when the elevator doors opened, revealing Tian Man stepping out. Upon seeing us, she froze momentarily. After a brief pause, she smiled and said, what a coincidence. Are you here to find Fengshan? Li Xin nodded. We just left his place. What about you? Isn't he off today? I need his assistance with something, Tian Man murmured softly. I'll talk to him later, she added. Heading towards Fengshan's apartment, without waiting for our reply, Li Xin and I exchanged glances and said nothing further, taking the elevator down. As we reached the ground floor, a sense of foreboding washed over me. I murmured, throughout our conversation with them. It's evident that Tian Man has concealed quite a bit from us. Li Xin gazed up at Fengshan's floor and remarked softly, Tian Man is quite complex. Do you recall how she looked at Fengshan when we first sought her out, right after he left? Of course, her expression was one of disdain. In essence, she seemed to look down on him. I recalled. Exactly. That was the impression I had as well. She appeared to regard him with a degree of contempt. Yet for reasons unknown, she has remained with him for such an extended period. Perhaps it is due to her still requiring his assistance in many matters. And given that they were once close friends, she might find it difficult to voice her concerns directly, even if the situation seems inappropriate. I nodded and remarked with a smile, today we have made considerable progress. Judging by the current circumstances, Tian Man's alibi appears to be questionable. Let us investigate her financial transactions from 2 years ago upon our return. Perhaps we will uncover new insights. For reasons I could not quite fathom. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I sensed a connection between her and the deaths of her husband. After hearing my thoughts, Li Xin regarded me for a moment and said, just now, we overlooked one crucial question. Puzzled, I inquired, what question? We ought to ascertain when Fengshan purchased that apartment, she suggested. Are you implying that? I mused. It seems unlikely for someone as unambitious as Fengshan to afford a property in the city. Upon hearing Li Xion's words, I shook my head. That is not necessarily the case. We are still unaware of his occupation. A one-bedroom apartment could be within reach if he has a stable job. While he might not be able to afford it outright, securing a loan with a down payment is certainly feasible. Having said that, we drove back to the team. Upon our arrival, Chao Yuan approached with a cheerful demeanor, placing his hand on my shoulder. Regarding the matter you asked me to investigate last time, I have made some headway. As per our usual arrangement, a grand feast is in order. Whatever was promised can be discussed afterward. No problem. Do tell me what you have found, I replied readily, for in my view, matters that could be resolved with a meal were hardly significant. Moreover, I believe there were various interpretations of a grand feast. Upon hearing my response, Chao Yuan heartily patted my back. Truly a good brother. Her files are on my desk. Feel free to fetch them yourself. I disregarded his banter and swiftly made my way to his desk, where I began perusing the documents laid out before me. Chapter 79. A misguided effort. Previously, I had requested Chao Yuan to investigate Tian Man, and to my surprise, he had indeed put forth considerable effort, uncovering a wealth of details. As I sat at my desk, perusing the documents, Li Xian approached me and inquired, "What are you looking at?" I looked up and replied with a smile, "Some information on Tian Man." Upon hearing my words, Li Xian murmured, "Isn't she the one you asked Chao Yuan to look into last time? I thought you were interested in Fengshan." At that moment, we were unaware of Fengshan's name and had only met him once, making it impossible to conduct an investigation. My reason for asking Chao Yuan to assist with Tian Man was that her behavior that day had been rather suspicious. As I continued to examine the documents, I explained my reasoning to Li Xian. Upon careful review, I found no discrepancies in her information. Tian Man seemed to enjoy a positive reputation among her colleagues and friends. According to the records, she was merely a gentle and kind woman. While I pondered over these matters, Li Xian's phone suddenly rang. After glancing at the caller ID, she hesitated before answering, casting a curious glance in my direction. "Is it Tian Man calling?" I nodded. "Let us see what she has to say." I surmised that she was likely calling to clarify her emotional outburst earlier that day. After we left her house, we had sought out Fengshan. And perhaps the two incidents were interconnected, leading her to feel apprehensive. Li Xian activated the recording and answered the call. "Hello. came Tian Man's voice on the other end. Is this Officer Lee? It's Tian Man. Lee Xian greeted her with a smile. Hello, Miss Tian. What can I do for you? There was a brief pause before Tian Man continued. Regarding the matters you inquired about today, I wasn't entirely clear at the time. If you have the opportunity, it would be best for us to meet and discuss. Lee Xian calmly responded. All right, let us meet in an hour. After hanging up, she whispered, it seems there is someone advising her from behind the scenes. I gazed at her in confusion. What do you mean? After we left her home, it had not been long before she formulated a response to us. Given her recent behavior, it was unlikely she could have devised this on her own. Lee Xian, frowning deeply as she held her phone, began to contemplate the implications. Reflecting on her statement, I realized that Tian Man indeed lacked the cognitive capacity to devise such a strategy on her own. The speed of her response suggested external guidance. With Xiang Rin detained, it was improbable that news could be disseminated. Perhaps the one in contact with her was Shi Jinjuan, but that remained uncertain. We had previously speculated that Xiang Rin and Shi Jinjuan might be involved in this affair. Upon further investigation, we discovered that Tian Man might indeed be connected to the deaths of Chao Luhua. Thus, the question arose, did Tian Man have any ties to Shi Jinjuan? I glanced at Lee Xian. Let us go and hear how she intends to spin this situation. On our way, Lee Xian casually remarked, Tian Man must have seen us visiting Fengshan. She probably realizes we are suspicious of her. Her prompt invitation for us to come over could imply that Fengshan has offered her some advice. It was difficult to ascertain who had advised her, but Lee Xian's observation was astute. Clearly, someone had assisted her. This thought intensified my eagerness to meet her. After approximately 40 minutes of travel, we arrived at Tian Man's residence. Upon entering, we discovered that Fengshan was also present. He greeted us with a smile. Officers, what a coincidence to see you again today. I shot him a glance. The first meeting was coincidental, but the subsequent encounters are far from accidental. He gestured for Lee Xian and me to take a seat on the sofa. Once seated, Lee Xian turned to Tian Man, who was holding a cup, and asked with a smile, Ms. Tian, you called us here for something specific? Tian Man nodded, saying, today, regarding the questions you posed. I became somewhat flustered when I returned home and could not articulate my thoughts clearly. After all, it has been over 2 years since that incident. And in the haste of your inquiries, I could not recall everything accurately. Thus, after you left, I reflected on it carefully and thought it would be helpful to share what I remembered to assist in your investigation. I smiled at her. What have you recalled? In a low voice, Tian Man replied, when I returned home that day, I initially paid little attention to my surroundings. My thoughts were elsewhere as my husband and I had not reconciled, and I was still quite upset. It was only after preparing breakfast and waiting for him that I noticed the state of the house. I was quite curious, as he never used to clean. Yet the place was immaculate. Then I found him pale and lying on the bed. At that moment, my mind was in turmoil, and I forgot about everything else. If you hadn't specifically brought it up, I might not have remembered it all. Her explanation seemed plausible. Yet I found it peculiar that during our first inquiry about this matter, she had exhibited such an emotional outburst. Moreover, her previous reference to Chao Luhua as the dead ghost had now shifted to my husband, even in Fengshan's presence. If Tian Man had not conferred with Fengshan beforehand, would hearing her say that not have caused some discomfort? While she recounted her experience, I discreetly observed Fengshan, who appeared surprisingly relaxed, particularly when she mentioned Chao Luhua. He exhibited no signs of unease. Noticing my silence, Lee Xian pressed further. 2 years ago, the officers at the precinct also investigated this matter. Did you not consider it when questioned by the police? I genuinely had not thought of it. Had I would certainly have relayed the information to them. Tian Man shook her head, expressing a hint of remorse. Upon hearing her words, Lee Xian's tone turned sharp. You are lying. Her accusation rendered them speechless. I had sensed something amiss when Miao Mu revisited the incident, leading me to scrutinize her every word. After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon me. At this juncture, Fengshan, visibly perplexed, asked, Officer, what do you mean by that? I fixed my gaze upon him, replying sternly, Hold on, Mr. Feng. We have yet to question you. Our focus is presently on Tian Man. His demeanor shifted, his expression darkening as he retorted. She is my beloved. I know everything about her. I locked eyes with him, enunciating each word. So, you are implying that you were involved in your husband's death? Upon hearing this, he fell silent, glaring at me before rising and stepping towards the balcony. Once outside, he lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. Tian Man glanced at him and sighed, addressing Lee Xian. What did you mean by your earlier comment? At that moment, Lee Xian stood up calmly, stating, You mentioned that it was only after our specific inquiry that you recalled these details. However, 2 years ago, my colleagues also questioned you about this matter. Do you recall your response? Observing her silence, Lee Xian raised her voice. You claimed there were no changes at home. You have given us 2 contradictory accounts. What exactly are you concealing? Tian Man's face drained of color as she trembled nervously. At this juncture, I spoke firmly. Tian Man, we need you to accompany us. Upon hearing these words, Tian Man sank into her chair, while Fang Shan on the balcony shouted loudly, "This matter has nothing to do with me. I have other business to attend to, so you all carry on with your conversation." Fang Shan's reaction elicited a slight chuckle from me. He was already eager to distance himself from his connection to Tian Man before anything substantial had transpired. This fellow, disregarding us, dashed into the house, grabbed his belongings, flashed us a smile, and then departed. Observing his behavior, Tian Man couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh, followed by a muttered, "Useless." We escorted her back to the team, and as we passed through the office area, Captain Zhang approached us, casting a meaningful glance our way without uttering a word, before continuing on his path. Upon entering the interrogation room, her anxiety escalated. Watching her in such a state, I directly inquired, "Please tell us. Why did you lie to deceive us?" She replied nervously, "I didn't mean to, I truly couldn't recall." "Couldn't he recall? Just moments ago, you claimed to have thoroughly contemplated the incident, did you not? As you can see, everything you said to us has been recorded." Tian Man found herself momentarily speechless under the questioning. Li Xian fixed her with a cold stare and said, "Do not attempt to conceal the truth. Relay what you know honestly." Seeing her still silent, I pressed on, "Regarding your alibi at the time of the crime, our investigation has revealed discrepancies in Fang Shan's account. Now, tell us, why did you murder Chao Luo?" My tone intensified significantly as I delivered the final statement. Upon hearing those words, Tian Man was momentarily taken aback. After a moment, she slumped in the interrogation chair, her eyes wide open, shaking her head vigorously. "It has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill him.